A mysterious virus has spread across the nation, transforming those infected into mindless zombies, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. 60% of the global population has succumbed to this horrifying fate. The climate has undergone drastic changes, and the environment has been ravaged, plagued by relentless natural disasters. The surviving flora and fauna have also mutated in this catastrophe. The remnants of humanity have established safe havens, erecting towering walls to keep the zombies and mutated creatures at bay. After 7 arduous years of survival in this apocalyptic landscape, Su Yun finally secured a spot in one of these safe bases. However, during the genetic screening, she was discovered to be infected with the zombie virus. Her stepmother said, "Although you are infected, your spot cannot be revoked. Why not give it to your sister instead?" Her biological father urged, "While you still retain your faculties, transfer your spot to your sister." In a world fraught with peril, Su Yun had always remained vigilant, even in battles against the undead. She had never suffered a scratch or bite from a zombie. The only way she could contract the virus was through betrayal from those closest to her. As she faced her inevitable zombification, Su Yun used her place in the safe base as bait, luring her father, stepmother, and sister to her rented apartment, where she mercilessly ended their lives. To her astonishment, when she opened her eyes, she found herself back on the 7th day of the outbreak. There might be 1 or 2 companions ahead, but they would soon part ways. Chapter 1: Rebirth and the Demise of the Stepmother. Blood and remnants of flesh obscured her vision. Her consciousness waged a fierce battle against the encroaching virus, vying for control of her body. The virus slowly eroded her brain, the room drenched in a gruesome tableau of blood, with 3 mangled figures sprawled on the floor. In the final moment of her fading awareness, Su Yun raised her gun to her own head, the bullet piercing through, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In her last moments, she wished to retain some semblance of humanity in death. Fortunately, the infection spared her from any pain as she passed. The spot in the safe base, now soaked in blood, was the fruit of her relentless efforts over the years. How bitterly unjust. Su Yun, she can't really be dead, can she? A woman tentatively reached out to check for Su Yun's breath, prompting Su Yun to abruptly open her eyes, startling the woman into retreat. Upon recognizing the woman before her, Su Yun's instinct was to swiftly seize her by the throat. Her stepmother, Lu Xiaomei, had not perished. Was this a dream? Just moments ago, she had bitten Lu Xiaomei to death. How could this woman stand before her, unscathed? With a surge of rage fueled by past grievances, Su Yun tightened her grip on Lu Xiaomei's throat, forcing her down onto the ground. Lu Xiaomei's face turned an alarming shade of purple from oxygen deprivation, her eyes bulging as she desperately fought for survival. Her hands clawed at Su Yun's grip, attempting to pry it away, but Su Yun's strength was surprisingly formidable. The air was pierced by a sickening crack as Su Yun twisted her stepmother's neck, leaving Lu Xiaomei bewildered until her last breath, unable to comprehend why Su Yun had slain her. With wide, unblinking eyes, Lu Xiaomei bore her gaze into Su Yun's as life fled from her. Only after killing Lu Xiaomei did Su Yun become aware of the gnawing hunger in her belly. However, after 7 years of survival in this desolate world, she had grown accustomed to such hunger pangs. Yet, the surrounding environment felt eerily familiar yet foreign. This seemed to be her room from the time before the apocalypse, every detail matching her memories, with a beam of bright sunlight filtering through the curtains. It was daytime, yet the curtains were drawn tightly. A thought crossed her mind as she approached the window, trembling as she pulled back a corner of the curtain. Outside, a horde of 40 to 50 zombies lurked below, their hunched forms bearing gaping wounds in their abdomens. Entrails dragged along the ground as they moved, and amid the greenery of the community, lay corpses that had been gnawed upon, soon to join the ranks of the undead. Beneath the scorching sun, the stench of decay wafted from the zombies, yet to Su Yun, it felt oddly comforting. Glancing at the clock beneath the television, she realized she had indeed returned to the 7th day of the apocalypse, the very moment she awakened her spatial abilities. The sudden outbreak had swept the globe, with 60% of the population becoming zombies. While a select few survivors developed extraordinary powers during this tumultuous time, she was one of them. Attempting to harness her abilities, Su Yun discovered that her spatial powers felt different this time. In her previous life, her space could only store items, but now it seemed to encompass 6 plots of farmland and a well. With a mere thought, she tried to access her space, but failed, indicating she was still unable to enter. During the 2 days of her coma following the awakening of her powers, she had not consumed any food, and now her stomach growled audibly. She opened her bedroom door and made her way to the kitchen refrigerator on the 7th day of the outbreak. Although most of the population had become zombies, they had not yet evolved, relying solely on instinct to attack humans. They had not targeted power plants or communication stations, allowing several areas of the city to maintain normal electricity. As she opened the refrigerator door, a rush of cold air enveloped her, invigorating her senses. The remaining food was scant. Following the outbreak, only she and Lu Xiaomei remained in the household. Her father, Su Jianlin, was alive but trapped at work, and her sister, Su Yu, was also alive but confined at school. Inside the refrigerator were only 2 bottles of milk, a 4-day past expiration hand-torn bun she had purchased for convenience, a pack of instant noodles, and a few stalks of green onions and garlic. In her previous life, after awakening her powers and seeing the meager food supply, she had taken the risk of venturing out to find sustenance. Ultimately, she was recruited by an official organization, utilizing her spatial abilities to gather resources from the city. Casting a glance at Lu Xiaomei's lifeless body in the room, Su Yun poured hot water into a bowl, tearing into the expired bun. This was the last of the water from the drinking barrel. She had already consumed both bottles of milk, devouring the bun hungrily. The instant noodles remained undercooked, but Su Yun could no longer wait. As she peeled back the lid, the aroma of the noodles wafted into the air, enticing her to inhale deeply. Who could understand? In the 4th year of the apocalypse, only those in the fortified safe havens could indulge in such a luxury, while ordinary people were denied even the pleasure of a whiff, let alone those who could still enjoy fresh vegetables. Those who lived such lives were the elite among the survivors in this harsh new world. Chapter 2. The infinite well of space. Though the instant noodles were slightly undercooked, to Su Yun, they were a rare delicacy. In her previous life, she had often suffered from hunger, compounded by 2 days of fasting since her rebirth. She savored the broth, drinking it down to the last drop. Yet her stomach was only 7/10 full. Rising to her feet, she opened the doors to several rooms in the house and began her search. Under her sister Su Yu's bed lay a box, weighed down by a few books, but at the bottom, she discovered 6 packets of snail noodles, alongside 2 packs of marinated duck and duck neck. In their father Su Jianlin's room, beneath the clothes in the wardrobe, she found a tray of eggs and some dried noodles, as well as 4 apples, food that had been hidden away by Lu Xiaomei. Reflecting on her previous life, after the zombie outbreak, she had shared the snacks she had hoarded with Lu Xiaomei. There were times she returned home empty-handed, only to grow hungry, and on several occasions, she had caught a faint whiff of snail noodles. Yet Lu Xiaomei had insisted that someone in the building was eating, the aroma wafting everywhere, and she had believed her. Little did she know that the one who had been sneaking bites was, in fact, herself. How infuriating. Su Yun stored the food she had gathered into her space, and as the items entered, the area of her space gradually revealed itself. She stood momentarily stunned. It was astonishing to find it as large as 2 birds' nests, much more expansive than in her previous life. In her former existence, her space's storage capacity had already been exceptional among those with similar powers. To her surprise, upon her rebirth, she discovered this unexpected boon. Such a transformation in her space must remain a closely guarded secret. A larger space was undoubtedly advantageous, signifying her ability to stockpile more supplies, especially with the impending apocalypse looming. She knew that in the face of the apocalypse, she would not only contend with the threat of zombies, but also the extreme weather conditions. This time, she would not experience the gnawing pangs of hunger. She would ensure that she was well fed every day. Organizing the bedding and clothing in her home, she categorized them before placing them in her space, separating winter garments from summer attire and gathering her father's and stepmother's clothes as well. She also took Su Yu's, and upon opening Su Yu's cabinet, she found several designer pieces. Realizing her father's favoritism, which extended even to Su Yu's claim on her safety base, Su Yun felt no emotional upheaval upon seeing these luxurious items. She had long since lost all hope in familial bonds. Her own wardrobe contained several identical, inexpensive garments. During her year of internship after graduating from university, she sometimes had to hand over her salary to the family. Lu Xiaomei had said, "Your father works hard to support us. Now that you have a job, it's time to give back and lighten his burden." In the sweltering heat of July, her closet was filled with summer clothes, while winter garments lay buried at the bottom. After gathering the clothes into her space, the cabinet stood empty. Lu Xiaomei's corpse lay by the bedside. Casting a glance at the window to avoid the surveillance cameras, Su Yun hoisted Lu Xiaomei's body and flung it out the window. Their home was on the 8th floor, and the sound of the body hitting the ground echoed below. Standing by the window, she observed the commotion that ensued. The faint noise quickly attracted the wandering zombies below, their bloodlust heightened by the scent of fresh flesh as they rushed towards Lu Xiaomei's remains. Zombie heads stained with blood, pressed against her abdomen, their mouths opening wide to tear at the flesh. In mere moments, they ripped her open, intestines and entrails spilling forth, savored by the ravenous zombies, who feasted with abandon. The gruesome scene was both bloody and grotesque. Human organs were their preferred delicacy. Suyun cautiously shut the window and drew the curtains, plunging the room back into darkness. She entered the kitchen, opening the cabinet to find half a barrel of rice, tightly sealed. The rice was fine, but the water was contaminated, harboring the zombie virus, rendering it unusable for cooking. Turning on the faucet, a foul stream of water gushed forth, initially yellow and gradually revealing dark sediments, remnants of decomposed zombies. Consuming this water would undoubtedly result in infection. Recalling the well beside the 6 fields, Suyun removed the empty water jug from the dispenser. With a thought, the jug appeared in the well, filling to the brim with clear water. To her astonishment, the water showed no signs of receding. Could it be that the well within her space was inexhaustible? This revelation filled her with immense joy. If this were true, she could achieve water freedom in the apocalypse. Especially in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, when water resources dwindled, pure water could be exchanged for unimaginable supplies. Eager to test this hypothesis, Suyun retrieved her collapsible bathtub from her space and filled it with water from the well. Indeed, her assumptions were correct. She had filled half the tub, yet the water level in the well remained unchanged, truly inexhaustible. This discovery reinforced her resolve to keep her secret well guarded. Perhaps due to the quality of the well water, it was refreshingly cool, pure drinking water with no adverse effects on her health. In the scorching July heat, without air conditioning in her room, she had gone without a bath for the past 7 days, fearing that the contaminated water might seep into her wounds and cause infection. The damp fabric of her short sleeves clung to her skin, and her scalp itched from the sweat. Chapter 3. Transparency among superpowered individuals. Under the amalgamation of oil and sweat, her hair clung in disarray. After graduating and beginning her internship, she had risen early each morning, leaving little time for grooming, opting instead for a practical ear-length cut that appeared sharp and efficient. Stripping off her clothes, she reclined in the bathtub for a refreshing wash, ensuring not to waste the water, which she intended to use later for irrigating her fields. The heat of the day made the cold bath all the more invigorating. And with her hunger satiated, Suyun began to strategize for the days ahead. Their family resided in the heart of Ji province, now overrun by the infected monstrosities. Fortunately, their apartment complex was not situated in a bustling area. While there were zombies roaming the vicinity, their numbers were relatively sparse compared to surrounding neighborhoods. Just as she was deep in thought, a noise from outside caught her attention, the sound of something dragging heavily across the floor, accompanied by a series of thuds against the door. It was unmistakably a zombie. Suyun cautiously approached the door, attempting to peer through the peephole, but it was obscured, likely smeared with the dried blood of zombies from past encounters. Sensing that the creature outside remained, she steadied her breath, acutely aware that only a thin barrier separated her from the monster. After a moment of inactivity, the zombie began to shuffle away, sensing the silence within. Suyun felt the strength coursing through her. She had awakened her powers, granting her enhanced physical abilities compared to ordinary humans. Yet, her current form still felt too weak. She needed to bolster her strength swiftly. Moreover, based on her memories from her previous life, she recalled that there were others in her building who had also awakened powers. Recklessly using her abilities could attract their attention. For the time being, she would remain in hiding, while still needing to venture out for supplies. So it was best to avoid drawing attention. Approaching her bedside, she searched beneath her pillow and found her phone. Having been unconscious for 2 days after awakening her powers, it had long since powered down. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, she held her phone, which was charging and soon powered on, thanks to the operational city signal towers. Upon unlocking her device, an overwhelming torrent of official announcements flooded her screen. Especially from various short video platforms, the situation had escalated dramatically. This is an unprecedented virus. Citizens still alive, please evacuate to safe locations. We have dispatched military forces for search and rescue. We ask for your patience. Zombie Survival Guide. How to effectively eliminate zombies. Beneath the official videos, the comments section was inundated with over 100 million replies, predominantly from individuals besieged by zombies, beseeching the authorities for swift military intervention. The officials responded to these messages, requesting specific locations to send aid, making it clear that their rescue efforts were not indiscriminate. They would not waste resources on those like Suyun, who were safely sheltered at home. In addition to the official communications, numerous videos uploaded by netizens depicted harrowing scenes. Shocking. I actually saw Superman downstairs in my community. Martial arts champion demonstrates zombie elimination techniques. My ex-girlfriend turned into a zombie and knocked on my door. Follow my moves. Zombies will flee from you. One of my classmates has superpowers. Suyun clicked on the video showcasing Superman, noting that the creator appeared to be in a state of fear, as evidenced by the shaky footage. The nighttime setting allowed only a shadowy figure to be seen soaring through the air, presumably another awakened individual like herself. Below the video, officials inquired about the specific address, to which the uploader responded, albeit with the location concealed. Next, she opened the video titled, "My Classmate Has Superpowers." This footage was notably clearer, featuring a long-haired, adorable girl in a school uniform, her hands engulfed in flames as she incinerated a zombie. The officials similarly requested the address. In the early days of the apocalypse, authorities sought to recruit those who had awakened their powers to bolster survival efforts, organizing formidable teams of psychics for rescue missions across various cities. The existence of these awakened individuals was no secret. Nearly everyone with internet access was aware of them. Many ordinary citizens inquired about the catalyst for awakening such abilities, but answers eluded them, much like the randomness of contracting the zombie virus. Aside from the official announcements and the plethora of zombie videos, the most prevalent were cries for help. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, many households were devoid of food, particularly water. In provinces known for their scorching climates, such as Ji Province, where Suyun resided, clean drinking water had become a luxury. In mid-July, temperatures hovered around 35 degrees Celsius. Having just showered, with the air conditioning humming in the living room, she felt relatively comfortable, yet the impending threat of power outages compelled her to prepare several battery packs and a generator. Such items would soon become rare commodities, and she could trade resources with the authorities for modifications, enhancing their charging capacity. For now, the internet and electricity remained intact, allowing numerous individuals to continue filming videos, though daytime movements were hampered by surveillance. She resolved to act under the cover of night. Chapter 4. Survivors in the building barter supplies with reports of water theft. Even if recorded, her intent to disguise herself would likely prevent anyone from tracing her actions. Considering the extensive list of supplies she needed, Suyun fetched paper and pen to catalog her requirements. The officials were particularly sensitive at this time, quietly gathering urban resources. Thus she refrained from searching for any food-related information on her phone, wary of leaving any trace. After browsing the news online, Suyun opened the property management group chat of her residential complex. The most recent messages were from several days prior, where surviving neighbors sought assistance, lamenting that their family members had turned into zombies and pleading for help from those still alive in the building. Yet, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. The latest inquiry was about water availability. Building 10, 3rd floor. Is there anyone with water? I've been parched for 2 days. I'll pay a high price. Accompanying the message was a photo of their empty water jug. Building 10, 6th floor. My family is out of water too. I'll buy it at a premium. Or I can trade 1 pack of instant noodles for 1 bottle of water. By the 7th day of the apocalypse, supplies were nearly depleted. Urban dwellers fared worse than those in rural areas, where self-sustaining gardens could provide sustenance for a time. Building 10, 14th floor. I have water, but I'm trapped with 2 zombies in my home. I'm hiding in my room and can't go outside. Building 10, 6th floor. We're 8 floors apart. Hear us an idea. Cut up an old bedsheet into strips, tie a bucket to it, and lower it down slowly. I'll fill the bucket with water and send you some instant noodles in return. Both parties agreed this was a clever plan. Yet Suyun felt they were overly naive. Discussing such matters openly in the group chat was risky, surely. There were more survivors in the building than just those who had spoken up. As expected, moments later, she witnessed messages from the 6th and 14th floors berating others. 6th floor, who lacks manners? Who took my water? I swear, if I find out who it was 14th floor, please, everyone, I've been starving for 2 days. Water alone doesn't suffice. If anyone wants to trade, message me privately. Don't sneakily take it. It was apparent that desperation had set in. Soo-yoon gathered the current information and placed her phone on the sofa to charge, subsequently downloading various planting videos, cooking tutorials, and numerous novels to occupy her time in the future. With limited storage, she couldn't download movies or shows after these selections. In her father's room, she discovered her stepmother Lu Xiaomei's phone, which was password protected. The screensaver displayed a family portrait, yet she was conspicuously absent, as her sister Suyu had insisted on a retake after the first photo. The password was Suyu's birthday. Once unlocked, Soo-yoon used Lu Xiaomei's phone to download a multitude of films and television shows until storage constraints halted her efforts. As dusk descended, she approached the window and drew back the curtains, noting the time was around 8:30 in the evening. The community's landscaping featured motion sensor lights that flickered on and off as zombies passed, illuminating their terrifying silhouettes. Soo-yoon retrieved her backpack, which she had organized during the day. It was a mountaineering pack she had purchased during her university years. Alongside it were a set of well-coordinated supplies, a windbreaker, trousers, trekking poles, and a hat. Upon graduation, she had envisioned adventures wearing this outfit, but it had remained unused, buried at the bottom of her storage. The weather was sweltering. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, with a hiking backpack slung over her shoulders and breathable athletic shoes adorning her feet, Soo-yoon searched her home for the most practical weapon at her disposal, several kitchen knives. Retrieving a whetstone from the cupboard, she meticulously sharpened each blade. Disassembling a broomstick, she affixed the sharpened fruit knife to it, securing it tightly with several loops of string and finishing with a wrap of tape. Once satisfied, she gathered the remaining knives. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently to the sounds emanating from the corridor. In her building, there were 2 households per floor, and earlier that day, she had heard noises in the hallway. It was uncertain whether the zombies were still lurking about. Since awakening her abilities, Soo-yoon had become physically superior to an ordinary person. Coupled with her past experience of battling zombies, her current physical prowess would easily allow her to contend with 10 of them. Fortunately, the outbreak was still in its early stages, and no mutated variants had emerged among the zombies, making them less troublesome to deal with. With her right hand gripping the doorknob, she turned it, the door creaking open, while her other hand clutched the makeshift fruit knife. As the door swung wide, the corridor's motion sensor lights flickered to life, illuminating the dried bloodstains and scattered bits of flesh on the floor. Recalling her previous encounters in the building, she made her way toward the elevator, which was still operational and had stopped at the 17th floor. Approaching the stairwell, the corridor lights abruptly extinguished. Soo-yoon retrieved her flashlight, directing its beam downward. Her light met a pair of green eyes staring back at her. Chapter 5. Out for supplies. Through the beam of her flashlight, a zombie gradually turned its gaze toward Soo-yoon, its mangled face twisted in a grotesque grin, exuding an aura of terror. It was agile, using both hands and feet to sprint in her direction, and its form suggested it was a child. Having fought zombies for 7 years in the apocalypse, Soo-yoon's reflexes were sharp. The fruit knife she had fashioned was poised for action. The flashlight beam barely flickered when, with the zombie still several steps away, she thrust the knife forcefully into its mouth. The blade penetrated its brain, and she swiftly withdrew it. Drawing from her past experience, she knew precisely where to strike for maximum efficiency. Fortunately, the zombies had yet to evolve, and this ordinary fruit knife was sufficient for the task. However, if she were to delay and allow them to mutate, a mere fruit knife might shatter upon impact. With a sickening thud, the zombie tumbled down the steps, and Soo-yoon illuminated its form with her flashlight, revealing it to be the child from downstairs. Those infected with the zombie virus existed in a state of living death. Attacking any part of their bodies was futile unless one targeted the brain, a fact clearly stated in the official zombie-killing guidelines. Continuing her descent, she dimmed her flashlight. Upon reaching the 6th floor, low growls echoed from below, and the sound of shuffling footsteps indicated at least 3 zombies were prowling the 6th floor. Avoiding any unnecessary noise, Soo-yoon swiftly made her way to the 5th floor. She would not act unless confronted directly or provoked by an attack. The building was teeming with zombies, and a horde still wandered the community below. Conserving her strength was paramount. Besides, the fruit knife she wielded was merely a basic tool. After a few more kills, it would likely be rendered ineffective with nicks and chips. Upon reaching the third floor, she encountered a zombie dragging a small cart. Detecting the scent of a living person, the creature wore a twisted smile, its face smeared with dried blood, and its features appeared vaguely familiar. Upon noticing Soo-yoon, it resembled a starving dog spotting a piece of meat as it lurched forward, dragging its cart closer. The noise from the cart startled other zombies in the third-floor corridor, and the darkness was filled with the sound of shuffling feet. Without hesitation, Soo-yoon struck swiftly, driving her fruit knife into the zombie's skull. After withdrawing it, she quickly descended the stairs. By the time she reached the second floor, the commotion from the third floor had drawn the attention of the zombies at the stairwell. Soo-yoon did not pause. The stench of decay filled her nostrils, and she could hear the relentless footsteps of the pursuing zombies behind her. She dared not look back. Upon exiting to the first floor, the motion sensor lights activated, revealing several zombies wandering approximately 15 meters ahead. They seemed to have heard the commotion from her corridor. The creatures began to advance toward her, and Soo-yoon illuminated her path with her flashlight, recalling her memories as she sprinted towards a low wall. With a few strides, she leapt effortlessly onto the wall, swiftly concealing herself in the shadows. In her previous life, while scavenging for food and evading zombies, this low wall had been her only refuge. Other walls led to busy night markets or internet cafes and bars, directly plunging one into the midst of zombie hordes. However, this wall opened into a narrow alley filled with trash bins, a designated disposal area for the residents of the surrounding streets. Now, in July, the province was experiencing its hottest season, and it had been 7 days since the apocalypse erupted. The refuse had accumulated for a week. As her feet touched the ground, a putrid odor assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her nose momentarily as she scanned for surveillance cameras in the alley ahead. Donning a hat and mask from her backpack, Soo-yoon stepped out into the alley. After a brief time outdoors, the oppressive heat had soaked her shirt. With the makeshift weapon in hand, she moved cautiously toward the alley's exit. When she was still over 20 meters away, she heard a commotion in the darkness ahead. Pausing momentarily, Soo-yoon listened intently, discerning the sounds of heavy breathing. She brightened her flashlight and aimed it in the direction of the noise. 10 meters ahead, a trash bin lay overturned with 2 figures crouched beside it, seemingly engrossed in something they were holding. As Soo-yoon's flashlight illuminated them, the 2 figures turned to face her. Their dark green eyes glowed ominously under the flashlight, their faces smeared with blood. One of the zombies clutched a piece of intestine in its mouth. Upon seeing Soo-yoon, the half-decayed corpse on the ground lost all allure to them, and the scent of her fresh flesh drew them in like ravenous dogs. Chapter 6. The Watchful Eyes on the Awakened. The alley was narrow. Glancing at the nearby trash bin, Soo-yoon quickly reacted. With her right hand resting on its edge for leverage, she propelled herself upward, landing securely atop the bin. Armed with her fruit knife, she lunged at the first zombie, piercing its brain and withdrawing the blade. It collapsed almost instantly, devoid of combat capability. From her elevated position, the zombies could not reach her, and she easily dispatched the 2 below. Regardless of whether it was day or night, zombies remained active, having just created a ruckus. Soo-yoon jumped down from the trash bin after killing the 2 and swiftly exited the alley. However, as she left, the surveillance camera at the alley's entrance shifted slightly. In a nearby room monitoring the area's cameras, over 20 individuals were intently watching the live footage displayed on the wall. They occasionally lowered their heads to discuss the scene of Soo-yoon dispatching zombies in the alley, which was also projected onto the large screen. "Hey, what are you guys watching?" A man beside them inquired, removing his headphones. He then rose from his chair and stood behind them, gazing at the screen. After watching Soo-yoon eliminate the zombies, disappointment was etched on their faces. She must just be an ordinary person. That move she made earlier is something regular gym-goers could accomplish. Given the urgency of the situation, while the city was still operational, the organization above had tasked them with locating any awakened individuals they could find. As Soo-yoon had shown no signs of using any extraordinary abilities, they swiftly switched the content on the large screen. The next image displayed was of a dark alley, though the camera seemed to be malfunctioning, causing the projection to flicker intermittently. Each flicker was accompanied by a flurry of static on the screen. Soon, 4 figures emerged from the alley, each burdened with heavy backpacks. As they appeared on screen, the occupants of the surveillance room grew visibly agitated. The 4 individuals were clad in makeshift protective gear, with wooden boards strapped to their limbs to prevent zombie bites. It appeared that zombies were in pursuit, as the four hurriedly fled, dropping some supplies that hung from their packs, with no time to retrieve them as they raced out of the alley. Once they had vacated, the alley quickly became overrun with zombies, some of which raised their heads to howl at the camera. The spectators in the surveillance room were taken aback by this alarming scene. "Captain, we've obtained information on those four individuals," announced a staff member in work attire as he pushed open the door to the room, extending a file towards a man. The document displayed 4 identity profiles accompanied by photographs of the very individuals who had just escaped the alley on screen. Beneath the images lay details of their extraordinary abilities. After a cursory glance at the information, the man set the file aside and promptly contacted the higher-ups, reporting the details of these individuals, as they were in dire need of personnel. "Captain, should we also report the supplies those 4 have recently gathered?" a staff member cautiously inquired. The man pondered for a few seconds before instructing, "Compile their recent haul and submit it as well. Not only do we need manpower, but we also require supplies from all corners of the city. I've heard that the higher-ups are planning to establish a defensive base and they are lacking food." Having monitored these 4 for some time, they noted that each outing yielded substantial rewards and their stockpile of supplies had grown significantly. Such matters that could provoke ire should be handled by those above, as they possessed the requisite experience. Once the situation regarding the 4 was settled, the occupants of the room returned to their tasks. Suyun's silhouette occasionally flickered across various surveillance screens but quickly vanished, garnering no significant attention from the watchers. After all, individuals like Suyun, who ventured out in search of supplies, were not uncommon. If they were to keep a close watch on every single one, the workload would be insurmountable. Only those who truly demonstrated the prowess of awakened individuals would warrant their focused scrutiny. Upon exiting the alley filled with refuse, Suyun found herself on a broad street flanked by shuttered shops. Some storefronts had their glass windows shattered, suggesting human intervention. This street, adjacent to the garbage-laden alley, had its businesses struggling. However, due to 2 nearby bars, numerous clothing and beauty stores had opened up, catering to those employed at the bars who came here to rent outfits and apply makeup. Reflecting on the scant clothing she had collected at home during the day, Suyun made her way towards the nearest clothing store. A camera was positioned at the entrance of the store, with 2 more inside. The doors and windows had been smashed long ago, indicating prior visits from others. The garments hanging on the racks were stained with blood, the source indiscernible. The faint beam of her flashlight illuminated the floor, revealing numerous bloody footprints and drag marks. Upon entering the store, Suyun keenly noticed that the camera at the entrance seemed to have shifted, now aimed directly at her. Chapter 7. Acquiring some useless cosmetics. She understood well who was watching from behind the camera. It was the officials. With the entire city's power set to be cut off soon, someone was always monitoring the surveillance feeds. In this life, she did not intend to reveal her extraordinary abilities to the authorities, even if she had to disclose them. It would not be done foolishly, as she had in her previous life. Thus, she needed to exercise greater caution while collecting supplies. In her past life, her lack of vigilance led to her being approached by officials just before the citywide blackout, and she was coerced into gathering supplies for them, effectively becoming a living warehouse. Every item she stored within her space was meticulously logged beforehand, leaving her with little of her own. She was forced to rely on the base for sustenance, and as their supplies dwindled, so did her own. During one disastrous event, the base was completely obliterated. Although she survived, the absence of resources in her space left her famished while seeking the next protective base, often leading her to the brink of desperation. Currently, it was imperative to avoid drawing the officials' attention and to quietly gather supplies. Scanning the store's environment, Suyun crouched beside the rack, observing the bloodied clothes hanging above. However, beneath the rack lay numerous transparent bags containing clean garments. Given that Ji Province was in the midst of its hottest season, the bags contained short sleeves, skirts, and shorts. Aware of the surveillance, Suyun refrained from recklessly stashing these items into her space. She tore open a packaging bag and carefully rolled up 7 outfits, placing them at the bottom of her backpack. Fortunately, the lightweight fabric did not consume much space. After her efforts, her shirt became damp with sweat, even at night. Ji Province's temperature remained above 30 degrees, only slightly cooler than during the day. Glancing at the remaining clothing beneath the rack, Suyun did not rush to leave, aware that these supplies were likely being monitored by the officials as well. She retrieved over 30 more outfits, cradling them as she made her way to the back room of the store. The back housed 2 rooms, one for storage and another serving as a bedroom. Both rather cramped, with the bedroom connected to a narrow bathroom. Soo-yoon surveyed the bedroom's surroundings and placed the clothes she held into a box, mindful that someone was watching her every move from behind the camera. Therefore, she could not simply take everything at once. With zombies lurking everywhere and officials covertly gathering supplies, Soo-yoon understood that she did not need much, so she refrained from taking more than necessary. If she were to take too much, the higher-ups would surely take notice. After hiding the 30 outfits, Soo-yoon exited the store, and as she did, the camera at the entrance shifted back to its original position. She then visited 2 more clothing stores, concealing several dozen outfits in each before finally halting her endeavors. She planned to collect these hidden garments once the city plunged into darkness. Along this street, aside from clothing stores, the predominant establishments were nail salons, hairdressers, and beauty shops. With her eyes now adjusted to the dim surroundings, Soo-yoon extinguished her flashlight and approached the nearest beauty shop. Upon entering, she turned on her flashlight to inspect the interior before opening her backpack and stashing any unopened cosmetics into it. At present, this item appears to hold little value. Yet in the years following the apocalypse, it will be fervently sought after by certain women in elevated social circles. Even second-hand cosmetics can be exchanged for resources. Similar to tobacco and alcohol, they serve as hard currency. After acquiring a few items, Soo-yoon decided to cease her actions. However, her conduct did not go unnoticed by the individual behind the camera, who regarded her with disdain. She was the most peculiar woman I had encountered recently. While others were scouring for food, she was busy collecting useless cosmetics. The man beside his companion scoffed, observing Soo-yoon as she took clothing and then cosmetics, seemingly unconcerned about the quest for sustenance. His companion echoed his sentiments. After gathering some cosmetics, Soo-yoon gazed longingly at the unopened treasures within the cabinet but refrained from taking any. Deciding to wait until the entire city experienced a blackout before retrieving them, these items would remain untouched. With her backpack securely zipped, she grasped a makeshift fruit knife and strode toward the entrance. At the end of the street stood 2 tobacco shops, both of which had evidently been the first to be visited. As Soo-yoon lingered outside, she surveyed the disarray within. Scattered cigarette boxes littered the ground, and near the entrance were 2 rows of shelves adorned with bulk sunflower seeds and various fruits. The floor beneath the shelves was strewn with discarded seeds and bloodstains. The baskets of fruit had been entirely depleted, though a few nuts remained. She filled her bag with an assortment of nuts, discreetly stashing them in her space to avoid the camera's gaze. The 2 rows of cigarettes behind the counter had been completely plundered, and the glass display for tobacco had been shattered. All consumables within the shop had been taken. On the opposite shelf hung several bags of snacks and chips. Apart from these, there were unopened bottles of mineral water and beverages, along with 2 rows of condiments, soy sauce, vinegar, and some sealed hot pot bases. Chapter 8. Gathering supplies at the food street. Soo-yoon's eyes sparkled at the sight of the soy sauce, vinegar, drinks, and water, all valuable items. However, with cameras watching from the streets, she dared not take too much. She managed to grab 10 bottles of mineral water and 5 packets of hot pot base. But as she reached for the remaining snack bags, a commotion arose from the street behind her, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Instantly, Soo-yoon grasped the fruit knife at her side, her senses heightened. "Quick, the zombies are coming!" A male voice shouted, prompting Soo-yoon to remain hidden, casting a glance at the shop's interior before taking refuge behind a shelf. Once concealed, she peeked out onto the street. The zombies were not evolved. Their movements were stiff. In the darkness, she discerned 6 agile figures. As they dashed past her tobacco shop, a horde of zombies surged into the street, pursuing the fleeing individuals. In her previous life, she often acted alone and understood that encountering monsters was not terrifying. The real fear lay in meeting strangers. The commotion caused by those individuals had attracted numerous zombies to the once quiet street, now filled with their growls. Fortunately, she was currently inside the tobacco shop, and a few zombies lingered behind, seemingly drawn by her scent. 3 zombies began to sniff the air, slowly advancing toward the shop. Soo-yoon tightened the belt of her backpack to prevent it from falling off during her escape. With her right hand firmly gripping the fruit knife, she illuminated the nearest zombie with her flashlight and plunged the blade into its gaping maw. After piercing its brain, she swiftly withdrew the knife, but the zombies nearby drawn by the noise, snarled and charged toward her. The two zombies seemed fixated solely on Suyun, disregarding the shelves before them. One of the zombies collided violently with an overturned snack shelf, creating a thunderous sound that drew even more zombies to the commotion. As another zombie lunged at her, Suyun reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing into the glass counter, shattering it with a resounding crash. She couldn't afford to linger. Her physical strength was still inadequate. Despite having awakened her abilities, she had yet to undergo any training. The pain in her calf from the force of that kick reminded her of her limitations. Relying on brute strength to fend off zombies was proving troublesome. She had to remain agile. Bursting out of the tobacco shop, she sprinted down the right side of the street, where the glow of advertisements illuminated dozens of zombies rapidly approaching. Without glancing back, she utilized the light from the signs to propel herself forward. Steering clear of the adjacent Bar S Street, she veered left into an alley, familiar from her childhood. She knew every pathway in the vicinity of the garden community. Navigating through this alley and turning at 2 intersections would lead her to the night market street in approximately 12 minutes. This area was filled with stalls selling barbecued and fried snacks, along with various eateries. Remembering the 6 individuals she had just encountered, Suyun quickened her pace. In her previous life, she had been preoccupied with understanding her abilities, and by the time she sought food, the food street was already overrun. Now, only 7 days into the zombie outbreak, while some resources might have been taken, she was optimistic that she could still gather a portion. In her past life, she had to consider her family, which resulted in the rapid depletion of the supplies she had collected. This time, she was alone and had commenced her resource gathering early, ensuring she would not go hungry in the apocalypse. The alley was narrow, merely a meter wide, flanked by old residential buildings. Aside from children who had grown up in the area, few would know where this alley led. The air was thick with a rancid odor mingled with smoke, causing Suyun to furrow her brow. The presence of smoke indicated nearby human activity. Though alert, she did not slow her pace until the smoke became more pungent, and she spotted a dim yellow light ahead. Stopping, she realized there were individuals present. They seemed to have noticed her as well, extinguishing their cigarettes and directing their flashlight toward her. Once they confirmed she was human and not a zombie, their tension eased. "It's just a woman, not a zombie." "She walked without a sound, nearly gave me a heart attack," one man remarked, visibly shaken. After assuring themselves of her humanity, they switched off their flashlight. In the cramped alley, the 4 men stood with backpacks, seemingly waiting for someone. Chapter 9. Suppressed News, a Chaotic Beginning. Upon realizing she was not a zombie, they reignited their extinguished cigarettes, exhaling clouds of smoke in the dark alley. Suyun tightened her grip on the knife and took a step forward. The 4 men, occupying the narrow alley, leaned against the walls, blocking most of the path. As Suyun passed by, she made a deliberate effort to avoid provoking them, sidling along the wall as she moved past. As she passed by one of the men, he deliberately exhaled smoke towards her face. Suyun furrowed her brows but did not slow her pace, quickly departing the alley. The 4 of them watched her retreating figure, only beginning to converse after she had walked far away. Judging by the direction she took, it was likely she was heading to the adjacent food street. One man took a deep drag from his cigarette and discarded the butt on the ground. In these times, who among the living would not wish to try their luck in such a place? They exchanged hushed remarks, cautious in their discussion. "Do you think that woman was alone?" inquired the man who had blown smoke at Suyun. She certainly wasn't alone. Who would dare venture out alone now, with zombies lurking everywhere? "Even we came out in pairs to scavenge for supplies." They felt fortunate to have come out early in the past couple of days. Had they delayed, they might have missed out on the resources available at the food street. It was now the 7th day since the outbreak, and they considered themselves among the more foresight individuals. With their food supplies dwindling, they had sought out the few remaining neighbors and friends to join them in their search for provisions. Most people were waiting for official rescue, but they understood the chaos was about to unfold. Many soldiers in the military district had been infected with the virus, though this information was being suppressed. Should the truth come to light, the living would become frenzied in their desperation for resources. Those soldiers, already physically superior to ordinary individuals, would pose a formidable threat as zombies, with their means of attack far surpassing that of typical undead. For now, their priority was to ensure their own survival. While the 4 of them stood guard here, others were scavenging in the food street, and if they were fortunate enough to gather ample supplies, they would transport some back. Through their teamwork, they had managed to procure quite a bit of food over the past couple of days. Even after Su-yun's departure, they continued to discuss her. For she was the first woman they had encountered venturing out for supplies in recent days. Upon leaving the alley, Su-yun had to cross 2 intersections to reach the food street, with traffic lights marking the junctions. During the outbreak, many cars had been halted at the red lights. And when Su-yun reached the first intersection, she saw that both lanes of the crosswalk were lined with vehicles, mostly taxis. Observing the scene, she could easily imagine the chaos that had ensued here. The acrid scent of blood still lingered heavily in the air, persisting even after several days. Numerous taxis and small cars had likely been attempting to flee, crashing into the storefronts on either side. The traffic lights lay shattered on the ground, and the bloodstains on the pavement had long since dried, while a few zombies wandered aimlessly beside the parked cars, confined to their spots by the vehicles obstructing their path. Some zombies were ensnared by seatbelts. As Su-yun passed, they clawed and howled in futile attempts to reach her, unable to break free. Just as the tantalizing prospect of fresh flesh seemed within reach, several zombies gathered at the second-floor windows of a store, starting to pound against the glass in a frenzy. A loud crash echoed behind her, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and the thud of something heavy hitting the ground. Several zombies leapt from the second floor, falling 4 meters to the ground, their limbs breaking upon impact. Yet, they felt no pain, their sole focus on the flesh of Su-yun. Dragging their broken legs, 2 zombies crawled in pursuit of her. As they crashed against the glass, Su-yun heard the commotion and hurried away. The situation at the second intersection was even more dire. Near it stood a kindergarten, where the vehicles had been parked, presumably to pick up children. With a swift motion, Su-yun pulled out her knife and plunged it into the head of a child zombie. These children had been infected and transformed into zombies, possessing agility that rivaled adults. Their small bodies squeezed under cars, even hiding beneath them to launch surprise attacks on passers-by, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Suddenly, another nimble figure darted out, accompanied by a foul stench. Su-yun stepped back, narrowly avoiding the attack of a small zombie. She thrust her fruit knife into the creature's abdomen, piercing it through, pinning the zombie to the ground. The small zombie clutched the blade desperately, attempting to free itself. Each time its pale, bloodless hands grasped the knife's edge, they were sliced open, yet it seemed oblivious to the pain, its frantic struggles resulting in a torrent of black blood seeping out. The dark liquid slowly soaked into the ground. She could not linger here, or she might truly meet her end. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-yun reached into her backpack for a sharpened cleaver and swung it towards the small zombie's neck. Chapter 10. Scavenging at the Food Street. Once the head was severed from the body, the small zombie ceased its struggle. A gust of wind rushed by her, and Su-yun sidestepped just in time. Illuminated by the glow of a street sign, she noticed more small zombies crawling out from beneath cars and in the corners, all clad in kindergarten uniforms. Their faces devoid of color, with dried blood smeared on their lips and chests. They grinned at Su-yun, their mouths wide open in eerie laughter, sending chills down her spine. With no hesitation, she struck at the attacking small zombie's neck with her cleaver. The blade met bone, failing to sever its neck completely. Yet the creature still attempted to lunge at her with its head wobbling precariously. Without a moment's thought, Su-yun sprinted towards a nearby vehicle, leaping onto its roof. The zombies trapped between cars reached out in an attempt to grab her, but she skillfully vaulted across the rooftops of the vehicles, escaping the intersection unscathed. All around her were zombies, and she felt a wave of relief that this was not a major city. Otherwise, turning a corner could lead to a horde of the undead. Though her abilities had awakened since her rebirth, her physical condition had not yet caught up. Since leaving home, she had dispatched at least 20 zombies, yet her heart raced as if it might burst from her chest, exacerbated by the bursts of rapid running. Her body was beginning to falter, and leaning against a warm wall in the darkness, she could hear the pounding of her own heartbeat. Pulling out a bottle of water from her backpack, she took several gulps, her back drenched in sweat, a patch forming on her chest. After a brief respite, she pressed on towards the food street, even as her body protested against the intense exertion. She understood that only by repeatedly pushing her limits could she truly grow. With her abilities, her sore muscles would eventually heal themselves. Arriving at the food street around 10 o'clock, she had set out from home around 8 and had spent quite some time navigating through the alley where the trash bins were located. Over the past couple of days, The food street had seen a steady stream of visitors, and many zombies had been dealt with collaboratively by the survivors. As Su-Yun stepped into the food street, she noticed several groups of people scavenging together. They moved quietly between the shops and stalls, their backpacks bulging with their finds. There was an unspoken understanding among them to keep their voices low. Even their communications were conducted via text messages on their phones. It was only the 7th day since the outbreak, and the number of scavengers at the food street was still relatively small. In her previous life, she had been too preoccupied with familiarizing herself with her newfound powers at this time, and by the time she reached the food street, little remained to be salvaged. Su-Yun's heart raced with excitement. Even though the authorities were actively gathering supplies across the city, the prospect of scavenging amidst the chaos offered her a chance for survival. Occasionally, beams of flashlight swept over her, but upon noticing the dark stains of blood on her clothing, the onlookers quickly diverted their gaze. The pandemonium was merely in its infancy, and the officials had urged the public online to await rescue, reassuring them that even in dire situations, it had not yet escalated to the point of murder for resources. As she entered a cake shop she had frequented, memories of the pulled bread she had savored earlier that day flooded her mind. Since commencing her job, she had often relied on this establishment for her breakfast needs. Once a pristine and tidy bakery, it now lay in utter disarray, the floor marred with chaotic footprints and several glass display cases shattered. In the corner, 3 corpses of zombies, their faces eerily familiar, were recognizable as former staff members of the shop. Behind the cashier's counter lay the baking room, where, despite the pervasive stench of blood and decay from outside, a sweet aroma still lingered. A small storage area in the baking room was stocked with bags of flour, though many had evidently been pilfered, as evidenced by the flour traces on the floor. Su-Yun surveyed the small storeroom and noted the absence of surveillance cameras, with only 2 cameras situated within the baking area. Taking care not to overindulge, she stealthily pocketed 5 bags of flour into her dimensional space. In addition to the flour, she noticed 2 rows of shelves against the wall, one of which was laden with eggs, many of which had also been taken. Su-Yun similarly collected 5 cartons of eggs and, as she turned to inspect another shelf, she was startled by the arrival of a group of 5 individuals. Upon entering, they paused momentarily at the sight of her, exchanging only brief nods, as they were strangers to one another. "Brother, let us just take 1 bag today and then grab some more," one of them suggested, their voices low as they began to converse amongst themselves, seemingly familiar with the routine. The weight of a single bag of flour was considerable, and with zombies to evade, carrying such a burden would complicate their escape. They collectively decided to take only 1 bag of flour, assigning 2 of their group to alternate carrying it. Su-Yun grabbed a plastic bag from the counter, filled it with some flour, secured it, and tucked it into her backpack. She also stowed a carton of eggs, swiftly transferring it into her dimensional space, while the others observed her actions with no sign of surprise. Successfully transporting a bag of flour home would prove challenging, hence, most patrons opted to take smaller portions in plastic bags during their visits. After finishing her collection, she approached the other row of shelves, which boasted a more abundant selection. There were bottles of milk, various shapes of chocolates, and whipped cream. However, most of the milk had already been taken, leaving only 2 bottles of whipped cream toppled on the shelves. Decorative chocolates lay scattered on the floor, tainted with mud and blood. The back of the shelf held an array of decorative nuts, although most of the stock had been depleted, leaving only remnants behind. Noticing the group still preoccupied with their distribution, Su-Yun seized the opportunity to unzip her backpack and stuffed 10 bottles of milk inside. Though only 2 found their way into her backpack while the rest were secured in her dimensional space. She also collected some decorative chocolates, but before long, 2 more individuals entered the storeroom. They, too, filled plastic bags with flour and then approached Su-Yun in search of milk. Realizing the number of people was increasing, she swiftly zipped up her backpack and exited the storeroom. Gazing at the steamed cake machine and the neatly arranged molds in the baking room ignited her desire. Yet, she understood that the moment was not right. 2 surveillance cameras remained vigilant in that space. Meanwhile, behind the monitors, not only were the authorities observing, but the shop owner herself was watching. Witnessing Su-Yun and others absconding with numerous items made her heart ache, but with zombies lurking outside her villa community, she dared not venture out and could only watch helplessly through the screens. After departing from the cake shop, Su-Yun made her way to the neighboring noodle shop, a staple establishment she had known since childhood. This shop had survived multiple renovations on the street. The culinary delights within were all centered around noodles, and upon entering, she was greeted by eye-catching signage on the walls: lobster noodles, chicken shredded noodles, hearty meat noodles, and mixed stew noodles, all dishes she had enjoyed. The seating inside was askew, and blood handprints marred the walls. A zombie lay near the beverage cabinet, its head brutally smashed in, still donning an apron. Upon noticing the gold bracelet adorning its wrist, Soo-yoon halted momentarily. She recognized that bracelet well. It belonged to the kind aunt who always slipped extra meat into her orders. Quickly, in just a couple of days, the foot traffic on this street will surge. We must gather as much as we can today. She overheard 3 boys of her age discussing. Their backpacks appeared ordinary, not spacious enough for extensive supplies, and they were equipped with minimal protective gear, clearly seasoned in scavenging. The trio bypassed Soo-yoon and entered the noodle shop's kitchen without a second glance. Following closely behind, Soo-yoon stepped into the kitchen, where 2 machines for mixing flour greeted her. This noodle shop primarily operated on a made-to-order basis. At the back of the kitchen lay a room, cluttered with cleaning tools. For freezers and 2 shelves, one shelf neatly arranged with stainless steel basins, while the other held handmade noodles wrapped in newspaper, quickly sold to loyal customers. The 3 boys darted towards the noodle shelf, hastily stuffing packaged noodles into their backpacks. Soo-yoon cast a glance at them before moving towards the wall where the freezer stood. Most items within had been cleared out, leaving only a handful of frozen lobster tails and 4 bags of a secret chili sauce, along with a lump of frozen marinated meat in another freezer. Without hesitation, she opened the freezer and filled her bags with all the lobster tails, ensuring not to overlook the chili sauce, and took the remaining lump of marinated meat as well. Her eyes scanned the shelf lined with stainless steel basins, filled with prized contents, pig lard remnants, and pristine white lard. Another basin held prepped large bones, but they had spoiled over the past few days. Several basins of lard had been depleted, yet 2 remained intact. Soo-yoon meticulously surveyed the shop. A surveillance camera was positioned at the counter, another in the kitchen, one at the shop entrance, and this storage room also had a camera. However, the monitors had been damaged recently. Considering the presence of the 3 boys, she refrained from taking immediate action. Fortunately, after securing their noodles, they sought additional supplies and soon departed. Once they were gone, Soo-yoon swiftly collected the 2 intact basins of lard and 2 basins of pig lard remnants. With the shelf of noodles now diminished to less than half its original stock, she opted not to be greedy, stowing 10 bundles of noodles into her space. More people would soon venture out in search of supplies, and the authorities would likely take action shortly. As she exited, she cast one last glance at the dough mixing machines. Adjacent to the noodle shop lies a candied fruit stall, where an array of fruits is transformed into sugary delights. However, those seeking provisions seldom patronize this establishment, notorious for its unsavory reputation on the food street. It is frequently reported that customers are sold candied fruits made from overripe produce. Soo-yoon had previously succumbed to the temptation of their offerings, only to suffer a night of distressing stomach ailments. As she stepped into the candied fruit shop, an overwhelming stench of decaying fruit assaulted her senses. A cursory glance revealed that the good fruits had all been picked clean, leaving only the spoiled remains. Yet, beneath the cupboard lay a treasure trove of sugar, white, brown, and yellow. Chapter 12. The Cusp of Transformation. A spark of excitement ignited within Soo-yoon. With everyone preoccupied in their quest for edible sustenance, such as sugar and spices, few were likely to take more than necessary. A portion of the sugar had already been claimed, yet a substantial amount remained. The fruits used in the shop were seldom of high quality. Thus no surveillance cameras had been installed, compounded by the fact that the shop had not been operational for long. Soo-yoon seized half of the sugar, casting a glance at the rapidly deteriorating fruits before making her way to the largest fruit store on the street. Currently, the authorities were scouring for supplies, and viable seeds were scarce, particularly those of fruit-bearing plants. In the wake of natural disasters, extreme weather had rendered seeds difficult to cultivate, leading officials to prioritize grain production, leaving fruit cultivation neglected. Moreover, finding uncontaminated soil suitable for nurturing a fruit tree posed a formidable challenge. This fruit store boasted over 100 square meters, and in the sweltering heat, their air conditioning hummed continuously. Upon entering, Soo-yoon found herself amidst a throng of over a dozen individuals, each bearing the fruits of their scavenging efforts. People munched on fruits while occasionally stashing a few into their backpacks. They clustered with their respective groups, merely casting curious glances at Soo-yoon's arrival. The shop had become a tacit temporary refuge, its glass walls allowing for immediate awareness of any potential threats. Scanning the fruits within the store, Suyun acknowledged its reputation as the largest in the vicinity, offering a diverse selection, including imported varieties. She carefully selected several of each fruit, particularly favoring those she intended to cultivate in her spatial land. By merely selecting a few of each type, she filled 2 bags to the brim, garnering bewildered stares from the air-conditioned patrons who deemed her actions foolish. As she opened her backpack to stow away 1 bag of fruits, she realized she could force in another. The air conditioning offered a reprieve from the heat, and seated on the floor, she diligently packed the fruits into her bag, discreetly utilizing her spatial abilities as she did so. Filled with joy at the provisions she was gathering, Suyun felt a sense of satisfaction in her prudent accumulation, unready in her endeavors. Taking a moment to rest, she navigated the fruit store with her bulging backpack, memories of her past life vividly resurfacing. Having once ventured to this same food street in her previous life, she had visited this fruit shop, only to find it in disarray, the remaining fruits all spoiled and fiercely contested by others. Now, not only had she secured ample fruit for seed cultivation, but she also savored the luxury of indulging in them without cost, leaving her completely content. As she relished a cluster of grapes, 2 individuals burst into the shop, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. The arrival of these 2 prompted several others to hastily depart, leaving only 8 or 9 patrons behind. Suyun observed the newcomers, chewing on the grape skins. A woman supported a trembling man, whose head hung low as his body quaked intermittently, resembling a patient afflicted with Parkinson's disease. The woman's disheveled hair clung to her sweat-drenched face, and upon entering, she assisted the man in seating himself on the steps. She swiftly removed her coat to begin collecting fruits, while the man's tremors intensified. The onlookers were taken aback by the man's condition, with one unable to restrain their curiosity, inquiring about his plight. Suyun, however, was already rising to shoulder her backpack, preparing to flee. Her past experiences had taught her that the man was likely infected, on the brink of turning into a zombie. A couple of others also recognized the man's alarming state and began to gather their belongings to exit. As Suyun left, 2 more individuals followed suit, leaving the store with only 7 remaining patrons. The woman, unresponsive to the inquiries directed at her, continued to devour the fruits, her hunger overwhelming her fear. She had not eaten for 4 days, lacking both water and food. Typically reliant on takeout, her refrigerator had been emptied in the wake of the zombie outbreak. Now famished, she was determined to gather as much food as possible, accompanied by her roommate, the man who had valiantly protected her during their scavenging journey, now bitten by a zombie. Seated on the steps, the man's tremors grew increasingly violent. His body lay sprawled, his skin pallid and devoid of color, with veins visibly bulging and eyes bulging grotesquely, as convulsions seized his limbs. The fruit stands beside him toppled as he kicked them, fruit rolling across the floor. The remaining patrons, now fully aware of the man's dire situation, grasped the gravity of the circumstance. "Damn it, you're going to get us killed," he cursed. Yet he swiftly gathered his backpack and bolted from the fruit shop. The remaining patrons, realizing the danger, followed suit in a frantic escape. The woman, with her coat stuffed with fruit, bit into one while clutching 2 others as tears glistened in her eyes, fleeing from her transformed roommate, desperately murmuring, "Don't blame me. You chose to protect me." In mere seconds, the shop was deserted, save for the man still writhing on the floor. Though the zombie virus had yet to fully claim him, a flicker of rationality lingered in his mind as he observed the woman's departure, his eyes filled with resentment. His right arm bore the mark of a zombie bite, the wound seeping black in blood, no longer the vibrant red of health. Rising from the ground, he pursued the direction from which the woman had fled, yet as he exited the fruit shop, all semblance of reason faded away. The scent of fresh blood and flesh obliterated the last vestiges of his humanity. After departing the fruit store, Suyun set her sights on the largest supermarket on the street, making her way there with determination. As she approached the supermarket, a mere 100 meters away, she noticed several individuals lurking in the shadows, none daring to enter. Suyun observed the scene before her, hesitating to step inside. The zombie outbreak had occurred around 4 in the afternoon, coinciding with the supermarket's replenishment of fresh vegetables. At this hour, the store was typically crowded with local shoppers, including numerous elderly individuals and students. Even from a distance, Suyun could hear the chilling howls of the undead emanating from within, indicating the sheer number of mutated zombies inside. The entrance's rolling shutter had been violently breached from within, bearing deep indentations from repeated impacts. The onlookers, sharing Su Yun's apprehensions, longed to venture inside for supplies, yet the uncertain situation deterred anyone from being the first to investigate. One by one, people began to disperse, leaving Su Yun somewhat reluctant, yet as she strained to listen to the commotion inside, she estimated that there were at least 100 mutated zombies present. In her previous life, when she had visited this supermarket, the zombies had already been cleared out by the authorities, but the shelves had been stripped bare of useful supplies, leaving only trivial items like pots and pans, along with some electrical appliances. Desiring to find something of value, Su Yun acknowledged that haste was not an option. She needed a clever plan. The individuals standing outside the supermarket, evidently sharing her thoughts, began to form alliances, seeking to devise a strategy together. Within half an hour, they had gathered over 20 people, led by a man in his 30s. In a short span, he had rallied the nearby capable individuals, completely disregarding those like Su Yun, who appeared frail and delicate. A few of them were discussing plans not far from Su Yun, and, during their deliberations, some expressed interest in joining their ranks. Su Yun, contemplating her own approach, decided to wait, hoping that if chaos ensued, she might seize an opportunity. After another 10 minutes, it seemed they had formulated a strategy. And soon they began to mobilize. Su Yun concealed herself in the shadows, trailing them at a cautious distance, as many others did the same. As she recognized their familiar trajectory, it became clear they were headed straight for the supermarket's rear entrance. Their familiarity with this route indicated they, like her, were residents of the area. The back entrance served as a staff passage known only to employees and longtime locals. It descended via a staircase into an underground supermarket. The rolling shutter was half closed, propped up by a table, while the other side had collapsed, leaving only a narrow opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. As they shone their flashlights towards the entrance, the solitary passage was stained with blood. Remnants of torn fabric and flesh hanging from the fallen metal sheets of the shutter, evidence of the horrific events that had transpired. The group hesitated, deterred by the gruesome sight, while the leader crouched down to peer through the opening with his flashlight. The zombies had wandered deeper into the supermarket, suggesting that entering through this passage might be temporarily safe. Let us proceed as discussed. I'll go in first to retrieve the key for the shutter. Then we can work together to lure the zombies out, he proposed, dispelling Su Yun's initial assumption that he possessed special abilities. It became evident he was an employee of the supermarket, explaining his ability to rally the group, as he was well acquainted with the layout. Once inside, he would guide everyone to gather supplies. The man cautiously entered through the opening, heading straight for the security booth on the right. The booth's glass was smeared with blood, yet it was empty at that moment. As he climbed through the window, he opened a drawer to retrieve the key for the shutter. Upon pressing the switch, the previously sagging shutter began to rise slowly, the sound sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The man emerged, key in hand, exclaiming, "Hurry, they're coming." His frantic expression instilled fear as the distant growls grew closer, causing the group to tremble. Those who had intended to scavenge, like Su Yun, scattered in panic. The 6 who had joined him in organizing the team also fled without looking back. By now, only a handful remained with Su Yun. Yet they were on the brink of entering the supermarket, all eager to take a chance. "Stick to the plan," the man urged, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. Su Yun couldn't help but admire his courage. The remaining individuals, prompted by his command, pulled out their phones. Chapter 14. The supermarket's emergency generator. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sound, thus, their earlier strategy was to use noise to draw them away from the supermarket. While this plan had merit, it was perilously risky. A loud clang resonated as the shutter fully ascended, the back door of the supermarket flung open, yet none dared to step inside. A horde of around 100 zombies surged forth. Faced with the advancing throng, anxiety gripped the group, but recalling their plan, they activated their phones to play music, attempting to lure the zombies away. As the zombies poured out of the back entrance, Su Yun swiftly climbed onto the air conditioning unit on the second floor. The unit still functioned, blowing warm air and causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead, yet she remained motionless. More zombies were emerging from the back. Descending now could spell her doom. One individual attempted to mimic Su Yun by climbing onto the air conditioning unit, but lacked her agility, unable to reach it. Staring at the encroaching horde below, He closed his eyes, clinging desperately to the pipe, terrified of losing his grip and falling. Soon, distress screams echoed from afar. And Suyun turned towards the source of the wails. It was the very individuals who had drawn the zombies away. Under the glow of the shop signs, she witnessed dozens of zombies congregated, feasting ravenously, the scent of blood thick in the air. Moments later, another series of cries erupted. Those who had attempted to divert the zombies were meeting their grim fates. Now was the moment. A voice pierced the darkness, followed by several shadowy figures rapidly entering through the supermarket's back door. Without hesitation, Suyun descended from the air conditioning unit and followed closely behind them into the supermarket. The rear entrance was saturated with the stench of blood, a testament to the many lives lost. As she stepped over the threshold, her shoes became stained, leaving a trail of crimson footprints. Ahead lay the security door leading into the supermarket, and as she illuminated the walls with her flashlight, she noticed photographs of the supermarket staff affixed to either side. One face in particular stood out. The man in the third position from the end looked remarkably familiar. Suyun leaned closer and realized it was none other than the man who had organized the group outside just moments ago. Shin Shatian, she murmured, recalling his name as she stepped through the security door. Entering through the staff passage, she found herself in a pitch-black warehouse, the floor marred by disheveled blood trails. Although most of the zombies had been drawn away, the underground supermarket spanned 2 levels, indicating that more undead could still be lurking within. Suyun wiped the blood from the soles of her shoes on the blanket, having inadvertently stepped in it at the entrance. Each step she took now echoed with a distinct creaking sound. The warehouse was rather modest in size, with numerous unsealed boxes piled against the walls, the air thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde. In addition, there were several unopened boxes neatly stacked in the corner, alongside 2 floor cleaning machines. Holding a knife in her hand, Suyun sliced open one of the boxes, revealing an unexpected treasure, an array of electrical appliances. The box she had just opened contained a brand new electric fan, still encased in protective film. Given that this was the peak of summer in Province G, these fans had been brought in for sale from elsewhere. While everyone else was preoccupied with scavenging for food, no one would dare to claim such appliances. Especially with the relentless threat of zombies lurking outside, one needed to ensure their own survival before toting home electrical goods. Beyond the appliances, another shelf was adorned with cooling mats and blankets, the latter of which had previously been available for sale in the supermarket. With the onset of warmer weather, these blankets had been taken off the shelves without any further action. Suyun recalled her last visit to the supermarket when this warehouse had been eerily empty. To her dismay, even these supplies had been stripped away by the authorities. Facing the impending harsh winter, she resolved to secure at least 10 to 20 blankets for her own stockpile. Although she did not turn to look back, Suyun was acutely aware that the surveillance camera behind her was undoubtedly monitoring her every move. In addition to the blankets, another shelf displayed vacuum-sealed down jackets, all neatly packaged and seemingly ready for transport, though the zombie outbreak had delayed their departure. Was this a stroke of luck for her? With her home currently filled with summer attire and very few winter garments, she felt an urge to procure these jackets. Casting a furtive glance at the ever-watchful camera, Suyun contemplated a plan to discreetly transport these items. She did not require much, just enough to ensure her comfort and sustenance. She intended to take only half, not the entirety of the goods. As she circled around the shelves, she finally halted beside a dark green metal box, her gaze fixated upon it. If she was not mistaken, the contents of this box were a diesel generator, marked with a capacity of 3,000 kW. This was the supermarket's emergency generator. Alongside it lay a gasoline generator, which, while not as powerful, could easily operate 3 air conditioners simultaneously and produced minimal noise, a perfect fit for household use. Suyun felt a surge of excitement. She had initially sought only a few battery packs, but had stumbled upon this remarkable find. Suppressing her exhilaration, Suyun exited the warehouse, fearing that lingering any longer would tempt her to hoard the items into her own space. Inside the supermarket, which had still been operational during the outbreak, the air was now tainted with a foul, metallic breeze. The once orderly shelves were now toppled and disheveled, a chaotic scene of spilled blood marking the floor. Hundreds of zombies had been trapped within the supermarket, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood as they roamed. The stench was thick and repulsive. All the shelves lay in disarray, their contents scattered everywhere. She now found herself in the personal care section. The debris strewn about included toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoos, body washes, and laundry detergents. Su-Yun's heart raced. During her previous life in the apocalypse, she had been desperate for such items, which would be exorbitantly priced even in a secure base in the years to come. Turning to glance at the camera, she was taken aback to find it had been vandalized. Cautiously, she approached the camera's position, scrutinizing the signs of damage. She discerned residual energy on the camera, indicating it had been deliberately destroyed, an act carried out by an ability user. Kneeling, she touched the fragments on the ground, the chill of the shards sending a shiver through her. Even now, ice crystals were melting upon the remnants. The perpetrator possessed ice-based powers. After inspecting several more locations, Su-Yun realized that not only had the cameras on the first floor been disabled, but those on the second floor had also been neglected. Regardless of the motives behind these actions, it had inadvertently worked to her advantage. Surveying the scattered supplies, Su-Yun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Fate had granted her a second chance, and she was determined to survive until the end of the apocalypse. Returning to the personal care section, she gathered half of the toiletries, knowing that a single tube of toothpaste could last her 2 to 3 months, while the items she had collected would suffice for over a decade. A bottle of shampoo would last half a year, and the one she had just secured would ensure she had no worries for the next 20 years. Although laundry detergents might deplete quickly, she could still scavenge from other locations to stockpile enough for a lifetime. Each area she passed, she paused to collect supplies, never taking everything, always half. The stock of grains, oils, and other essentials was particularly abundant in this supermarket. Though numerous bottles of soy sauce and vinegar had shattered upon impact, there remained many sealed packages, and Su-Yun managed to gather a considerable amount. Many bottles of cooking oil had also fallen, but were fortunately made of plastic and remained intact. She also collected a substantial selection of snacks. After amassing a significant quantity of supplies, she made her way towards the basement level. The second underground level was a stark contrast to the one above. It housed numerous stalls rented by vendors from other regions, specializing in instant noodles and other quick meals. On occasions when she wished to steal a few extra minutes of sleep, she would grab her breakfast here, consuming it on her way to work. Upon entering the second level, Su-Yun was met with a cacophony of voices. Although the individuals were attempting to keep their volume down, her heightened senses, a result of her awakened abilities, allowed her to hear them clearly, even if she wished to ignore their discourse. Are you really just going to leave? My brother sacrificed his life to ensure our safe entry. All we ask is for you to provide a little support for his family. The voices were embroiled in a heated argument. Did I not mention at the outset how perilous it is to lure zombies? You must be swift, if anything goes awry. We bear no responsibility. Listening intently, Su-Yun recognized the voices. They belonged to the group that had entered with Xin Xiaotian earlier. But you never disclosed that you possessed abilities. If you had informed us sooner, my brother would not have had to risk his life. A young man, roughly her age, shouted at Xin Xiaotian, his eyes brimming with resentment. The individuals in their group seemed to rally around Xin Xiaotian. Indeed, my brother and I possess abilities. But how many lives can we protect? Have you not seen the sheer numbers of zombies? Why else would I seek your collaboration? Xin Xiaotian retorted, having recently awakened his powers to freeze water into ice. He had even drawn the attention of the authorities the first time he used his abilities outside. Since then, he had harbored suspicions that all city surveillance was under official scrutiny. He had another brother who had also awakened abilities, albeit with a non-combatant space power. The two had deliberated for 2 days before deciding to procure supplies from the supermarket where they worked. With the authorities watching closely, he had taken the initiative to disable all the cameras before bringing his brother with space abilities inside to gather resources. After acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he was drawn into a nearby community of supernatural beings where discussions had arisen regarding the necessity to avoid official channels and to seize as many supplies as possible. He believed that such sentiments were not expressed without reason. Chapter 16. The Pharmacy's Special Medicines. I don't care, my brother died for you all. If you possess any humanity, join me in gathering supplies for his family. They are still at home with 2 elderly individuals and younger siblings. His venture was solely to procure food. The young man firmly grasped Xin Xiaotian's hand, unwilling to let him depart. I witnessed it. He merely raised his hand, and dozens of bags of rice vanished. His ability must be of a spatial nature. Have him divide what he took with my brother's family, and I shall let this matter rest. He gestured toward the individual standing beside Shin Xiaotian, clearly reluctant to offend them both, hence only requesting half of the supplies. After observing for a moment, Su Yun hastily departed. She had not forgotten her purpose for the day. It seemed that the surveillance cameras had all been dismantled by Shin Xiaotian, which was fortuitous. She resolved to disable the cameras at the warehouse as well and to take the generator with her. With all the cameras in this vicinity destroyed, it was likely that the authorities had already taken notice. Soon, they would organize personnel to come to the supermarket to collect supplies, and it was imperative to gather what she needed before their arrival. Su Yun was unaware of how they had agreed to proceed, but they went to the warehouse to disable the cameras and retrieve down jackets and blankets. They also took the generator, and upon returning to the rice-selling area, Shin Xiaotian and his companions had already vanished. Many instant foods and pastries on the second floor had been taken, as well as the seasonings, likely pilfered by the spatial ability wielder accompanying Shin Xiaotian. However, his spatial capacity appeared limited, as they had taken less than half of the rice. Plenty remained, including flour and wheat. Su Yun took half of each and quickly exited the supermarket. As she left through the emergency exit, she encountered a group she had previously crossed paths with in the food street. After the zombies in the supermarket had been lured away, they entered to scavenge. After leaving the supermarket, Su Yun did not rush home. Glancing at her watch, it was around 12:30 a.m. She found a secure place to hide and rest, taking out a bottle of water from her backpack to quench her thirst. She felt somewhat hungry, but had not secured any instant food, leaving only snacks in her space. After consuming a few bags of high-calorie chips, chocolates, and some bread with milk, her stomach felt better. Once refreshed, Su Yun took out the supply list she had compiled. Although the materials she had gathered today were far from sufficient, it was a promising start. She pulled out her phone to search for nearby pharmacies, and upon entering the word pharmacy, a multitude of red dots appeared on the map. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. She had forgotten how prevalent ready-to-eat meals and pre-packaged dishes had become. It could be said that a pharmacy was located every 50 meters in the city. Following the marked route on the map, she soon spotted a pharmacy with a prominent sign from a distance. Turning off her phone, Su Yun stood before the locked glass doors of the pharmacy, where 3 zombies dressed in nurse uniforms were visible inside. After surveying the area, she scavenged 2 bricks from beside a trash bin. Channeling her strength, she hurled one of the bricks forcefully against the glass door. With a series of cracking sounds, numerous fractures appeared on the glass, and the 3 zombies within began to pound against the door in response to the noise. With a shattering crash, the glass door broke apart, but what awaited them was Su Yun wielding a fruit knife. She swung the brick at the approaching zombie's head with tremendous force, causing its skull to cave in, brains splattering everywhere, while the brick shattered into several pieces. The zombie, struck by her blow, staggered and collapsed towards her. But Su Yun reacted swiftly, kicking its body towards the other 2 zombies. Feeling a twinge in her calf, she realized she needed to strengthen her body upon returning home. With her makeshift fruit knife in hand, she followed up with a decisive thrust into one zombie's mouth, driving the blade straight into its brain with precision. Without losing momentum, she turned her attention to another zombie, but this time, due to a slight miscalculation, she struck its skull instead. The fruit knife's tip bent immediately, rendering it useless. Drawing upon her extensive combat experience, she retrieved a kitchen knife she had prepared earlier, gripping the stick bound to her fruit knife firmly. With a powerful thrust, she pushed the zombie back, then swung the kitchen knife towards its neck, black blood spraying and drenching her in the process. The foul odor assaulted her nostrils. She needed to wash off quickly, or she would carry that stench with her. After dispatching the zombies in the pharmacy, Su Yun opened the compartment of her backpack and began to fill it with various medications, common remedies for colds, fevers, and heat stroke, as well as specialized medicines for heart, liver, spleen, and skin diseases. She continued until the compartment was brimming. In reality, most of the medications were stored in her spatial area, making it appear as though she was merely stuffing her backpack. With the medicine secured, she set off towards home. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and tonight's venture had proven fruitful. After a good rest, she would venture out again the following night. Chapter 17. A much-needed rest at home. On her way back, rather than retracing her steps, Su Yun took the street she frequently traversed to work. The streets were teeming with wandering zombies. Numerous taxis lay haphazardly on the road, wrecked and leaking gasoline and diesel, which felt like a waste. Now that she possessed a gasoline generator, it was prudent to stockpile some fuel. Soo-yoon surveyed the vehicles on the street. Let us leave it at that for tonight, she thought. After all, these items would remain untouched for the time being. A few zombies caught wind of her scent and began to pursue her, but Soo-yoon did not linger. She sprinted towards home, pausing only when her stamina waned. Glancing at the dark intersection ahead, she avoided the bar street and veered into an adjacent alley, heading towards the garbage-strewn passage. She had no idea how many zombies she had outpaced. In the garbage alley, a corpse that had been previously devoured had fully transformed, blocking her path with several trash bins. She leaped onto a bin and, with brutal precision, severed its head with a swift stroke of her knife, though it left several gashes on the blade, indicating that it, too, was now damaged. She casually discarded the kitchen knife into the trash. With a heavily laden backpack weighing her down, Soo-yoon found it somewhat arduous to vault over the wall. The zombies wandering the garden complex were mostly property staff and security. Once the residents became infected and turned into zombies, most were trapped in their homes or only roamed the hallways. Fortunately, the garden complex was an older establishment with fewer inhabitants. Arriving at the entrance of her building, Soo-yoon noted the elevator's position. It was likely that a few zombies were trapped inside. Gripping her kitchen knife, she swiftly ascended the stairs, hearing zombies pursuing her from behind. With a decisive slash, she struck at one, following up with a forceful kick. The zombie tumbled down the stairs, colliding with those who were trailing behind, causing them to roll down as well. Breathless, she reached the 8th floor, though her backpack had sustained several rips along the way. The zombies on the 8th floor seemed to have vanished. Soo-yoon cautiously opened her apartment door. To ensure a peaceful night's sleep, she casually placed her backpack on the sofa. Upon entering the kitchen, she withdrew the refrigerator into her spatial realm, subsequently using it to barricade the front door. The door of her home, alas, was not constructed from robust materials and could not withstand the relentless assaults of the undead. Once everything was arranged, Soo-yoon removed her tank top and discarded her hat and mask, drawing forth 2 buckets of water from the spatial well to cleanse herself. She continued to wash until the putrid stench of decay that clung to her body was somewhat diminished. Having engaged in close combat with zombies, she was smeared with their viscous black blood. It seemed an insurmountable task to completely eradicate the foul odor. It could only be suppressed to some extent. After her shower, Soo-yoon felt the urge to use the restroom. Lifting the toilet seat, she was met with water of a murky gray hue, laden with sediment. This was undoubtedly contaminated water, though it sufficed for flushing the toilet. The air conditioning in the living room was operational, and she wrapped herself in a thin blanket before settling onto the sofa. Her bedroom lacked air conditioning, and the sofa was delightfully soft, making it an ideal resting place. As she lay there, Soo-yoon's consciousness slipped into her spatial realm, where she meticulously categorized and organized the supplies she had gathered that evening before succumbing to a deep slumber. Under the blazing sun, with temperatures soaring to around 42 degrees Celsius, Soo-yoon awoke the following morning, contemplating her impending tasks, realizing that she would be quite occupied during this period. She retrieved the chili sauce she had collected the previous night from her spatial realm, allowing it to thaw gradually while she filled a bucket with water for later use. The household's gas supply remained functional for the next couple of days, and prior to the power outage, the induction cooker was still operational. Soo-yoon boiled a pot of water over the natural stove, adding noodles once it reached a rolling boil, while simultaneously heating a pan on the induction cooker to saute the lobster tails, following a video tutorial step by step. Although the taste was markedly inferior to that of a restaurant, for Soo-yoon, it was a delightful feast. The quantity of lobster tails was modest, yielding just enough for an average bowl, and she prepared 17 bowls of lobster noodles, ensuring all seasonings were present, leaving only 1 bowl on the table. The remainder she stored in her spatial realm, anticipating frequent outings in the near future, thus necessitating a stockpile of provisions. Should hunger strike while she was out, she could simply retrieve a meal from her spatial realm rather than resorting to last night's unsatisfactory chips and bread. The food she prepared was abundant in ingredients. A single bowl of lobster noodles was sufficient to satiate her hunger. A glance at the dishwasher beneath the cupboard revealed that Lu Xiaomei had likely used it in recent days, as it was filled with black sediment. Clearly, she had washed the dishes in contaminated water. The bowls remained unremoved, and Soo-yoon hesitated to eat from them. Instead, she produced a small dishwasher from her spatial realm, placing a bucket of clean water from her space at the sink's connection. This compact dishwasher had been among the items she salvaged from the supermarket warehouse the previous night. She placed the dirty kitchenware inside and began kneading dough. In the oppressive heat, the dough proved to rise rapidly in her room. She took out 2 steamers, placing the prepared dough into them. After steaming batch after batch, she stored them in her spatial realm, remaining industrious in the kitchen without pause. Memories of the appliances in the food street flooded her mind, including those for kneading dough and steaming. Chapter 18. Do not harbor expectations for them. Just wait. Those items will eventually belong to her. Finally, the last batch of steamed buns was ready. After steaming several batches, Soo-yoon lost count. But her spatial realm was now filled to the brim. This supply would last her for 2 months. She held little aspiration for gourmet cuisine. As long as she could fill her belly, she felt content. Regrettably, there was no meat. Had there been, she could have steamed some meat buns earlier. The air conditioning from the living room did not reach the kitchen, and a solitary fan blew warm air towards her. Exiting the kitchen, her clothes were drenched in sweat. Turning off the fan, she rinsed herself with well water, feeling a slight relief from the heat. After resting on the sofa, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting flickering shadows across the room. Reaching for the air conditioning remote, she lowered the temperature once more. The heat was oppressive, and outside the air conditioning's embrace, the furniture felt hot to the touch. Yet, this level of warmth was bearable for her. She had endured extreme heat in her past life. Far worse than this trivial 30 to 40 degrees. As she reclined on the sofa, Soo-yoon raised her right hand to examine her palms and the back of her hands. In her previous life, in her struggle for sustenance, her skin had suffered greatly. The intense sun exposure had left her skin sunburned and damaged. Long-term accumulation of oil on her scalp had clogged her follicles, and after enduring the harsh sun, a patch on the back of her head had resulted in permanent hair loss. Her once thick hair had dwindled to sparse strands. The mere thought of these memories made her restless. She rose, donning her sun-protective clothing and gloves, and placed a sun hat upon her head, preparing to venture outside. Just then, her phone, which was charging on the other end of the sofa, emitted a rare ring. She ignored it, kneeling to tie her shoelaces. But the phone rang for a while before silencing. Moments later, it rang again. Soo-yoon unplugged the charger and glanced at the caller ID. It was her father. Standing by the window, observing the zombies wandering in the community, she pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello, is this Shawn? Where's your mother? I called her yesterday, and she didn't answer. I called again this morning and still no response. What is your mother doing? Soo Jianlin's voice was laced with anger. And Soo-yoon recalled the scene of her rebirth from yesterday. Her reaction had been instantaneous. The sight of Lu Xiaomei's face had ignited a deep-seated hatred within her, leading her to hastily take that life. In retrospect, it seemed too merciful. She should have cast her into a horde of zombies to be devoured alive. Hello, Shawn. Can you hear me? Where's your mother? Have her answer the phone. Soo Jianlin's tone grew increasingly impatient. It appeared that the past few days had been quite torturous for him. She was bitten by a zombie, Soo-yoon said, activating her phone's camera to capture the wandering zombie below. She sent the image to Soo Jianlin, ensuring he could clearly see the subject. Adjusting the focus, though somewhat blurry, the face was unmistakably Lu Xiaomei's. Initially skeptical, Soo Jianlin's disbelief crumbled as he beheld the photograph Soo-yoon sent him, and he slumped to the ground, overwhelmed. The sight of Lu Xiaomei's plight was a dagger to his heart. She had been his cherished moonlight. After divorcing Soo-yoon's mother, he had married Lu Xiaomei, and now, witnessing her in such a state was unbearable. He repeatedly questioned Soo-yoon about what had transpired at home, expressing disbelief that everything had seemed fine just yesterday. Yesterday morning, he had spoken with Lu Xiaomei, who had cautioned him to be careful. How had everything changed so drastically in such a short time? Dad, when are you coming back? There's nothing to eat at home, and I'm very hungry, Soo-yoon ventured tentatively. Soo Jianlin paused on the other end of the line, taken aback that Soo-yoon, who had never made demands of him, would express such a need. Mumbling about the lack of food at the company, he ultimately instructed Soo-yoon to check their shared room with Lu Xiaomei, particularly the wardrobe. After hanging up, Soo-yoon was consumed by a tremor of rage, though she swiftly regained her composure. Initially, she had merely intended to test the waters, but to her astonishment, Soo Jianlin, her dear father, was aware of his wife's secret stash of food hidden from her. It was evident that Soo was also in on it, especially after learning of her awakened abilities. In her past life, Lu Xiaomei had relentlessly urged her to venture out in search of sustenance. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had discerned the true natures of these individuals, and upon her rebirth, she harbored no lofty expectations for them. As she moved the refrigerator aside, preparing to depart, her phone inundated her with a flurry of messages. Suyun glanced at the notifications, revealing the sender to be Suyu. Since childhood, there had been a rift between Suyun and Suyu's mother, leading to a lack of rapport and minimal communication between them. Suyun, where is my mother? What is happening? How could she be bitten by a zombie? Please explain. Suyun, respond to me. My mother was just on the phone with me yesterday morning. Did you harm her? Is it you? She was perfectly fine. I even warned her not to go out. Chapter 19. Doggy Dog or Filial Piety. She is so terrified of those creatures. How could she venture out to meet her demise? It must be your fault, right? Suyun. I refuse to believe that my mother would be bitten by a zombie for no reason at all. It has to be behind this, doesn't it? I know you have always harbored resentment towards my mother. Suyun, dismissive of the barrage of messages from Suyu, focused instead on the familiar sight of a zombie downstairs. She snapped several photos and even recorded a video. As Suyu viewed the horrific footage, she utterly broke down. The video depicted Lu Xiaomei, her clothing shredded and hanging in tatters under the scorching sun, her chest cavity laid bare, exposing only remnants of her spine and ribs, with scraps of flesh still clinging. Her internal organs had been devoured, and her jaw was stripped of flesh, revealing bloodied teeth. The scene was nothing short of tragic. Suyu's cries echoed with confusion and despair. Moments ago, her father had called with the news of her mother's fate, and she could not fathom her mother would recklessly go outside. She suspected Suyun's involvement, but had no evidence to substantiate her claim. This situation left both women feeling uneasy. However, Suyun was in high spirits. With Lu Xiaomei's demise, she felt a sense of relief. As for the remaining two, she intended to toy with them, allowing them to fully experience the brutality of the apocalypse, hoping they would turn on each other. Now that would be truly captivating. In her previous life, after their family reunited, these three had subjected her to various forms of emotional manipulation, urging her to venture out in search of sustenance, while they remained united. Once, Su had caused trouble at the base and Su Jianlin had defended her fiercely. This time, Suyun was eager to see if this father-daughter duo would maintain their bond. With a flicker of anticipation, she envisioned the chaos that would ensue between them. Retrieving the watermelon knife she had acquired from the supermarket the day before, its blade nearly as long as her arm, she swung it with practiced ease. As she exited her apartment, the cautious demeanor she had adopted the previous night dissipated in the daylight, revealing the situation in the corridor clearly. Armed with the watermelon knife, Suyun descended the stairs. She had already dealt with the zombie on the 7th floor, but every subsequent level housed at least 2 more. Without wasting her energy, Suyun descended at nearly a sprint, avoiding any unnecessary encounters with the zombies. After all, there were still many living individuals in her building. And if she cleared the zombies from the corridors, would these people be grateful, or would they remain oblivious to her efforts? She had learned the harsh realities of human nature in her past life. The moment she burst from the stairwell, for zombies detected her presence and began to pursue her. Suyun swung the watermelon knife towards one of their necks, but the blade, while effective for slicing watermelon, was not particularly sharp for decapitating zombies, and it became lodged. She longed for the broadsword she had wielded in her previous life, a weapon she had acquired through considerable effort and resources. Its unique material allowed her to sever a zombie's head as effortlessly as slicing through fruit. Kicking the zombie away, Suyun forcefully extracted the stuck knife and swung it down once more. Dodging the splatter of black blood, she sprinted toward the familiar low wall. Emerging from the trash-strewn alley, the street was now teeming with an additional dozen zombies compared to the night before. The sun blazed overhead, and as she surveyed the street, the air shimmered with heat. Suyun remained resolute in her mission. She would not squander a single moment in gathering supplies. Arriving at the first intersection she had traversed the previous night, she retrieved prepared bottles from her backpack, taking advantage of the daylight when fewer people were out scavenging. Her objective was to acquire gasoline and diesel. With the vehicles parked here, it was only a matter of time before someone sought to extract fuel. Before those individuals could react, she aimed to collect as much as possible. After dealing with 2 nearby zombies, Suyun pried open a car's fuel cap, inserting the siphon she had borrowed from Su Jianlin. At home, Su Jianlin had a small sedan for work, while Lu Xiaomei rode a motorcycle. Whenever Lu Xiaomei's bike ran low on fuel, she would siphon from Su Jianlin's car, making this tool quite convenient for Su Yun now. Leaning against the vehicle, shielded by several others, her silhouette obscured, the surveillance cameras could only capture her presence without discerning her actions. With the bottle nearly full, she continued to siphon, storing the extracted fuel in her space. With so many cars, draining them all would suffice for a considerable duration. Once she finished with one vehicle, Su-Yun turned to the next, noting some zombies trapped between the vehicles. They were a short distance away, yet they continued to roar in her direction. Under the relentless sun, having siphoned less than half the gasoline, the heat became unbearable. Her protective clothing began to feel stifling. Taking out a folding stool and some water from her backpack, Su-Yun settled into the shade of the vehicles to rest. If only she could access gasoline from the tanks at a gas station, it would save her so much trouble. However, the notion of attempting to raid a gas station was a naive thought. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, quickly dismissing the idea. Currently, the authorities were scrambling to salvage resources. And for ordinary individuals, acquiring essential supplies like gasoline was nearly impossible. Chapter 20. The world is about to descend into chaos. In her previous life, she had only learned of the situation after joining an official organization. Following the outbreak, the authorities mobilized all available personnel to rescue resources across the city. Although the zombie crisis had caught them off guard, they quickly adapted and began monitoring atmospheric changes. Once the resource recovery in the city concluded, they would shift focus to rescuing the remaining survivors, ensuring that both resources and lives were preserved. Recalling these events while remaining steadfast in her duties, Su-Yun took a brief respite before packing away her stool and water. Glancing at the surveillance camera at the intersection, she pondered for a moment before circling around and disabling it. She resumed siphoning fuel. Under the scorching sun, the stench of decaying flesh from the zombies intensified. Whenever hunger struck, she nibbled on a couple of steamed buns, and when thirst arose, she sipped water. Feeling slightly dizzy, she drank some herbal medicine to steady herself. After 3 hours of siphoning from every vehicle in the area, she had amassed a considerable haul. However, prolonged exposure to the sun was beginning to take its toll on her body. Observing the now empty vehicles, an idea sparked in Su-Yun's mind. From her space, she retrieved a loudspeaker, another item she had taken from the supermarket the night before, typically used for promotions in the sales area. With the loudspeaker in hand, she attracted the zombies from several nearby streets, finally placing the device amidst the vehicles. The zombies, devoid of awareness, gravitated towards the sound. This was her moment. Su-Yun ignited a blaze. Many damaged vehicles have leaking fuel tanks. Once ignited by a flame, they can erupt into a violent explosion in an instant. This vicinity is devoid of residential buildings, with only a few shops at the intersection. The living had long since fled, and after setting the fire, Su-Yun rapidly vacated the scene. Behind her, the resounding booms of vehicle explosions echoed, and, even at a distance, she could still feel the intense heat radiating from the combusting cars. As Su-Yun contemplated retracing her steps home, the distant sound of gunfire emanating from the food street caused her to pause, initially thinking she had misheard. However, when the cacophony of shots intensified, she recalled the surveillance footage from the supermarket that had been vandalized the previous night, surmising that officials were likely confiscating supplies from within the store. Fortunately, she had accompanied them to procure a substantial amount of resources. Had she waited a couple more days, there would have been nothing left to salvage. Hearing the commotion from the food street, Su-Yun, who had intended to return home, halted in her tracks, realizing there was little to gain from going back. She had just cleared the surrounding streets of zombies, so it might be prudent to scour the area for any remaining useful items. As the clock approached 6:30 in the evening, the city streets basked in the soft glow of the setting sun. Finding a random shop to sit in, Su-Yun retrieved the lobster noodles she had prepared earlier in the day. The noodles were still steaming, and the pungent aroma of chili sauce filled the air. After finishing her meal, she began to scout the vicinity. To her delight, she stumbled upon a much-needed item: solar panels. Several electronic stores clustered together were selling solar panels, and the appliances within were all in good condition. With the imminent power outage in a few days, her home's air conditioning would soon be rendered useless, and the fuel she had would eventually deplete. However, solar panels would remain useful even in the sweltering heat of the coming years. After surveying the nearby shops that stocked solar panels, she contemplated her next move when she heard voices emanating from the street. "Are the people up there even concerned about us?" One voice remarked in hushed tones. "Everyone is secretly hoarding supplies. Do you still consider this a trivial matter?" And those analyses from the group aren't without merit. Having resources in hand means that even if zombies come, or if other unexpected events arise, we will manage to endure. Right? But we've already gathered a significant amount of supplies. It should sustain us for 2 years. It's too perilous outside. Let us just lay low for a few days. Lay low? Are you out of your mind? It seems your brain hasn't fully developed. Came a sharp retort, followed by the sound of a slap. Are you truly that foolish? Haven't you noticed how the number of people in the group has dwindled? I've heard they've all been rounded up by the officials. Bro, please stop hitting me. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. I can't follow your roundabout way of speaking. The man rubbed the back of his head where he had been struck. You thick-headed fool. With such significant movements from above and all these doomsday theories circulating online, don't you sense the chaos that's about to ensue? I want you to join me in gathering supplies so we can secure our future. Suyun stood quietly within the shop, listening intently. Brother, what is wrong with joining the officials? They provide food and shelter, which is far better than our current situation. Why don't you join them too? This was met with another slap. Have you lost your mind? I won't waste time explaining, just follow my lead. If you keep arguing, I truly will hit you. The man was evidently furious. The two continued to bicker softly as they walked past the shop where Suyun was. She recalled the mention of a group they had referred to, which she had heard of in her previous life. It was a collective of nearby abilities users, where members occasionally exchanged thoughts. Does anyone up there still care about us? She mused. However, she had never received an invitation from those individuals and had no interactions with the nearby abilities users. In her previous life, once she had merely begun to demonstrate her spatial powers, officials had promptly approached her. They were tirelessly scouring the city for supplies, and spatial abilities users were considered walking warehouses. Suyun vividly remembered the conditions they had offered her when they approached: 100 star coins per day for joining their missions, with rewards based on the task's difficulty. Without a cap on earnings, star coins could be exchanged for various items, with the most coveted being cores that enhanced the abilities of those with powers. However, cores were scarce and commanded exorbitant prices. They typically originated from mutated animals or plants, and even zombies, once evolved, would produce cores as well. For abilities users, utilizing cores that aligned with their powers could lead to significant advancements. Nevertheless, acquiring cores was no simple feat. The mutated flora and fauna that produced them were formidable adversaries. In her previous life, tethered to a base as a non-combative spatial abilities user, Suyun had few opportunities to earn star coins. Even when team missions were available, others would eagerly seize them, leaving no room for her. After 7 arduous years, her abilities had barely risen to the 4th tier. Ascending to this level had cost her everything, requiring a first-tier spatial core costing 10,000 star coins. Back then, she could earn 100 star coins a day, supplemented by small tasks for a bit more. Yet, her family members, Su Jianlin and Lu Xiaomei, would periodically request star coins for household expenses. After half a year of saving, she finally managed to purchase a first-tier core for her advancement. To reach the 2nd tier, the cost would double to 30,000 star coins. Thus, she toiled like a workhorse, finishing one task only to immediately take on another, all to bolster her strength. As a mere human warehouse for others, she was often the first to be abandoned in dire situations. The most profound experiences she had were those of betrayal and abandonment, with the final straw being drawn by someone she held dear. Those days were bleak, but Suyun's gaze gradually grew resolute. She would not tread the same path again. The solar panels in the shop were sold as sets, accompanied by detailed installation manuals, specifying every wire's connection with precision. As darkness enveloped the city, Suyun switched on her flashlight and placed the selected solar panels against the wall. While she busied herself, the city had plunged into chaos. Suddenly, a burst of fire ignited behind her, accompanied by faint energy fluctuations. There were abilities users battling nearby. Turning off her flashlight, Suyun glanced back just as another fireball soared past the entrance of the shop, illuminating the street momentarily, akin to a fleeting firework. The sound of hurried footsteps followed. Someone was approaching. Remaining calm, Suyun continued her tasks. The energy fluctuations intensified as a group of 4 hurried past her shop. After they left, within 3 minutes, A dozen soldiers flooded into the street, each armed with firearms, led by a squad leader who was an abilities user. Quickly pursue them. Don't let those individuals escape. They were the ones who vandalized the surveillance cameras in this area, and they likely obtained a substantial amount of supplies. We must apprehend them. The soldiers dispersed to scout the vicinity. As Su-Yun emerged with the solar panels, several of them spotted her. Two soldiers shone their flashlights in her direction, and she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding glare. Realizing she appeared to be an ordinary person, they relaxed their vigilance. "Did you see anyone pass by here just now?" one inquired, illuminating the solar panels in her arms with the flashlight. "No, but I did see a fire on this street earlier," Su-Yun replied, clutching her belongings tightly. The man scrutinized Su-Yun from head to toe and remarked, "What can an ordinary person like you possibly know? As a girl, the outside world is perilous. It would be prudent for you to return home at once." He urged her to hurry back. All right, sir," Su-Yun replied. "I wish to inquire, there is nothing left to eat at home. Is it true that those in authority have abandoned us? The higher-ups are already devising solutions. Rest assured, the issues we face will soon be resolved. We are also working to eradicate the zombies prowling the city, so soon everyone will no longer need to cower in their homes." Su-Yun met the man's gaze, believing his words, for in her past life, they had indeed fulfilled their promises. Although some zombies in the vicinity had been eliminated, after 2 hours, a number had returned to roam the nearby streets. Upon returning home, Su-Yun washed up and reclined on the sofa, recalling the snippets of conversation she had overheard. Most of the surveillance cameras in the area had been destroyed, which suggested she could freely scavenge for supplies. However, venturing out tonight seemed unwise. It would be best to rest and plan to gather gasoline from another intersection the following day. Chapter 22. Cultivating in the Space. The city was now teeming with armed soldiers and official personnel salvaging supplies, alongside some uncooperative ability users. Alone, it was best for her to avoid attracting trouble and focus on gathering resources safely. Clutching a solar panel, Su-Yun returned home, having hidden several other panels she had selected in the shop. Once the city suffered a power outage, the authorities would no longer be able to monitor these supplies, and she would return to collect them. As she walked home in the darkness, the sounds of gunfire from the adjacent street drew the zombies towards it. The whirring of helicopters filled the air as one landed atop a building. "Quickly, transport the supplies over here," someone shouted from the rooftop, while dozens of fully armed soldiers ascended with the goods. A dozen soldiers flanked them, expertly dispatching any nearby zombies with precise shots. After loading the helicopter with supplies, it departed, only for another to arrive moments later. Using the light, Su-Yun glimpsed the supplies being transported, which seemed to have been taken from the nearby Food Street-S supermarket. The gunfire attracted an increasing number of zombies, yet the soldiers' firepower was formidable. "Hey, don't linger here. Leave at once, or you might get caught in the crossfire." Several soldiers rushed out of an alleyway, carrying supplies. They immediately spotted Su-Yun standing at the corner, nearly startling her into a misfire. Holding the solar panel tightly, Su-Yun hastened away. The zombies in the garden community were also drawn by the gunfire, wandering near the walls, eager to escape but thwarted by the barriers. Su-Yun leapt onto a low wall, observing the substantial number of zombies lingering nearby. She circled the perimeter, seeking a safe spot to descend before sprinting towards her building. The commotion on the streets tonight was considerable. Some zombies had descended from the hallways. However, Su-Yun returned home unscathed. She barricaded the door with the refrigerator and immediately stowed the solar panel in her space. After setting down her backpack, she grabbed the remote and turned on the air conditioning. "It's so hot. Now that I have the means, I shall indulge myself," she thought, resolving to gather more supplies starting tomorrow, for she could create favorable conditions even when resources were scarce. The cool breeze from the air conditioner was particularly refreshing. Standing before it, the sweat on her body dried, leaving her skin sticky and reeking of gasoline. Her gloves were saturated with the substance. She removed her coat and gloves, drawing a bucket of water from the space well. After disrobing, she settled into the cool water, which opened her pores and provided a soothing relief. In the sweltering 40-degree heat, soaking in the icy water was blissful. After her bath, Su-Yun retrieved a portion of lobster noodles from her space and began to eat. Though her space was stocked with some supplies, the food was still scarce. There were no fresh vegetables. The thought of fresh produce made her swallow hard. Since her rebirth, her home had little to offer in terms of food, and her scavenging yielded only rice and flour. Though she had ample spices, she lacked vegetables and meat. Reflecting on her past life and the present, she realized it had been 6 or 7 years since she had enjoyed such fare. The piece of braised meat she had received that day remained, and while it might satisfy her cravings now, what about later? Soo-yoon refrained from touching the braised meat, opting instead to enjoy her lobster noodles while taking out the fruits she had previously gathered in her space. Today, she would extract the seeds from these fruits and experiment with the plots of land in her space. After a long, exhausting day, she had left the fruits untouched. Upon finishing her noodles, Soo-yoon casually placed the bowl in the dishwasher, retrieved a fruit knife, and began slicing the fruits. The cut pieces were placed in a small iron basin, while the seeds were kept aside, wrapped in a damp cloth. Following a video tutorial, she learned to leave them for 2 days or soak them in water, whereupon they would sprout in 2 to 3 days. Fortunately, the internet had not yet gone down, and any uncertainties she had were quickly resolved through online searches. After extracting all the fruit seeds and placing them in the damp cloth, over 2 hours had passed. Maintaining the same posture for so long left her feeling as though her waist was not her own, sore and aching. Observing the pile of damp cloths on the table and sofa, Soo-yoon transferred them to her room, placing them on a plastic board. Lying back on the sofa, her consciousness drifted into the space, which was not vast, containing 6 plots of land. Each plot measured approximately 160 square feet, with one particular plot distinguished by its black soil. This discovery was serendipitous, as she had recently contemplated gardening. Curious about the differences between the 5 plots and the black soil, Soo-yoon proportioned out some fruit seeds, moistened the soil, and buried them. With a limited number of seeds, she selected a larger quantity of blueberry and strawberry seeds for her experiment. After completing her task, Soo-yoon opened her eyes, recalling that her balcony at home had a few green onions, ginger, garlic, and chives growing. Chapter 23. An opportunity for overnight wealth lies ahead. Green onions, ginger, and garlic were staples she used in cooking, prompting her mother to plant a few on the balcony for convenience. As Soo-yoon opened the balcony door, she noticed that the plants had succumbed to the harsh sun due to the lack of water in recent days. Immediately, she moistened the soil in her space and transplanted the green onions, ginger, garlic, and chives into it. Standing on the balcony for a while, she soon began to sweat. Retreating indoors, she made her way to the freezer, discovering only 5 popsicles remained. Taking one, she leaned back on the sofa to enjoy it while her consciousness wandered into the space. She recalled receiving molds for freezing ice blocks and popsicles during her scavenging at the supermarket last night. However, with the limited materials at hand, making popsicles would have to wait until the fruits in her space ripened. Ice blocks, on the other hand, could be prepared in abundance. With the impending power outage expected to usher in a sandstorm lasting up to 6 months, during which temperatures would remain around 40 degrees, storing ice blocks in her space would be wise. Resolute, she decided to proceed with her plans, knowing she could afford to delay sleep for a while longer while lounging on the sofa. From the depths of the space, an astonishing array of over 100 ice cube molds was extracted. Soo-yoon meticulously placed all these molds into the well, filling them with water. After securing the lid, she transferred them into the freezer to freeze, clearing out the chaotic assortment of items that cluttered the freezer. The majority of these items were cosmetics, the source of which was a mystery. Perhaps Liu Xiaomei had gleaned some information from an article that claimed refrigerating cosmetics could prolong their shelf life and maintain their freshness. However, it was clear that a refrigerator for cosmetics was entirely different from a freezer meant for food. Once all the ice was frozen, Soo-yoon felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, and she reclined on the sofa, drifting into slumber. At 3 in the morning, the sounds emanating from the hallway stirred her awake. She opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards the door, and cautiously rose to her feet. Although the individuals in the corridor had slowed their pace, the moment they approached her door, Soo-yoon could hear their whispers. The environment, embedded in her subconscious, felt perilous. Thus, even the slightest noise heightened her alertness. After a brief pause at her doorstep, the figures attempted to push the door open, and upon realizing it was unyielding, they departed. Soo-yoon made her way to the window, drawing back the curtains. Moments later, she spotted 6 individuals exiting the unit door of her building. Each bore a backpack and wielded makeshift weapons, presumably venturing towards the main gate of the community. A few zombies, catching the scent of the living, began to pursue them, prompting the 6 to scatter in a desperate bid for survival. Instead of continuing to observe them, Siyun leaned back against the sofa and unlocked her phone, having only hastily glanced at the property group messages the day prior. Why were they now venturing out in search of food? Upon opening her phone, she found the property group message indicating it had swelled to 99 members. Scrolling to the top, she discovered the reason for their outing. Their food supplies had dwindled to nothing, leaving them ravenous. They resolved to band together and seek sustenance, igniting a flurry of responses from those lurking in the group. They organized themselves into smaller factions and ceased their chatter within the main group. Suddenly, a harrowing scream shattered the tranquility of the night, emanating from the direction of the community's main gate. Siyun recalled the scattering figures from earlier, surmising that calamity had befallen them. Reflecting on a low wall she had encountered during her recent outings, she was reminded of her past life when she had foolishly approached the community gate in search of supplies. Having frequently traversed that path, it became second nature. That low wall had served as her refuge on numerous occasions while evading the relentless pursuit of zombies. The chilling scream deterred some restless souls within the community. Siyun switched off her phone, undisturbed by the external commotion, and surrendered to sleep once more. Upon awakening, she immediately checked her phone for updates from the property group. Indeed, the individuals who had ventured out the previous night had returned with some success. 2 of them had posted about the supplies they had secured, some water and grains. Building 10, 3rd floor. These are the provisions my husband found last night. I would like to inquire if anyone has any meat to trade. My child is clamoring for it. Please message me privately if you have any. Building 10, 9th floor. This is the food I found last night. I am seeking noodles or instant noodles in exchange. Building 10, 14th floor. I currently do not possess what you require, but I am willing to purchase your goods at a high price. I am open to negotiations, so feel free to propose a price. I will not haggle. If anyone has food, please message me privately. I am prepared to pay generously. Surely you heard the gunfire last night? It appears the authorities are clearing the city of zombies. I believe it won't be long before things return to normal. Once the city resumes functioning, seizing opportunities to profit will become increasingly difficult. The chance for overnight wealth is right before us. Chapter 24. You foolish woman. The individual from the 14th floor seemed to possess a gift for persuasive rhetoric. In her previous life, Siyun had not encountered such messages, but even if she had, she would never have been inclined to sell her supplies to others. It was evident to any discerning mind that the world was on the brink of transformation, surely. No one could be foolish enough to believe otherwise. Yet, such fools did exist. Several members in the group were swayed. Building 10, 3rd floor. I don't have much, but I can sell you some water, ordinary drinking water, for 500 per bottle. Are you interested? Such audacity. That ordinary drinking water, which could be purchased outside for merely 2 or 1.5 yuan, was now being offered at an exorbitant price, more than 10 times its original value. Nevertheless, the individual from the 14th floor appeared quite affluent, willing to pay 500 per bottle. I'll take as many as you have. I noticed in your photo that you also had some snacks, bread, and instant noodles. Let us discuss a fair price for everything. The woman from the 3rd floor remained silent for an extended period, while the affluent individual from the 14th floor grew impatient. He repeatedly urged her to respond, but the woman's family was embroiled in a heated argument over this matter. Husband, what's wrong with selling those items? If necessary, you can always go out again. It's not like anything bad happened when you returned last night. Besides, what the person on the 14th floor said makes sense. We all heard the gunfire last night, indicating that something significant is happening. You brought back plenty of food, enough for our family for 2 days. Just think of the profit we could make by selling those items. Ordinary water typically costs over 1 yuan, yet someone is willing to pay 500. Trust me. Let us sell these items. Once the authorities clear out the zombies, things will return to normal. You worked hard last night. Just wait a couple of days before venturing out for more supplies. The woman tried to placate her husband, who was sulking on the sofa. Yet inwardly she criticized his inability to see the potential for profit. An opportunity for wealth was right in front of them, and he was resistant. How unfortunate to be bound to a husband who lacked ambition. Once the military cleared the zombies, he would understand the wisdom of her actions. You foolish woman. Normally, I would overlook your naivety, but you haven't ventured out in days. You have no idea of the dangers outside. I refuse to sell these items. We should barter instead, preferably for rice and flour. The man attempted to persuade his wife, but it was clear she was blinded by the allure of quick riches. After years of hard work for meager earnings, the opportunity for fortune was now at their doorstep. She had no intention of relenting, her mind racing with thoughts of how much profit she could reap. How did I end up with such an ineffectual husband? There's no room for negotiation. You must do as I say. She stubbornly clung to her thoughts of profit, even as their child clamored for meat, adding to her frustration. Building 10, third floor, brother. We have come to an agreement. I can sell those items to you, but I want 50,000. Once the woman sent her message, she fixated on the screen, noting the barrage of outrage directed at her within the group. What the hell? Why don't you just go rob someone? We've lived alongside each other as neighbors. I never suspected you'd stoop to such depths. Seriously, you think your meager supplies are worth 50,000? You really have the audacity to ask for that? Indeed. It was a shameless demand, revealing just how low some could sink. 10 building, third floor. I see that you all want to buy but can't afford it. So just roll away. Her words struck a chord with many, as they had initially anticipated her willingness to sell and were waiting for her to announce a price. However, when she quoted 50,000 for such a meager offering, their hopes were dashed. Soo-yoon glanced at the woman's message in the group chat and rolled her eyes, thinking, what an idiot. After a while, money would become as worthless as scrap paper, yet she genuinely believed the words of that person from the 14th floor, thinking the city would return to its former state. Many online were inquiring about this issue, yet the officials had not provided a clear response. How could she believe such trivial remarks? Had she not been online recently? If memory served her right, she had just considered trading these supplies for some meat for the children. The person from the 14th floor was evidently displeased with her offer. 50,000 for such a paltry amount of food, but realizing he had nothing to eat, he quickly replied, 50,000 it is, I'll take it. Also, if you have more food to sell in the future, please consider me first. 10 building, third floor, absolutely. With that, the two proceeded to privately discuss the transfer of funds. Many in the group who were unable to make a purchase continued to inquire if anyone had food for sale, though they lacked the wealth of the owner from the 14th floor. However, they were willing to buy if the price was reasonable. This time, no one responded. Soo-yoon mused that the soldiers from last night had likely cleared out most of the nearby streets of zombies, so she would take a look today. Chapter 25. Venturing out without consulting the almanac. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Soo-yoon stepped outside, only to encounter an acquaintance in the hallway. Though they were familiar, there was no familial connection. He was a neighbor from upstairs, someone she frequently encountered in the elevator during her school and internship days. His workplace was near her internship company. However, after joining an official organization in her previous life, she had not seen him again, and now, after such a long time, she could not even recall his name. The man, around 26 or 7, paused for a moment upon seeing Soo-yoon standing at the stairwell. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed Soo-yoon nodding at him before she descended the stairs. He quickly hurried after her. Soo-yoon, wait for me. Are you going out alone to scavenge for food? However, by the time he reached the 4th floor, he could only catch a glimpse of her silhouette. And by the 2nd floor, she had completely vanished from sight. Exiting the unit door, the man searched for Soo-yoon's figure, surprised at how quickly she had slipped away in such a short time. He had thought that since they were somewhat acquainted, it would be nice to team up with her in the search for supplies. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her. She had never appeared so cold and indifferent in their previous encounters. Unable to locate Soo-yoon, he did not linger, as the zombies in the community were mainly roaming near the walls. The area beneath the unit door was still relatively safe. The man began to explore the community, seeking a secure exit. After leaving the garden community, Soo-yoon began her reconnaissance nearby. The soldiers had mentioned last night that many surveillance cameras had been damaged in the vicinity. Today, she intended to investigate which cameras had been compromised, hoping to see some supplies amidst the chaos. Exiting through the alley, she headed straight to the street adjacent to the bar. Although some zombies had been cleared out the night before, many still roamed the street near the bar. Most of the zombies were clad in revealing clothing. Aside from the lack of supplies, the presence of many people was another reason she was hesitant to venture here. Next to the bar were several large buildings, primarily hotels and rental apartments, housing many migrant workers from other provinces. The apartments had been converted by subletters, resembling crowded pigeon coops. Having grown up here, Soo-yoon had heard plenty of colorful tales about this street from the elders. A glance at the street's surveillance cameras revealed they had been destroyed, with fragments strewn across the ground. As she continued her exploration, Soo-yoon discovered that all the cameras on this street were gone, allowing her to proceed freely. She scanned the storefronts along the street and entered a convenience store. As expected, the shelves had been ransacked. Nonetheless, she managed to salvage a considerable amount. Typically, such stores would have cigarettes behind the counter, and after rummaging for a while, Soo-yoon found the floor littered with empty cigarette boxes. The cigarettes had been taken. But fortunately, there was still some alcohol left. 3 spaces in the liquor cabinet were empty. Soo-yoon collected the remaining bottles into her storage. The vending machine was still plugged in, and while much of the water had been taken, a dozen bottles remained, along with some drinks, all of which she took. Not neglecting the lower shelves, her diligence paid off as she unearthed a box of salt. She also gathered some hot pot base and snacks, taking everything with her. As she was leaving, Soo-yoon glanced back at the shelves in the store, noticing bread and biscuits still remaining. After visiting several stores, she recalled the closest market to this area, a place she often frequented with her grandmother. However, in recent years, a new market had been developed, leaving the old one abandoned. Young people seldom visited the old market. It was mainly frequented by elderly individuals selling fresh vegetables they cultivated themselves. She remembered that there were several small seed shops there, and she wondered if the people had taken anything from those shops. She needed to hurry and check it out. The old market was not far from the garden community, so Soo-yoon grabbed a shared bicycle, opting to navigate through the alleys to avoid the hordes of zombies on the streets. Riding proved much faster, and within a matter of minutes, she arrived at her destination. Even in daylight, the old market appeared eerie, shrouded beneath a large canopy that blocked out sunlight. Despite being at a distance, Soo-yoon could already smell the metallic tang of blood wafting from within. This area had not yet been cleared by the soldiers. Soo-yoon was cautious and did not dare to enter recklessly. Recalling the locations of the seed shops, she made her way towards them. These shops were housed in old buildings that had seen better days. Though they had seemed unremarkable before, today they exuded an oppressive atmosphere, sending shivers down her spine. In broad daylight, the air felt scorching, yet an unsettling chill gripped her heart. Soo-yoon quickened her pace and soon spotted the familiar shops from her memory. A sign stood in front of one, advertising a variety of vegetable seeds for sale, all sourced from reputable channels, produced by the Agricultural Research Institute. These seeds, carefully cultivated by the institute, came with guarantees of viability and yield. One bag of corn seeds even specified the expected harvest in pounds. These shops were old establishments with little patronage and thus lacked surveillance cameras. Soo-yoon took half of each variety of vegetable seeds, convinced that soon others would come to collect them. After raiding several seed shops, she intended to explore others when suddenly, she felt an unsettling presence, gripping her watermelon knife tightly. Soo-yoon stepped back, her body bristling with tension, resembling a startled cat. If she wasn't mistaken, there were mutated zombies lurking nearby. To her astonishment, mutated zombies had appeared so swiftly. She has now been reborn, her abilities merely at the first tier, confronting a mutated zombie. And it seems she might risk her very life. Only upon exiting the area that felt scrutinized did Soo-yoon mount her shared bicycle, pedaling away while glancing back at the old market's location. How many souls perished there that it could spawn such a zombie mutation? Recalling the scent of blood she had detected earlier, she was grateful for her vigilance in not venturing closer. Arriving near the refuse alley, Soo-yoon secured her bicycle against the wall for convenience on her next outing. However, she had neglected to consult the fortune calendar today, and her luck was particularly dismal. Observing a zombie standing below her rental building and greeting her, a grave expression clouded her features. "Hey, would you like to come in and play?" The zombie donned a red silk camisole, accentuating her alluring figure. Cascading waves of long hair framed her face, and unlike the other zombies with their murky green eyes, hers were fathomless black. Chapter 26, Not Dying Here. Under the intense gaze of those eyes, Soo-yoon felt as though the very space around her was confined, rendering her immobile. The woman, whose skin was a ghastly pale, stood several meters away in a standoff. Soo-yoon dared not retreat, feeling the weight of that predatory gaze. The woman remained still, evidently uncertain of Soo-yoon's capabilities, hesitant to advance recklessly. As they remained locked in this tense stalemate, Soo-yoon recognized that this impasse was unsustainable. The mutated zombie could linger here for days without sustenance, while she could not. An intent to attack surged within her, releasing an undercurrent of murderous intent. Though she concealed it well, the woman discerned it with keen perception. In an instant, the woman executed a nimble backflip, creating distance between them, her body now crouched low. The camisole could not conceal her long legs, and her wavy hair trailed behind her as she tilted her head. The battle was imminent. And Su-Yun hadn't anticipated that her third day of rebirth would plunge her into such a fierce confrontation. Fortunately, mutated beings often possessed a territorial instinct. This area likely hosted only the single zombie, alleviating her concern of being ambushed by others nearby. A ripple of spatial energy emanated from her, and a watermelon knife materialized in her hand, the only weapon available to her at present. She could only hope to emerge from today's ordeal unscathed. The zombie, sensing the spatial disturbance, bore a twisted smile reminiscent of humanity. Upon Su-Yun's use of her abilities, the mutant recognized her power. A first-tier ability posed no threat to her, and today, she could feast well. The empowered were drawn to the crystal cores of the mutated. Just as the mutated craved the flesh and blood of the empowered, each was a boon to the other. With a chilling laugh, the woman, now poised to attack, propelled herself upward with explosive force, leaping 2 meters to pounce upon Su-Yun. The ferocity of her assault was palpable, her cavernous eyes revealing an insatiable hunger for flesh. In her 2 lifetimes, Su-Yun had never faced such an extreme battle, and a shiver ran down her spine. With a clang, she raised the watermelon knife defensively, blocking the woman's outstretched hands, which bore nails resembling lethal weapons. Unlike the empowered, who gained abilities, the mutated reinforced their physical forms. This particular specimen had sharpened her nails to deadly points, sharper than the knife Su-Yun wielded. After parrying the blow, drawing from her extensive combat experience, Su-Yun delivered a swift kick to the woman's abdomen. In a fleeting moment, they separated again, the mutant retreating to the ground, scuttling sideways. Su-Yun observed her movements intently. As the mutated creature shifted right, she retreated left, both parties meticulously gauging each other. The distance between them paradoxically closed. The mutant laughed again, her nails elongating to the length of her forearm as they aimed for Su-Yun's throat. With a nimble bend, Su-Yun evaded the assault, swinging her watermelon knife toward the mutant's arm. Clearly lacking in combat experience and underestimating Su-Yun, the blade severed her right arm with ease. The limb fell to the ground with a thud, and for a brief moment, the mutant appeared stunned by the loss. Meanwhile, Su-Yun's knife had suffered a dent, and she discarded it, retrieving another from her spatial storage. The severing of her arm incited the mutant's fury, her intent to kill radiating palpably. Though they could no longer be termed human, these zombies retained fragments of their former memories, their deepest obsessions. The ability to vocalize their thoughts was a telling trait of mutated zombies. A piercing shriek erupted, as if to shatter eardrums, and Su-Yun remained on high alert. The intact arm of the mutant saw its nails extend once more, transforming into 5 sharpened blades, rapidly slicing towards Su-Yun. Her gaze sharpened. She could not evade this time, yet survival was paramount. She had been granted a second chance at life. She would not allow herself to perish here. With a fierce resolve, Su-Yun drew forth another watermelon knife, positioning it defensively to the side while aiming the other at the mutant's neck. Clang! With the instant her defensive knife met the mutant's claw, it shattered into 5 fragments. The razor-like nails continued their relentless assault, carving 3 deep gashes into Su-Yun's left arm, blood cascading forth. Strands of hair were severed, the blades mere millimeters from her throat, so close, so perilously close. Had her timing been off by even a moment, her head might have joined the severed arm on the ground. Chapter 27. The Seed Sprouts. In stark contrast, the mutant's head had separated from its body. Seizing the fleeting seconds when the watermelon knife had obstructed the attack, Su-Yun struck decisively, severing the woman's head from her shoulders. Both fought for their lives. Had Su-Yun been a heartbeat slower, she would have been the one to lose her head. A wave of dread washed over her, but she quickly disregarded the pain in her arm, rushing to the severed head and deftly extracting a gray crystal core. Elation surged within her. The mutant's head was mired in blackened ichor, yet the crystal remained untouched. After securing the core, Su-Yun glanced at the mutant's lethal nails, recognizing their value. These were remnants of the mutant's enhanced physiology, each possessing unique properties. Those transformed into weapons were the most coveted. Thankfully, this particular mutant had only recently awakened. Should she have continued to evolve, Su-Yun might have found herself in a perilous situation upon their next encounter. Su-Yun's expertise in handling such matters was evident, given her past experiences. She meticulously removed all the sharpened nails from the mutant, They had transformed from mere claws into exceptionally sharp blades. Completing this task, she finally acknowledged the stinging pain in her left arm, where 3 prominent gashes marred her flesh. Blood oozed from the wounds. Fortunately, the bleeding has ceased. She now possesses a unique ability that allows her wounds to gradually heal without the need for a hospital, albeit at a sluggish pace due to the initial stage of her powers. After the crisis had passed, Suyun felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, especially since she had gathered supplies from the pharmacy just a couple of days prior. Otherwise, she would have found herself in a dire predicament. Finding refuge in a nearby store along the street, Suyun retrieved bandages and medicinal powder from her spatial storage, tending to her injuries before applying the powder. Wrapping the bandages around her arm, she completed her makeshift treatment and returned home as dusk fell. Having skipped both lunch and dinner, her stomach protested with urgency. The zombies that had been lingering near the community wall had dispersed, returning to their posts in the building corridors, lying in wait for any signs of life. The clothes Suyun wore had become soaked with blood following her injury, drawing the attention of the zombies, who were instinctively drawn to the scent of blood. Without daring to linger, she dashed into her apartment building, knowing that with her current wounds, she would likely remain indoors for some time. The zombies were particularly sensitive to the scent of flesh. Should she venture outside in her injured state, she would be nothing more than a walking blood bag. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she encountered the man she had seen that morning once more. Accompanying him were 2 women. All 3 regarded Suyun's swift descent with trepidation, mistaking her for a zombie as they brandished their weapons. With the twilight deepening, visibility in the corridor was poor. Recognizing the situation, Suyun instinctively drew her weapon. "Suyun, is that you? We saw you this morning," the man stammered, taking a step back as he noticed her bandaged arm. The 2 women, illuminated by the faint light filtering in through the window, caught sight of her blood-stained clothing and injured arm. "Don't go near her. She seems to have been bitten by a zombie," one of the women gasped, retreating several steps in fear. Realizing they were not zombies, Suyun sheathed her weapon and continued her ascent, securing her door with the refrigerator in one fluid motion. In her haste, the trio quickly ascended after her, agreeing to meet again to scavenge for supplies. After extracting some water from her spatial well, Suyun set down her backpack and took out a sharp knife, slicing through her blood-soaked clothing. With her injured arm wrapped in bandages, removing her clothes proved cumbersome, so she opted to cut them off. Using a cloth dipped in water, she meticulously cleaned away the sweat and blood clinging to her skin, observing that the blood had dried and congealed across her chest and back. After several washes, the first basin of water had turned crimson. Once she had cleaned herself, she prepared a meal, beginning with a bite of a steamed bun to quell her hunger, followed by a serving of the lobster noodles she had made previously, which had dwindled to just a few bowls. Eating them daily had begun to wear on her, and she longed for fresh vegetables and fruits. After 2 lifetimes, she had forgotten the taste of stir-fried or blanched vegetables, and she craved the sweetness of fruits. After finishing her meal, she took an apple from her spatial storage to snack on. This situation was unsustainable. She resolved to thaw the chunk of braised meat from her storage tomorrow, as it would be a proper supplement for her injuries. Though she wondered how much nourishment a piece of braised meat could truly provide, it was clear she simply yearned for meat. With her left arm injured, Suyun's movements during the night were restrained compared to the previous nights. She lay quietly on the sofa, contemplating the seeds she had planted the night before. She immersed her consciousness in her spatial realm, observing the seeds nestled in the soil with great care. To her delight, they had sprouted remarkably quickly, and she sighed in relief at the sight of the green shoots emerging from the dark earth. Chapter 28. Just give me a bowl of soup noodles. The survival of the seeds was a promising sign. Did it imply that she would no longer have to worry about food? The more she pondered, the more she recognized the uniqueness of her spatial realm, which felt like a small world unto itself. This secret must remain hidden from all. With the seeds thriving, Suyun contemplated whether this cultivated area could sustain life. Prior to experimenting with these plots of land, she had never considered this possibility. Now that the thought had crossed her mind, her desire to seek living creatures for experimentation grew stronger, though her home contained no animals, only herself. Yet, she had tried and found that she could not enter her spatial realm. Suppressing her restless thoughts, Suyun calmed herself. Patience was key. She needed to focus on healing her wounds first. However, having grown accustomed to late nights and sleepless vigils, she found it disconcerting to have a peaceful night's rest. After lying awake for a while, she retrieved the ice cube trays from the freezer, pressing gently to release the frozen blocks. She collected all the ice cubes and refilled the trays, finally feeling the onset of fatigue. The next morning, Soo-yoon prepared rice, thawing the chunk of braised meat before slicing it and mixing it with chili sauce. The green shoots of scallions, ginger, and garlic she had planted in her spatial realm had also flourished, and she snipped a few leaves to mix with the meat. She cracked 4 eggs and made egg flour soup with the dried seaweed she had obtained from the supermarket. With just these 2 dishes alongside the rice, she savored every bite, finishing her meal cleanly, relishing the sweetness of the rice, a delicious experience she had not enjoyed in a long time. Afterward, she reapplied medication to her wounds, noting that 2 had already formed scabs, while the deepest cuts still oozed blood when moved too vigorously. After treating her injuries, she opened the room where she had placed her seeds. The plastic tray was lined with damp tissues, which she had tended to with water during her recent absences. Upon inspecting the tissues, she found that most of the seeds had germinated. Despite being confined to her home for recovery, Soo-yoon had not remained idle. She carefully removed the sprouted seeds and designated a separate plot of land for planting these fruit seeds. After finishing with the fruit seeds, she retrieved the vegetable seeds she had collected the previous day, confident that it wouldn't be long before she could enjoy fresh vegetables. Unlike the fruit seeds, these vegetable seeds, produced by the Agricultural Research Institute, were coated with a special treatment, allowing them to thrive without needing special germination processes. Designating another plot of land, Soo-yoon meticulously divided it into several sections for cultivating the vegetables. After planting the seeds, she watered the soil, ensuring it was adequately moistened. By the time she finished, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She then took out the crystal core obtained from the mutated zombie she had encountered the previous day. The gray crystal was about the size of her middle finger, yet it was made of a particularly tough material that was not easily damaged. Hesitating for a moment, Soo-yoon ultimately decided to absorb the crystal. Its energy was insufficient to elevate her powers to the 2nd tier, but with mutated creatures emerging in the old market, she needed to enhance her strength swiftly. As she gradually absorbed the energy from the crystal, it disintegrated into dust in her palm. Half an hour later, Soo-yoon opened her eyes, feeling a significant boost in her abilities. To her surprise, she also discovered that the crops in her spatial realm seemed to be growing at an accelerated rate. The seeds she had sown that morning had sprouted, and even the vegetables with shorter maturation periods had reached a size comparable to her palm. Unable to contain her excitement, Soo-yoon promptly harvested some of the vibrant green vegetables, preparing to enjoy them in a hot pot. After harvesting a pot full of tender vegetables, Soo-yoon sought at the hot pot base before slicing the remaining half block of marinated meat. Engrossed in her flurry of activity, she was oblivious to the pain from her wounds. Upon unwrapping the bandages, she discovered that 2 of her knife wounds had already healed, leaving only a faint pink scar from the deepest cut. To her astonishment, her injuries had mended alongside her increased strength. Once the hot pot base was simmering, its enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting a frenzy in the property group chat, with even residents from neighboring buildings succumbing to hunger. Trapped indoors for several days, they had some food at home, but dared not prepare a hot pot all at once. People crowded by their windows, inhaling the delectable scent of the hot pot. Building 10. 6th floor, I'm dying of envy. Who's eating hot pot? Could someone spare me a bit of broth? I have instant noodles, just a little broth for them would suffice. Building 10, 14th floor, whose place is it? I'm so tempted. I don't want broth or rice. I just want to know if there are any hot pot ingredients left. I can trade water for them. Whoever has them, please message me privately. The discussion erupted, with most eager to identify the source of the delicious aroma. However, despite Soo-yoon having her window open, the scent permeated the community, leaving everyone puzzled about who was indulging in such a feast. As she immersed fresh vegetables and marinated meat into the bubbling broth, Soo-yoon savored the meal, her eyebrows arching with delight. Not even the final remnants of the hot pot broth escaped her attention as she whisked 2 eggs into it. After consuming 3 bowls of rice, her belly round and content, she even finished off the oil in the broth. After cleaning up the remnants of her meal, she placed the pot and bowls into the dishwasher. Curious about news regarding the mutated species she encountered yesterday, she searched for information, opting for phrases like abnormal zombies or powerful zombies instead of mutated species, fearing that her search terms might attract unwanted attention. To her satisfaction, several videos surfaced, Zombies speak. Human or monster? Help. My neighbor turned into a zombie and is still cooking for her kids at home. These videos garnered significant views, yet the general consensus was skepticism. Viewers dismissed the individuals depicted as actors masquerading as zombies. Since no one had yet encountered a mutated species, disbelief ran rampant. Moreover, the emergence of such beings had specific conditions, and at this nascent stage of the apocalypse, their numbers remained scarce. Only a handful in the city had witnessed a mutated species, and Su-Yun considered herself unfortunate for having encountered two just yesterday. Reflecting on the mutated creature from the old market, Su-Yun felt an urgent need to enhance her physical capabilities. Otherwise, she risked being unable to defend herself or escape in critical moments. If only her powers could grow stronger as well. As she exited the video app, a notification popped up on WeChat, revealing a friend request. Su-Yun, this is Donghua. Are your injuries alright? Upon seeing the request, memories of the man she met in the stairwell flooded her mind. Donghua, the one she had encountered yesterday. After such a long time apart, she had forgotten his name. Accepting his request, he quickly sent her a message. Su-Yun, are your injuries okay? Would you like to join me in gathering supplies next time? It's unsafe for a girl to venture out alone. Had this occurred in her previous life, she would have readily accepted such an offer, recognizing the peril of a lone girl navigating a chaotic environment. However, after enduring numerous betrayals and backstabs, she preferred the threat of mutated species over human treachery. I recently sustained injuries and want to be going out for a while, so please find someone else. Su-Yun politely declined. Alright, let us go out together once you're healed. By the way, are you the only one at home? What about your parents? Donghua continued to inquire, but Su-Yun chose not to respond further. Gazing out the window, she noted that dusk was approaching. Since her wounds had healed, she resolved to venture out to gather supplies. She aimed to secure as much gasoline and diesel as possible, and ideally some gas canisters or portable stoves for outdoor use. With these thoughts in mind, Su-Yun retrieved her supply list. The space farm could yield crops now that her immediate food concerns were addressed, yet variety was essential. She couldn't subsist solely on vegetables. Reviewing her list, she realized that she had yet to acquire heating supplies for the extreme cold. Her collection of down jackets and blankets was still lacking, and she had no firewood, coal, or electric heating appliances aside from what she had procured from the supermarket. Fortunately, with 2 years remaining until the extreme cold set in, she still had time to prepare. Before heading out, she took a broomstick from her space, disassembling it to attach a blade she had salvaged from a mutated creature. The right-hand blade was short, suitable as a defensive dagger, while the left-hand blade was long enough to serve as a formidable weapon. With the blade firmly affixed to the stick, Su-Yun secured her backpack, which contained a siphon, and set out with a singular goal, to extract fuel from nearby vehicles. After siphoning from familiar streets around her community, she noticed many vehicles had already been drained of their fuel. The siphoner seemed selective, leaving smaller tanks untouched. Even a mosquito is meat, she thought, as she proceeded to siphon from the smaller tanks. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Su-Yun took a break beside a pickup truck. Night had fallen, and her flashlight had dimmed, forcing her to rely on the faint glow of her phone for illumination. She had been tempted to acquire several vehicles, yet none matched her preference for RVs or high-quality off-road vehicles. The city was filled with taxis, sedans, and luxury cars, none of which appealed to her. She pulled out a warm steamed bun, pairing it with hot water, and prepared a pack of instant noodles while continuing to siphon fuel. During this time, a few zombies attempted to attack her, but her blade was no longer the flimsy weapon it once was. While it might not slice through iron, decapitating zombies was easily within her capability. Finally returning home in the late hours of the night, Su-Yun took a cold shower, drying her hair as she collapsed onto the sofa. Though she had busied herself throughout the day to numb her feelings, her desire to grow stronger remained unquenched. Resolved, she decided that upon waking the next day, she would venture to the old market. With her abilities having improved, she was now a step ahead of other ability users. Chapter 30. A Day of Craving Meat. If she could eliminate the mutated species in the old market and absorb their cores, her strength should elevate to the second tier. Since absorbing the core's power and healing her wounds yesterday, the thought of exploring the old market had lingered in her mind. However, uncertainty about the situation there had deterred her from acting hastily. Moreover, she was unsure of the strength of the mutated beings in that area, leading to her current indecision. However, clarity dawned upon her, and with her newfound strength, she felt confident that if she could not defeat them, she could always escape. After a long day, she lay on the sofa, physically exhausted yet unable to sleep, her consciousness drifting into her space. Upon absorbing the crystal nucleus, as her strength increased, the vegetables within her spatial realm began to flourish at an accelerated pace. However, the crops cultivated in the black soil exhibited the most remarkable growth. The vegetables in the other 5 plots were merely the size of a palm, while those in the black soil boasted stalks that extended the length of her arm. After harvesting some fresh stalks for preservation, she noted that even if a portion was cut away, they would continue to thrive. It was akin to a perpetual harvest. As long as they did not perish, she could continually reap their bounty. For Suyun, the act of gathering vegetables was a sweet labor, as the crops in the black soil grew at twice the rate of those in the other fields. Observing the pile of vegetables nestled in the corner of her space, a sense of worry dissipated from her heart. She would not face hunger in the future. This precious black soil must be utilized wisely, as her current stock of rice and flour was alarmingly limited. Particularly, the rice would suffice for only a few years. She directed water from the well into 2 of the plots, creating a small ditch for convenient irrigation. Suyun then commenced the cultivation of seedlings, which thrived rapidly in the black soil. After nurturing the seedlings, she occasionally exited her space to consult instructional videos on her phone. Having never farmed in either of her lifetimes, much less planted rice, she was grateful for the internet's vast resources. Watching videos, she gauged the appropriate length and height for the seedlings before they needed to be planted. After finishing the tutorial, she checked on the blueberry and strawberry seeds she had previously sown. The strawberries in the other fields had already sprouted leaves. Remarkably, the strawberries in the black soil had begun to bear fruit. This extraordinary space allowed for natural growth without the need for pollination. After watering them a bit more, Suyun exited her space, glancing at the time. It was around 10:30 at night. To her surprise, only a little over 2 hours had passed while she busied herself in the space. Anticipating a visit to the old market the next day, she settled in for the night. In the early hours, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Someone was likely out scavenging for supplies. Suyun turned over and continued her slumber. Awakening in the morning, she felt refreshed. It was the 6th day since her return, and her routine was gradually normalizing. She could now sleep soundly at night. Suyun prepared a meal of chives stir-fried with eggs, a plate of blanched greens, and 2 bowls of rice. Ensuring she did not skimp on herself, she included 4 eggs in the stir-fry. Each bite was bursting with flavor, though she felt slightly overwhelmed by the richness. Soon, the tomatoes planted in the black soil would ripen, offering a change of taste. With no meat available, she had to content herself with eggs daily. Another day longing for meat. After finishing her meal, Suyun packed her essentials into her backpack, some protective clothing, a hat, and refreshing mung bean water, an absolute necessity in the sweltering Ji province. She stuffed a dozen ice cubes into her cup. Upon opening the door and heading downstairs, she unexpectedly encountered Zhang Hao in the stairwell, accompanied by the 2 women she had seen the day before. The moment the women laid eyes on Suyun, they recoiled in fright behind Zhang Hao, only to quickly realize she had not transformed into a zombie. Considering the injuries she bore, it was likely they were unrelated to the undead. "Suyun, are you heading out to forage for food? Why didn't you message me?" Zhang Hao inquired, glancing at her injured arm. However, clad in her sun-protective jacket, he could not discern the extent of her injuries. Suyun met Zhang Hao's gaze, as if attempting to peer into his thoughts. "Brother Hao, who is she? Do you know her?" asked the woman standing to Zhang Hao's right. "I know her. She lives on the 8th floor. Her workplace is just across the street from mine, and we often encountered each other in the elevator, occasionally sharing a few words." However, for Suyun, those memories belonged to a distant past. 7 or 8 years ago, she had no recollection of this person and felt a sense of wariness instead. "Suyun, I see you're also looking for food. Why not join us? Besides, you have an injury. You could use the extra support," Zhang Hao suggested. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the 2 women shifted dramatically. They glared at Suyun from behind Zhang Hao, clearly displeased. Their trio already comprised 2 women, and if Suyun joined them, it would mean 3 women who inherently lacked the same physical strength. "Brother Hao, I read online that zombies are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. If we bring her along..." "Yes, Brother Hao, Xian is right. If you truly wish to invite her into our group, Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until her injury has healed. Their reasoning was sound. Zombies could indeed sense the presence of the living, particularly drawn to the scent of blood. Suyun, for her part, had no intention of entangling herself with them. I have an injury, so I won't burden you. I'll just look around the neighborhood. Goodbye. She chose to exit the building ahead of them. And by the time the trio reached the ground floor, Suyun had vanished from sight. Where did she go? One of the women wondered. Scanning the area for Suyun's figure. Forget it, let us move on, urged another. Only Zhang Hao remained vigilant, observing the surroundings, twice now. Suyun had disappeared after descending the stairs, and he was curious about her route of exit. In recent days, he had scouted several potential escape routes from the neighborhood. Yet none seemed particularly safe. Climbing over walls had become less strenuous since his strength had increased, and the stench in the refuse alley had intensified, filled with the odor of decaying garbage. The rampant apocalyptic theories circulating online had led to an influx of individuals venturing out in search of supplies. The authorities had yet to provide any updates, and reports of zombie outbreaks from various military districts had begun to surface. Chaos was gradually unfolding, with no rescue in sight. People were abandoning their comfort zones. However, most supplies from the nearby streets had already been depleted, and everyone was acutely aware of the resource scarcity. Upon exiting the refuse alley, Suyun encountered a group of 5 people, each clutching supplies they had scavenged, their clothes stained with the dark blood of zombies. Upon seeing Suyun emerge unexpectedly from the alley, they instinctively shielded their supplies, fearing she might attempt to rob them. The apocalyptic theories had instilled a sense of panic and unease, and as resources grew scarcer, most having been confiscated by authorities, the situation had escalated to instances of theft. Realizing Suyun was alone, their tension eased. One person posed no threat, and humanity had not yet devolved to that extent. Observing the emptiness of Suyun's backpack, they recognized she had found little, and though they felt a pang of sympathy, they hurriedly departed, remaining cautious. Suyun first visited the shops where she had hidden her clothes. Fortunately, they remained untouched. Outside, the racks were bare, stripped clean by others. And half of the clothing in the bags beneath the shelves had been taken. Only a few unattractive, solid-colored garments remained, and the store's surveillance cameras had been deliberately vandalized, evident from the damage inflicted. As everyone ventured out in search of supplies, they vandalized the surveillance equipment. Spurred by rumors circulating online about the authorities collecting resources throughout the city. Seizing the moment, they aimed to gather as much as possible while they could. And it was prudent to destroy the cameras during the process, otherwise, they risked attracting the attention of the officials. Suyun stowed away the clothes she had hidden in her space, also taking along the unattractive garments that had been left behind in the bags. In the future, who would care about the aesthetics of one's attire? Having even a scrap to cover oneself would suffice. The stores she had previously frequented were now stripped bare, leaving only a few forlorn shelves toppled on the ground. It was a pity to see these shelves go to waste, although her space was organized. It still bore a semblance of chaos. Next time, she would ensure to sort everything properly and place them on these shelves, labeling them for easier access. After securing several large shelves, Suyun ventured into a beauty supply store, and as she had anticipated, these cosmetics had gone untouched. There remained a few unopened boxes of face masks. Everyone was preoccupied with gathering food. Such items merely occupied valuable space in their backpacks and were inedible. Like a swarm of locusts, Suyun collected both the opened and unopened products. She did not spare the shampoos from the hair salon, and after exiting these stores, she made her way to the location where she had hidden the shared bicycles the night before. Passing by the corner tobacco shop, she observed it was entirely emptied out. Previously, she had taken many items from this store, yet a considerable amount remained. There had still been dozens of bottles of water and beverages in the vending machine. However, it was now void of content, the machine's store wide open. The scattered nuts on the floor had been entirely picked up. The strong scent of alcohol lingered in the street's drainage ditch. Suyun initially thought someone might be hiding something nearby, but upon closer inspection, she discovered the ditch was littered with shattered glass bottles. The liquor spilled everywhere. Was it a case of being unable to take it away, yet not wanting to leave it for others? After turning the corner, Suyun spotted the shared bicycle she had left in the alley. Thankfully, it had not been taken. Chapter 32. Grandpa, I want to eat meat. Riding her bike off the street, Suyun headed towards the old market. As she neared the old market, she retrieved the prepared blade from her space. Stowing her backpack away, she secured the blade behind her, took out a cup, and stood at the entrance of the old market, sipping the icy green bean water while absorbing the surrounding desolation. The market was covered by a canopy above, casting a dim light below, with buildings shielding it from sunlight. Strangely, not a single zombie could be seen in the vicinity of this old market. Without hesitation, Suyun stowed her cup away, removed her sun hat, and shed her sun-protective clothing, donning a snug tank top and athletic pants. With one hand gripping the blade and the other holding a short knife, she stepped into the old market. Previously, she had only explored the periphery. Today, she intended to venture deeper. The authorities were likely beginning to recognize the advantages the crystalline cores of the mutated beings posed to those with abilities. Soon, they would dispatch personnel to investigate areas with fewer zombies in the city, and before they arrived to conduct a sweep, she needed to act first. Mutated beings possessed a territorial instinct, and guided by her memories, Suyun proceeded deeper into the market, encountering no zombies along the way. The further she advanced, the dimmer the light became, while the motion sensor lights on either side flickered to life. Many of the sensor lights in this old market were old and malfunctioning, illuminating only with a stuttering flicker. Suyun took out her flashlight, having prepared well for this journey. She had already charged the flashlight in her space and replaced its batteries. Traversing the old market, she found nothing amiss. Yet the sensation of being watched from the shadows persisted, confirming it was not merely a figment of her imagination. "Are you not coming out?" Suyun pondered in confusion. As the power of the ability user began to emanate from her, the mutated beings found it nearly irresistible. Once her energy was released, Suyun heightened her defenses. Scanning the surroundings with her flashlight, her body twisting to observe her environment. Her senses sharpened to their peak, a sudden faint sound behind her startled her, and she swiftly turned, directing the flashlight toward the source of her perception. "Who is there?" She called out firmly, but the area fell silent once again, indicating whatever it was had already departed. Suyun quickly pursued. Though her speed was considerable, the mutated being was on guard, and she could only catch a glimpse of its silhouette as it slipped into the basement of a low-rent apartment. The old market housed a basement for low-income tenants, shrouded in darkness with a monthly rent of 180 yuan. Those struggling to make ends meet often resided below. The entity she had sensed had entered here, and after a moment's contemplation, she descended the staircase with her blade in hand. Upon entering the basement, she was met with a long corridor lined with many open wooden doors. The floor was concrete and the air was stagnant. Standing at the end of the corridor, her brow furrowed, she detected a foul odor, a mingling of blood and decaying flesh, perhaps due to the perpetual absence of sunlight. Here, devoid of air conditioning, the temperature lingered in the 20s, yet it did not feel overly warm. She could sense the mutated being was within, yet with so many rooms, its exact location remained a mystery. Gripping her blade tightly, the stench nearly made her retch, especially upon witnessing the grim scene in the first room, causing the hair on her body to stand on end. Inside the room on her right, a set of simple furniture occupied the space, approximately 30 to 40 square meters. Yet it was cluttered with numerous corpses. There were human remains, zombie bodies, and even small cats, the blood pooling on the floor, thick and rancid. The zombie corpses appeared unchanged, while the human remains had begun to rot, with maggots writhing across their surfaces. Suyun retrieved a stick from her space, prodding a corpse to examine its wounds. After inspecting several bodies, she deduced that the mutated zombie likely possessed enhanced strength, as those it killed had almost all died instantly, while most zombies had seemingly been twisted to death. Every room she entered revealed more bodies. It seemed the residents near the old market had all perished. As she prepared to explore further, the stillness of the corridor was disrupted by the sound of a child's voice. "Grandpa, I want my mommy and daddy. Will they come to pick me up for the new year?" The soft, plaintive voice echoed clearly through the silent corridor, originating from the fifth room on her right. "Grandpa, I want to eat meat, like the braised pork you made during the new year. I haven't had it in such a long time." The child's voice, sweet and persistent, tugged at the heartstrings. "Moon, be good and sleep. If you sleep well, you will grow tall. When you wake up, you can have the meat you desire," the aged voice replied. At the sound of this, Suyun's heart raced, gripping the blade tighter and taking a few steps back. Yet she understood she could not escape. The other party had already locked onto her presence. Chapter 33. Today, I will let you go. "Grandpa, Can you save some meat for mommy and daddy? It's my favorite. I want them to enjoy it too. Moon, if you save it for them, then grandpa will save some for them too. Now, little one, it's time for your nap. As night fell, the child inquired, Grandfather, may I have your treasure? Pointing at a cloth pouch attached to the old man's belt. Siyun approached the slightly ajar door, revealing a dilapidated wooden bed covered with a thin mat. An elderly man and the child sat at the edge of the bed, the elder's frail hand tenderly caressing the child's head, performing a mechanical motion as he gently patted the child's back, seemingly attempting to lull him to sleep. Grandfather, someone is here. Is it Mom and Dad coming to fetch me? The child, noticing Siyun outside the door, gazed at her with his dark, hollow eyes. The old man, too, fixed his obsidian gaze upon her. Upon recognizing the duo within, Siyun gasped, questioning if her rebirth had come with an ill-fated aura. Both the grandfather and grandson were mutants. Given the number of lives they had claimed, the old man's strength must be nearing that of a second-tier ability user. Or perhaps even greater. Without a moment's hesitation, Siyun instinctively turned to flee, ensuring to close the door behind her to buy herself a fleeting moment of escape. With a resounding crash, the door she had just shut was violently burst open from within. The old man grasped the child's hand, standing in the dark corridor, their penetrating stares fixed upon Siyun. Suddenly, the child lunged forward with astonishing speed, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. A foul stench assailing Siyun's senses as she thrust her blade defensively before her. The impact echoed as the blade met the child's assault, splattering black blood, a weapon far from ordinary. Not only had it thwarted the child's attack, but it had also inflicted injury upon him. The child, now pressed against the wall, exhibited remarkable agility due to his enhanced limbs. Witnessing his grandson's injury, the old man sprang into action, while the child continued to engage Siyun, and the grandfather launched a powerful punch toward her. Siyun dared not confront the blow head-on. She knew full well that should it land, it would either kill her or leave her crippled. With a swift kick, she sent the child sprawling aside, using the momentum to slide back several meters, creating distance. Unwilling to linger, she turned and fled. 30 years may pass, but she would return. The reason the spatial abilities had been dismissed later was due to their lack of offensive power. Fortunately, the elder's augmented strength made him slow, unable to catch her, while the child could pursue but could not overpower her. Exiting the old market, she pedaled away without looking back, the pair standing at the entrance, watching her retreat before returning to the basement. Reflecting on her physical condition, Siyun resolved to intensify her training. She navigated to a nearby gym, disabled the surveillance, and absconded with all the equipment. Upon returning, she set up a weightlifting frame in her living room, clearing out the space for her workouts. Each morning began with weighted exercises, followed by scavenging for supplies in the afternoon, retrieving electrical appliances and solar panels she had previously noted. Her muscles, sore yet resilient, healed overnight, and after a week of rigorous training, she had collected all salvageable supplies in the vicinity, amassing a substantial stockpile of gas canisters. One night, while preparing a late-night meal, the induction cooker abruptly ceased functioning, the air conditioning fell silent. Checking her phone, she found a signal, but the city had plunged into darkness. Scrolling through short videos pinpointed to G Province, she discovered widespread chatter about the blackout, with footage revealing the power grid had been sabotaged, not by humans, but by an intelligent zombie. This revelation triggered memories of previous videos depicting a mother-turned-zombie cooking for her child. It dawned on everyone that those earlier clips were not mere theatrics, and as the blackout deepened, communication would grow increasingly stifled. Fear began to spread. Yet, none of this fazed Siyun. Preoccupied with her training, bolstered by her combat experience, she had diligently absorbed the martial arts videos she had downloaded. Pondering the grandfather and grandson from the old market, she resolved to set out once more the following day, confident it was time to test her newly acquired skills. Training alone at home lacked the thrill of real combat. Only through confrontation could she truly gauge her shortcomings. Retrieving her concealed shared bicycle from her spatial realm, she noted the streets were now teeming with scavengers. The once abandoned shared bikes had been claimed, yet she had stowed a few in her space. Alongside bicycles, she had also acquired electric scooters and RVs. Presently, the city was littered with derelict vehicles, making bicycles and electric scooters the swiftest means of transport. Siyun seamlessly navigated into the old market, descending into the basement. The grandfather and grandson, alerted by her arrival, awaited her in the corridor. The elder stroked the child's head as the boy, ever combative, lunged at her without hesitation. This time, Soo-yoon clearly discerned his movements, evading his strike and countering effectively. The elder's fist came crashing down, but Soo-yoon deftly sidestepped, the punch striking the wall with a thunderous crack that splintered the cement. Such terrifying power could only be matched by a pure strength ability user. Leveraging her agility, Soo-yoon inflicted several wounds upon the child, prompting the old man to enter a frenzy upon witnessing his grandson's injuries. Unwilling to engage further, Soo-yoon swiftly turned and fled, determining to spare them for now, vowing to return for another bout another day. Making her exit from the old market, she continued her grueling training regimen at home. With the city in darkness, she was grateful for her foresight in installing solar panels on her balcony, which provided sufficient power for her living room air conditioning, while cooking remained reliant on gas. After her training, Soo-yoon shouldered her backpack and descended the stairs. With the increase in scavengers, the number of zombies on the streets had doubled. Realizing the internet would soon be cut off, she opened her navigation app, planning to venture into the neighboring county to explore a few livestock farms. Nearby, several villages might offer opportunities, especially if the farms had been stripped of their animals by the authorities. Chapter 34. The farms had been cleared. During her recent scavenging excursions, Soo-yoon had encountered a dying kitten and, upon realizing her space could sustain living creatures, she had devised a plan to raise livestock. Regrettably, the kitten had succumbed to its injuries before she could save it. Now, in her community, available resources had dwindled, and the populace was so famished they would chase down mice for sustenance, let alone kittens or puppies. As G province plunged into darkness, reports online indicated that neighboring provinces were following suit. Meanwhile, the official shelters were still under repair, a month and a half having passed since the onset of the disaster. Recalling the timeline of past official supply distributions, Soo-yoon anticipated they would be forthcoming soon. As material shortages intensified, incidents of looting began to arise. Once the authorities secured the salvaged supplies, order would be restored. However, such stability existed only within shelters or safe zones. Outside, survival hinged on the brutal law of the jungle. With her backpack secured, Soo-yoon mounted her motorcycle and followed the designated route, weaving through the streets and alleys. When confronted with impassable roads, she would stow her vehicle in her space and continue on foot. Under the scorching sun, the sunscreen attire clung to her skin, drenched in perspiration. Riding her motorcycle, the warm breeze helped dry her sweat-soaked clothes, yet an uncomfortable stickiness enveloped her. Following the navigation instructions, Soo-yoon arrived at the highway entrance after more than half an hour, only to find it heavily guarded by numerous armed soldiers. At the entrance, a line of over a dozen large trucks awaited inspection. As Soo-yoon approached on her motorcycle, 2 soldiers merely cast a cursory glance, ignoring her presence. However, when she attempted to pause and observe the trucks, she was hastily urged on by the soldiers, move along, no lingering here." Complying with their request, Soo-yoon promptly left, though she managed to glean a fleeting understanding of the truck's purpose. In her past life, due to her extraordinary abilities, she had been conscripted by the authorities early on, and she recognized these trucks as carrying provisions, food supplies destined for the people of Province G, set to be distributed uniformly in a few days. As Soo-yoon rode away, the soldiers returned to their posts, having already cleared the highway of zombies. After all, the transportation of supplies among provinces necessitated a clear passage. With the highway now devoid of the undead, it had become common for residents of Province G to venture out in search of relatives in distant locales, so the soldiers paid little heed to Soo-yoon's departure. On the highway, she spotted several soldiers incinerating zombie corpses by the roadside, black smoke billowing ominously overhead, reminiscent of impending rain. After what felt like an eternity, the navigation device indicated that she had reached her destination a mere 200 meters ahead. She stowed her motorcycle into her spatial storage and switched to an off-road vehicle. Lu Mountain Breeding Farm. After navigating through 2 intersections, Soo-yoon arrived at her intended destination, only to find it deserted, as she had suspected. At the entrance of the Lu Mountain Breeding Farm, several banners stained with blood hung ominously, while beneath the massive sign lay 4 zombies with their skulls shattered. The barrier meant to block vehicles had been forcibly destroyed, allowing Soo-yoon to drive her off-road vehicle into the farm. Signs indicated the breeding areas for various livestock, and within the cattle and sheep section, she discovered a dozen zombie corpses. The bullet holes in their heads suggested they had been dealt with by the authorities. Following the outbreak of zombies, the drastic change in weather, and the onset of disaster, it was likely that these livestock had been relocated at the first opportunity. After surveying the area, Suyun noted that not only had they taken all the livestock, but even the feed and fodder had been removed. She had come here merely to try her luck. If she truly sought to procure livestock, she had other options. Harboring little expectation for this place, Suyun left the breeding farm and, according to her navigation, headed to the nearest Shujia village. Although it was deemed nearby, the drive would take over 2 hours. Along the way, Suyun switched to a smaller truck, which she intended to use for transporting livestock. Shujia village lay nestled among several rolling hills. Now that economic conditions had improved, even the remote mountains had seen roads constructed to facilitate the villagers' travel and children's education. Isolated from the outside world, each village comprised only a few dozen households. As Suyun drove into the village, she encountered merely a handful of zombies along the way. Entering Shujia village, she observed a plethora of mature crops by the roadside, with some seeds laid out in the sun and seedlings just planted in the fields, crops that had only recently been sown. As her truck rolled into the village, a cacophony of ringing bells echoed sharply, and soon a group of villagers, numbering around 10, obstructed her path. "Get out! Where do you come from? What brings you to our village? Have you been bitten by a zombie?" A burly man, dark-skinned and imposing, banged on Suyun's window, his expression a mixture of wariness and fear. Chapter 35. I wish to exchange food for livestock. Suyun halted the vehicle, reaching into her backpack to retrieve several bottles of water, a smile gracing her face. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. She had come here to engage in trade. Stepping out of the truck, Suyun offered the water to the man who had knocked on her window. "Greetings, uncles. It's exceedingly hot today. Please quench your thirst with this water." Upon seeing the knife strapped to her back, albeit bound to a stick, the villagers recognized its superior quality, appreciating its craftsmanship. Though they could not comprehend much, they understood the value of tools and weapons. In these tumultuous times, they carried knives whenever they ventured out, and thus felt no fear of Suyun's potential aggression, given their numbers. "Uncle, I merely wish to purchase some goods from you. I harbor no ulterior motives." With her round, cherubic face, she appeared harmless. The villagers' wariness of Suyun diminished somewhat, primarily because she had come alone. "Step aside. I'll speak with her," commanded a bald man in his 50s, clad in a tank top and shorts, a straw hat hanging around his neck. His complexion darkened by the sun. Suyun turned to assess the man, realizing he was the village head. Meeting her gaze, he introduced himself. "I am the village chief of Shujia village. My word is law here. You mentioned wanting to purchase items from us. I'm sorry, young lady, but we do not sell anything in our village." He could easily surmise what Suyun wished to buy, as many had driven down from the city recently, uttering the same request upon arrival. A fortnight ago, they had been unaware of the circumstances and had sold a batch of grain. Now, their remaining stock was dwindling, and with the children working in the city advising them against further sales, they chose to hoard their provisions. Otherwise, they would face starvation in the future. For food was already scarce in the city, and people awaited governmental aid. Having farmed their land for a lifetime, the elder villagers had even experienced famine years. While the outside world was rife with panic, they, having lived in the mountains for generations, were no fools. "Indeed, we do not sell anything in our village. You should leave." The villagers echoed the chief's words, brandishing sticks and knives at the village entrance. With zombies occasionally attacking the village, the men had organized patrols to defend their home, each household contributing to the effort. Observing the blockade before her, Suyun pondered a different approach. "Very well, uncles. I do not wish to buy anything. Instead, I propose a trade. I can offer food, rice, and flour in exchange for your chickens, ducks, geese, and cattle." She activated the neck fan. Though it only blew warm air, it was better than nothing. Taking a sip from her chilled mung bean water, she glanced around before retreating into the shadow of her truck. The midday heat was unbearable. The villagers stood momentarily stunned at Suyun's proposition, turning to their chief for guidance. Previous visitors had all sought to purchase their grain, but this was the first time someone had offered food in exchange for livestock. The village chief, reading the villagers' expressions, recognized that Suyun had struck a chord with them. After all, without food, sustaining livestock became increasingly difficult. If they continued to keep the livestock, they would ultimately be slaughtered for meat. If they could trade for some grain instead, it would be a beneficial exchange. Are you serious, young lady? The villagers inquired, and upon receiving her affirmative response, they allowed her passage, permitting Su-yun to enter the village. Upon entering the village, Su-yun swiftly discerned that Su family village was indeed extraordinary. Interspersed throughout the village, bells were affixed to the trees at regular intervals. Each household had a bell hanging at their door, enabling them to summon assistance immediately in the event of an emergency. Moreover, some entrances to the village were fortified with wooden spikes, ingeniously constructed from logs, with a sharp stake positioned centrally to effectively deter zombies from breaching the village's defenses. The spikes bore dark stains, indicative of past encounters. As Su-yun passed a courtyard, she observed a dozen individuals of varying ages laboring within, skillfully sawing and assembling wood to create spikes, their roles clearly delineated. Driving her truck boldly into the village, it was nearly impossible for Su-yun not to attract attention. With the village sealed off during this period, sightings of outsiders had become a rarity. As the villagers caught sight of Su-yun's truck, they emerged from their homes. Please spread the word that anyone wishing to sell livestock should come to me. I will be taking a group over shortly, Su-yun instructed. The few men who had been following her immediately dispersed to disseminate the news. Invited by the village chief to his residence, Su-yun noted a newly constructed concrete platform for parking beside the chief's large house, which suggested a thriving household. After parking with a loud screech, the chief's family emerged, drawn by the noise. Come inside for a moment, young lady. They will likely arrive shortly. The chief beckoned Su-yun into his home. In addition to villagers wishing to sell livestock, his family also had animals to offer. Su-yun agreed amiably, very well, I shall come shortly, and proceeded to open the back of her truck, retrieving rice and flour from her storage space. The chief's family observed her intently. Would you like some water? An elderly man in his 80s offered, holding out a cup. Su-yun declined, pulling her own water bottle from her bag. It appeared that Su family village had access to uncontaminated wells, ensuring a sufficient water supply. Chief, if outsiders come to your village in the future, it would be wise not to display this, Su-yun kindly advised. She explained the dire state of water contamination in urban areas where many, succumbing to thirst, had unwittingly consumed tap water and subsequently transformed into zombies. If they discover that your village has water, the unity you have fostered may not withstand the threat of human nature when faced with such desperation, she cautioned. The village chief, taken aback by Su-yun's insights, realized that the external situation had deteriorated to such an extent. After the power outage, their village had also lost internet connectivity, leaving them isolated and oblivious to the outside world. Their only source of information came from outsiders like Su-yun. The chief expressed gratitude, requesting Su-yun to elaborate on the current conditions beyond the village. Thus, Su-yun recounted the circumstances in the cities, to which the expressions of the chief and his family darkened. Is it truly as dire as that? With the power outage, we too have been cut off from information, the chief lamented. Noticing a piercing gaze upon her, Su-yun turned to meet the eyes of a young man around her age, possibly in his early 20s, sporting a buzz cut, clad in a black tank top and shorts. Seeing Su-yun's attention directed toward his son, the chief introduced, This is my son, Su-chung. You two seem to be of similar age. What brings a young lady like you into our mountains alone? Although he spoke amiably, the chief's eyes remained fixated on the blade at Su-yun's back. Su-yun, recognizing the chief's keen perception, inferred that he had trained in combat. Otherwise, he would not venture alone into the wilderness. You have sharp instincts, young lady. I indeed served a few years in the military when I was younger, but I was not cut out for it, so I retired early, the chief admitted. Redirecting the conversation to livestock, Su-yun sought to avoid wasting time, aware that the chief's persistent gaze lingered on her blade. Oh, I almost forgot about the matter at hand. By the way, young lady, I have 2 pigs and 3 chickens for sale. Would you care to have a look? The chief appeared slightly embarrassed, realizing Su-yun had discerned his intentions. Recently, their household had struggled to provide enough food for themselves, let alone for livestock. Observing the pigs confined in their pen, Su-yun noted their emaciated forms, with protruding bellies. The chief owned 5 pigs, but offered only 2 to Su-yun, alongside 3 out of 6 chickens. With efficiency, Su-yun retrieved the grains from her truck and subsequently loaded the livestock. At that moment, other villagers wishing to sell their animals began to arrive, clamoring for Su-yun's attention. Following the villagers from one household to another, she recognized that, although her storage space could not accommodate all the livestock, butchering and neatly packing the meat would sustain her for an extended period. Ultimately, Su Yun departed Su family village only when her vehicle could hold no more livestock. The bounty she collected was substantial, with her truck filled to capacity: 4 cows, 12 pigs, 18 chickens, 8 sheep, and several geese and ducks. Fortuitously, she had arrived early. Earlier, she had observed some villagers butchering their animals after realizing they lacked feed. As she approached the village entrance, she spotted the chief and his son, Su Cheng, waiting for her. Upon her arrival, Su Cheng stepped forward, inquiring, "Would you consider trading that knife?" At that moment, Su Yun sensed an energy emanating from Su Cheng. He was an ability user. Su Cheng's gaze lingered on the blade she carried. His father's keen military instincts were evident. But as an ability user, he could distinctly sense the nature of Su Yun's knife. If he was not mistaken, the blade bore enhancements derived from mutated organisms. "What do you have to offer?" Su Yun asked, removing the blade from her possession. She had 4 similar ones in her storage. "How about half a pig?" Su Cheng proposed tentatively. Su Yun hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Half a pig, when properly preserved, would indeed be worth the knife, making it a fair exchange. Su Cheng whispered something to his father before asking Su Yun to wait a moment. He returned swiftly, within 20 minutes, carrying precisely half a pig. Su Yun handed him the blade, turning to place the pig in her truck. A gathering of villagers observed in astonishment as Su Cheng traded half a pig for a knife. Many believed he was foolish and urged the chief to intervene. However, the next moment, Su Cheng's actions rendered them speechless. Taking the knife in hand, Su Cheng expressed disdain for the makeshift handle Su Yun had fashioned, declaring, "Such a fine blade deserves a proper grip." With a glance at a nearby tree, he swung the knife with precision, and the tree fell with a clean cut, crashing to the ground. The onlookers gaped at the extraordinary sharpness of the blade, realizing that if it could slice through wood with such ease, it would be equally effective against zombies. This was precisely why Su Cheng sought to trade for Su Yun's knife, as zombies had begun to encroach upon the village daily. In the village, he was the sole possessor of extraordinary abilities, often overexerting his energy, rendering the axe at home utterly useless. Now equipped with a reliable weapon, he could effortlessly eliminate zombies even without resorting to his powers. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Su Yun started her vehicle, intent on returning home before dusk. From her spatial storage, she retrieved a bun, munching on it while driving. Despite the pungent odor of livestock wafting through the cabin, her appetite remained unaffected. In fact, her spirits soared. On the passenger seat lay half a slab of pork, a well-deserved reward for her after a prolonged period of abstaining from meat. Once she had traversed a considerable distance from the village, Su Yun produced an off-road vehicle from her spatial realm, confining the livestock within to handle later. The off-road vehicle continued along the main road, and upon reaching the expressway, Su Yun switched to her motorcycle. As night approached, she finally spotted the expressway exit, where trucks still awaited inspection. Retaining the route in her mind, she exited the expressway and headed homeward. Upon entering the urban area, even at night, numerous individuals roamed the streets in search of supplies. When she encountered soldiers engaged in zombie eradication, they bombarded her with inquiries about when the government would distribute food. Recently, the military had cleared the streets of zombies, allowing for a safer search for resources, yet most supplies remained under the control of higher authorities. The odds of finding anything substantial were slim. "Just hold on a little longer. The authorities are working on it, and we'll do our utmost to ensure your safety," the soldiers reassured her with commendable demeanor. Once in the city, Su Yun opted for a bicycle to avoid drawing attention. However, her phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a cold smile crept across her lips. "Dad, when are you coming back? There's nothing to eat at home." "I've been starving for days," she questioned, leaving Su Jianlin at a loss for words. "Xiao Yun, there's nothing here either. But I've heard that supplies will be sent to us soon. Just hold on a few more days. The rescue team has arrived in my area, and I'll be home before long." Perhaps the death of Lu Xiaomei had struck him hard. As Su Jianlin finally acknowledged his daughter, his tone noticeably softened. "All right. I'll wait for your return," Su Yun replied, hanging up the phone. It seemed that Su Jianlin and Su Yu were faring the worst, particularly Su Yu. In her previous life, she had been recruited by the authorities and had brought her father back early. Under their urging, she applied to clear out the zombies from Su Yu's school. Her spatial storage was several times larger than that of other spatial ability users, making her valuable to the authorities, who granted her request. This time, she did not join the official ranks, as they had their own plans, securing city supplies, constructing shelters, and eliminating zombies to ensure the safety of those who survived while allowing them to venture out in search of resources. Only after accomplishing these tasks would they attend to individuals like Su Jianlin who were trapped. They meticulously orchestrated these plans to arrange for people to enter shelters before chaos ensued. If those individuals perished before the authorities could reach them, there was little that could be done. After all, their ultimate goal was to save as many lives as possible. In her previous life, when she and the rescue team arrived at the school, Su had nearly been bullied by several boys over food. Saving her and bringing her back home turned out to be a regrettable decision. This time, she resolved to do nothing and let them reap the consequences of their actions. Both should be home in a few days. Siyun's mind began to wander with anticipation, contemplating how to incite conflict between them. Upon returning home, Siyun took some of the pre-planted wheat straw to feed the livestock, dividing her farmland into 2 plots for their nourishment. The seedlings she had planted days prior had already grown to arm's length, and the crops in her spatial realm matured more rapidly than those outside, especially in that fertile black soil. She fed the wheat straw to the cattle and sheep, plucking some vegetable leaves from the black soil for the pigs, while also treating the chickens, ducks, and geese. She dug a trench by the well, directing it towards the livestock so they could drink freely. Observing for a while, she noted that the animal's waste was automatically removed by the spatial realm. Initially pondering how to deal with it, she was relieved that the issue had resolved itself. After processing the half-slab of pork in the spatial realm, Siyun prepared several meat dishes the following morning, relishing a satisfying meal. However, with thoughts of Su Yu and Su Jianlin returning home, she tidied up the fitness equipment in the living room, restoring it to its previous state. Several rooms looked as though they had been ransacked, and she paused her efforts. The lock on their door had been forcibly broken, a result of the building's residents during her absence. Nevertheless, she always took her belongings with her when she left, so there was little of value at home. Even if they pried the door open, they found nothing worthwhile. In the afternoon, she routinely strolled through the old market, a mandatory exercise for her daily regimen. The old man and his grandson seemed to be caught in a peculiar obsession, lingering there for an extended period. Chapter 38, Current Status of Building 10. Through daily training, she had become capable of enduring the old man's punches, and her reaction speed had improved in sparring with the child. Enhancing her strength was best achieved through practical experience. As the last rays of sunlight faded into the encroaching night, Siyun pedaled her bicycle through the alleyways, one hand steering while the other held an ice pop. Her hair appeared to have grown in recent days, prompting her to tie it back with a rubber band. A warm breeze greeted her as she bit into the ice pop, navigating through the alley, nearing home. Upon reaching the alley entrance, she stowed her bicycle in the spatial realm and jogged into the darkness. Glimmers of light flickered within the alley, accompanied by the scent of smoke. Siyun slowed her pace, sensing that they had noticed her presence. Approaching the group, she did not halt her steps. The narrow passage forced her to sidestep to avoid contact. As she passed one man, he intentionally exhaled smoke towards her face. Frowning slightly, Siyun swiftly slapped him, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. The sudden turn of events caught the others off guard. By the time they reacted, Siyun had already elevated the man into the air. He clutched her wrist desperately, his face turning an alarming shade of red and purple, his legs flailing in a futile attempt to breathe. "Let go of my brother, you bitch!" the closest man shouted, swinging a club towards her back. Siyun pivoted, using the man she held as a shield. With a resounding crack, the club shattered, demonstrating the force of the blow. The man in her grip received a solid strike, losing consciousness instantly. Releasing him, his limp body collapsed to the ground. "Damn it, I'll kill you!" another man exclaimed, drawing a knife and lunging towards Suyun's neck. She neither flinched nor evaded, for the blade that had replaced her previous one had been acquired from Su Chung of Su Family Village. As he closed the distance, Suyun thrust the knife into his heart. The flashlight he held fell to the ground as the blade pierced his chest, a chilling pain sweeping over him. He looked up at Suyun, attempting to discern the woman before him, but could only perceive a blurred silhouette. Moments later, a sharp pain gripped his chest, and he coughed up blood. Suyun not only embedded the knife deeper but twisted it as well. After expelling a mouthful of blood, His body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The alley was narrow, and the two individuals standing behind were unable to join their comrades in action, left only to witness the fall of two brothers before their eyes. When it came to killing, they often hesitated or were driven by emotion to strike. But Su-yun acted with a chilling clarity. Her strikes were decisive and unhesitating, prompting the two men to realize that she was a formidable adversary, one they could not afford to offend. Ignoring the fallen brothers, the duo fled the alley under the cover of night, separating in their escape, fearful of being pursued by Su-yun. Su-yun, however, paid no mind to the two who had already distanced themselves. She crouched down, rummaging through the bodies, both men carrying bulging backpacks. She stowed their bags into her space for later examination, then proceeded to search their pockets. Each had a half-empty pack of cigarettes, which, though scant, were still valuable. Su-yun collected the items before finally departing. What had initially been a lesson for them had escalated unexpectedly, with them having drawn a weapon against her. Faced with a threat to her life, Su-yun responded with swift retaliation. As she made her way back through the corridor, Su-yun encountered Donghua and his group. During her time away, she had crossed paths with them a few times. Originally, Donghua was accompanied by only 2 women. But in the span of a month and a half, their numbers had swelled to 5. As they met in the stairwell, most of the group hurried past her. But Donghua stood in her path, hand raised to halt her. Su-yun regarded his hand, then lifted her gaze to meet Donghua's. Is there something you need? I reiterate my previous statement. You should think it over carefully. I've noticed you often go alone. And you may not be aware of the current situation in the building. The residents on the 14th to 16th floors have formed an alliance, as have those on the 3rd to 6th floors. The 2 households on the 7th floor have perished, and I've relocated to the 18th floor. Currently, on the 8th floor, it's just you. There were 2 survivors on the 9th, but I've heard they ventured out for supplies and met their demise. A few remain on the 10th and 12th floors, but they too are being swayed by the 14th floor residents. In this building, you are the sole wolf among the sheep. Donghua continued to explain the precarious situation, revealing that his group was larger than it appeared, with 5 members out on excursions and another 5 guarding supplies on the 18th floor. Chapter 39. Preparing food in advance. Su-yun listened quietly. This was the first time Donghua had spoken to her at such length, indicating the gravity of the conditions within the building. However, she recognized the subtlety in his words. She was no fool to be easily deceived. If I were to join your group and we found supplies, how would we divide them? She inquired, her brow furrowed with skepticism. Donghua glanced at his companions waiting at the building entrance, speaking in hushed tones. Our previous agreement was that any found supplies would be placed in my care for management, from which I would allocate daily rations based on headcount. If you join my team, I can make an exception for you. You would receive double the rations of the others. What do you think? Donghua looked at Su-yun with hopeful anticipation. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to her, but he had grown aware of her ability to return safely from each outing, recognizing her as someone with substantial skills. Having someone like her in the group would be a significant advantage. Brother Hao, are you done yet? The others downstairs were evidently growing impatient, questioning Su-yun's value. Every time Donghua encountered her, he attempted to recruit her into his team. All right, I'll be right down, Donghua replied, turning back to Su-yun. Consider it. And I'll see you later. With that, he vanished around the corner of the staircase. Su-yun observed the makeshift door secured with a rope, a precaution she had taken since the lock had been forcibly broken. Inside, she used 3 refrigerators to barricade the entrance, then plugged in the generator to power the air conditioning as she reclined on the sofa to rest. She recalled Donghua's words, reflecting on his intentions. Did he truly believe she was oblivious to his ulterior motives, and trusting him with the team as supplies for safekeeping? If something were to go awry, he would undoubtedly be the first to abscond with the rations. She had seen such betrayals in her past life. Moreover, in these uncertain times, Donghua would likely have already discreetly relocated the team as supplies. When conflict broke out among the factions in the building, he would simply slip away, leaving behind chaos. Nestled on the sofa, Su-yun contemplated the imminent return of Su Jianlin and Siu in the next few days, after which it would be inconvenient to retrieve items from her space. She needed to prepare an ample food supply while she still had the opportunity. After a simple dinner, some dishes being leftovers from breakfast, Su-yun washed up and then sank into her space. The crops in her black soil had ripened again, and she gathered the tender shoots, stacking them together. She had amassed a basketful over the past few days, enough to sustain her for half a month if prepared in a single stir-fry. She promptly harvested other vegetables while they were still fresh, setting aside a few to collect seeds for future planting. Clearing an additional 80 square meters of land, she planted the sweet potatoes and potatoes acquired from Sujia village. Both crops had high yields and pleasing flavors, serving as substantial staples, and since she was alone, she could tend to them at her own pace. Sweet potatoes were her favorite, particularly the sugary variety. After planting, she gazed at the little mounds of earth, anticipating a harvest in just over 2 months. With everyone around her lacking food, she couldn't afford to openly prepare meals in the community. After feeding the livestock, Soo-yoon retrieved the battery box and gas tank, connecting the battery for power. She located the rice steamer she had previously salvaged from shops. Cooking rice in a conventional pot was laborious and yielded little, whereas the steamer had multiple tiers. After rinsing the rice, she placed it in the trays, and once the machine was activated, the rice would be ready at the designated time. Moreover, with a single cooking session, she could have enough rice to last nearly 2 months, even if she consumed it daily. As the rice steamed, Soo-yoon took out half a pig that Soo-chung had given her. Their previous trade had been hasty, and this portion was freshly slaughtered. After slicing off some for earlier meals, a substantial piece remained, marbled with fat and still glistening with blood. She cut the pork into chunks, washing them thoroughly. The fatty pieces were set aside for rendering lard, while the lean cuts would be stir-fried. The mixed portions were marinated for braised pork, and after cleaning the pig leg, she chopped it into pieces for soup. Several large pots were set atop the gas tank as the steamer began to emit steam, signaling that the rice was nearly done. Soo-yoon placed the various cuts of meat into the pots, for rendering fat, braising, and stewing the pig leg. There was also half a pig's head and some offal, which she marinated before placing in a spice packet for braising. She periodically checked on the pots. Thankfully, she was working in her space, for cooking outside would have been a considerable challenge. With constant stirring, she didn't need to exert herself physically, merely consuming some mental energy. The stir-fried pork was the first to finish, and Soo-yoon tasted a couple of pieces. Perhaps her skills were lacking when cooking outside, but she found the dish quite delectable. With practice, she was confident she would soon master the art of cooking. The braised pork has just been taken off the stove, and the rice is ready as well. However, the preparation of the marinated and stewed meats requires considerable time and attention. Chapter 40, Waiting for Mom and Dad. It was not until the late hours of the night that Soo-yoon finally found rest, sinking into a deep slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, she retrieved vegetables and eggs from her space. The eggs she had previously gathered from Lu Xiaomei's room were now consumed, as were those procured from the bakery. Presently, she had a mere 24 eggs left, but with 18 chickens being raised in her space, she could collect 13 to 14 eggs daily. Thus, Soo-yoon felt no remorse as she prepared a pot of seaweed egg drop soup, incorporating all the eggs. While cooking the soup, she also prepared 2 dishes of vegetables, stir-fried rapeseed and sauteed cabbage. After her busy cooking session, she took a moment to rest before rising to exercise. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the alarm on the wall clock began to sound. Without hesitation, Soo-yoon packed her bag and set out, steadfastly heading towards the old market. As her bicycle entered the old market, Soo-yoon sensed an energetic fluctuation in the air, prompting her to urgently squeeze the brakes, shifting her left foot off the pedal to stabilize herself on the ground. Her gaze directed towards the direction of the underground rental, from whence the energy waves emanated. It was unexpected that, nearly 2 months later, this place had still not gone unnoticed. She pondered whether the individuals battling within were official personnel or other ability users. Drawing a blade from her space, Soo-yoon secured her bicycle beneath a shelter and cautiously descended the stairs, step by step. Bang, 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 clang. Soo-yoon stood at the end of the corridor, observing an intense battle. However, she felt a sigh of relief. These were not official personnel. Had they been, she would have no hope of acquiring even one of the crystal cores belonging to the old man and the child. Creeping sounds filled the air as the child gnawed on the corpse on the ground. Internally, Soo-yoon cursed these foolish individuals. The flesh of ability users served as a great tonic for the pair. They had already lost 2 members, and soon she would have been able to claim those 2 crystal cores. Now, it seemed fortunate that she had not lost her own life here. Among the 5 of them, 2 had perished, 1 was gravely injured, while the remaining 2 struggled to support their severely wounded companion. They noticed Soo-yoon's arrival, and as they helped their teammate, They gradually approached her. The old man did not pursue them. Instead, he hunched protectively in front of the child, who continued to devour the remains on the floor. As if sensing Su Yun's presence, the child slowly raised his head, his dark, hollow eyes fixating on her, licking the blood from his lips. Despite his injuries, the child appeared less combative than before. His clothes were tattered and riddled with cuts. When he stood, thick, black blood oozed from his wounds. The old man also bore numerous injuries, his right arm severed and dripping blood, yet he stood quietly before the child, maintaining a safe distance from Su Yun. The two supporting their injured comrade reached Su Yun's side, perceiving the abnormality of the old market and quickly deducing that Su Yun must possess some abilities. "Miss, would you care to join forces with us? Given that the old man is severely wounded, if we work together to subdue those two monsters, the child's crystal core will be yours. What do you say?" The man proposed to Su Yun, his eyes reflecting pain over the loss of two brothers. Although the remaining two were still capable of fighting, they were in no state to confront the old man, whose explosive power was formidable. Even if they were fortunate enough to slay one of the foes, they would undoubtedly suffer casualties in the process. Despite having lost their consciousness to mutation, the old man would fiercely guard the child. Once injured, the boy's strength could surge dramatically. At that moment, the child ceased his meal, seemingly understanding the man's words, and gazed expressionlessly at Su Yun. "Leave," Su Yun commanded, and upon realizing she was dismissing him, the man's face flushed crimson. "Huh, do you truly believe you alone can claim those two crystal cores?" "We are leaving," he said, helping the injured teammate as the three hastily departed the old market. Su Yun observed the grandfather and grandson silhouetted against the darkness, uncertain of what she sought to validate during this period. Were the rumors she had heard in her past life genuine or mere fabrications? After the trio's departure, the child resumed his crouch, feasting on the remains, the sound of crunching bones echoing in the silence. Su Yun and the old man stood in a tense standoff for 3 minutes before she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Why do you remain here?" The old man was evidently taken aback by Su Yun's initiative to engage in conversation. Yet, his mind was devoid of past memories. His only fixation was to care for his grandson, remaining wherever the child was. "Dad, Mom knows I'm here. They said they would come to see me." The child responded, breaking the silence. Su Yun quickly pieced together their reasons for staying. The old man's obsession was his grandson, while the child's fixation appeared peculiar. He oscillated between waiting for his parents, craving flesh, and demanding the trinket tied to the old man's waist. Having fought against them numerous times, Su Yun recognized that the object on the old man's waist was merely an ordinary cloth bag. Chapter 41. Stop fighting. Not sensing any murderous intent from Su Yun, the child dragged the corpse into the room while the old man continued to stand in the corridor, fixated on her. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Yun turned and departed. On her way home, she reflected upon her memories from her previous life, recalling that many had claimed that mutated beings could indeed communicate normally. However, peaceful coexistence was always doomed, as these beings fed on humans, while ability users sought their crystal cores. This was merely the beginning of the catastrophe. Years later, even if communication were possible, the first encounter would likely end in bloodshed. Upon returning home, Su Yun felt a heaviness in her heart. She collapsed onto the sofa, gazing at the light filtering through the curtain seams, extending her hand to catch a beam of that light in her palm. The following day, she remained indoors, using a machine to knead dough for fermentation and steaming numerous meat buns and mantou. After dining in the afternoon, she stored the air conditioning unit and solar panels in her space, leaving only a few packs of instant noodles and 4 bottles of water in her backpack, while stowing away a dozen packs of biscuits in the compartment. Without the air conditioning, the temperature remained high even at night, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as Su Yun lay on the sofa, using an electric fan to cool herself. The refrigerator, blocking the front door, was also stored away, and without air conditioning, the heat made sleep elusive, prompting her to fan herself once more. At 3 in the early morning, hearing sounds from the hallway, Su Yun sprang up, swiftly putting the electric fan back into her space. "Dad, the door is in such disrepair. Is sister really home?" "She must be. Earlier, when my phone was about to die, I called her to say we were coming back, and she promised she would wait for us here." Listening to the familiar voices outside the door, Su Yun realized she would never forget them. Su Jianlin and her dear sister, Su Yu, had returned. Energized, Su Yun retrieved a baseball bat from her space, ready to greet them properly. The door was merely tied with a string. Su Jianlin and Su Yu used a small knife to cut it open, their flashlights flickering dimly. Seizing the moment, as they opened the door, Su Yun swung the bat fiercely at them. Not allowing them a chance to speak, she shouted, "You came to rob us. You came to rob us. I want to let you escape. No, please don't hit us. Stop. I am you, stop hitting. Su Yun raised the stick in her hand high, bringing it down heavily, rendering the two unable to utter a complete sentence. Su Yu had long since fainted from the pain, while Su Jianlin's anger had been beaten out of him. He endured a blow, gripping the stick that Su Yun swung at him with all his might. "I am your father, Su Jianlin. What are you doing, Su Yun? Do you intend to kill me and your sister?" Su Jianlin was infuriated. His entire body ached from the beating. Not a single part of him was unharmed. Su Yun moderated her strength, allowing them to endure the beating enough to not die, but painful enough to linger for a long time. It was merely collecting some interest. She intended to play with them slowly thereafter. The stick slipped from Su Yun's hand and fell to the ground as she feigned panic. "Father, you have finally returned. Why didn't you knock when you came home? Our house has recently been burglarized. You both entered without a sound, and I thought you were here to steal something." Su Yun spoke with a sense of reason that momentarily left Su Jianlin at a loss for words. "Do I need to knock when I return to my own home? Fine, go check on your sister." Su Jianlin settled down on the sofa in the dark, as the flashlight he shared with Su Yu had just been broken by her. Su Yun looked at the unconscious figure on the ground and stepped on her hand, crushing it mercilessly, waking Su Yu from her stupor in agony. My hand. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face. Su Yun, as if just noticing, quickly moved her foot away. "My apologies, dear sister. It was too dark to see. Let me help you up." Su Yun attentively assisted Su Yu onto the sofa and retrieved a small solar lamp, akin in size to a jade bracelet, but with a decent brightness. It could illuminate for 2 hours. Under the light, Su Yun also discerned the appearances of the two. Su Jianlin's beer belly had shrunk a circle. He wore ill-fitting clothes, and his hair was so greasy it seemed to glisten. The most unfortunate was Su Yu. Over the span of 2 months, she had wasted away, her collarbones deeply sunken. She was a far cry from her pampered self from the previous life during the apocalypse. Her exposed arms bore numerous wounds, and her neck had hickeys. This time, she had done nothing, yet both of them had suffered greatly from the onset. During this period, it seemed they had not even washed. The odor from their bodies was distressing. Su Yu's long hair was unevenly trimmed, mingled with sweat and oil, causing strands to cling to her shoulders. While Su Yu scrutinized the two, they were also assessing Su Yun. In anticipation of their return, Su Yun had not washed her hair for several days, merely wiped herself down. After the air conditioning was turned off, she was drenched in sweat. It appeared that apart from not losing weight, her condition was quite similar to theirs. Chapter 42, Tomorrow, go find us some medicine. Finally back in a familiar environment, Su Jianlin quickly shed his defenses. With Lu Xiaomei long deceased, sitting in the living room, he began to reminisce about her. He casually picked up the small solar lamp from the table and walked toward the previous bedroom, leaving only Su Yun and Su Yu in the living room. Su Yu was truly in a pitiful state. Apart from the scars that had begun to heal, she bore many new injuries inflicted by Su Yun. Her face had taken a solid blow, swelling up, and even the slightest attempt to smile was painful. Su Yu glared at Su Yun with malice and whispered, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Su Yu's assumption was correct. Su Yun had indeed done it intentionally, but she would never admit it. "Xiao Yu, how could you think such a thing of me? Since mother passed away, I am the only one left in this house. You have no idea what I have endured during this time. Someone broke in to steal, and the door was pried open. When you both entered without a sound, I thought those people were back to steal again, which is why I acted." In mentioning Lu Xiaomei's death, Su Yu's sorrow deepened. She cast a doubtful glance at Su Yun, yet simultaneously pondered whether her mother's death could be unrelated to Su Yun. Perhaps she was overthinking. "Su Yun, what on earth is happening in this house?" Su Jianlin glared at the chaotic room, his fury igniting. Many clothes were missing from the wardrobe, leaving only a few summer outfits, which Su Jianlin pulled out to change into. The bed was in disarray, the sheets and bedding nowhere to be found, leaving only the bare mattress. Every room in the house was in such disarray. "Dad, if you don't come back soon, I might just leave. Everything in this house has been stolen, the only bit of food is gone, and the door is in such a state, it's utterly unsafe. If it weren't for waiting for you, In truth, all the items in the house were taken by her, with the bedding and clothes stored in her space. Reflecting on the days trapped in the company, Su Jianlin naturally believed Su Yun's words. Since the city had blacked out, chaos ensued. He had been stuck at the company, but thankfully the cafeteria was well stocked with food, and there was a small supermarket downstairs. Otherwise, they would not have survived. Dad, it hurts so much, Su complained, touching her facial injuries. Su Jianlin harbored deep affection for Su Yu after all. She was his daughter with Lu Xiaomei. What about the medicine at home? Su Jianlin frowned at Su Yun, his gaze drifting toward the cabinet beside the television. The house usually kept some medicine for injuries, disinfectants, and cold remedies. For common ailments, there was always a supply of urgent care medicine, neatly organized by Lu Xiaomei in the cabinet. Yet, that cabinet, typically stocked with medicine, was now completely empty. Dad, everything in the house has been taken. There's nothing left of the medicine, Su Yun replied, seated on the sofa across from them. Su Yu tugged at her wounds, occasionally crying out in pain. The injuries on me and your sister are all from your hand. Since there's no medicine at home, tomorrow you must go outside and see if the pharmacies still have any medicine left. Bring some back. As Su Jianlin listened to Su Yu's cries of pain, his own injuries began to throb. How had he not noticed that his eldest daughter possessed such strength, able to inflict pain that lasted so long? They were unaware that Su Yun intentionally targeted the most sensitive areas. Asking her to go out to find medicine was out of the question. All right. I will go out tomorrow and take a look, Su Yun assured, but what she intended to do outside was entirely her decision. Upon hearing Su Yun mention looking for medicine, both Su Jianlin and Su Yu felt somewhat relieved. The room contained only the bare mattress, making it impossible to sleep. So Su Yun simply lay down on the sofa, fanning herself. It's so hot. On a large sofa, Su Yun slept on the left, Su Yu in the middle, and Su Jianlin on the right, closest to the door. Su Jianlin felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. He got up to the kitchen, moving the freezer and refrigerator in front of the door as a barricade. Sister, I'm so hot. Can you fan me? Su Yu whispered in the darkness. She was unable to sleep from the heat, but compared to the environment of the school dormitory, home was already vastly superior. However, her lifelong habit made her want anything Su Yun held. Su Yun could not be bothered to respond. That flimsy fan merely blew hot air, and she found herself longing for the electric fan and air conditioning. Su Jianlin quickly adapted, and soon, he was snoring. Perhaps being home allowed them to relax. Shortly thereafter, Su Yu also fell asleep. Su Yun continued to fan herself, unable to sleep. In the darkness, she fumbled to pop a piece of ice into her mouth. As the ice melted, the cool water flowed down her throat into her stomach, the refreshing sensation causing her pores to open. Two individuals whose trustworthiness was questionable lay asleep beside her, leaving Su Yun in a state of light slumber throughout the night. As dawn broke the following day, she opened her eyes. Su Jianlin snored heavily, while Su Yu, hearing the sound of Su Yun rising, immediately awoke with a wary gaze, clearly shaped by the experiences of the past 2 months. Chapter 43. You must have done it intentionally. The weather was sweltering. The temperature in Ji province soared to around 37 degrees in the morning. Upon awakening, Su Yu felt parched and her tongue dry. Her eyes darted around until they settled on Su Yun. Sister, you must have water. Could you spare me a sip? Su Yu licked her chapped lips. During her time in the school dormitory, she had only 1 meal a day, and it was insufficient. She couldn't quench her thirst, leaving her pallid and her lips covered in dead skin. In contrast, although Su Yun appeared disheveled, her clothes were clean and her lips uncracked, indicating she had water in her possession. I have a little left. I'll drink first and give you some afterward. Su Yun opened her backpack, swiftly storing its contents away, and took out the remaining half bottle of water, drinking it all in front of Su Yu. Su Yu, initially expecting Su Yun to leave her a sip, stared intently at the water bottle. It was only when the last drop vanished into Su Yun's mouth that she let out a plaintive wail. Su Yun, didn't you say you would leave some for me? How could you drink it all? I haven't had water for days. With her throat parched and her body aching, Su Yu's feelings of grievance erupted, and she began to cry. What are you wailing about so early in the morning? Su Yun, how old are you? That you still bully little you? Su Jianlin awoke to the sound of Su Yu's sobs. He propped himself up with his hands, but he had evidently forgotten the beating he had endured the previous night. His body was bruised and sore, and every movement sent waves of pain through him. Anger flared towards Su Yun. Noticing the backpack and the empty bottle in her hands, Su Jianlin swallowed hard. Xiao Yun, hand over your backpack to me. Trapped with his colleagues at the company, he had been subservient. But now, back in this cramped apartment of less than 150 square meters, he struck back. Su Yun's face fell into a panic as she clutched her backpack tightly, retreating little by little. Was she truly afraid? No, she was merely pretending. Su observed Su Yun's actions, her face lighting up with delight. Since yesterday, Su Yun had been protective of that backpack, hinting that it surely contained something valuable. Even if it wasn't water, it must be food. Su Jianlin also sensed an opportunity. After being rescued, although they had received some food, it was hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. Are you ignoring your father's words? Hand over the backpack. He shouted angrily. Sister, Dad and I just got back and didn't bring any food. If you have something to eat, let us share it. We are family. Su rose and reached for Su Yun's backpack. Su Yun dodged, but Su Yu seized the strap of the backpack and tugged with all her might. Dad, Xiao Yu. I swear there's nothing left in my backpack. We've eaten all the food at home. I need this backpack to find food. It's for carrying things. Stop pulling, or it will break. Of course, the two did not believe her words. Su Yu intensified her grip, and sensing the moment was right, Su Yun suddenly released her hold. Su Yu, unprepared for the sudden release, lost her balance and fell backward with a thud, letting out a cry of pain as she collided with the coffee table behind her. Her already injured body ached even more, and she lay there for a moment, dazed. But thinking of the backpack in her grasp, she mustered the strength to rise and presented it to Su Jianlin. When he opened the backpack, his brow furrowed in confusion. It was entirely empty. Impossible. Su Yun must have hidden the food, he exclaimed. How else could she have survived for so long? Xiao Yun, we are family. Do you truly need to guard against us? Where have you hidden the food? Su Jianlin inquired gently. Su Yu, unconvinced that the backpack held nothing, grabbed another bag from the sofa and rummaged through its compartments. This can't be right. How can there be nothing? If it's empty, why was Su Yun so protective of it? Recalling her earlier collision with the coffee table, a sharp pain shot through her, and she glared at Su Yun with venomous eyes. Dad, I know we're a family, but there's truly no food left at home. I've been hungry for 2 days, hoping you would return with provisions. Su Yun feigned a look of grievance, her expression earnest. Su Jianlin furrowed his brow, pondering if he had misjudged Su Yun. After all, she had always been sincere and never lied. Of course, I trust you. But your sister and I were beaten so badly last night that we can't even go out today. Could you find us some medicine? And perhaps check if there's any food? Su Jianlin felt utterly drained, and he wished to say nothing more to conserve his energy. All right, I will go out now, Su Yun replied, taking the backpack from the sofa as she exited. At the stairwell's corner, she discreetly retrieved some ice cubes from her space and popped them into her mouth. Her spirits lifted. She already envisioned a preliminary plan to manage the two of them. Chapter 44. Can you spare another bottle of water? Su was particularly adept at charming others after spending an entire day together. It was possible that she was currently coaxing Su Jianlin. When she returned, Su might make things difficult for her, but Su Yun had grown accustomed to it. However, the current environment was far from what it used to be. As she hummed a tune, Su Yun departed the community. In the garden community, the remaining inhabitants had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. The zombies within the community had been cleared away, and only an occasional zombie could be seen on the streets. Everyone had gained experience in dealing with them, so fear was minimal. After all, before the blackout, the authorities had been disseminating knowledge on how to kill zombies and had even organized special teams to cleanse the city of them. The streets were relatively safe, occasionally patrolled by soldiers maintaining order. While the zombies had been dealt with, dwindling food and water supplies had led to conflicts when venturing out for resources, resulting in an increase in casualties. Consequently, the authorities were compelled to dispatch personnel to uphold order within the city, executing anyone seen harming others without hesitation. Yet, it was these swift measures that had averted numerous tragedies. After Su Yun distanced herself from the garden community, she found an unoccupied house, climbing in through the window. This dwelling, situated by the street, had its door violently breached, and the owner's belongings had been ransacked, with dark streaks of blood staining the floor. Once inside, Su Yun treated the place as her own, wiping the dust and blood off the table and retrieving the food she had prepared earlier from her space: braised pork entrails, stir-fried meat, red braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and egg drop soup, complemented by 2 steaming bowls of rice, which she savored with delight. After eating her fill and letting out a satisfied burp, she reclined on the sofa, pulling out a fan from her space to cool herself. Stretching her limbs, she prepared to catch up on sleep. The unexpected return of the two had deprived her of rest during the latter half of the night. As noon approached, feeling sticky from the heat, Soo-yoon fetched water from her space and performed a quick wash. However, she left her hair untouched, as she still needed to maintain a facade in front of the two. After washing up, Soo-yoon chose to wear the same outfit she had on previously, not in a hurry to leave, as the midday sun blazed down mercilessly. The temperature had soared to around 42 degrees Celsius. She retrieved a solar panel from her space to power her air conditioner and indulged in a brief afternoon nap. At 2 o'clock, Soo-yoon departed with her belongings, wandering around the vicinity, particularly visiting beauty and personal care shops. With everyone preoccupied with the search for food, little attention was paid to such items. Soo-yoon collected various products from the beauty store, not deterred by the quantity, as she welcomed anything that was overlooked by others. Feeling the heat intensify, she found a shaded spot on the street to rest, sipping on some mung bean water from her backpack. At the other end of the street, 4 individuals approached, 3 men and 1 woman. Soo-yoon hurriedly capped her water and stowed it away in her backpack. The group had initially eyed her with interest as she sat in the shade, but their hopes dimmed when they witnessed her conceal the water right before their eyes, leaving them feeling awkward. The woman, noticing Soo-yoon was also female, approached her. "Hello, my name is Lin Duo. May I have a sip of your water?" "Just a sip, please. I feel like I might faint from the heat." Her gaze remained fixated on Soo-yoon's backpack. "I'm afraid I can't," Soo-yoon replied curtly, even as she prepared to leave. The woman panicked, blocking Soo-yoon's path and pleading, "Please, I'm really parched. I can trade you for some biscuits." As she spoke, a man from the group stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "I apologize. My sister is likely suffering from heat stroke. Would it be possible to exchange some of my biscuits for water?" He produced 5 small packets of biscuits, the kind sold in bulk at stores, though they were quite tasty. Soo-yoon retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack, still sealed and containing 550 milliliters. The eyes of the group instantly brightened, and the man eagerly handed her the biscuits. "Thank you. You're a lifesaver," he exclaimed, visibly relieved. After inspecting the water for any issues, he poured a little into a cup for Lin Duo, who eagerly drank a few sips. The man then poured some for the other 2 companions. Each received only a couple of mouthfuls. With half a bottle still remaining, he hesitated to drink it, sealing the cap tightly and tucking it away. "Do you have any more water? Could you possibly trade another bottle with us? We are in dire need," one of the men couldn't help but ask. Soo-yoon shook her head. "I'm out of water. Even if I had a little left, I need it for myself." Their expressions fell. Securing a single bottle had already been the most fortunate occurrence in the past 2 days. Observing the sky, Soo-yoon sought a place to have dinner before heading home. Chapter 45. Soo-yoon fell asleep and was searched. On her way back, she snacked on a meat bun, aware that her 2 starving companions would surely have a keen sense of smell after such a long period without food. Not rushing, Soo-yoon lingered downstairs for quite some time, feeling a bit tasteless before finally ascending. The door was blocked from within and she knocked, announcing, "I'm back." Upon hearing her voice, the 2 inside reacted as if she were a savior, swiftly getting up from the sofa to move the refrigerator that was obstructing the door. "We haven't eaten and lack strength," they struggled for a while before finally clearing the way. "Xiaoyun, you've been out all day. Did you find anything to eat?" Su Jianlin inquired, glancing at Soo-yoon's backpack. "Father, there's nothing left. All the food nearby has been taken." "I found nothing today," Soo-yoon replied, leaning against the door, feigning exhaustion. In truth, her day had been quite fruitful, enjoying 3 diverse meals, though the heat had made the meat a bit overwhelming. Perhaps next time, she should opt for something lighter. Su Jianlin felt a surge of frustration, though the fatigue restrained his anger. The news Soo-yoon brought was akin to a thunderclap, nearly causing him to falter. Soo stood behind, skeptical that Soo-yoon had truly found no food, convinced she had hidden some for herself. Soo-yoon casually placed her backpack on the sofa, prompting the 2 to immediately inspect its contents. Upon opening it and finding it empty, disappointment washed over them. "Xiaoyun, there's nothing? Not even medicine?" Su Jianlin shook the backpack upside down. "Father, don't even mention medicine. There are people fighting over scraps outside. I can't do anything." Soo-yoon pretended to be weary and starved, collapsing onto the sofa. "Why does your fan smell so bad?" Noticing the fan, Su-yun saw that the handle was filthy, likely from Su Jianlin and Su using it to cool themselves. Their hands, unwashed for over 2 months, were covered in the stench of sweat and grime, causing her to grimace. She tossed the fan onto the table. Su promptly picked it up, fanning herself, releasing an odor that soon enveloped the room. Before long, Su Jianlin joined in, and together they seemed to torment Su-yun. She moved another sofa closer to distance herself from them. Perhaps due to their prolonged hunger, the two tossed and turned all night, their desperation preventing them from sleeping. Su-yun, on the other hand, savored ice cubes, relishing in the beginning of their ordeal. In the dead of night, Su stealthily rose from the sofa and crept to Su-yun's side, squatting down to observe her sleeping sister in the moonlight. Sister, are you awake?" she whispered. In truth, Su-yun had heard her the moment she moved but chose to feign sleep, curious about her intentions. After several calls with no response, Su-yu, emboldened, reached out to search Su-yun's pockets and then around the sofa, convinced that Su-yun had hidden food on her person. At that moment, Su Jianlin stealthily approached. It seemed they had conspired together beforehand. After a thorough search, seemingly unsatisfied with the lack of findings, Su began again, while Su Jianlin waited nearby. "Well? Is there anything hidden on her?" he inquired. Initially, he had not suspected Su-yun, but Su-yu had filled his head with enough doubts to make him believe otherwise. Now, with the confirmation that Su-yun bore no hidden provisions, Su Jianlin felt even more disheartened. The two quietly returned to the sofa, unable to sleep due to their hunger. The hungrier they grew, the more alert they became. Half an hour later, Su-yun began to mumble in her sleep, "Beef balls. Beef hot pot, braised pig trotters, steamed fish, delicious, delicious," and she even licked her lips. The names of the dishes she uttered only served to tantalize Su-yu and Su Jianlin, who were already on the brink of starvation, causing their mouths to salivate at the mere thought of the delicacies Su-yun described. "Father, my stomach hurts terribly," Su-yu complained, having suffered from hunger for so long that her stomach issues were surfacing, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Su Jianlin was faring better. He had always been on the heavier side, and even after a period of fasting, his body could endure for a while. Su-yun had tormented them throughout the night. And upon waking in the morning, she found amusement in their dark circles. "Father, I had the most wonderful dream last night, where I feasted on a plethora of foods. Enough about that. Your sister and I managed to rest well last night. Today, let us venture out together to search for food." Su Jianlin was unwilling to sit idly by, harboring the belief that Su-yun was a worthless individual. Yesterday, after spending an entire day outside, he returned empty-handed, devoid of even a drop of water. Su-yun feigned happiness, thinking to herself that she wouldn't dare venture too far alone. As she conversed with the two others about their surroundings, the three descended the stairs, only to encounter a group from the 14th floor. Although Su-yun had crossed paths with this group on a few occasions previously, there had been no interactions between them. Upon noticing her youthful visage, they did not even entertain the notion of inviting her to join their ranks. "Is that Brother Jianlin? When did you return?" A man in his 40s recognized Su Jianlin from among their group. Su Jianlin scrutinized the man carefully and responded, "You must be Zhao Heng." Chapter 46. Venturing out with the 14th floor to gather supplies, all of them resided within the same building, often seeing one another but rarely engaging in conversation. Occasionally, they would encounter each other in the elevator, fostering a sense of familiarity over time. It truly is Brother Jianlin. How did you manage to come back?" Zhao Heng's companions peered curiously at Su Jianlin, all of them recognizing him. The expedition from the 14th floor consisted of 7 members, and observing their rosy complexions, Su Jianlin surmised that they were not lacking in sustenance. "I owe my return largely to the rescue team. By the way, I also heard from them that in a few days, supplies will be distributed to us." Su Jianlin relayed the information he had acquired to the group. "Is that true? Brother Jianlin, are you planning to go out to gather supplies? Would you care to join us?" Zhao Heng proposed. Naturally, Su Jianlin would not decline such an invitation. Having noted their eagerness, he readily agreed. "All right, let us go together," Su said, linking her arm with Su Jianlin's and casting a triumphant glance at Su-yun. "See? Father is quite capable," she thought, having spent 2 months in this building where the uncles had hardly acknowledged her. However, with her father back, the dynamic shifted. Previously, these uncles would engage in polite conversation with him, recognizing his respectable former profession. "By the way, Lao Su, is this your daughter?" one of them remarked, scrutinizing Su-yu. Su Jianlin patted Suyu's arm and replied, "Yes, this is my youngest daughter, Suyu, and that is my eldest daughter, Suyun." As he introduced them, Zhao Heng added, "We often say you are fortunate, with a beautiful young wife and two considerate daughters, unlike my own son." Once outside the garden complex, Su Jianlin remained observant, refraining from voicing any objections and simply following Zhao Heng and his companions. Wherever they ventured, Su Jianlin trailed closely behind. After more than 2 hours under the scorching sun, both he and Suyu began to feel fatigued. "Brother, where are we headed?" Su Jianlin could no longer contain his curiosity as they rested in the shadow of the building. He felt uncertain about their journey, weary and famished, and his body ached, fearing he might not endure much longer. Along the route, he noticed that the shops had been thoroughly looted, their shelves askew, with everything of value long taken. He wondered where Zhao Heng and his group intended to find supplies. If it was too far, he would rather search the vicinity, refusing to believe that not a morsel of food remained. Zhao Heng's group carried a 15-liter bottle of mineral water, and after resting, they produced their cups, with Zhao Heng pouring water for everyone. Each received half a cup, and Su Jianlin and Suyu gazed longingly at the refreshing liquid. Their throats parched as they watched others gulp it down, making their own discomfort even more pronounced. "Lao Su," Zhao Heng said, "you just returned and may not be aware of the current situation here. We have searched this area thoroughly. Everything has been cleared out. What has been taken has been removed by those above. However, they considered this situation. Do you remember the underground supermarket near the medical school?" After drinking his own water, Zhao Heng poured half a cup for Su Jianlin, although the others looked on with discontent. Yet, none voiced their grievances. "Thank you," Su Jianlin replied, his thirst overwhelming. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed Zhao Heng. As he drank, he felt the parched skin on his lips finally moisten. "Father." Su leaned against him, her gaze fixated on the cup in his hand. Zhao Heng could only offer half a cup, unable to give more, as they were a party of 7 and would need to share the remaining water on their return journey. Su Jianlin yearned to drink the entire cup, but upon Suyu's pleading look, he handed it over. Suyu took the cup and drained it in one go, leaving no water for Suyun. Afterward, she feigned regret, saying, "Sister, I'm sorry. I was so thirsty that I forgot you hadn't had any water yet." Suyun, however, was unconcerned, having discreetly consumed many ice cubes along the way. Yet, to avoid ridicule, Su Jianlin stepped in to defuse the situation. "This girl drank the last of the water at home yesterday. She won't hold it against you for this one cup." Su cast a smug look at Suyun, as if to say, "See, father is on my side." Suyun regarded her with disdain, finding Suyu's antics beneath her notice. Earlier, she had noticed 2 members from the 14th floor casting unfriendly glances at her and Suyu. That foolish girl, does she truly believe that in the face of self-interest, father would choose her? After quenching his thirst, Su Jianlin felt reinvigorated. "Regarding that underground supermarket you mentioned, I recall it, though it is a bit far. Are we really heading there to search for food?" Su Jianlin found it hard to accept, as even by car, the journey took over half an hour, and now, on foot, they had only traversed half the distance, with much more ahead. Chapter 47. Entering the underground supermarket. Yes, that's the destination. It's south, the only place left with supplies. Over the past 2 months, those above had systematically removed stock from nearby large supermarkets, leaving no stone unturned at logistics centers. However, they retained a few major supermarkets for us, otherwise, survival would be impossible. It remains unclear what they intend to do with all the resources they have collected. Zhao Heng lamented, but it was indeed that large underground supermarket that had allowed them to endure the most challenging of times over the last 2 months. Suyun was aware of this. While the majority of urban supplies had been taken, several fixed supply points were left for those still alive to weather the storm. Currently, the shelter was under construction, and once supplies began to be distributed, announcements would follow. Persuaded by the others, Su Jianlin realized that searching for supplies in the vicinity would only waste time and energy, possibly yielding nothing. After some consideration, he decided to accompany Zhao Heng and his group. Suyun trailed at the back of the line, while Suyu remained closely attached to Su Jianlin, quickly assimilating into the group from the 14th floor. It was evident that Su Jianlin was quite perceptive. Those who had previously harbored discontent over his drinking had now ceased their complaints. Eager to learn about the conditions within the building, Su Jianlin shifted the conversation to the 14th floor, and Zhao Heng readily shared information, as bringing people into the group earned him additional rewards. The situation in the building is somewhat complex. There is a group on the 3rd floor and another on the 18th. However, the largest group is from our 14th floor. Currently, we have not interacted with the 3rd floor group, so we are unaware of their circumstances. But the team on the 18th floor consists of young people who frequently return with substantial supplies. On the 14th floor, the majority of the assembled individuals were longtime residents of the building, all of whom were over the age of 40. Conversations flowed effortlessly among them, contrasting sharply with the younger generation residing on the 18th floor, with whom they found it difficult to connect. As Zhao Heng walked alongside Su Jianlin, he provided a thorough analysis of the dynamics within their building, all the while extending a warm invitation for Su Jianlin to join their group. Su Jianlin felt a tug of interest, but hesitated to respond immediately, wary of the factionalism that often permeated workplaces, let alone such small circles. Zhao Heng promptly discerned Su Jianlin's apprehensions, reassuring him, "No need to worry, brother. We are neighbors and won't lead you astray. We are merely banding together for mutual support. You're aware of the ability users, right? Our team includes 2 of them. By joining us, you won't be at a disadvantage. When we venture out to gather supplies, you only need to contribute 1/3, and should any trouble arise, your safety is guaranteed." While the situation on the 3rd floor remained unclear, the young people on the 18th floor displayed a rather unsightly demeanor. It appeared their group also contained ability users, however. Every morsel of food they scavenged had to be surrendered entirely, to be distributed according to their leader's whims. Su Yun, listening intently, noted that the 1/3 contribution could be likened to a protection fee, and in the event of venturing into perilous areas, the ability users would lead the way, ensuring the safety of the group. Su Jianlin's heart stirred at the thought, as he had once been rescued by an ability user squad and had first-hand experience of their formidable prowess. "Enough said, brother. I will undoubtedly join your ranks. After all, we are of the same age, and I am at a loss when it comes to mingling with the youth." Having initially harbored some disdain for the older crowd, Su Jianlin now affectionately addressed Zhao Heng as brother. As they neared their destination, Zhao Heng organized a brief rest for the group. Emboldened, Su Jianlin requested a cup of water. After taking a few sips, he pretended not to notice Su's gaze and finished the water himself. The underground supermarket served as a designated supply point, guarded outside by 2 armed military personnel to maintain order and deter any potential disturbances from those seeking provisions within. With official oversight in place, the group convened at the supermarket entrance, agreeing to regroup here in an hour, with everyone dispersing to act independently. Initially following Su Jianlin, Su Yun soon parted ways with him and a few others upon entering the supermarket. In the grain section, they found some rice and each person carried a plastic bag, filling it before stowing it in their backpacks. Those with quick wits had even fetched small carts to transport 2 bags of rice and some water. However, they dared not take too much, as the guards monitored the supermarket entrance. The water and beverage section was adjacent, and Su Yun, clutching her backpack to her chest, refrained from taking any drinks, reasoning that they only increased thirst. A few sips now and then sufficed. She collected over a dozen bottles of water and lingered in the rice area until the coast was clear, then swiftly secured 6 bags of rice into her space. After departing from that area, Su Yun proceeded to the clothing floor, which housed an array of apparel and bedding sets. Many items had already been taken, yet a considerable selection remained, with rows of clothing racks stretching before her. Advancing further, she encountered rows of upscale boutiques featuring the latest summer styles. This floor was relatively unvisited, allowing her to amass a significant quantity of clothing, even claiming half of the offerings from the designer stores. Each boutique storeroom was filled with unsold winter garments, a veritable windfall for her. After collecting these items, she prepared to leave when she overheard Suyu and Su Jianlin's voices. Yeah, these items are of little use. We should prioritize gathering more food and drink. It will be several days before supplies are distributed again, and I have no desire to venture out. Let us collect more provisions. Suyu, eyes wide with excitement, gazed at the designer shops. Su Jianlin, with limited salary and only occasionally able to purchase a couple of items during sales, was astonished at the prospect of acquiring clothing for free. Feeling euphoric, she carefully extracted dresses from a display case that typically showcased them on models, folding them neatly before placing them in her backpack. After exploring the area, they found a suitable bag for collecting supplies. Su-yun appeared behind them. And fearing Su-yun might seize the dresses she had chosen, Su hurriedly opened the display cases to take the garments. Observing her selections, predominantly dresses, Su-yun silently chastised her for her foolishness. Even a woman of sound mind would not flaunt a dress on the streets in such times. Ultimately, it was Su Jianlin who intervened, prompting Su to cease her actions. Following them down to the third underground level, they discovered an abundance of packaged instant meals, all vacuum-sealed and still fresh. Su Jianlin urged them to gather as much as they could, feeling the pangs of hunger after several days. The two began tearing into food packages and eating, while Su-yun stashed some sausages and canned goods into her space. After checking the time, the group prepared to leave, finding Zhao Heng and the others already assembled. "Brother Jianlin, let us head back," they said as they trudged under the blazing sun. The clock now nearing 3:30 in the afternoon. Having consumed some food at the supermarket, they felt rejuvenated for the return journey. Su-yun lingered at the back of the group, occasionally pulling out food from her backpack, cleverly concealing the fact that she was enjoying warm meat buns and eggs. With her bag brimming, the group's pace slowed. Upon entering the residential complex, they collectively exhaled in relief, grateful for their numbers, which deterred any would-be thieves they encountered along the way. However, once inside the compound, they faced a gang from the third floor, their eyes turning green with envy at the sight of Zhao Heng and his companions' bulging backpacks. Yet, they dared not act, merely watching helplessly as Zhao Heng and the others ascended the stairs. Since departing the underground supermarket, Su Jianlin's mind had been racing with calculations. Having experienced hunger firsthand, he was reluctant to part with any of the food he had secured. However, the journey back had not been entirely safe, reinforcing his resolve that, in such uncertain times, it was better to band together for warmth. He reasoned that relinquishing a portion of supplies would facilitate mutual support on future excursions with Zhao Heng and the others, ensuring their protection within the building. It was a fair exchange. Zhao Heng led them up to the 14th floor, stopping before a fortified door. He raised his hand and knocked. Su-yun gazed at the reinforced entrance, which creaked open, revealing a standard door originally installed when the complex was built. The second barrier was an iron door, while the third was merely a sturdy iron railing. A young man, approximately 23 years old, stood at the threshold. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces of Su-yun and the others, he stepped aside to allow them entry. "Dad, why are you back so late?" he inquired, moving forward to take Zhao Heng's backpack. Su-yun sensed something unusual about this individual. He was an ability user. Zhao Heng clapped the young man on the shoulder with pride, saying, "Old Su, allow me to introduce my son, Zhao Jiahao, one of the leaders on the 14th floor. Son, this is Old Su, who lives below us. And these are his two daughters. We must look out for them moving forward," Zhao Heng added, casting a meaningful glance at Su Jianlin's backpack. In a state of astonishment, Su Jianlin realized that one of the leaders had just revealed that Zhao Heng's son was an ability user. With keen insight, Su Jianlin stepped forward and produced 1/3 of their supplies. "Jiahao, I trust you will look after my two children in the future. You young people should get to know each other." He turned and brought Su-yun and Su closer. Upon discovering that Zhao Jiahao was an ability user, Su-yu's gaze remained fixated on him. Coupled with Zhao Jiahao's handsome stature, standing approximately 175 meters tall, she felt her heart flutter. "Hello, my name is Su-yu. I believe I am younger than you, so I shall call you brother," she said, lowering her head, her face still swollen and having not bathed for 2 months. Hesitant to draw too near to Zhao Jiahao, Su-yun was pushed forward, fully aware of Su Jianlin's intentions. Noticing her prolonged silence, Su Jianlin felt a twinge of embarrassment. This child had always been reticent and somewhat shy. Chapter 49. The water for your bath is yours to use. Zhao Heng collected their supplies one by one, and after bidding them farewell, it was finally Su-yun and her companion's turn. "Brother Zhao, I noticed that the others we encountered earlier were unfamiliar faces. Unlike the residents of our building," Su Jianlin inquired. "They may not reside in our building, but they're from the same complex, living in the adjacent blocks. We have crossed paths while searching for supplies previously, and now, united in purpose, they have moved in downstairs," Zhao Heng explained. "You are on the 8th floor. And I observed that your door lock is broken. There are rooms available on the 12th floor. Why not move up there for closer proximity?" As Zhao Heng and Su Jianlin conversed, Su-yun took the opportunity to survey the room. In the corner of the living room stood a treadmill. and all the room doors were tightly shut. However, upon listening closely, Soo-yoon could discern voices emanating from within those rooms. There were indeed people inside. Soo Jianlin agreed to the suggestion, deciding to relocate after returning home. The door lock had been forcibly damaged, and anyone could easily access their home with a mere shove. Furthermore, being the only man in the household, he felt a sense of responsibility for Soo-yoon and Soo-yu, who possessed no combat capabilities. It would be far safer to move. After a brief conversation, Soo Jianlin produced the supplies he had gathered that day and contributed a portion, while Soo-yu also willingly offered her share. Soo-yoon, however, merely presented a few unusable thin bed sheets and pillowcases. Zhao Heng frowned upon seeing the meager offerings Soo-yoon had brought. Could it be, sister, that you only gathered these items today? Soo-yu regarded Soo-yoon with disdain, deeming her utterly useless. Merely stating the need for supplies does not imply food must be included. Since you have no use for these, I shall take them. Soo-yoon retorted, swiftly stuffing her items into her backpack before they could respond. Soo Jianlin cast a glance into Soo-yoon's backpack, noting it contained only a few bottles of water, 2 cans, and some ham. The pack appeared full, yet it was merely stuffed with bed sheets. Zhao Heng felt a flicker of irritation, but Zhao Jiahao found it inconsequential. He had already accumulated plenty of supplies and did not regard this meager contribution with any significance. These two sisters were competing in foolishness. One packed only skirts, while the other carried bed linens. What was it with women bringing back such useless items? Don't worry, Dad. This is their first time. They are unfamiliar with our customs. Please take them downstairs to find a room, Zhao Heng suggested, leading the 3 to the 12th floor. Both units were already occupied, and the smell of cooking wafted through the hallway as night descended. Soo Jianlin's mind began to race. The aroma hinted that these residents might possess gas or a power generator. Having brought back some water and rice today, he thought about borrowing some fire to enjoy a warm meal. Zhao Heng knocked on a door, announcing, "It's Zhao Heng, open up." The door opened quickly, and they stepped inside. Upon entering, they found a narrow corridor that appeared to have been modified by the second landlord, with a sofa positioned in the living room. 3 men lounged on the sofa, fellow scavengers from earlier that day. There are 2 additional rooms. Old Soo, you can have one to yourself, while Soo-yu and Soo-yoon can share the other. How does that sound? Zhao Heng felt his arrangement was quite reasonable, as he deemed it inappropriate for the 2 girls to reside with the men. Soo Jianlin accepted the arrangement. The spacious house, exceeding 100 square meters, had been divided into 6 rooms, with the kitchen and bathroom shared among the residents. As they passed the bathroom, though the door was shut, the stifling heat revealed an unpleasant odor. Some rooms lacked windows, and Soo Jianlin was assigned to one of those windowless quarters. Having witnessed far worse conditions at school over the past 2 months, Soo voiced no objections. Once the rooms were allocated, Zhao Heng departed, and Soo Jianlin began organizing his supplies upon returning. This place was quite satisfactory, providing rooms and security. Observing the environment, Soo-yoon resolved that she would not remain here. With these 2 having established a connection on the 14th floor, there was no need for her to intervene. They would handle matters themselves. The broken door was inconsequential. It didn't render the place uninhabitable. Dad, Soo-yoon has left. She's not staying with us. She went downstairs, Soo informed Soo Jianlin. Leave her be. She'll come back when she realizes the hardship, Soo Jianlin said, retrieving 2 bottles of 15 liters of water and pouring them into a basin. He was filthy and yearned for a bath. Dad, do you want to bathe? Soo inquired, eyeing the water. Although she had managed to gather some food and water today, her strength was limited, and the amount she had was insufficient for bathing. Yes. I am going to bathe now. Please step outside, Soo Jianlin instructed, ushering her away. Dad, I also want to wash. Could you spare some water for me? Soo pleaded, adopting a coaxing tone. Soo Jianlin was not swayed by her charm. There's no water left. Perhaps I will save what remains for you after I finish. Anything is better than nothing, Soo thought, lingering outside Soo Jianlin's door until he emerged with a basin of murky water. She expressed her disdain, yet her own state was unbearable. So she took the basin and headed to the bathroom. The bathroom door was broken, secured only by a rope. Soo took her new clothes inside to wash. Chapter 50. Soo's target is the man on the 14th floor. After spending half an hour in the bathroom, Soo finally finished washing and reached for her dress hanging on the door, only to discover someone standing before the bathroom door. The rope securing the door was taut, revealing a narrow gap, and she wondered how long the person outside had been lurking. Dad, come quickly. Siyu shrieked, clutching her clothes to her chest. Su Jianlin, having borrowed some fire, was in the kitchen boiling water to prepare instant noodles when he heard her cry. With an irritated expression, he responded, "What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Everyone else is trying to sleep." It was only their first day here. He had no intention of offending the other residents. Hurriedly donning her clothes, Siyu poked her head out, exclaiming, "Dad, someone was peeking at me while I was bathing." Her outburst had drawn the attention of several residents from nearby rooms. The house lacked proper lighting. Only the bathroom and kitchen had dim lights. She hadn't seen who had been watching from behind the bathroom door. Furrowing his brow, Su Jianlin thought this was hardly a significant issue. He was reluctant to create conflict with the other residents over such a trivial matter. Approaching Suyu, he whispered, "When I came to pick you up from school, you were much more carefree than this. Don't bring trouble upon us." Su Jianlin's words sent a chill down Suyu's spine. 3 women arrived at the entrance of the restroom, their flashlights converging upon Suyu, who stood there in her dress, leaving them momentarily speechless. In this shared space, the residents were a mixed lot while bathing. The trio often found themselves the subject of unwelcome glances, routinely taking turns to guard the door for one another. Yet, none of them dared to don dresses within these walls, where predominantly men resided. "Disperse, ladies. No need to gawk at the young girl or entertain any notions of intimidation," one woman urged, stepping forward to usher the crowd away. As she approached Suyu, she whispered with genuine concern, "In the future, just call us when you need to bathe. We'll keep watch for you. It's best to refrain from wearing dresses here, surrounded by so many men." The woman's intentions were well-meaning, yet Suyu remained unappreciative, regarding the dresses as high-end fashion items she had once longed for but could not afford. Casting a glance at the woman's figure, Suyu perceived envy in her eyes. "It's merely a dress. You wouldn't fit into it anyway. Just wait. I plan to move to the 14th floor soon. For now, I am only temporarily residing here." Suyu slipped back into her room in her slippers, leaving the woman feeling slighted. "Well, there you have it. I warned you not to meddle, and now you've been rebuffed. I've heard that the supplies this girl brought back were mostly dresses. She's likely a restless spirit. If she gets entangled with those 2 on the 14th floor, it's best to keep our distance." Although the trio had also joined the ranks of the 14th floor, their intention was purely to seek refuge. They would depart when the time came. After descending, Suyun barricaded the main door with the refrigerator, retrieving well water from her space for a refreshing bath. Everything was unfolding as she had planned. Coincidentally, today marked the day for the 14th floor's supply hunt, a regular occurrence every 7 days. Su Jianlin had instructed her to forage for food and medicine, but she returned empty-handed. Those 2 were once again out of provisions and would soon find themselves desperate enough to consider venturing outside. Originally, she thought if she missed today's opportunity, there would always be the next time. Regardless, Suyun was determined to usher both of them into the 3 and 14th floors. She had heard whispers of the building's past. Although the 18th floor was populated by youth, they adhered to certain principles. All supplies were surrendered. Yet everyone managed to eat well daily, until the individual responsible for rationing fled with the food. The inhabitants of the 18th floor had retreated to a shelter. However, after the calamity struck, the residents of the 14th and 3rd floors had become notorious for their malevolence. After her refreshing cold shower, Suyun emerged invigorated. She retrieved food from her space and enjoyed a hearty meal while the air conditioner cooled the living room. With those 2 bothersome guests gone, the home was tranquil, allowing her a good night's sleep. Reclining on the sofa bed, she felt herself sink into comfort, her consciousness drifting into her space. Strawberries and blueberries had ripened, yielding a second batch after 2 months. She harvested and stored them, also scraping some old vegetable leaves to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Some vegetable scraps and radishes were pulverized, mixed with water, and poured into the pig trough. Thanks to her diligent care, the pigs were gradually gaining weight. The grass in her space grew rapidly, so she was not concerned about the cattle and sheep going hungry. She fed them fresh grass and vegetables. Now that they were plumping up, she discovered that one of the cows was pregnant. She designated a separate stall to nurture it, providing only the best feed, as it would serve as future reserves. Once finished, she exited her space, satisfied with her harvest of 2 large baskets of blueberries and strawberries. Having long craved popsicles, she planned to turn them into jam the next day for making frozen treats. In the early hours of the following day, Siyu felt an unsettling noise emanating from her room but dared not investigate. Upon waking, she grabbed her backpack and knocked on Su Jianlin's door. Dad. Are you awake? It's Suyu, I need to talk to you. Hearing her father's snores from within, she continued knocking. Dressed in a soft yellow camisole dress, her youthful figure drew the attention of several men in the living room. Little you, have you not had breakfast yet? Would you care to join us? One man teased from the sofa. However, Suyu remained oblivious to the underlying implications of his words. Even if she understood, she feigned ignorance. As they had extended the invitation, she would never shamelessly approach them for food. The men prepared a meal, consisting mainly of canned meats and pickled vegetables, alongside some chili paste to accompany their rice. Sitting beside them, a man offered her a disposable bowl, and she expressed her gratitude while voraciously devouring the contents. One man tentatively draped his arm around her waist, a familiarity she had experienced during her school days, thus she did not resist. Another placed his hand on her thigh. After finishing her meal, Suyu stood up, chalking it up as giving these men a taste of sweetness. In school, she had been bold for food. What was this compared to that? Yet, she held no interest in these three. Her sights were firmly set on the men of the 14th floor. As the door to the room on the right opened, a woman emerged, holding a cup of millet, her gaze filled with disdain as she regarded Suyu, who sat amidst the three men. Their eyes locked, and Suyu met the woman's gaze with defiance, as if to suggest that she needed not lift a finger to receive food, all due to a dress she had scorned the previous night. Su Jianlin, disturbed by the knocking, emerged from his room, visibly irritated. What is it, so early in the morning? Dad, I want to go to the 14th floor to find Zhao Jiahao. Will you accompany me? Suyu inquired, linking her arm with her father's. I haven't even had breakfast yet. We can go later, Su Jianlin replied, fully aware of Suyu's intentions to connect with Zhao Jiahao. Look at these supplies. Get me something to eat. He gestured towards the items on the table, remnants of his previous forage. Returning home to find someone to cater to him had awakened his demanding nature. Suyu expressed no complaints, selecting a few items to carry into the kitchen. After getting up, Suyun began her morning with exercise, followed by a light meal to replenish her energy, utilizing the blueberries and strawberries she had harvested the previous day. Originally planning to prepare her meal in the living room, she reconsidered and opted to store everything in her space for later. Lying back on the sofa, she delved into her space, setting an electric stove to heat a pan, simmering slowly until it thickened into a paste, which she poured into a bowl to cool. Sampling a spoonful, she found it a delightful balance of sweet and tart, and continued simmering until she produced 2 large bowls of fruit jam. She filled 2 clean jars with the jam, envisioning slathering it on bread slices in the future, something she had previously purchased at a bakery for a hefty price. Suyun retrieved her molds, following video instructions to create jelly, half filled with jam and half with fruit-stuffed jelly. Meanwhile, Suyu and Su Jianlin had already been at the 14th floor for nearly half an hour. Having cleaned herself up, Suyu's face had lost some of its puffiness. Her naturally appealing figure captured Zhao Jiahao's undivided attention the moment she stepped inside. However, what she did not anticipate was that Zhao Jiahao was already accompanied by a woman. This woman, naturally, discerned Suyu's intentions, as their group included several women. Yet, never had there been a woman who approached Zhao Jiahao while wearing such a conspicuous dress. The purpose was all too evident. The woman, adorned in a similar dress, was not lacking in beauty, but when compared to Suyu, the latter's sole advantage was her youth. The woman turned to Zhao Jiahao, her mind scheming, and inquired with a teasing tone, "Who is this sister?" "She is my neighbor from downstairs, and she has now joined us," Zhao Jiahao replied, clearly recognizing Suyu's motives. Internally pleased, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable pride. He relished the drama of women vying for his attention, a scenario that fed his vanity. "My name is Chinen. Judging by your appearance, you must be the youngest among our group. With such delicate skin, gathering supplies is a task for the men. Do come find me to play whenever you have the time. I will look after you." Chinen offered Suyu an opportunity. However, Suyu, with her simplistic thinking, mistook the gesture for mere pleasantries, believing that seeking out Chinen would also lead her to Zhao Jiahao. Suyun had frozen 2 ice pops and was inspecting the rice she had previously sown. The rice leaves had turned yellow, nearing maturity, within just over 2 months. From sowing to harvest, she had not expected the yield to arrive so swiftly. Joy welled up within her, alleviating her concerns about future sustenance. With the rice maturing imminently, Su-yoon enjoyed a leisurely life at home, and she had no intention of heading to the old market for the time being. After all, she had already dealt with two supernatural beings, and that child's strength was likely now on par with her own. These days, Su-yoon frequently entered her space to monitor the condition of the rice, calculating the harvest date, and she prepared numerous bags for storing the rice. Lacking experience from her first planting, she was uncertain how many bags she would fill this time. While Su-yoon busied herself with gardening, Su-yu and Zhao Jiahao were becoming increasingly intimate. With Zhao Jiahao's influence, Su-yu, residing on the 12th floor, had garnered the awareness of everyone in her building regarding her association with him. Previously, many had attempted to take advantage of Su-yu, but since it became known that she had Zhao Jiahao's backing, no one dared to overstep. One day, as the two descended from the upper floors, Su Jianlin cautiously asked, "Do you feel confident about your relationship with Zhao Jiahao?" There was another leader on the 14th floor, and now they had encountered Zhao Jiahao, while another was registered with the authorities. Recently, they were engaged in official tasks. If Su-yu's connection with Zhao Jiahao did not solidify, they would need to hastily shift their target. Their food supplies were dwindling, yet Su Jianlin was reluctant to venture out in search of food, fervently hoping that Su would succeed soon. "Almost there, Dad. I mentioned our food shortage to Zhao Jiahao, and he promised to provide us with supplies tomorrow." Su recalled Su Jianlin's earlier words about changing targets. In truth, another individual might be more dependable, especially since he was officially recognized and would undoubtedly align with the authorities, a secure position indeed. However, at present, that person had not returned, making Zhao Jiahao the prime candidate. They could devise further plans once he returned. "Dad, you have more than just me as a daughter. I'm on the verge of solidifying my relationship with Jiahao. So why not let the other one go to my sister?" Su proposed, resenting the thought of Su-yoon enjoying a comfortable life at home while she endured hardships at school. She believed that Su-yoon should experience the same struggles she had faced, especially considering the men on the 12th floor. Why not let Su-yoon move up to the 12th floor? Prompted by Su-yu's suggestion, Su Jianlin suddenly recalled Su-yoon residing downstairs. Indeed, he had two daughters. Among the two, it was undeniable that Su-yoon was the most beautiful, resembling her mother closely, large eyes, long eyelashes, a hint of baby fat on her face, and two charming dimples when she smiled. Contemplating this, they made their way downstairs. Hearing a knock on the door, Su-yoon hastily stored the air conditioner in her space, as well as the fitness equipment in the living room. With the room still cool, she chose not to open the door for the two. The heat surged quickly once the air conditioner was turned off, enveloping her in warmth. Eventually, she opened the door. "Little Yoon, it's dangerous for you to live here alone. Your father is worried. Why not come with us to the 12th floor?" Su Jianlin expressed his concern. Su-yoon was uncertain of their intentions, but she suspected they were up to no good. Once inside, Su Jianlin scrutinized Su-yoon, having never truly examined his daughter before. Now, with her short hair, her doll-like face appeared even more endearing. They spent quite some time without addressing the main issue, but soon the sound of horns blared from outside. Su-yoon rushed to the balcony, where she saw several helicopters overhead, with individuals shouting through loudspeakers. "Tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. All residents of Chaoyang Street are to come to Mingju Middle School for food distribution. Remember to bring your identification cards to collect the supplies." This area encompassed several districts, and Su-yoon's family belonged to Chaoyang Street. Chapter 52, Distributing Your Supplies. This announcement was exhilarating, causing Su-yu and Su Jianlin to stand on the balcony, watching the helicopters depart, momentarily forgetting their purpose for visiting Su-yoon. "Dad, did you hear that? The government is distributing food. We won't have to go hungry anymore." Su exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Su Jianlin. Their father-daughter bond felt renewed, as if they had finally emerged from a period of hardship. "By the way, that person just mentioned identification cards. Quickly check at home if we still have ours," Su Jianlin urged the two. They rummaged through the house, ultimately finding only Su-yoon's identification card. Su-yoon had foreseen the need for an ID to collect food and had securely stored her own immediately upon her rebirth. "Dad, it seems our identification cards were kept by Mom. Only she knows where they are," Su remarked, sitting on the sofa, unsure of what to do next. Frustration mounted in Su Jianlin as he lamented, "That foolish woman. She organized everything, but only she knows where it all is." Looking at Su-yoon's identification card, he added, "No worries, tomorrow afternoon we'll go and explain our situation. There must be others in the same predicament as us." Only then did Su Jianlin return to the matter at hand. "Little Yoon, Why don't you move upstairs to live with us? Your sister's room is quite spacious, and it would be beneficial for both of you to regularly collect supplies. Once you two have gathered the food tomorrow, store it with me, and I will allocate the provisions accordingly. We must unite as a family, Su Jianlin emphasized, rationalizing his plan. As the only adult male in the household, he figured that since he typically consumed 3 bowls at a meal, entrusting the food to him for distribution would prevent waste, especially given that Suyu and Suyun, being young women, would have smaller appetites. The more he contemplated, the more logical it seemed. Recently, Suyu had been preparing meals for Su Jianlin, who had a hearty appetite. Thus, their provisions had been shared. Men generally require more sustenance than women, and so Suyu had no objections to handing over the food to their father for equitable distribution. Dear father, I shall hand over all the provisions collected tomorrow to you. You and my sister are my only remaining kin, Suyun assured, her words dripping with sweetness. Yet, unbeknownst to them, she had already devised a plan in her heart. Anyone can utter sweet nothings after all. She flattered them both, promising to relinquish all the supplies they would receive the next day. Suyu believed that Suyun had finally come to terms with reality. After she had appeased their father, she would ensure that Suyun received less grain during distribution. Deprived of food, Suyun would undoubtedly be more restless than her. Observing her entanglement with Zhao Jiahao, Suyu was confident that Suyun would be stirred with desire. After bidding farewell to the 2 eccentricities, Suyun barricaded the door with the refrigerator and retrieved the solar panels and air conditioning unit, immersing herself in her space as she organized the supplies amassed over the past few days. She had no issues with food, drink, or essentials. The clothes she had collected could last her a century. However, the materials required for extreme cold and heat were rather scarce. She had returned to this world on the 7th day of the apocalypse, and many essential supplies remained unattainable. There were only a few sun-protective garments at home, which were utterly inadequate against the scorching heat. Contemplating the nano sun-protective clothing sold at the shelter, Suyun felt no urgency as long as she possessed sufficient star coins. The shelter would exchange them for the necessary items. Upon returning, Suyu and Su Jianlin found the 12th floor abuzz with chatter about the earlier events, particularly the distribution of supplies at Mingzhu Middle School the next day. Did this mean they would no longer need to rely on Zhao Jiahao, since the government had begun issuing provisions? Should we inform the 14th floor and move back to our own residence? The residents gathered in the cramped living room, discussing the impending supply distribution. They all lived in neighboring buildings, and upon seeing Su Jianlin and his daughter return, the previous enthusiasm dissipated. Initially, they had fawned over Suyu, hoping she would ascend to Zhao Jiahao's favor. But circumstances had shifted. No one dared to take the lead in this matter, fearing the repercussions of a potential government supply cessation. If you wish to stay, feel free. We 3 have decided to leave tomorrow. The government has commenced supply distribution, which suggests they have devised a plan. We intend to act in accordance with the government's directives. These 3 women had previously supported Suyu during her bath incident. In recent days, they had encountered several minor disputes with her. They had long desired to depart, and the moment seemed ripe. They were unwilling to surrender the hard-won supplies to Zhao Jiahao, for he had consistently attempted to exploit them during each handover. Chapter 53. Distribution of Supplies. It was one thing to take their provisions, but to attempt to take advantage of them was entirely unacceptable. The 3 women acted decisively, packing their belongings and vacating the premises that very day. Zhao Jiahao from the 14th floor did not persuade them to stay. Rather, he welcomed their return in the future, though rejoining his ranks would prove challenging. Without a second thought, the women departed with their possessions. Suyu regarded them with the look one might give a fool. The authorities had merely announced the distribution of supplies without any further plans. Moreover, the water resources had been contaminated, and even if the land was cultivable without water, the plants would not survive long. The water tainted by zombies was not only unusable for planting, but would also corrode the flora. Coupled with the sweltering heat in Province Ji, food was in short supply, and until an official statement was made, she would not abandon Zhao Jiahao. Both Suyu and Su Jianlin harbored their own ulterior motives, knowing well that relying on a robust backing was safer than plunging into peril. After the departure of the 3 women, a room was left vacant, as they had previously shared a space. The following morning, due to the impending supply distribution, everyone arose early, prepared with identification. In pursuit of a prime position, they set out after breakfast, only to find the playground at Mingzhu Middle School already teeming with people. In the sweltering heat, the crowd pressed together, causing several individuals with frail constitutions to faint from heat exhaustion. As the residents of the 12th floor awoke, Siyu and Su Jianlin also joined them to secure a spot. However, upon arrival, they were met with a sea of humanity. It seemed that all surviving residents of Chaoyang district had gathered. Their collective intention was clear, to claim front-row positions for the supplies. Yet many had queued since the previous evening. "Father, it's so hot. There are so many people here, let us rest in that shaded area for a while," Siyu suggested, fanning herself with her hand. Dressed in a white sundress paired with a white sun-protective jacket and high-heeled sandals, she stood out distinctly in the crowd, drawing the lingering gazes of several men. Siyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Once they arrived at the playground, they separated from the group from the 12th floor. Having exhausted their supplies, they squatted in the shade to cool off, parched and thirsty. Watching nearby individuals quench their thirst, Siyu swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on a man sipping water. The man, noticing her intense stare, smirked. "Hey, girl, didn't he bring any water with you? Come with me over there, and I'll give you this water." He gestured towards a nearby classroom building. Siyu was well aware of his intentions, yet she had better options now. She had been nurturing her body over the past few days. This man did not pique her interest, but Su Jianlin was thirsty, prompting him to nudge Siyu. "Father, the supply distribution is about to begin. Just hang on a bit longer. Jiahao promised he would provide us with food later," Siyu mentioned Zhao Jiahao, causing Su Jianlin to quell his thoughts. The man, realizing his advances were futile, turned away. "Father, it's already noon. Why hasn't Suyun arrived yet?" As they stood in the middle of the queue, the heat wave bore down on them, soaking their clothes with sweat. "Don't worry about her, she'll come," Su Jianlin replied, glancing towards the school gate, where a large truck was entering. These trucks were laden with supplies, food and drink. Since the first truck had rolled into the school, they had been queuing. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, they had endured hours under the blazing sun. Yet their turn for supplies had not arrived. The situation was exacerbated by many individuals lacking identification, which undoubtedly increased the workload. Ultimately, the staff decided that those without IDs must return to the registration area to obtain temporary identification before receiving supplies. Siyu and Su Jianlin were infuriated, their faces flushed, nearly fainting after hours of waiting, only to be told to queue again. The crowd was rife with complaints, yet those with identification were able to claim their provisions more swiftly. Siyun arrived at 3:30, and the playground was still packed with people. She spotted Siyu and Su Jianlin waiting in line to obtain their temporary identification. Siyu, fixated on the gate, immediately recognized Suyun. "Father, my sister is here. Make sure she brings us some water after she gets it. I'm dying of thirst," she called out. Su Jianlin turned to look, indeed spotting a figure resembling Suyun. The two of them shouted Suyun's name hoarsely, but she pretended not to hear, and they dared not leave the line. As the staff was watching, stepping away would mean losing their place. Suyun waited for over half an hour before finally receiving her provisions. A large bottle of mineral water, 4 packs of instant noodles, 2 eggs, a can of meat, and 6 packets of compressed biscuits were handed to her. There were also rice and noodles available, allowing for personal choice in staple foods. With her provisions secured, Suyun slung her backpack over her shoulder, preparing to depart, only to be obstructed by Su Jianlin and another person. Chapter 54. He is the most despicable. Feigning surprise, Siyun exclaimed, "Dad, didn't you arrive here early? Why are you still lingering?" Su Jianlin, eyeing the provisions in her hands, demanded, "Let me have a sip of that water." Suyun declined to comply. Siyu attempted to intervene, but the armed soldiers maintaining order around them deterred her from making a bold move. "Dad, the provisions I received are hardly substantial. After all, they will ultimately be distributed by you. If you and Siyu drink the water now, my share later should be a bit more, otherwise it would be unfair." Su Jianlin felt the urge to explode in anger but restrained himself. The temporary identification card was merely a printed piece of paper, given that prior identity information had already been entered into the national system. A quick inquiry would reveal everything. "Wait for us here," Su Jianlin instructed. With a cold smirk at the corner of her mouth, Suyun found a secluded shadow to rest in. She retrieved a thermos from her backpack, filled with chilled mung bean water and ice cubes. After taking a couple of sips, it wasn't long before Su Jianlin returned with his provisions, while Siyu carried rice and Su Jianlin carried noodles. As per their earlier agreement, Siyu surrendered all her provisions to Su Jianlin, and under their watchful gazes, Su-yeon also handed her provisions over to him. On the way home, burdened with so many items, Su Jianlin could not walk quickly. Yet he was reluctant to hand the provisions over to Su-yoon and Su-yu. Overwhelmed by the sweltering heat, Su-yu decided to return home early, not wishing to accompany Su Jianlin at such a sluggish pace. Just as Su-yu departed, Su-yoon followed closely behind, but did not head back to the garden community. Instead, she sought out an unoccupied house to disguise herself. Transforming her appearance to resemble a man, Su-yoon approached Su Jianlin, pretending to hurriedly pass him by, but actually maneuvering behind him. With a burlap sack over his head, she struck him fiercely with a stick. The moment the sack enveloped Su Jianlin, panic set in. His provisions fell to the ground, but he was more concerned about preserving his life than retrieving them. "What kind of thug are you? Don't kill me. Let us talk this out," he pleaded in terror as onlookers carrying their own provisions witnessed the scene unfold but dared not intervene, fearing they might become Su-yeon's next target. With a swift kick to Su Jianlin's lower back, Su-yeon tightened the sack over his head. Without uttering a word, she continued to strike him mercilessly. In her previous life, while accompanying a rescue team to scavenge for supplies in the city, she had used her abilities to bring Su Jianlin home early. Subsequently, he and Liu Xiaomei incessantly nagged her to plead with the authorities to bring Su back home. Now, they lived comfortably together while Yu continued to suffer at school. She had never faced hardship, and as a mother, the thought of her daughter's plight made Su-yeon sleepless and unable to eat. "Xiaoyun, I know you have the capability. Just say a few words to the authorities and bring you back," they would implore. Naively, she exhausted her goodwill time and again, after bringing Su home. These three relied on her, leading a life of relative ease during the apocalypse, while others were separated from their families. She had initially felt fortunate to have family by her side, but these three completely drained her resources. Even the hard-earned quota for the safe zone was expected to be given to Su-yu. Liu Xiaomei had said, "Xiaoyun, you possess abilities. Even if you don't live within a safe zone, you can survive. But Yu is different. She lacks powers. Be obedient and give her the quota, and you can endure a few more years of hardship." And Su Jianlin insisted, as the elder sister, "You should yield to your younger sister. You can obtain that quota after a few years of toil, let you in first and then get one for your mother and me." That was the first time she had lost her temper. The ordinary shelters and the safe zones represented two entirely different worlds. The safe zone was her most coveted aspiration. Balancing the enhancement of her abilities, accumulating star coins, and managing household expenses, she had saved for years to secure one quota, believing she could finally enjoy a moment of respite. Yet, they demanded she relinquish it to Su-yu. Why should she? Throughout her life, anything Su-yu coveted would eventually be snatched away from her. To obtain that quota, she had traversed treacherous terrains in sub-zero temperatures, sometimes enduring hunger while completing missions, risking her life. They brushed off her struggles lightly, and when she refused to sign over the quota, even threatening to sever ties with them, Liu Xiaomei had tainted her water with the zombie virus. She could not believe Su Jianlin was completely oblivious to this. As her biological father, he was the most despicable of all. Su-yeon thought to herself, intensifying her blows until, with a crack, she shattered Su Jianlin's right leg. With his upper body ensnared in the burlap sack, he could not struggle, clutching his broken limb in desperation, crying out for help. But no matter how loudly he shouted, no one would come to his aid. Chapter 55, Seeking Comfort from Brother Jiahao. Not intending to kill him, Su-yeon gathered the scattered provisions into her space and turned to leave. At that moment, Su Jianlin removed the sack from his head, gazing at Su-yeon's retreating figure with a fierce glint of hatred in his eyes. Upon entering an empty room, Su-yeon shed her disguise. Although she had vented her frustrations on Su Jianlin, she still felt unsatisfied, and her anger only grew. However, contemplating the upcoming days for the two of them lightened her mood. Upon returning home, Su-yeon positioned 3 large refrigerators to barricade the door, installed air conditioning and solar panels, and reclined on the sofa to rest. As her consciousness delved into her space, she meticulously organized the provisions she had just seized. Around 7:30 in the evening, Su Jianlin limped back home, devoid of medication and finding no one at the hospital. He sat silently on the sofa, his expression dark and forbidding. Su-yu, with a facial mask on, had received it earlier from Chenin when she sought out Zhao Jiahao. The woman had advised her to take good care of herself, so she could later serve Zhao Jiahao together with her. How cunning. She recognized she could not outshine Suyu and was now eager to ingratiate herself with her. "Dad, you're back," Suyu said cheerfully, unaware of Su Jianlin's grim demeanor in the dimly lit living room. Smoothing out the creases of her mask, she sat beside him. "Dad, where did you put the provisions we received today? I'm hungry. Let us cook some rice. It's been a while since we've had rice." Suyu edged closer to Su Jianlin, only to be met with a sharp slap from him. The sound echoed, and her carefully maintained face swelled up in response. Seated on the ground, Suyu looked up at Su Jianlin with a mix of confusion and hurt. "Dad, why did you hit me?" "I hit you because you didn't follow me back. Now everything has been taken by others, and I got beaten because of you." Su Jianlin unleashed his pent-up frustration on Suyu. Initially, she stood there taking the blows, but gradually her own anger flared. After all, it was their father who had initially forbidden her from taking the provisions, and now that they had been stolen, he blamed her entirely. Is he not the father of only one daughter? What about Suyun? Why direct his wrath at her? Is not half of this blame attributable to Suyun? How dare you hide? If I cannot beat you to death today, recalling the broken leg I suffered, Su Jianlin's fury surged to the heavens. As he stood, aided by the dim light within the room, Suyu discerned the abnormal angle of his leg, evidently fractured. A chill seized her, and she swiftly evaded the slap aimed at her by Su Jianlin. With his leg shattered and in an inadequate medical environment, his limb would be rendered useless. Yet she remained unscathed. Understanding Su Jianlin's unreliability, she knew this beating would not be in vain. The commotion in the living room attracted the attention of those who had been resting, and they emerged to witness the spectacle. Two individuals, feigning concern, approached to inquire about Su Jianlin's broken leg and what had transpired. Su Jianlin recounted the events in detail, and the thoughts of those present varied. Initially, after receiving supplies that day, they had decided to depart. However, upon witnessing Su Jianlin's dire condition, they opted to remain temporarily, as the presence of individuals from the 14th floor provided a semblance of safety. It was your father's fault. I should not have struck you. Here, take your identification and go to Mingzhu Middle School. They should still be distributing supplies. Su Jianlin pondered a remedy. Yet, how could Su comply? With a face full of grievance, she covered her face and ran upstairs in her nightgown, seeking solace from her brother Jiao. Su Jianlin was assisted to his room by several individuals, leaning against the bed, too fearful to glance at his injury. "Is there anyone? Will someone help me?" He shouted into the living room, but those present had retreated to their rooms. Even if they heard him, no one would offer assistance. Only a middle-aged woman, feeling pity for Su Jianlin, emerged to address him. "Old Su, speak your mind. I will see if I can assist you," the woman said, followed by a 12-year-old child. There were 2 rooms on the 12th floor, occupied by a family of 3. This woman rarely left her room, but Su Jianlin had some recollection of her. "Sister, please do me a favor. Go to the 14th floor and find my daughter Suyu. Ask her to call Jiahao down to help me with my leg." Su Jianlin had exhausted all options. In this environment, he did not wish to become incapacitated. The woman agreed, taking some of the food received that day to deliver to the 14th floor while searching for Suyu. Upon reaching the 14th floor, the living room was filled with the acrid smell of smoke, with 2 mahjong tables and a card table occupied by people. "Sister Gaying, what brings you here?" A man glanced at the bag in her hand. "My brother, these are the supplies we collected from Mingzhu Middle School today. The head of our household asked me to bring some up. We will need your continued support." Of course, the man replied, weighing the bag with satisfaction. He ignored those standing at the door, pulling it shut, only to have it blocked. "Sister Gaying, is there something else?" "Yes, old Su has been injured. He asked me to check if his daughter is here. He needs someone to care for him." Guying peered into the room and spotted Su beside Zhao Jiao. "Xiaoyu, your father below needs someone to look after him. When you calm down, remember to check on him," she reminded, recalling how Su Jianlin had struck Su in the living room earlier. Having delivered the message, she felt she had done her duty. Su Jianlin reclined against the bed's headboard, too pained to lie down, beads of cold sweat dotting his pale skin. "Where is Suyu? Did she not return with you?" he inquired, glancing anxiously behind Guiying. "She is not with you?" Su Jianlin hit the bed in frustration. "Old Su, I have relayed the message. Calm down. She has grown up. You should not have struck her today." Suyu, now an adult and a proud young woman, would naturally feel angered by such public humiliation. "I am her father. Disciplining her is only natural. Guiying, do not counsel me further. I need to trouble you again." Please go to the 8th floor where my eldest daughter Su-yun lives and inform her of my condition, asking her to come and care for me. Su Jianlin felt utterly helpless. Guiying rolled her eyes, having observed the dynamics in the household. It was clear that Su-yu and Su Jianlin had been secretly enjoying better provisions while Su-yun was neglected. Now, with Su Jianlin in pain, he sought care from those he had previously disregarded. Ultimately, Guiying made the trip to the 8th floor. Su-yun, still holding onto her grievances from earlier, felt an opportunity for retribution arise. Without hesitation, she followed Guiying upstairs. The room was dimly lit, yet visibility was sufficient. Pretending to be oblivious, Su-yun entered and collapsed beside Su Jianlin's bed, feigning tears. The spot where she lay was precisely over his broken leg. Dad, Sister Guiying says you're injured. What happened? Are you alright? Su-yun cried, self-reproachfully slapping her hand against the bed. The sudden impact on his already agonizing leg elicited a howl of pain from Su Jianlin. Enraged, he propped himself up, aiming a slap at Su-yun, who deftly evaded, causing his hand to strike the nearby cabinet instead. Another howl of agony filled the air, leaving Guiying speechless. I must take my leave. Do take care of your father, she said. Thank you, Sister Guiying, Su-yun replied, closing the door behind her, her expression darkening, though she revealed none of this to Su Jianlin. Approaching the bedside, she produced a flashlight, feigning surprise at the sight of his broken leg. Dad, what happened to your leg? By the way, what about the supplies we collected today? Did you bring any back? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Su-yun intentionally struck a nerve. Fuming, Su Jianlin slammed the bed. Go call Su back. If she does not return, tell her I no longer acknowledge her as my daughter, he threatened. Su-yun ascended the stairs, still catching the heavy scent of smoke and raucous noise wafting through several doors. After knocking for 2 minutes, someone finally answered. Upon seeing Su-yun, the man's eyes brightened, for she had only been to the 14th floor once before, leaving no lasting impression. Which floor are you from? He inquired. The 8th floor. I am looking for someone. Su-yun replied with an innocent smile. The man, taken aback by her charm, softened his demeanor. Who are you looking for? I can help you summon them. Su-yu. My sister Su-yu, Su-yun said, her gaze fixed on the woman nestled in Zhao Jiahao's embrace at the mahjong table, the pair sharing tender moments. Zhao Jiahao occasionally leaned down for passionate kisses, while Su-yu blushed, burying her face in his shoulder. Su-yun's expression turned icy. Without her, Su-yu had embarked on an entirely different path from her previous life. The man approached Zhao Jiahao, whispering a few words into his ear. Zhao Jiahao cast his gaze towards Su-yun, who was standing by the door, before eventually lowering his head to exchange a few words with Su-yu. Reluctantly, Su-yu disengaged from his embrace. Let us go, she said impatiently, twirling a strand of hair around her finger in a flirtatious manner. The two of them returned to the 12th floor in silence. Given Su Jianlin's current state, he had resolved to convene a family meeting with Su-yun and Su-yu. With Lu Xiaomei having passed away, he found himself without anyone to rely on, and Su-yu had begun to rebel, frequently disregarding his authority. He intended to win the hearts of these two daughters, especially as he was on the brink of becoming incapacitated. Should Su-yu and Su-yun choose to neglect him, he would be doomed to starve. During this time, Su Jianlin had managed to compose himself. When Su-yun returned with company, he spoke in a kindly and gentle tone. Xiaoyun, please close the door. I have something to discuss with both of you. Su Jianlin had always been self-serving. Su-yun was well aware of his ulterior motives. She remained silent, surveying the room's layout before finding a seat. Su-yu, on the other hand, was distracted by her own fingers. Recalling how Chinen had just had her nails done, a desire she now harbored for herself. Come sit beside your father, let me have a look at you both. Su Jianlin attempted to play the emotional card. Su-yun obliged and sat down, followed by Su-yu. Oh, you both have grown up. Yeah. I apologize for striking you earlier. It was a moment of impulse. Please don't hold it against me. Su Jianlin offered his apology, fully aware that maintaining their goodwill was crucial for his survival. Dad, the food was stolen. I am suffering too. But you can't take your anger out on me and hit me in front of everyone. Look at what you've done to my face. Su protested, feeling wronged, and turned her face towards him. The sorrow in Su Jianlin's eyes was genuine. He truly regretted his actions. I swear, from now on, I won't strike you again. We must keep our family united. It's just that the food was taken, and my leg is in this state. It's my fault for being useless. Chapter 57. Urgent notice, a sandstorm approaches. Your father has toiled for the family all his life, raising you both and now wishes to continue protecting you. But look at my leg. Su Jianlin continued to play the emotional card, glancing surreptitiously at Su Yun. His eldest daughter, imbued with a strong sense of responsibility, was the intended audience for his words. Su Yun, however, was not oblivious to his insinuations, yet she chose not to respond. In the past, she might have taken on the responsibility of caring for him, but now, she would gladly break his other leg if it meant liberation. Yeah, Xiaoyun. You won't abandon me in my current condition, will you? Su Jianlin lowered his stance entirely. Dad, why are you saying such things? Your leg can still be treated. Doesn't my sister know Zhao Jiahao? Perhaps he can find a doctor to take a look at it. Su Yun played along with Su Jianlin's narrative. He had been waiting for her to bring it up. Under the collective pressure of their persuasion, Su Yu took on the task. Dad, I will take care of it. I will ask Brother Jiahao to find a doctor for you. Yeah, but we have no food left? Su Jianlin hinted. Don't worry, Dad, leave it to me. I'm not like my sister, who is a heartless viper, incapable of helping. Su Jianlin internally agreed with her sentiment. Su Yun was not adept at socializing. And if she were to curry favor with the people on the 14th floor, it would likely lead to trouble. Yeah, on the other hand, was more dependable. He would favor whoever he could lean on. Su Yun was disinterested in their exchange of glances. The performance had concluded, and she was ready to leave. She had been keeping Zhao Jiahao at arm's length, not advancing their relationship to the next level, as she awaited the return of another leader from the 14th floor to determine her final choice. However, time had run out for such deliberations. After spending a night on the 14th floor, Su left the next day with a substantial amount of food. Meanwhile, Su Jianlin had suffered a high fever throughout the night, slipping into unconsciousness. Su prepared some porridge to feed him, and soon, the doctor Zhao Jiahao had found arrived to examine Su Jianlin's leg. Given the severity of the situation, amputation was the only viable option. Alternatively, he could be taken to the hospital. Today, the Mingzhu Middle School was distributing supplies, and they could transport him there to inquire further. Su exhausted all her resources to persuade Zhao Jiahao to have men carry Su Jianlin to Mingzhu Middle School. Indeed, there were medical vehicles available. However, with the recent surge in resource thefts, they were preparing to announce the existence of the shelter, lest chaos ensue. Unfortunately for Su Jianlin, the doctor recommended amputation after examining his leg. The necessary surgery and hospital stay would cost at least 300 pounds of grain. This was the bare minimum. Conversely, amputation would only require a few dozen pounds, as subsequent care would fall upon them. Currently, Su Jianlin viewed Su Yu as his lifeline. Yeah, you must save your father. I do not want to lose my leg. Su Yu, having turned to Zhao Jiahao for assistance repeatedly, found his patience wearing thin, initially. He demanded a week's worth of food. Treating Su Yu as a novelty, he provided her with the grain she requested. He agreed to find a doctor for Su Jianlin and even arranged for his men to carry him to the doctor. However, when Su sought 400 pounds of grain, he wondered if she took him for a fool. Did she truly believe her beauty was worth such a price? Zhao Jiahao, possessing abilities and an ample supply of food, knew that if he expressed a desire for women, countless would flock to him. Yet, Su remained ungrateful. And after multiple demands, he was frustrated. What do you think you're worth? You think you can keep asking and I'll just keep giving? I've slept with you. But do you expect me to support your entire family? Zhao Jiahao griped, tightening his hold around Su Yu's neck, lifting her slightly off the ground, turning her complexion pale. Brother Jiahao, I was wrong, Su Yu gasped, the threat of death finally instilling fear within her. Behave yourself, I'm willing to take care of you. But if you continue to push your luck, you can leave, Zhao Jiahao warned, releasing her and returning to his brothers. Su Jianlin lay on the stretcher, his face ashen. The doctor had advised that amputation should proceed without delay, otherwise, the necrotic tissue would continue to spread, and the range of amputation would only increase. He was ushered into a rudimentary operating room, and upon emerging, he discovered that his leg was gone. Su Yu took him home to recuperate, but thereafter, Su Jianlin's temperament became even more erratic. During this period, their father-daughter bond deepened, and Su Yun refrained from intruding. Meanwhile, the rice in their space had matured, and she busied herself with harvesting and planting seedlings. Only when she had amassed a sufficient quantity of rice would she consider planting other crops. In total, the rice harvest yielded 6 bags, amounting to over 700 pounds. Although Su Yun had never farmed before, She had researched online and discovered that the yields from their space were substantially higher than those from outside. While she focused on harvesting and planting, she had no time to concern herself with the dynamics between Suyu and Su Jianlin. One day, on a whim, she visited the old market, only to find armed soldiers guarding the entrance. It appeared that the grandfather and grandson duo had drawn the attention of the authorities. Not daring to approach, Suyun feigned passing through and rode away at a distance. On the way home, a fierce wind arose, scattering newspapers and leaves across the street, while the rustling foliage along the sidewalks added to the chaos. The yellow sand, driven by the tempest, swirled ominously. Suyun stood at the roadside, halting her bike to gaze into the distance. A sandstorm was imminent. As dusk approached, a helicopter hovered once more above the city, broadcasting an urgent announcement: weather anomaly detected. Province G is on the brink of an unprecedented sandstorm. A refuge has been established on Longtu Mountain. A convoy will arrive at Mingzhu Middle School the day after tomorrow. Please gather your belongings if you intend to seek shelter. In her previous life, after the announcement concluded, she had followed the crowd to the refuge, where the elevated terrain of Longtu Mountain shielded them from the ravages of the storm. Even after the subsequent flooding, the refuge remained steadfast, indicating the meticulous planning by the authorities. Yet, for many, this notification was utterly nonsensical. G Province, being coastal, might evoke belief in floods. But who would take a sandstorm seriously? Regardless of their skepticism, upon returning home, Suyun began to prepare her essentials. She had little to pack, as most of her belongings were stored away safely. The moment the vehicles arrived, she would join the procession to Longtu Mountain. Meanwhile, Suyu and Su Jianlin received the same news, yet both remained unconvinced, preferring to follow Zhao Jiahao, believing that their lives were still manageable. They seemed disinclined to depart. That night, Suyun intended to rest well, but an unexpected visitor arrived. The glass of her balcony shattered with a loud crash. Instinctively, she retrieved a blade from her storage, parting the curtains to reveal a bloodied child standing on the balcony. "Grandfather, grandfather," the child cried. Chapter 58. Not a single mosquito should escape. Tension gripped Suyun. She could not clearly discern the figure on her balcony. With a sudden slap, the child pressed his hands against the window, leaving two dark, bloodied handprints. "Grandfather, grandfather," he continued to murmur, his hollow eyes fixated on Suyun. Only when she shone her flashlight did she recognize the child. His lips incessantly uttered the same phrase as he stared at her through the glass. Suyun remained on high alert, fearing he might launch an unexpected attack. With the tip of her shoe, she cautiously opened the balcony door. The child bore severe injuries. His skin was extensively burned, half of his hair singed away, exposing a bloodied scalp and bone beneath. His clothes, fused his skin from the flames, spoke of his torment. He took a step closer, prompting Suyun to swiftly raise her blade towards his neck. However, just a few millimeters from his throat, she hesitated, uncertain of his intentions. Living on the 8th floor, it was clear the child had climbed from the old market, seeking something from her. "Save grandfather," he implored, his dark, hollow eyes piercing into her. His face, marred by burns, looked terrifying. Suyun felt overwhelmed. She had no idea why this child had fixated on her. She had recently visited the old market, where even the guards were official personnel. It was evident that the child's injuries had been inflicted by them. And if she recklessly intervened, she would be opposing the authorities directly. Her courage had not yet reached that threshold. "Save grandfather, please," the child pleaded, kneeling on his mechanical legs. Suyun, retreating, closed the balcony window. "You should leave. Pretend you were never here tonight," she declared, sheathing her blade. Seeing that Suyun had no intention of assisting him, the child turned and hastened back toward the old market. His enhanced limbs granted him remarkable speed. After exiting the residential complex, he glanced back at Suyun's building, calling out, "Grandfather." Minutes later, Suyun lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Forget it," she sighed, taking a deep breath before rising, shouldering her bag, and descending the stairs. Approaching the old market, she was met with a blaze and the sounds of explosions. Residents nearby had been evacuated, and a police cordon surrounded the area. Guards were stationed at intervals, warning onlookers to maintain their distance, lest they lose their lives for their curiosity. With each explosion echoing from within the cordon, Suyun stood at the periphery, surveying her surroundings. A fireball erupted from the old market, illuminating half the area, a display of supernatural prowess. She glanced at the 4-story building behind her, then entered, disguising herself with a mask, a wig, and a hat. Once adequately masked, she ascended to the 4th floor, climbed out the window, and made her way to the roof, assessing the neighboring buildings, which were not far apart. Given her current abilities, leaping across was no challenge. Soo-yoon darted between the small buildings, quickly reaching the roof above the old market, which was covered by a dilapidated canopy, long neglected and laden with debris. Yet, beneath it, the area glowed with light. "Xiao Xiao, that brat returned again," came a voice from below. "That old fool nearly sacrificed himself to send him away, only for the child to come back. Stay vigilant. Everyone, don't let him slip away again. He's as slippery as an eel." As the conversation unfolded, Soo-yoon stifled her presence, having absorbed the energy of crystal cores, making her undetectable to these individuals. "Captain, the 2nd squad has been attacked. We need reinforcements," a man reported, rushing towards the group. The leader quickly organized a team, instructing them to guard their position and alert others at various checkpoints to ensure that not a single soul escaped that night. Having eavesdropped from her rooftop perch, Soo-yoon soon noticed a figure soaring through the sky, drawing closer to her hiding spot. The air shifted, and as the wind brushed against her, her instincts flared, prompting her to change her position. The man in the air paused, scanning her previous hiding place. Chapter 59, Catch Me. The wind stirred again. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? The man, manipulating the wind, swept through the old market until he found nothing and continued on his way. Hidden within a small building, Soo-yoon stood alert by the window, glancing at the figure in the sky. Once he had flown far enough away, she emerged. To her astonishment, even the skies were under surveillance. After her last departure, she pondered how much the old man's strength had increased. With so many officials mobilized, how had they failed to capture him? Sensing the strongest energy fluctuations in the air, she ventured forth. Yet, as she neared, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Beneath the flickering flames, Soo-yoon stood atop the 2nd floor of a modest building, gaining clarity of the dire scene below. A group of over a dozen individuals had formed a menacing encirclement, driving an elderly man into a desolate corner of an abandoned structure. The child, sprawled on the ground like a spider, bore fresh wounds that marred his frail form, with large chunks of flesh stripped from his arms, exposing the grim gray of bone. The elderly man's condition was even more harrowing. One side of his body was grotesquely mangled, as if violently exploded, with ribs protruding ominously. His head was half severed, revealing a mass of pulsating brain matter. Even as zombies transformed into their aberrant forms, their brains remained the crucial vulnerability. The aftermath of a brutal confrontation had left the old man's legs ravaged, akin to the torturous effects of dismemberment, with knife and blast wounds rendering them skeletal. Despite his frail physique, he still positioned himself protectively in front of the child. Yet, even in his state of utter exhaustion, the attackers dared not advance an inch, cautiously inching closer together. Time was not on his side. With a rallying cry, the group surged forward in unison, assaulting him all at once. The old man fought with reckless abandon, delivering a powerful punch that pushed back 3 assailants while seizing one, sinking his teeth into the adversary's neck. In a gruesome display, he tore the man apart with his remaining arm, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that went ignored by the others. Seizing the moment, they unleashed a torrent of assaults upon him. With a sickening crack, his left leg was severed, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, the elderly man gazed at the diminutive figure shielding him, who crawled step by step towards the child, determined to protect him. Despite being nearly half dismembered and now losing a leg, the old man's resilience startled those present. The attackers instinctively recoiled, fearful of the old man's potential last-ditch retaliation. The process of harvesting crystal cores was brutal, explaining the exorbitant prices commanded by quality ones. The child, positioned protectively before the old man, crawled on all fours, adopting a threatening posture while intermittently emitting feeble growls. "Kill you," he managed to stammer, the injuries evidently affecting his speech. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the child raised his head, his gaze unfocused as he sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent. The old man, too, recognized it, and together they easily pinpointed Soo-yoon's hiding place. The child lunged forward, feigning an attack, but in reality, he turned to hoist his grandfather onto his back, using both hands and feet to scale the wall in pursuit of Soo-yoon. A few individuals caught on to their intentions. "What are you all standing there for?" My family contributed a significant amount of food to the shelter. All I want is a crystal core. You useless lot, hurry and pursue them. A teenager, around 17 or 18 years old, stood at the back of the group, flanked by 2 bodyguards. The others, hearing his words, felt no anger but rather a sense of urgency. Several wind blades coalesced in the air, slicing toward the child on the wall. The child, carrying his grandfather, deftly evaded the blades, but soon a searing flame approached. The intense heat scorched both grandfather and grandson, the sound of sizzling flesh echoing in the air. As the child made his way toward Suyun, she steeled herself and extended her arm, beckoning, "Grab hold of me." With his grandfather on his back, the child used all 4 limbs to cling to the wall, a pale arm reaching toward Suyun. He looked up, imprinting her face into his memory. His small, dark hand grasped hers tightly. A flurry of wind blades followed in quick succession. But Suyun hoisted him up just as the blades embedded themselves into the wall, creating a gaping hole. A fireball shot toward them, illuminating Suyun's figure and momentarily halting the pursuers below. "Wait, there's another one. These 2 aberrants have an accomplice. Everyone, be cautious." Panic surged among the attackers. One old man was already challenging enough. Now there was another unknown entity, and they were unaware of Suyun's true strength. Days of conflict had already claimed numerous lives among their ranks. This is my only bargaining chip, they thought, as the crystal core seemed within reach until this new threat emerged. The group exchanged wary glances toward the figure on the rooftop. "Young master, we may not be able to secure that crystal core. Another aberrant has appeared," an ability user interjected as the young man prepared to unleash his fury. "I don't care. My family has contributed so much food to you. I have but one demand. We have lost many of our own in this endeavor, and I will have that crystal core." The boy's gaze was filled with an unsettling ruthlessness beyond his years as he conjured several ice needles, hurling them toward Suyun. As danger loomed, Suyun slowly raised her right hand, a transparent barrier emanating from her body, enveloping the child and the old man. Upon contact, the ice needles vanished as if raindrops meeting the ocean, causing ripples across the shield. What aberrant! That is clearly an ability user. "You useless fools, kill them all," the boy commanded, his confidence unwavering as he regarded the trio on the rooftop. Upon utilizing her abilities, the individuals below distinctly sensed the surge of energy. To their astonishment, they realized that the one aiding the aberrants was, in fact, human, and the child and old man appeared to trust her implicitly. Under Suyun's disguise, they presumed she was merely a man. Yet, the barrier could not endure for long. It was a manifestation of her abilities, enhanced to the 3rd tier. Not only could it deflect attacks, but it also concealed her presence. The spatial abilities, however, were still too weak. Others swiftly gained offensive capabilities upon awakening their powers, while spatial abilities initially only allowed for basic storage. As she exerted her energy, it rapidly depleted from her body. "We must go," Suyun urged softly, with the child following closely behind, her protective barrier shielding all 3. How could this be? I can no longer sense the 2 aberrants. The scouts in the sky circled aimlessly above the old market, while those within dispersed to search. The old man and child, severely injured, left a trail of blood that Suyun believed would soon lead pursuers to them. She attempted to draw them into her spatial domain, but it was futile. As they fled the old market, Suyun's energy reserves had dwindled to half. She was not even at the 1st tier, and excessive consumption was unsustainable. Yeah. "Let me down," the old man suddenly called out, halting the hurried escape of both. Suyun surveyed their surroundings. They had exited the old market, and with their presence concealed, it seemed they had not yet been pursued. They found an unoccupied hotel and ascended to the 2nd-floor staircase, where the child gently lowered the old man against the wall. As they drew closer, Suyun could discern the extent of the old man's injuries. He was beyond saving, and the child evidently sensed the life ebbing from him. "Grandpa, I want to eat meat. When will you make it for me?" The child affectionately leaned against the old man's ribcage. The elderly man, with only skeletal remnants of an arm, reached out to caress the child's singed hair. Yeah, be good. When Grandpa earns some money, I'll buy you meat to eat." "Grandfather, when will we have money?" "I will collect many bottles and cardboard boxes. I will help you earn money so that we can eat meat during the new year." "Yes, good, my little Yuaya, you are a well-behaved child. Sleep now. And when you do, Grandfather will go buy meat. When you wake up, there will be meat to eat." The old man gently patted the child's back, and before long, The child truly fell asleep. The old man's face was marred, leaving only one dark, hollow eye. I know what you desire. I have but one request. Please take him away later. After a moment of silence, Soo-yoon did not respond. The old man sat up, propping himself with his arms, and knelt before Soo-yoon on a leg that was little more than a skeleton. My crystal core can at least elevate your abilities to the 3rd tier. It is the only thing I can offer. Soo-yoon remained silent, her heart torn, but ultimately her principles prevailed. The old man had sensed a trace of murderous intent from Soo-yoon, yet he had no choice. He raised his skeletal arm and gently stroked his sleeping grandson, black tears streaming from his hollow eye sockets. Having done all this, he carefully removed the cloth bag from his waist and placed it in the child's palm. In that moment, Soo-yoon even perceived a look of tenderness on the old man's vacant face. They're closing in, Soo-yoon thought, her brow furrowing. With her spatial abilities, her perception was exceptionally keen. The old man cast a deep glance at his grandson, slowly lifting his hand to stab at his own throat. Inch by inch, he plunged his hand into his throat, extracting a crystal core the size of a thumb from his brain. I entrust my grandson to you, he said, handing over the crystal core. Soo-yoon gazed at the core in his hand and sighed. I cannot guarantee his safety while he is with me. Chapter 61. Little Yueya. Yet the old man smiled. My grandson is very obedient. You are different from the others. I trust you. You may leave now. With that, he hobbled to his feet. The old man exited the hotel, successfully drawing away the pursuing abilities. Soo-yoon glanced at the sleeping child and, grasping the back of his collar, leaped out of the window from the 2nd floor. With her breath concealed, she swiftly vanished with the child. Having lost the crystal core, the old man's vitality drained away even faster until he was completely engulfed by darkness, losing all reason and becoming an ordinary zombie. A bullet pierced his head, and his body crumpled to the ground. Yet, due to the recent skirmishes, even with the old man's fall, the others dared not advance. Minutes passed before they cautiously approached, one man summoning the courage to crouch down and attempt to retrieve the old man's crystal core. But there's nothing here, he murmured in disbelief. Soon, 2 more approached to examine the corpse, realizing that the crystal core had already been taken. Damn it, the man cursed softly. Before long, another group arrived at the scene. A youth disembarked from a sedan. It had been 6 whole days since the official personnel had shown up. He had also gathered a group of abilities to assist him. And now, having finally worn the old man down, he was informed that the core was missing. What had he been doing these past few days? If his strength had increased, it would have been acceptable, but having squandered so many resources only to achieve nothing, what would happen if this reached his grandfather's ears? You useless lot. I've been supporting you all this time, and you can't even handle a simple task? Get lost. All of you. The youth screamed in frustration. Soo-yoon brought the child back home, and by now, dawn was breaking. She casually tossed the child onto the sofa. Having consumed a significant portion of her abilities, she took out the old man's crystal core and began to absorb it. The crystal core from the zombie variant was entirely different from those of other mutated species. While other cores required careful consideration of ability attributes during absorption, the zombie variant posed no such concerns. The last time she absorbed a core, the crops in her spatial realm had surged dramatically. She wondered if this core would bring about any changes as well, guiding the energy within the core into her body. Half an hour later, Soo-yoon opened her eyes, her abilities having ascended to the 3rd tier, and her physical strength enhanced. She flexed her fingers, feeling the energy coursing through her body at the 3rd tier, gradually enveloping herself in a protective shield. However, this time, the shield felt markedly different from her previous experiences. Just as Soo-yoon was engrossed in her exploration, the child on the sofa awoke. Contrary to her expectations of a loud outcry, the child simply sat quietly on the sofa, staring intently at the cloth bag in his hands. He did not make a sound. Soo-yoon had prepared many words to say, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she feared the child had already surmised the truth. Slowly, she opened the cloth bag. And when the child saw what was inside, a look of shock crossed his face, followed by tears streaming down his cheeks. He began to whimper softly. Outside, dawn broke, and Soo-yoon could finally see what the child held: a moldy bun. Woo-woo, grandfather, Yueya, won't eat meat anymore. I don't want to eat, the child sobbed, clutching half a bun. Soo-yoon allowed him to cry while she retrieved food from her spatial realm to prepare breakfast. The child showed no interest in anything she had. In the end, he carefully rewrapped the half bun and tied it around his waist. Meanwhile, Suyun finished her meal and engaged in some exercise. Once the child's emotions stabilized and he sat quietly on the sofa for a while, Suyun approached him. "What is your name?" The child's expression remained blank and wooden. "My grandfather calls me Yueya. Do you miss your parents?" Suyun probed gently. Yueya shook his head. Suyun recalled the child's earlier obsessions, his desire for meat, for his parents, and for the treasures at his grandfather's waist. Yet now he no longer craved meat, had obtained his grandfather's treasure, and even seemed to have forgotten about his parents. What was to be done about this? As a gust of wind howled, the broken glass from the previous night rattled ominously. Suyun rose to gather her belongings. She found the sofa bed quite comfortable and decided to take it with her. At this moment, it was likely that vehicles had already arrived at Mingju Middle School. After collecting the sofa, she entered her room where she had some belongings that needed to be taken as well. However, upon rising, Yueya followed her, keeping a distance of 3 meters behind her. Wherever Suyun went, he followed. "Do you feel any pain from your injuries?" Suyun inquired. Yueya shook his head, speaking very little unless necessary. Noticing that his wounds were gradually healing, Suyun summoned a basin of water from her spatial realm. "Let us wash you off and change into new clothes." She produced a set of new garments, thankful that she had gathered many clothes beforehand. "All right, grandfather." Chapter 62, Sister, it's not pleasant to be hungry, is it? This address nearly caused Suyun to spit out the water she had just drunk. "From now on, just call me sister," she corrected him. "Okay, sister," Yueya replied, extending his hand and tearing off the clothes stuck to his skin with a rip, pulling away a large piece of flesh. Suyun furrowed her brow at the sight. If he felt that, it must have hurt terribly. Yueya's skin bore extensive burn wounds, and the clothing had melded with his charred skin. With another rip, she exclaimed. "All right, don't move." Suyun took out scissors, donned her gloves, and began to cut away the clothes clinging to him. The sound of flushing echoed from the restroom. And soon after, Yueya emerged, though the wounds on his body continued to ooze dark blood. Observing his condition, Suyun feared that they would not be able to venture to Longtu Mountain today. Yueya's head bore severe burns, with the scalp visibly healing. Suyun retrieved her fitness equipment and began to exercise, while Yueya stood by, seemingly impervious to fatigue, his gaze unwavering as she worked out. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Suyun knocked on the door. "Sister, Dad wants you to come upstairs. He has something to discuss." Yueya had already entered a state of readiness, his agile form poised on the ceiling, ready to strike at the slightest intrusion. Suyun wiped the sweat from her brow and retracted the air conditioner into her space. "Yueya, I'm heading out shortly. Stay in this room and remember to hide well. If anyone besides me comes in, escape through the window and find a safe spot." After giving her instructions, Yueya lay silently on the ceiling. Ascending to the 12th floor, Suyun encountered a bustling kitchen, filled with people queuing for the gas canister at mealtime. The stench from the restroom permeated the air, and they had been without water for quite some time. Yet the toilets continued to be used. What are they doing, piling it up inside without flushing? Suyun headed straight to Su Jianlin's room. Following his amputation, Su Jianlin's wounds had healed sufficiently for him to awkwardly lean on a cane, though he could not walk without it. As she entered, both Su Yu and Su Jianlin awaited her. "Xiao Yun is here, you both come over." "Dad has something to say," Su Jianlin smiled. Yet Su Yun detected a coldness in his eyes. Su leaned against the doorframe, smoking, showing no intention of entering, occasionally fanning her face with her hand, wearing a look of disdain. With Su Jianlin's leg amputated, his basic needs were managed within this room, compounded by a lack of bathing and tidiness, leading to an unmistakable odor. "You heard the announcement the day before yesterday, right? Dad plans to stay in the garden community. Yueya agrees with me, we should remain here. Xiaoyun, what are your thoughts? I still suggest you stay with us. After all, we are family." Suyun turned to look at him, realizing that the torment Su Jianlin had endured recently had taken its toll. In the past, he would never have solicited her opinion. "Dad, I believe the comments made above are accurate, so I intend to accompany them to Longtu Mountain and not remain here." These two, she thought, need not rely on her to become entrenched in their predicament. Su Jianlin was taken aback by Suyun's defiance. She had always acquiesced to his decisions in the past. "Xiaoyun, please reconsider. Your sister and I are staying here. If you leave, where will we find you later? And considering Dad's current situation, as you can see, if you depart, Dad, if she wants to leave, let her go. I see she has no brains. She believes whatever they say, including the so-called once-in-a-century sandstorm. Our province. Gee, is coastal. How could there be a sandstorm? Su raised an eyebrow. Su Jianlin himself was skeptical. Xiao Yun, don't be hasty. A man named Li Cheng came downstairs asking about you. I think he's quite decent-looking and attentive to me lately. Why not go up with your sister and get to know him? Just consider it making a friend. Now that I'm incapacitated, I can no longer be a support for you sisters. My greatest wish is for you to have someone to care for you. Yueya has found a good place. And you're the last piece. Su Jianlin sat on the edge of the bed, patting Su Yun's shoulder in a fatherly manner. Listening to his words, Su Yun felt no stirrings within. After all, she had already grasped the kind of person Su Jianlin was in her past life. Selling his daughter as if he were genuinely concerned for her well-being. Su observed Su Yun's retreating figure, a cruel smile playing on her lips. She had recently spoken ill of Su Yun in front of Li Cheng. Now, the entire 14th floor knew Su Yun to be a disgrace. And if she dared to ascend, she would surely be devoured by those above. Sister, come with me. Su Yun tossed her cigarette to the ground, while Su Jianlin gazed at her with longing. Yueya, do you have any more cigarettes? Dad's out. Give me 2. This craving is unbearable. Su retrieved her own cigarettes, lit one, and generously tossed the remainder onto the bed, eliciting a sycophantic grin from Su Jianlin. As they traversed the dim corridor, Su frowned, continuously fanning herself. Observing the individuals in the living room eating, she could not resist a taunt. How can you eat in this stench? She mocked before departing. Yet, the occupants paid her no heed, engrossed in their meals. In truth, aside from Suyu, they had all come to terms with their reality. Filling their stomachs was the priority in life. Once outside the room, Su regarded Suyun with a mocking expression. Sister, the pangs of hunger aren't pleasant, are they? There's plenty to eat on the 14th floor. Shall we go up? As she exhaled smoke, the two locked eyes and Suyu took a puff, directing the exhalation towards Suyun's face. Suyun swiftly raised her hand, pressing it against Suyu's mouth, the smoke escaping from her nostrils. Realizing Suyun had retaliated, Suyu angrily reached for her hair, but Suyun dodged backward, striking her face with a sharp slap. The sound echoed as Suyu staggered in shock. Clutching her face, her hair disheveled. You dare hit me? Suyun delivered another slap to the opposite side of her face, achieving symmetry. Suyu, are you a little more awakened now? Suyu covered her face, threatening, aren't you afraid I'll tell Zhao Jiahao? He'll avenge me. Her expression twisted in fury. Yet Suyun remained unfazed, gripping Suyu by the scalp and pulling her closer. In a low voice, she warned Suyu. I am not interested in what you and Su Jianlin have conspired, but if you continue to plot against me, I will not hesitate to send you on your way. Additionally, let me inform you of one thing. You are not mistaken about Lu Xiaomei's death. Chapter 63. Unbeknownst to me, I had taken in a mutated species. Suyu's expression shifted from confusion to shock. Suyun, you wicked person, how could you be so cruel? My mother raised you for over a decade. Another slap resonated as Suyun struck her again. If you keep shouting, I will continue. Suyu's gaze was filled with malice, if looks could kill. Suyun would have been pierced 1,000 times. Suyun, I will kill you. She finally seemed to muster the courage to shout at Suyun's back. Very well. If you manage to survive this place, I shall wait, Suyun replied cryptically. Suyu understood the words. Yet their meaning eluded her until she ultimately took matters into her own hands and killed Su Jianlin, grasping the full implication of Suyun's statement. Entering the room, Yueya lay like a specter on the ceiling, locking eyes with Suyun. Coupled with the terrifying scars adorning his body, an unsuspecting visitor would surely be frightened half to death. Descending, Suyun propped the refrigerator against the door. Yueya landed silently. Did anyone come by? 3. Yueya replied succinctly. Suyun set food on the table, suspecting the visitors were Li Cheng, as mentioned by Su Jianlin. Yueya sat opposite on the sofa, watching Suyun eat. What are you having? Suyun inquired as she shoveled rice into her mouth. People, Yueya remarked with seriousness. You must follow me. Which means you can no longer consume humans. If Suyun's words were abruptly interrupted. All right. She set down her chopsticks. Aside from humans, what else do you usually eat? Eggs and blood. Yueya licked his lips. Is this the egg? Suyun retrieved a chicken egg from her storage space, and Yueya's gaze followed its movement. Noticing his desire to eat, Suyun handed it to him. Yueya reached out, punctured the eggshell with his teeth, and began to suck it, as if savoring a delightful delicacy. She could now collect 14 eggs a day, with 2 hens currently incubating chicks. Once they were raised, she would have an abundance of eggs. Thus, offering an egg was not a hardship for her. After finishing their meal and putting away the floor lamp, Soo-yoon leaned back on the sofa, observing Yuya in the darkness. Plans often change unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that, upon her rebirth, she would be accompanied by a mutant. Yuya, why did you come to find me last night? You shouldn't be that familiar with me yet. His voice was devoid of emotion. Grandfather sent me to find you. To be honest. Yuya looked up at Soo-yoon, visibly surprised that his secret had been exposed. Because you didn't kill me before. You had several opportunities to do so, yet you refrained. Grandfather believes you are a good person. Soo-yoon thought to herself that only heaven knew why she hadn't killed him then. It was not merely out of pity for the little creature, but rather because the old man had gone mad when she injured his companion. Had she not feared that killing the younger one would hinder her escape, she might have fought for the crystal core. Therefore, she treated the subsequent encounters as mere practice, revealing no murderous intent. Coughing slightly, feeling a bit awkward at being labeled a good person, Soo-yoon inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Your parents should still be alive, right?" She pondered her next steps. "I don't remember. Grandfather told me to follow you." Yuya's tone grew colder as he broached the subject. "What else do you recall?" Soo-yoon asked, intrigued. This was her first experience engaging in a normal conversation with a mutant across 2 lifetimes. "I remember my grandfather. I recall him taking me to collect bottles and cardboard. I remember the day before the new year when we sold a lot of things for money, and he tucked me into bed. He said there would be meat to eat when I woke up. On New Year's Day, he made me braised pork and said my parents would come to fetch me." As he spoke, Yuya's hand instinctively reached for the half of a steamed bun. His memories were fragmented. He spoke whatever came to mind. The most vivid recollections were those of the New Year celebrations. Seeing him repeatedly mention it, Soo-yoon concluded that those days must have been filled with happiness. Otherwise, why would he, despite becoming a mutant, still hold on to those memories? "I am heading to Longtushan next. You must not remove your glasses, conceal your identity, and refrain from harming others indiscriminately. Understand?" Yuya nodded in agreement. As his strength increased, he was acutely aware of the differences between himself and ordinary people. Previously, when he had sneaked out of the old market, he had been discovered by some individuals who would only wish to kill him. Even his grandfather's death was due to him. Had he listened to his grandfather and not left the old market, perhaps no one would have found them. Yet, the place they had hidden in would eventually be discovered. After all, there were no zombies in the area where they resided, which posed the greatest danger. Soo-yoon had intended to adjust her schedule, but due to Yuya's presence, their conversation extended into the midnight hour. Suddenly, both fell silent, turning their gazes toward the door. "Cheng-gu, it seems something is blocking the door. We cannot push it open," even though the people outside lowered their voices. Soo-yoon's third-tier abilities allowed her to hear even their heartbeats clearly. Yuya sensed the presence of 3 individuals outside. They were the same ones who had arrived earlier. "I have a task for you. Bite them." Soo-yoon was too lazy to step out and confront the 3 herself. Yuya leaped out of the window. His limbs pressed against the wall, maneuvering to the window at the 8th floor staircase, crawling inside. The 3 men held a flashlight, with Lee Chung standing at the back, illuminating the 2 who were continuously banging against the door. The flashlight in Lee Chang's hand flickered, briefly revealing a 4th shadow, though fleeting. This discovery sent chills down his spine. There are only 3 of them. Where did this 4th shadow come from? Lee Chung scanned the surroundings with his flashlight. Finding nothing, he sighed in relief, but then, as if struck by a thought, he directed the beam toward the ceiling. There, he spotted a creature clinging to the ceiling, its pitch-black eyes fixed on the 3 of them. The 2 companions in front were still ramming the door, while Li Qing began to retreat step by step, paralyzed by sheer terror, unable to utter a sound. What sort of monster was this? Its body appeared burned and scarred, its eyes unlike any zombie he had seen before, being an unfathomable black. Yuya moved, landing on the upper staircase, blocking Li Chang's escape route. In that instant, Li Qing nearly lost control of his bladder, the sound of dripping water echoing ominously in the stairwell. The 2 who had been banging on the door noticed the disturbance and turned to look in Li Chang's direction, one of them so frightened that he fell to the ground. Chapter 64, It is time to leave. At the top of the staircase, a monster lay in wait. Was it a zombie? One of them queried uncertainly. After all, it differed from the zombies they had slain before. This one had eyes that were completely black, unlike the dark green eyes of those they had previously killed. Hearing his companion's analysis, Li Qing, who stood beside Zhao Jiahao, recalled the traits of mutants he had heard about. The creature before him was far from an ordinary zombie, it was a mutated one. As thoughts raced through his mind about how to escape, he had already retreated to his companion's side. So it's a zombie, what a shock. Let us work together to deal with it. The moment they realized it was a zombie, the two men regained their confidence. After all, they had dispatched numerous zombies before and had the skills to do so. All right, Li Qing verbally affirmed, but at that moment, he had silently crept behind his companions. Yuya crawled down the stairs, inching closer, while the two men approached him with their weapons drawn. Suddenly, Yuya sprang up, lunging at one of them and biting down hard. Taking advantage of the distraction, Li Qing seized the flashlight and dashed downstairs, consumed by fear, questioning how a mutant could appear in their neighborhood. Help me! The man felt Yuya's bite on his neck and struggled, while the other, witnessing the scene, recoiled in horror. How could this happen? He transformed into a zombie so quickly. He couldn't believe it. His companion had merely been bitten. Yet within less than 10 seconds, he had turned into a zombie. The newly transformed zombie lunged at him, while Yuya quickly descended the stairs, pursuing the fleeing Li Qing. Suyun, hearing the screams at the door, lowered the air conditioning slightly and entered her space. Once inside, she was astonished by the changes within. The storage space remained the same size as before, but the planting area now boasted an additional patch of black soil. Suyun was overjoyed. This ensured her food supply was secure. Moreover, the planting area was lush and green. The seedlings she had planted earlier had grown branches that now soared 4 to 5 meters high. To her surprise, as her strength increased, so too did the growth of these crops. Suyun harvested the tender green wheat grass, storing it away to feed the cattle and sheep gradually. The young seedlings have grown to the length of an arm, while the cabbages are densely packed as they thrive. Suyun has transplanted the cabbages into the open fields. Notably, these cabbages have the potential to blossom into cauliflowers. Although she was inattentive during the seeding process, many cauliflowers have now begun to sprout, making them easily distinguishable. The most gratifying sight is in the seedlings that were planted just a week ago, following the recent harvest of rice. Due to her enhanced abilities, the seedlings have matured rapidly, their leaves already beginning to yellow, suggesting that another harvest will be imminent within a month. To ensure that the fertile black soil does not remain fallow, Suyun has sown sweet potatoes and potatoes, anticipating that these will serve as staple food in the shelter. She prefers not to expend star coins on exchanges in the shelter, thus she has decided to cultivate more of these crops, ensuring that it will not seem out of place when she later retrieves them for consumption. Half of the black soil is dedicated to sweet potatoes and potatoes, while the other half is planted with glutinous corn and sweet corn, yielding a harvest that is several times greater than that of other fields. Once these grains reach maturity, they will not only sustain her but also serve to feed livestock. With plans set, Suyun diligently harvested all the mature grains today and proceeded to sow new seeds. To facilitate easier harvesting, Suyun relocated all the fruits to a single field. The grapes, which had previously grown slowly, have begun to bear fruit following her recent enhancement. She has set up trellises to support the vines. As she gazes upon the plump grapes hanging from the tendrils, Suyun eagerly anticipates their ripening, as many of the fruits in her space have already been consumed 2 months prior. Following this, she waits patiently for them to mature. With strawberries and blueberries being the most frequently eaten recently, any surplus has been turned into popsicles, with the remainder stored away. Yuya returned shortly, and upon hearing his arrival, Suyun merely rolled over on the sofa bed. The next morning, she examined Yuya's wounds and, noticing that the black blood had ceased to flow, she encouraged him to change into a fresh set of clothes. His scalp had healed, and hair growth was merely a matter of time. However, in preparation for their journey to Longtu Mountain, Suyun took out a wig and glasses to disguise him. With long hair and his frail frame, he could easily be mistaken for a young girl. Yuya, oblivious to the situation, allowed Suyun to work her magic. The wind today was stronger than yesterday, laden with dust. The balcony glass was coated, obscuring the view outside. Suyun understood the urgency of leaving, lest she be buried alongside the encroaching sands in this city. While she busied herself within the confines of her home, individuals from the 14th floor descended. Upon seeing the 2 zombies lingering at Suyun's door, they were startled, and after dispatching the creatures, they realized that these 2 were brothers from their upper floor. Having descended to the 8th floor the previous night with Li Cheng for some leisure, they were baffled by how, in just one night, the two had transformed into zombies. Chapter 65. The remaining must fend for themselves. As they scrutinized their way down the building, they discovered Li Cheng, now a zombie, on the 2nd floor. What had transpired over the course of a single night? The zombies within the 10-story building had been dealt with, although a few remained trapped inside their homes. How had these three undergone such a transformation? After eliminating the zombie version of Li Cheng, they proceeded to investigate upstairs, ultimately discovering bloodstains at Su Yun's door. They knocked forcefully, demanding that the occupant emerge, explaining that 3 of their brothers had perished, their tempers flaring. Su Yun did not respond immediately, prompting them to kick the door. The cacophony of thuds failed to disturb her. "Open the door, we have inquiries," they bellowed, their kicks growing more vigorous, even causing the refrigerator braced against the door to shift. One man wielding an axe struck the door with force, creating a substantial hole. "You lot, push harder," he commanded. Together, the 4 managed to create a gap just wide enough for a fist to pass through. Peering inside, they spotted 3 refrigerators blocking the entrance. That explains the resistance. This woman has barricaded the door with 3 fridges, one remarked. With combined effort, they pushed the door open just far enough to allow entry, halting their efforts. The leader stepped into the room first, where Su Yun stood in the living area, her gaze directed towards the entrance until all had entered. Wasn't it said that this 8th floor housed only her? Who is this child by her side? They pondered, noticing Yi standing beside Su Yun. "Hey, did you hear any sounds last night?" inquired the man with the axe, approaching Su Yun. He struck the coffee table with the axe, his brutish companions casting lewd glances at her. "So, this must be the sister of Su Yu. What did she say?" "This woman seems to have been with many men. Though she doesn't," he look at, one leered. "I heard the sisters have a poor relationship. Why concern ourselves with that? Let us just finish our questions and take her up." They conspired brazenly before her. "Yuya, don't let a single one escape," Su Yun whispered. And at her command, Yuya sprang into action. A blade appeared in Su Yun's hand, and Yuya lunged at one man, sinking his teeth into him. Within mere seconds, that man transformed into a zombie, pursuing the others in the room to feast. The door had been blocked by 3 large refrigerators, allowing only a narrow passage for entry. Faced with this sudden crisis, everyone instinctively sought the first opportunity to flee, resulting in a scramble at the door. Su Yun inflicted wounds upon 2 individuals, then, after clearing the path, burst through the door, finding the room awash in blood and zombies. After vacating the garden complex, Su Yun retrieved an off-road vehicle from her space, loading 2 boxes of fuel into the trunk for convenience during the journey. She also took out some food to store inside, knowing that once they joined the convoy, she would refrain from accessing her space for meals. Additionally, she packed 3 bags of sweet potatoes, 2 bags of potatoes, along with rice, flour, and some instant meals. With the trunk filled to capacity, she piled the remaining items onto the back seat until it was brimming, then climbed in. Yuya occupied the passenger seat, while the sky, unlike any previous day, appeared shrouded in a murky haze, hinting at an impending sandstorm. The temperature remained consistent, but Su Yun recognized this as a precursor to the storm. Over the next few days, additional vehicles would arrive to evacuate individuals from Chaoyang District. If they intended to leave, these were their last opportunities. Once the storm unleashed its fury upon the city, those who remained would have to fend for themselves. The roads had become increasingly clear of abandoned vehicles, as these were repurposed resources collected by the authorities in advance. The open road made driving easier, with large trucks frequently traversing the city, causing significant wear on the pavement. In the past, large trucks would never have had the chance to navigate the streets. As Su Yun drove towards Mingju Middle School to assemble, she noticed that the streets were congested with vehicles, anticipating the next batch to depart around 9 o'clock. Presently, officials maintained order while those boarding organized their supplies. Checking her watch, Su Yun noted it was around 8:30, leaving approximately 20 minutes until departure. "In 20 minutes, we will leave. Please park your vehicles here to clear the streets, as more cars will be arriving shortly. Move quickly." A soldier stood atop a truck, maintaining order. And as his words echoed through the air, the vehicle stationed before Su Yun began to move slowly. Su Yun activated her own vehicle, trailing behind the others, and parked it behind an official cargo truck. Before long, the street where she had previously halted became deserted. Numerous individuals were hauling their provisions on carts, congregating in the school square, awaiting their turn. Chapter 66, Journey to Longtushan. The vehicles transporting grain and those carrying passengers were distinctly separate, however. Boarding the official transport to the refuge was not without cost. The fare was set at 6 individuals per pound of grain, a reasonable price considering many lacked resources at present. Each family could muster at least a pound of grain, and once at the refuge, industriousness would ensure they would not starve. After all, the authorities possessed ample supplies and revitalization was not a concern. With a creak, dozens of cargo trucks came to a halt on the street where Suyun had parked. For uniformed officials disembarked, bringing forth a scale. The officials began to register those wishing to store their grain. Those with grain to deposit step this way and form an orderly line. Called out a soldier from atop the truck. Soon, individuals began to queue, pushing their carts laden with their provisions. 240 pounds of rice, 80 pounds of flour, 4 packs of noodles, 12 packets of instant noodles, registration complete. Proceed to load your items onto the truck swiftly. Do not delay the others waiting to board, hurry. The registrar urged them to expedite the loading process. For those like Suyun, who drove their own vehicles, such concerns were non-existent. Their provisions and families were safely within, simply awaiting the official convoy's departure to the refuge. The registered grain would be uniformly stored together, and upon distribution, although it would not be the same grain they had deposited, the weight would remain accurate. The vehicles in the rear were bustling with activity as Suyun checked the time. Approximately 10 minutes remained. She reclined her seat, lying back and retrieving an ice pop from her supplies. The crowd was dense and somewhat stifling. After finishing her treat, she activated the air conditioning in her vehicle, signaling that it was time to depart. Yueya, her companion, was visibly tense, her hat pulled low over her eyes. This place not only housed official supernatural beings, but also concealed others like Suyun among the masses. A fierce wind whipped up, carrying dust that clouded the windows. Recently, the strong winds had raised concerns about a potential sandstorm. The gusts dispelled the heat, prompting some onlookers in the streets to reconsider their choices. After all, humans are social creatures, and the majority of those still alive in the city had sought refuge, leaving fewer behind. Venturing out again might soon become a rare occurrence. What are we worried about? If a sandstorm does come, we can make our way to Longtushan ourselves. The route is well known, one remarked. Indeed, another replied. But when the sandstorm descends, they may struggle to find the way to Longtushan. The convoy moved forward steadily, the grain transport leading the way, followed by passenger vehicles, with military escorts bringing up the rear. The official vehicles, recently modified for enhanced power, surged ahead once they exited the urban area. Though Longtushan was also within Ji province, it would take at least 2 days of driving to reach. Previously, high-speed trains could make the journey in mere hours, but now, the route required navigating highways and smaller roads, making 2 days the fastest route determined by the authorities. In addition to the large vehicles, numerous helicopters shuttled between cities daily, primarily transporting grain and other supplies. Along the way, they encountered a few zombies, but the accompanying military forces efficiently dealt with them, sparing the need for direct intervention. Around midnight, the convoy descended from the highway, halting for rest. They would set off again at approximately 5:30 the following morning, as the heat in Ji province caused dawn to break early. After announcing the schedule, the soldiers returned to regroup and enjoy a late-night meal. Suyun remained in her vehicle, drawing the curtains to obscure the view from outside. She retrieved 6 eggs for Yueya and began her dinner. With so many people around, Suyun could only manage a light slumber that night. True to her suspicions, once everyone settled down, a figure stealthily approached her vehicle. Both she and Yueya opened their eyes immediately. In the darkness, the intruder glanced at Suyun's vehicle model before creeping towards her gas tank. Fearing detection, he opened the gas tank door and crouched down, inserting a siphon tube. Suyun exited her vehicle just as the man's hands trembled at the sight of her. He turned to flee. In a swift motion, she delivered a kick to his lower back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! He groaned, clutching his back. Several vehicles parked nearby responded to the commotion, and the patrolling soldiers approached. Yueya illuminated the scene with the vehicle's headlights, casting light on the man. Help! Officer, come quickly. This woman is crazy. She attacked me for no reason. He cried, his expression shifting as onlookers gathered. The surrounding crowd was bewildered, yet sympathetic to the man's plight. Two patrolling soldiers, shining their flashlights, approached, demanding, "What's going on? Quiet down, do you want to attract nearby zombies?" Hearing the man's escalating voice, the soldiers admonished him. The onlookers turned anxiously, fearful that actual zombies might appear, while the timid retreated into their vehicles. "What happened? Speak up," the soldiers instructed, glancing between Su-yun and the moaning man. The man continued to protest, and soon it was Su-yun's turn to recount the event. "He attempted to steal my gasoline, and I caught him red-handed. When he tried to flee, I kicked him, and that's when you arrived. His siphon is still inserted in my gas tank," she explained, stepping aside to reveal the apparatus. "She's lying. I didn't do anything." The man insisted, his eyes starting nervously, but the soldiers saw through his deceit. They were all too familiar with such incidents, having encountered many like him recently. The guilt was evident on his face. To deter further thievery that night and the next, the soldiers declared, "If you do not have enough gasoline to reach Longtushan, you may trade your provisions with us." They assured the crowd that their convoy had sufficient fuel, and as long as individuals could provide grain, reaching Longtushan would not be an issue. Once at the refuge, diligent effort would ensure everyone's survival, and they could help restore G Province. Such petty thievery would not be tolerated, they emphasized. "Do you understand?" As a warning, the soldiers demanded the man compensate Su-yun with 5 pounds of grain. 5 pounds? No way. I may have tried to steal her gasoline, but I didn't succeed. And she hasn't suffered a loss, right? I want to do it again. The man protested, unwilling to part with his provisions. But the soldiers were determined to set an example. If anyone attempted to steal fuel in the future, they would face the consequences. It is imperative to comply, otherwise you shall sever ties with the group by tomorrow, and those accompanying you should refrain from following us as well. Bringing such individuals back would be akin to introducing a mouse droppings into the pot. Upon hearing this, the man became flustered, exclaiming, "I will provide it. I will fetch the food at once." His companions, though reluctant, ultimately surrendered 5 pounds of provisions. Su-yun accepted the grain, thus putting the incident behind her. The man sought to reclaim his oil extractor, but Su-yun refused to return it. "What oil extractor? I have never seen one," she retorted. The man cast a resentful glance at Su-yun before turning away. For the ensuing hours, Su-yun remained in a light slumber, the recent events having heightened everyone's vigilance throughout the night. They did not succumb to slumber simply because military personnel patrolled the area. Instead, those in the vehicles took turns keeping watch, fearful that their gasoline might be pilfered. At 5:30, they set forth. Although the official convoy began its preparations prior to 5, with large pots positioned over the fire as cooks busily prepared meals. Su-yun retrieved some rice porridge alongside a few dishes of side items and a handful of meatballs. The early hour dampened her appetite, but considering the lengthy journey ahead, she knew she must eat something. There would be little time to rest at noon, so it was essential to consume a bit. Moreover, it appeared that they would reach Longtu Mountain by nightfall, suggesting that the convoy would likely continue without pause after the afternoon. After breakfast, the caravan commenced its journey. A grand procession of vehicles traversing the road, with various convoys taking divergent paths to prevent collisions and alleviate congestion. They paused for merely 30 minutes at noon, enough time to eat and relieve themselves. While others busied themselves with cooking, Su-yun sought a secluded spot on the mountainside for privacy. Upon her return, the group was ready to depart, and they resumed their journey. As anticipated, the convoy did not halt for rest in the afternoon. They pressed on until approximately 10 at night when they finally arrived at their destination, Longtu Mountain. Rising over 4,000 meters, a serpentine road wound its way through the mountain, leading to a refuge at its summit. Once a scenic area, remnants of cable cars could still be faintly discerned in the air, though they had ceased operations. However, once the refuge was completed, the cable cars would be restored for transportation of both people and supplies. The ascent continued, and at an elevation of 1,300 meters, the streetlights along the road glimmered. This indeed was the highest mountain in G Province. The higher they climbed, the more they seemed to enter another realm. As their vehicles pierced through the clouds, reaching an altitude of 2,400 meters, some individuals in the convoy, affected by altitude sickness, found themselves unable to proceed further. The authorities, cognizant of this, had constructed numerous accommodations here. Previously depicted on television as lush and verdant, Longtu Mountain now lay barren, having been cleared to make way for housing. In just over 2 months, the authorities had achieved this transformation. The finest housing in the Longtu Mountain Refuge was situated higher up. For those feeling unwell, there was no need to strain themselves. They could remain here until their bodies acclimatized, with the option to move up later at their discretion. Those capable of continuing should proceed by vehicle. Siyun chose not to ascend further, as she was accompanied by Yue. The higher they ventured, the more prominent individuals resided there, and the security was notably stringent. Chapter 68. Reserve a private courtyard room for me. Moreover, the majority of the supernatural beings congregated above, heightening the likelihood of Yue's discovery. Most inhabitants below were ordinary citizens, leading to fewer concerns. Given the lengthy journey, some of the unaccustomed ordinary individuals suffered significantly from altitude sickness and opted to remain behind. A man in his 30s, clad in a windbreaker and wielding a megaphone, stood by the roadside, calling out, "Those wishing to stay here should drive their vehicles this way. I am in charge of this area. It is late, so let us not waste time. Follow my lead to arrange accommodations and then return to rest. Tomorrow we must work." As private vehicles approached, he gestured for Su Yun and her companions to move their cars behind him. To ensure clarity, he continued signaling. Soon, the first vehicle led the way into the square, and Su Yun followed suit. The number of individuals wishing to reside here was relatively low. Once Su Yun's south vehicle entered the square, the previously congested road became spacious. Some individuals disembarked, but their supplies remained on the official vehicles, which would later deliver them down. The square was not delineated into designated parking spaces. Vehicles were parked closely together, with doors barely able to open halfway. Su Yun exited her car, the narrow pathways obscuring her view of the surroundings, compelling her to stand atop her vehicle. Dimly lit streetlights surrounded the square, casting insufficient light. A dozen staff members took charge of Su Yun and her group, directing them to line up for registration. Let me explain the rules here. Once you reside here, we must work together. G Province will undergo redevelopment. This is merely our temporary home, a staff member reassured the gathered crowd. However, the underlying anxiety within them rivaled that of Su Yun and her companions. No one knew whether the claim of G Province's redevelopment was genuine. If it were, why were the living gathered here? The upper echelons had even planned out the entire area surrounding Longtu Mountain, a feat far beyond mere temporary housing. After receiving some comfort, the crowd indeed appeared less troubled. Most vehicles parked in the square were from families traveling together, with few like Su Yun, a young woman accompanied by her younger siblings. Su Yun instructed Yue to remain in the vehicle. The chaotic atmosphere was unlike before, with household registrations now requiring individual attention. Otherwise, it would be challenging for her to explain Yue's identity. Su Yun took 5 pounds of grain, compensation from the man who had attempted to steal oil the previous night, and queued up. Our housing is divided into several areas: resettlement housing, worker housing, technical worker housing, and private courtyard housing. Among these, the resettlement housing is the most crowded. The worker housing is next, resembling typical constructions on job sites, where space becomes cramped with just a few belongings. Most are 2 stories, accommodating around 10 to 20 households on each floor. The technical worker housing offers a relatively better environment, comprising 4 floors with 2 households on each, providing just enough space for a family. Private courtyard housing, however, is available for everyone, but only those with true capability can reside there long-term. These are standalone units enclosed by 2-meter-high walls, consisting of single-story houses with adequate interior space, featuring 4 separate rooms as well as well-maintained bathrooms and kitchens. Moreover, most staff members are allocated private courtyard housing, and many supernatural beings also reside there. Before long, the queue reached Su Yun. Since many were uncertain about the living conditions here, they instinctively chose the resettlement housing first. Let us opt for the resettlement housing for now. Other accommodations require food payments, whereas the resettlement housing does not, and they even provide job assignments. Let us wait and see what tomorrow brings. Some individuals lacking sustenance have opted for temporary housing, spending the night in makeshift accommodations before heading to the food distribution center the following day to receive thin porridge. Afterward, others escort them to their workplaces. Once they begin earning star coins, their lives gradually improve. However, some are reluctant to part with their food and also choose to reside in these temporary dwellings, awaiting the next day's labor, thus becoming acquainted with the local regulations. Su Yun placed the food on the table, intending to exchange these provisions for star coins. She raised her hand, directing attention to a nearby sign. The sign clearly indicated that 1 pound of food could be exchanged for 50 star coins. She had exactly 5 pounds, amounting to 250 star coins. Very well, take the food to that window, a man urged Suyun to depart. I will first reserve a cottage, once I have obtained my identity card. I shall return, Suyun stated, familiar with the procedures. The cottage rental costs 30 star coins per day, and among the crowd, Suyun was the first to opt for such accommodation. I am certain. Please assist me in reserving one. I will return shortly after exchanging for star coins, she declared, hastening away. Chapter 69. A glimmer of hope in life at the star coin exchange window. There were but a few individuals, within minutes. Suyun had completed her identification process. To her delight, her identification card now boasted an additional 250 star coins. Armed with her identity card, she returned to the queue where a cottage had already been reserved for her. She merely needed to pay the star coins to receive the key. How many days will you be renting? The man inquired, producing a key. I will rent for 5 days. I shall return after 5 days to extend my stay. Suyun replied, handing over her identity card. The man processed her card, informing her of the usual places to purchase items. Most cities were receiving timely material aid, and there was no shortage of supplies here. Each housing area boasted a small supermarket. Upon returning to the parking area in the square, Suyun noticed that most vehicles had already departed. Familiar with her surroundings, she slowly started her car, recalling her past life before the Dragon Head Mountain shelter collapsed. She had lived here for an extended period, well acquainted with the various residential zones. Skillfully navigating her vehicle to the cottage area, Suyun glanced at the key's marking, Building 107. She chose this location because the cottage's amenities were indistinguishable from those of pre-apocalyptic homes, featuring a private shower, toilet, kitchen, and even plumbing, with nearly 50 water manipulators gathered in the shelter. The water supply was abundant, alleviating any concerns regarding access to water. Yet this privilege was exclusive to the cottage area. In contrast, the temporary housing and workers' quarters offered only a handful of faucets, with water supply times strictly regulated. Each technical workers' building contained 4 faucets, one on each floor, with a layout accommodating 2 households, allowing for flexible water usage. These residences were merely ordinary accommodations. Superior villa areas existed, predominantly inhabited by the shelter's higher-ups and power users. If one possessed sufficient abilities, one could earn a substantial amount of star coins in a short time, making the prospect of living in the villa area attainable. The cottage area featured a designated parking zone. Suyun parked her car in front of Building 107, swiped her card to unlock the door, and instructed Yuya to help move the food from the vehicle into the house. Yuya, please place these provisions in my room. I will park the car over there, Suyun said, closing the door behind her. Yuya hoisted a 100-pound sack of food and dragged it into Suyun's room. Inside, there was only a simple wooden bed, the space modest, devoid of any furnishings apart from the bed. As Yuya brought in the bags of food, stacking them in the corner of Suyun's room, she returned to find Yuya hanging from the living room chandelier, his body swaying with the light fixture. Come down. Do not break the lamp, Suyun admonished, surveying the room's layout, 2 bedrooms, one for her and one for Yuya, along with a kitchen, toilet, and a modest living room. The exterior was enclosed by a 2-meter-high wall, ensuring complete privacy. Yuya's skin had significantly improved, and fine hair had begun to sprout on his head. Watch over the house. I shall step out for a moment, Suyun said, heading towards the small supermarket etched in her memory. The small supermarket offered a variety of supplies, albeit with limitations. As Suyun perused the shelves, she found items that resonated with the current situation. Military-grade compressed biscuits, previously unavailable for public sale, were now on the shelves. These biscuits were limited in quantity, and after 6 months on the market, they would be sold out. A single piece of compressed biscuit could be boiled in water to create a porridge-like consistency, providing a filling meal while out on missions. However, purchases were restricted to 1 piece per person per day, equating to a single meal. Suyun bought 1 piece, along with some military hot pot, which was not only appetizing, but also filled with substantial ingredients. Rice, flour, and small vegetables were also available, though they sold quickly. Suyun only spotted a few wilted leaves in the vegetable basket. Selecting a few items she deemed worthwhile, Suyun departed, noting that at least 8 staff members were present in the supermarket, with armed soldiers stationed outside, vigilant and ready. She felt uncomfortable under their watchful eyes. Upon returning home, Siyun first installed curtains on several windows before making the bed. She also tidied up Yia's room a bit. As night fell, Siyun lay in bed, with supplies stacked in the corner. A broad smile crept across her face. Everything was beginning anew, and she could lead a good life, filled with hope. Soon, a sandstorm would engulf the entire Blue Star, not just G Province, but it would be a global catastrophe. Dragon Head Mountain's favorable terrain would shield it from the storm. Yet preparations must commence. After all, many supplies had yet to be stockpiled. While available in the shelter, they came at a hefty price. Without the hindrance of Su Jianlin, Lu Xiaomei, and Su Yu, acquiring those items would be a trivial matter for her. After a rare, restful sleep, Siyun awoke, had breakfast, and headed to the square. Upon her arrival, she found a considerable number of people already gathered. Chapter 70. I am a water manipulator. The shelter does not accommodate the idle. If one does not work, their family can only await starvation. Many who had only arrived the previous night had come to understand the rules, at least to some extent. After a night's stay, those present in the square were predominantly the able-bodied members of their households. I used to work on construction sites, with over 30 years of experience. I cannot speak for other fields, but I am well-versed in construction. I consider myself a skilled worker, a man said proudly. Once looked down upon, his profession had transformed, and he had unexpectedly become a technical worker. After all, building houses involves considerable intricacies, and he had been immersed in this field since entering society, knowledgeable in every aspect. Hearing of his 30 years of experience, the staff realized that this was precisely the type of talent the shelter required. You are indeed qualified. You may choose a housing area anew, and furthermore, you will have a job opportunity. You can consult her for subsequent employment, they informed him. The on-site personnel facilitated the transition to his new role. With 3 decades of experience, he was bound to secure a supervisory position. The shelter was currently facing housing shortages, with extensive repairs underway following the zombie outbreak, resulting in the demise of many experienced workers. Those with even a modicum of experience now enjoyed favorable employment conditions. Most individuals present hesitated to step forward, as they were accustomed to the comforts of an office environment and now yearned for similar positions. However, their imaginings were overly optimistic. The most pressing need in the shelter was for ordinary laborers. Those eligible for office assignments typically had to undergo rigorous examinations to prove their worth. Prime job positions were fiercely contested, with many claiming to have passed selection tests, yet the prevalence of nepotism was well understood by the higher-ups. Without connections or capabilities, one had no choice but to toil at construction sites, as there was no shortage of personnel to occupy office spaces. These individuals, unwilling to accept their fate, were bound to create a ruckus. Siyun approached the consultation desk, where the man behind the window barely lifted his head. He inquired about her previous occupation and work experience. Lacking any substantial experience, she replied, I am a water element ability user. May I inquire about the benefits and treatment for working at the shelter? She refrained from disclosing her spatial abilities, having previously utilized them at the old market. It was likely that the authorities kept a watchful eye on users of spatial powers. Upon learning that Su Yun possessed water abilities, the man immediately sprang to his feet, his demeanor transforming to one of enthusiastic warmth. What is your name, miss? Have you been assigned housing? We have a tea room here. Would you care to step inside for a discussion? He gestured to a companion, who promptly opened the door to an adjacent room, inviting Su Yun in. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who speculated whether Su Yun was a relative of a prominent figure. Though only the staff understood the truth, she was likely an ability user. Inside the modest tea room, the man poured Su Yun a cup of tea. How fortunate it is to be a water element user. Our shelter offers the most generous benefits to individuals with your abilities. He proceeded to elaborate on the advantages. Water was an indispensable resource for the shelter, and while many ability users existed within, none received better treatment than those wielding water powers. Su Yun had experienced this disparity firsthand in her past life, where she served merely as a mobile warehouse, accompanying task teams daily. The arduous return yielded only a few hundred or 1,000 star coins. Working a full day earned her just 100. Hardly enough to exchange for 2 pounds of food. At times, even basic sustenance was a challenge, forcing her to labor like a beast of burden. In contrast, water element users enjoyed a different reality, providing the shelter with a fixed daily water supply for a reward of 200 star coins, with the potential for additional tasks. Miss Su Yun, We at the G Province Shelter warmly welcome your joining us. Allow me to escort you to your workplace, the man said eagerly. As securing an ability user meant handsome commissions for him, prompting his positive demeanor towards her. He led her to a 6-story building, where she could sense the presence of several other ability users, her own powers having reached the 3rd tier, enhancing her perception. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter of the building, and the man engaged in discussions with the security personnel. Upon learning of Su Yun's water abilities, their expressions brightened, and they urged, "Please, go right in. We cannot accompany you further. Someone inside will attend to you personally." Under their watchful gaze, Su Yun entered the building, pushing open the door to reveal a spacious lobby. A receptionist, having been notified, approached her with a bright smile. "You must be the new water element user. I am Chinmeng, and I will guide you through your new work environment. By the way, have you previously tested how much water you can release in a day?" "I have experimented, and I estimate around 1 ton, Su Yun understatedly replied. In her previous life, she had admired the working conditions of water ability users and was aware of their capacity to release up to 30 tons daily, with the least able managing between 5 to 8 tons. She could gradually increase her output, but would not immediately claim figures of 10 or 20 tons. 1 ton could supply ample water for many. You likely have not utilized your abilities much, Chinmeng noted. After you acclimatize to your work, your powers will surely grow stronger. This is your workspace. Chinmeng led Su Yun down to the 4th basement level, revealing that the building, though appearing only a few stories high, concealed additional floors below. Each level housed a massive reservoir connected by numerous pipes, into which water element users would channel their supplies. These pipes serviced various housing areas, providing the water consumed daily. Beside the reservoir stood several large glass measuring bottles, and Chinmeng instructed Su Yun to pour her released water into them. Exceeding certain measurements would yield corresponding rewards, effectively incentivizing water users to enhance their abilities. Currently, the threshold for rewards was set at 8 tons per day, with additional compensation of 200 star coins for any amount over that. Star coins functioned as the shelter's currency, akin to money. The more water released, the greater the rewards. 12 tons earned 300 star coins, and 20 tons garnered 600. However, users who overexerted themselves would experience a period of weakness. Su Yun carefully poured 1 ton of water into the bottle, neither more nor less, aiming to avoid raising Chinmeng's suspicions. Observing her condition, Chinmeng surmised that Su Yun likely had not utilized her abilities extensively outdoors, which made sense, as 1 ton would suffice for daily needs. Perhaps she had not even needed that much, which explained her stagnant power growth. However, as she would now be serving the shelter, Chinmeng encouraged her, instructing her to rest well and return the following day. Your only task is to release water daily, and then you may leave. It is a stress-free job in a pleasant environment. Remember your designated floor and take care to rest well today. After bidding farewell to Chinmeng, Su Yun returned to the housing area. The crescent moon, still seeking security, remained perched on the ceiling, only descending when she returned. Once you are well, I will take you out, Su Yun reassured the moon, which, despite its transformation, still retained a childlike curiosity about its surroundings. Wary of the dangerous auras emanating from the numerous ability users in the shelter. After lunch, Su Yun ventured out to the parking area, driving her vehicle towards the mountaintop. At an altitude of 2,800 meters, the area had been leveled, yet the buildings remained only partially repaired. From a distance, the workers appeared like ants, diligently transporting stones to lay the foundation. Su Yun did not linger, continuing her ascent and passing several construction sites until she reached 3,000 meters. If her memory served her correctly, a large trading post awaited her here, containing the items she sought. She parked her car in the plaza's parking lot and took the elevator up, finding the trading post divided into several floors. As she wandered through the establishment, it wasn't long before she discovered what she had been searching for. Snowmobiles, military tents, and inflatable boats. Some of these items are supplies officially collected from outside, while others are being sold by the affluent heirs. Clearly marked with prices, there is no option for credit. A girl, lounging in a chair, noticed Su Yun examining these items and called out a warning. Many merely observe without purchasing, and she couldn't be bothered with them, as long as nothing gets damaged. It's fine. Snowmobiles are indeed excellent products, but their prices are exorbitant. An individual snowmobile costs 8,000 star coins. Earning 200 star coins a day She would only make 6,000 in a month. However, she has food stored in her space, and after saving for 2 months, she could afford one. Seeing Suyun linger in front of the snowmobile, the girl realized a potential sale was at hand. Sister, doesn't it look satisfying? To be frank, if this was 2 months ago, you wouldn't have been able to buy it for 80,000. I can't afford it, Suyun declared, hoping to deter her from continuing to chatter. Besides, if she waited a bit longer, the price would likely drop. The extreme blizzards would arrive in 2 years, rendering this snowmobile nothing but a hunk of scrap metal for many. For now, no one would be purchasing it. The inflatable boat could also wait. Sister, don't go. How about taking another look? The price is quite negotiable. The girl softly grasped Suyun's hand. After leaving that stall, Suyun visited several other trading points. Chapter 72. I want to work part-time at the agricultural plantation. Having discerned where the items she needed were sold, Suyun finally departed. The things she required would not likely sell out in the short term. She needed to secure some before any official action was taken. Descending to the parking lot, she retrieved her vehicle. At 4 in the afternoon, she gazed down the mountain, where rolling clouds were still visible. The cable car flickered in and out of sight among the clouds, and some workers had left early, chatting and laughing as they departed. Suyun parked her car by the roadside, stepped out and looked up towards the mountain peak, shrouded in white clouds, obscuring her view of what lay above. Utilizing her memories from her previous life, she could make out the general style of the buildings on the mountain from the vague outlines. Suyun felt no remorse about her choices in this life and turned to leave. On her way down, she encountered a transportation team returning with passengers. Suyun stopped her car at the roadside to give way. A sandstorm was forecasted for tomorrow, and throughout the day, vehicles had been ascending from the mountain. After today, there would be no more transport trucks descending in the short term, and the rescue teams would temporarily rest, leaving those still in the city to fend for themselves. After all necessary notifications and precautions had been duly executed. Inside the passenger transport vehicle, a group of people crowded by the windows. Is this Longtu Mountain? I've only heard of it in G province, but it's my first time here today. The scenery is truly beautiful. Look at those clouds. Listening to their accents, Suyun could not pinpoint which city in G province they hailed from. Upon returning to her housing area, she did not head home immediately. After parking her car, she sought out the work assignment consultant. The number of ability users was not large, so several of them recognized Suyun. Hello. I would like to inquire about work at the agricultural plantation. Are they still hiring? Suyun got straight to the point. The consultant responded warmly. You must be Miss Su. I saw you this morning. By the way, your job should already be assigned. Why are you inquiring about work at the agricultural plantation? The consultant looked puzzled. My job has been assigned, but after finishing my tasks this morning, I found myself free in the afternoon and thought I might take on part-time work at the agricultural plantation. Suyun's intentions were far from merely seeking part-time work. The agricultural plantation grew a substantial amount of food, which constituted the daily meals for everyone in the shelter. Working there would grant her access to various seeds, which she could then store in her space. Moreover, the plantation also cultivated medicinal herbs. Acquiring some herb seeds would be even better. Are you sure your body can handle this? The consultant expressed concern for Suyun's well-being. Your star coin should suffice for your expenses and your family's needs. There's no need to push yourself. Ability users often faced poor conditions after overexerting their powers, typically requiring 2 days of rest before returning to work. Rest assured. I know my limits and won't delay the work progress, Suyun reassured her, understanding her worries. Such desirable job positions rarely advertised publicly. But her status as an ability user granted her an exception. The consultant pressed the intercom, briefly explaining the situation, and asked Suyun to wait. 2 minutes later, a man dressed in a black shirt and suit trousers approached. You must be Miss Su. The consultant just informed me about you. Please follow me. Each housing area center had its own agricultural plantation. Vegetables produced daily were first sorted by appearance, with the better-looking ones sent to the mountaintop, while the less appealing ones were sold in nearby supermarkets. Accompanying the man to the plantation, Suyun noted the heightened security compared to the water storage facility where she worked. At the entrance alone, 8 armed soldiers patrolled. The man lacked the credentials to enter. After some negotiation, the gate opened, and he looked at Suyun with envy. You may go in. There will be a receptionist inside, he said, watching her enter the plantation with a long sigh. If only I had an ability. In the shelter, water ability users received the best treatment. earning 200 star coins a day. Although the plantation was discreet, the benefits were tangible. Those working inside reportedly did not need to purchase their own food. They could simply pick whatever they desired. If one had friends working there, everyone would strive to be on good terms with them. Upon entering the lobby, the receptionist greeted her warmly. I see your identity information. You're a water ability user, right? Welcome to our plantation. The girl politely ushered Suyun inside. And as they walked, Suyun attentively absorbed her surroundings. There were at least 10 plant ability users, each responsible for a different area. Suyun was assigned to the potato cultivation zone. Potatoes had a high yield and could satiate hunger with just a few. They were currently the staple crop in the shelter. Chapter 73. The cooperative reward is split evenly. In addition to potatoes, there were also sweet potatoes. As a water ability user, you're just what we need in the potato cultivation area, which is severely lacking in water. You won't be required to dig up the potatoes. All you need to do is ensure a daily supply of water for that section. How does that sound? Each area in the shelter had a fixed water quota, as water ability users also required rest and could not deplete their water output daily. Their cultivation zone was in dire need of water, yet very few water ability users chose to work part-time there. Suyun was the first. Consequently, the receptionist was particularly accommodating, eager to ensure she didn't feel overwhelmed and promptly left after showing her the work environment. I'd like to see how large the potato cultivation area is. To be honest, the amount of water I can release daily is quite limited, only about 1 ton. Suyun stated modestly, aware she needed time to rest and exercise. That's fine, abilities improve gradually. Just do your best. Let me show you the cultivation area. The receptionist replied. The girl led the way ahead, while Suyun followed closely behind her. Occasionally, she would introduce the greenhouses they passed, explaining the various vegetables cultivated within. With Suyun's powers likely to enhance in the future, it would probably fall upon her to oversee these crops. In the sweltering heat, the greenhouses lacked air conditioning, their white film coverings rendering the interiors akin to an oven. Suddenly, with a rustle, one of the greenhouse partitions was lifted, and 3 women emerged, each burdened with baskets overflowing with potatoes. Clad in tank tops and drenched in sweat, their hair clung to their faces, and they had no time to wipe the perspiration as they hurried towards the waiting vehicles. Before long, several others emerged, also laden with baskets of potatoes. And Suyun arrived at her workplace. Here we are, you will be working here from now on. Just wait a moment, the girl said as she lifted the partition and entered the greenhouse. Sister Zhou, I've brought you a helper, come over and meet her, the girl called out. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s followed her out. This is her. Her name is Suyun, a water elemental. She worked at the reservoir this morning and will be joining us here in the afternoon. This is Zhou Hong, whom we all affectionately call Sister Zhou. She is a plant elemental. Upon the girl's introduction, Suyun learned that she would be working alongside Zhou Hong. Sister Zhou, Suyun greeted politely. It's sweltering in here. I'll step outside for a bit. If you need anything, just come to the reception area, the girl said. Fanning herself and departing from the planting zone, Zhou Hong sized up Suyun and said, come inside with me. The receptionist has already informed me about your situation. We are currently in dire need of water. You will earn 80 star coins daily here, but I can arrange for you to earn even more. We also have a reward system for plant elementals. The potato cultivation area I oversee can yield 3,000 pounds a day under water scarcity. But if I can surpass 4,000, I can earn an additional 200 star coins daily. If you can provide me with the water needed for the cultivation area, I'll split the extra star coins with you. What do you say? Zhou Hong recognized that Suyun was likely in need of work, and she herself had a large family to support, making this a mutually beneficial arrangement. Zhou Hong guided Suyun through the greenhouses she had nurtured, across 3 enclosed fields where workers busily toiled. As mature potatoes were harvested, the seeds were immediately buried in the soil. Once all the seeds were planted, Zhou Hong knelt down, her hands gently pressing against the ground. A wave of green energy emanated from her palms, and upon contact with the potatoes, they began to grow instantly. As the potato sprouts broke through the soil, nearby workers promptly activated the watering equipment, which released only a minimal amount of water, barely moistening the surface soil. Zhou Hong then ceased her efforts, as there was insufficient water supply. She could not continue the growth stimulation, for even if the potatoes were hastened to maturity, they would spoil within 2 days due to lack of moisture. This was a lesson learned through experience. When paired with the watering equipment, the vegetables grown would not only last longer, but also have a higher moisture content. Half of a plant's growth relies on water. Forcing the issue would drain her powers, and she lamented the lack of ample water supply. With sufficient water, her powers would not be overly taxed, and earning additional star coins would be effortless. All right, I will partner with you. Suyun assessed the 3 fields under Zhou Hong's supervision, estimating the water requirement at around 3 tons. This quantity she could provide, and it was far more agreeable than the rewards offered at the reservoir. The reservoir demanded a daily release of over 8 tons of water to qualify for extra rewards, making her deal with Zhou Hong advantageous. Calculating her earnings, she estimated she could make around 400 star coins a day, over 10,000 a month. If she saved up, she would soon acquire what she desired. It's getting late. Come back to work tomorrow, Zhou Hong remarked, observing the potato sprouts in the field. With both Suyun and Zhou Hong remaining, there was no rush. Chapter 74. The sandstorm approaches. At this hour, the other workers were gradually finishing their shifts, yet those in the planting zone were still diligently laboring. In a bid to ensure the shelter residents would have food tomorrow, they continued to harvest mature grains and load them onto trucks. Workers rotated between day and night shifts. A relentless cycle. Though the benefits were favorable, the labor was arduous. Suyun scanned her identification card and walked home, arriving as night fell. Raising her hand to knock on the door, Yuya opened it, currently unable to go outside due to numerous injuries. He was curious about what Suyun had accomplished throughout the day. Extracting food and eggs from their space, Yuya inquired, and Suyun answered each question. Sister, did you spend the day looking for work? Having lost many memories, Yuya was unaware of the adage that one reaps what one sows. Now understanding that the food he consumed required considerable star coins to purchase, he silently set down the eggs, saying, Sister, once my injuries heal, I'll accompany you to work. I want to be a freeloader. Suyun certainly would not support him living off her, and having such a free laborer by her side was an opportunity she intended to maximize. Eat up. A few eggs won't impoverish me. But once you're healed, I'll take you out to earn star coins, Suyun replied softly. Earn star coins? Whatever I make will go to you, and when the new year comes, you can buy me meat, Yuya said cheerfully. Suyun paused her movements as she prepared the food. All right, I'll buy you meat then. That night, as Suyun calculated the time, sleep eluded her. Around 2 in the morning, the gentle breeze escalated into a storm. Cries of distress echoed from the resettlement and worker housing areas as the storm tore away their already flimsy roofs, injuring many. The worker housing was particularly affected. At least the resettlement area was constructed from a mixture of mud and bricks. In contrast, the workers' quarters were hastily built from iron sheets and rough steel, and the raging winds soon toppled their roofs. The sound of clattering iron sheets filled the air as some screws loosened and fell out. And as the second layer of iron sheets was blown away, those quick to react had already fled downstairs with their families. Those who hesitated remained behind, and this decision cost them their lives. With a deafening crash, the entire worker housing was lifted by the tempest, and the occupants were swept away. The violent winds hurled them 6 or 7 meters into the air before they crashed back down. The onlookers could only watch in horror as bodies fell to the ground, covering their mouths in fear, unable to make a sound. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the sounds of screams and wails echoed through the worker housing. Most nearby residents rushed to assist, but the rescue efforts lasted barely half an hour before a loudspeaker blared an urgent announcement. Emergency notification. A disaster and sandstorm are imminent. Rescue operations are suspended. The guard team must immediately organize personnel to gather the survivors and transport them to emergency shelters. Act immediately. The storm intensified, causing the sealed windows to buzz ominously. The glass would likely shatter before dawn. Fortunately, Suyun had opted for a standalone house, providing some protection from the wind and sand with its surrounding walls. Suyun rose and retrieved wooden boards from her space. Yuya, you hold these boards and reinforce the windows over there, just as I showed you, all right? She demonstrated. And Yuya took the boards and hammer and went to secure the windows. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker continued to relay instructions on how the rescue team should manage the survivors amidst the storm. Do not linger. The sandstorm is approaching. The rescue team must act swiftly to save as many lives as possible. However, chaos reigns in the disaster-stricken area, with numerous uncooperative individuals obstructing the rescue operations. The sound of gunfire erupted from the workers' housing area, causing Suyun to halt her hammering. Reflecting on her past life, She could surmise what was unfolding there. Some individuals are exceedingly difficult to rouse from their stupor in such dire circumstances. During the previous emergency rescue, many lives were ultimately lost. Meanwhile, in the workers' housing area, the iron shanties had already been reduced to rubble by the fierce winds. The collapse of the structures resulted in numerous injuries and fatalities, prompting the rescue team to work tirelessly through the night. Do not congregate here. Everyone must follow the team to the emergency shelter, where you will find refuge. As for your families, we are doing everything we can to assist them. Please evacuate quickly. Otherwise, when the sandstorm arrives, no one will be able to leave. I will not go. My son is still inside. You must rescue him. If I leave, I will take my son with me. My husband is trapped beneath the debris. Do not waste time. Commence the rescue at once. The scene was filled with cries of despair as many refused to cooperate and moved to the emergency shelter, while the rescue team raced against time to save lives. The loudspeakers in the housing area blared again, urging the rescue team to retreat, and the survivors followed suit. The sandstorm had reached the base of the mountain. Hurry, hurry. We must survive to have hope. Chapter 75. A world obscured by yellow sand, devoid of sunlight. Amidst the tension, some survivors followed the rescue team to evacuate, yet a stubborn few clung desperately to the rescuers' legs, refusing to let them go. Please, I beg you. Save my wife. She was just trapped beneath the rubble. I need to see her alive or dead. The man gripped the rescuer's leg with such ferocity that his nails pierced the flesh, staining the pants with blood. The rescuers could not strike him in return. They fired 3 shots into the air to frighten him. Let go. If you follow us, you may still survive. Amidst the chaos, some remained rooted in place while others fled with the rescue team. I won't let go. You may as well kill me. Please save my wife. I cannot live without her. The man clung tenaciously to the rescuer's leg while the storm raged on. The loudspeakers in the area malfunctioned, emitting only a crackling noise and deafening sounds. The crowd's fear intensified as the sandstorm crept up from the foothills, illuminated by the streetlights. The wind swirling with a torrent of yellow sand, an unforgettable and terrifying spectacle. The rescuers, still being clutched by those desperate individuals, struggled to free themselves as the encroaching sandstorm loomed ominously. Those who had been dragging their feet suddenly broke free and attempted to return to save their wives and children, only to be confronted by the advancing wave of sand. Panic seized them, and they fled toward the emergency shelter, but they had missed the critical window of escape. In mere seconds, they were engulfed by the swirling sands, their figures disappearing as they succumbed to the storm. They clung to anything stable, but their efforts were in vain. The tempest would not abate for the next 12 hours. Exhaustion would inevitably claim them. The sandstorm rendered visibility nearly impossible, with visibility reduced to mere meters. Help! I can't hold on much longer. I do not wish to die. The man clung desperately to a large tree, yet an hour passed, and the storm showed no signs of relenting. Instead, it intensified. If this continued, even if he did not let go, survival would be impossible. The sand whipped into his eyes, coating his corneas with fine particles. Desperate to avoid blindness, they closed their eyes, but even that offered no salvation. With each breath, the dust infiltrated their lungs. Their cries for help grew fainter, and after 6 hours, one individual was swept away by the tempest, lost to the unknown, buried beneath the relentless yellow sands. It was not until around 9 o'clock the following morning that the storm finally ceased, leaving the world cloaked in a yellow haze. The sky was obscured by dust, even sunlight failing to penetrate. It was unfathomable that at an altitude of over 4,000 meters, Longtu Mountain was shrouded in such darkness. What then could be said of the scene at its base? The devastation in the workers' housing area was catastrophic. With the storm temporarily abated, the rescue team immediately initiated emergency operations, the crackling of the loudspeakers resuming. The reservoir, cultivation area, and housing repairs became top priorities. Su-Yun listened intently to the broadcast, which indicated that workers in these areas were to report for duty as usual, given the urgent need for water resources under the current circumstances. With so many unable to work, food shortages loomed large, and the collapse of housing posed further challenges for accommodating the displaced. Repairs could not cease. Su-Yun donned protective goggles and a cycling mask. Given the hazardous conditions outside, prolonged exposure could lead to illness. Protecting her eyes and respiratory system was of utmost importance. Yet, it was evident that many lacked this awareness. On her way to the reservoir, Su-yun observed numerous individuals wandering through the sand without any protection. Upon entering the reservoir, well protected the previous night, she found no trace of dust and released over a ton of water, slightly more than the previous day. After completing her task, she headed to the cultivation area. Today, water usage could resume. Zhou Hong had brought a team to hasten the ripening of a batch of potatoes. A dozen workers were on their knees, selecting the largest potatoes to send to the mountaintop. In the greenhouse, other workers continued to dig up smaller potatoes, some pulling out plastic bags to collect the smaller ones for home. Zhou Hong observed without intervening. This was a benefit for the workers. Su-yun is here. Zhou Hong called out as Su-yun entered the greenhouse, gesturing towards the sprinkler. It was time to begin work. Once the sprinkler was filled, Zhou Hong joined in, marveling at the impressive size of the potatoes they had unearthed. It turned out that under sufficiently moist soil, the potatoes could grow to such remarkable sizes. Chapter 76. Rescue After the Sandstorm. For 1,000 Jean would earn a reward in star coins, and seeing the sizable potatoes before her, Zhou Hong estimated that the 3 fields together likely exceeded that amount. "We've struck gold," she exclaimed. In her care, these 3 fields had previously yielded only a little over a ton of water daily. Thus, often after harvesting one batch of potatoes in the morning, they would be out of water by the afternoon, leading to subpar produce, small in size and unsuitable for storage. Now, with Su-yun's assistance, not only could they continue planting in the afternoon, but the size and moisture content of the potatoes were also assured. Confident in the bonus star coins awaiting her, Zhou Hong encouraged the workers, "Let us all work hard together. Once we finish this batch of potatoes, I'll allow everyone to take a half-hour break." With renewed motivation, the workers redoubled their efforts, and Zhou Hong even permitted them to take a few of the larger potatoes home. These are the benefits of working here, for Zhou Hong. Picking a few potatoes is merely a matter of a flick of her fingers. "Xiaoyan, you've certainly put in quite a bit of effort today. Once we sort out the food later, feel free to take some of the finer specimens with you," she said. Su-yun was, of course, more than willing. The potato harvesting machine rolled ahead, while the workers followed behind to collect the produce. A truck laden with grains was parked beside the fields. The workers loaded the gathered potatoes into the vehicle, and Su-yun picked up a plastic bag, filling it with over 20 large potatoes to take home. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, her work was completed, and she left the cultivation area. On her way home, she passed the site of last night's disaster, which had been cordoned off with warning tape to prevent anyone from approaching. Many people stood outside the perimeter, hoping to catch a glimpse of the situation inside. But the swirling sand obscured their vision, rendering anything beyond 3 meters indistinguishable. "What are you all doing here? Clear the way. Can't you hear? Don't delay the rescue efforts." The area at the intersection, where the warning tape was strung, was crowded with people. 2 rescuers emerged, carrying a severely injured survivor on a stretcher. However, the crowd had blocked the entrance, making it impossible for them to exit. Frustrated by the situation, the rescuers felt their tempers flaring as they considered the condition of the injured. "Comrades, may I ask how far you've gotten with the rescue? I live in row 13. Have you seen my parents?" One person pleaded. "Me too. I live in row 22. Have you reached our area? Are there any survivors?" They spoke without any protective gear, and as they conversed, they could feel the grit clinging to their teeth. The wind and sand blew relentlessly into their eyes, causing discomfort, and they merely rubbed at them with their hands, entirely oblivious to the need for safety. Their eyes were bloodshot from the irritation. The rescuers, stuck in the crowd, wore expressions of helplessness. "We are divided into several rescue teams, and we are responsible for the houses in row 4. Please disperse. The sandstorm is severe, and it's best to take precautions when going outside." They spoke gently, understanding that the crowd was merely concerned for their loved ones. Yet, seeing that the crowd did not disperse, armed soldiers approached, commanding, "Make way, make way. Can't you see there's an injured person on the stretcher? Who is he to you? Are you prepared to take responsibility for delaying the rescue?" The soldiers urged the crowd, pushing a path open, for which the rescuers were grateful. "We serve the people. Our burdens may differ, but we must expedite the treatment of the injured." After the 2 rescuers departed, it wasn't long before 2 more emerged with another casualty, this one far more grievously wounded. Both legs had been amputated, and one hand was partially severed. The injuries had only received rudimentary treatment, and the victim was already slipping into unconsciousness. Witnessing the stretcher's occupant, the crowd's hearts sank in unison, praying for the safety of their own families. After watching for a while, Soo-yoon decided to leave. This time, the rescue had been timely, yet many had still perished. Under the rubble of collapsed buildings, those trapped remained buried beneath the debris, and compounded by the suffocating sand, the hope of survival was dim. The rescue team worked tirelessly for 5 days, unearthing all the bodies buried beneath the yellow sand. Girl, please pass that thing to me," came a voice from above as Soo-yoon walked by a street lamp. Looking up, she saw a worker in a blue electrical uniform clinging to the lamp. With no one else around to hear his call, Soo-yoon approached, noticing a circle of bundled wires that had fallen beneath the lamp. "Is this what you need?" she asked uncertainly. The electrician eagerly nodded. "Yes, that's it. It's currently not electrified, so no need to worry. Could you hand it up to me along the ladder?" Soo-yoon readily agreed, but, for safety's sake, pulled out her insulated gloves and put them on. The electrician was taken aback. "You carry those with you? After all, aside from electricians, who would casually bring such things along?" She carefully dragged the wire up, handing one end to him as he began to work with it. Once connected, he retrieved a loudspeaker from his bag, and Soo-yoon realized he had come to repair the public announcement system. "Sir, with the recent sandstorms, please remember to take precautions when going outside," she advised, observing the bloodshot eyes that bore testament to many survivors who had neglected protection and subsequently fell ill, developing numerous small, protruding particles in their eyes. In severe cases, blood clots formed, leading to a deterioration of vision that could result in blindness within a few years. "You seem to know quite a bit, but for my work, wearing goggles feels cumbersome and obstructive. I can't see clearly," he replied. After exchanging a few words, Soo-yoon picked up the potatoes she had left beneath the lamp and headed home. Along the way, she encountered several electricians repairing the public address system. Yuya had already grown accustomed to the sound of Soo-yoon's footsteps. As soon as Soo-yoon placed her hand on the door, it swung open from the inside. "Sister, you're back." Upon entering, she sat on the sofa, noting that the living room and 2 bedrooms appeared clean, showing signs of having been tidied up. The broom she had left in the corner was now positioned differently, indicating that Yuya had taken the initiative to clean. Though no longer human, she could still mimic Soo-yoon's habits and behaviors. "Sister, is this the food you gathered from work today?" Yuya asked, inspecting the potatoes in the bag. Observing that he had little to do at home, Soo-yoon took out some cutting tools from her space and instructed Yuya to wash the potatoes in the machine and slice them after cleaning. Once she completed her own exercise routine, Yuya had also finished cutting the potato slices. Soo-yoon stored them in her space to dry, making it more convenient for preparing spicy fried potato chips later. Noticing Yuya watching her workout, Soo-yoon retrieved a pull-up bar from her space and set it up in the yard for Yuya to exercise. This equipment allowed for full-body workouts. This wasn't the first time Yuya had seen Soo-yoon use this fitness apparatus, and he was doing quite well with it. As night fell around 7 o'clock, the living room was dimly lit. Due to the previous day's sandstorm, many electrical lines were malfunctioning and still under repair. Soo-yoon took out some food from her space. While Yuya sat across from her eating eggs, they each consumed their meals in silence. Suddenly, a loud electrical crackle echoed throughout the neighborhood, causing everyone to pause their activities. Soo-yoon recalled the electricians she had seen earlier and guessed that the public address system had been repaired. "Hello, everyone. I am the person in charge of this neighborhood. Please stop what you're doing. I have an important announcement," came a voice over the loudspeaker. "I believe many of you are still unaware that last night's storm caused the collapse of all the workers' housing. Our fellow citizens are trapped beneath the rubble, and we do not know their fate. The rescue team is currently at work, but they are short-handed. Anyone without tasks can come to the consultation center tomorrow to volunteer. You will receive 30 star coins for the day. Additionally, I have received reports of many people crowding around the rescue team's entrance and exit, hindering their progress. Please be considerate. If this continues, I will have to take mandatory measures. There remain some survivors yearning to descend the mountain. I urge everyone to exercise prudence. We have dispatched personnel to assess the situation below, and it would be unwise to venture down impulsively. Should anyone disregard my counsel and proceed down the mountain, any resulting misfortune must be borne solely by them. I firmly believe that Province G shall weather this crisis. With collective effort, we shall undoubtedly reconstruct it. In response to the issue of sandstorms, we have arranged for a shipment of supplies, including masks and goggles, which are now available at the nearby supermarket. Those in need are encouraged to procure them independently. After conveying this crucial information, an hour-long session of uplifting encouragement ensued, concluding with the rendition of an inspiring military anthem. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the hearts of the populace gradually found solace, uniting in a common purpose. Aware of the long-term health risks associated with inhaling sand, many flocked to the supermarket that evening to obtain masks and goggles. Suyun had prudently stockpiled a substantial quantity of these items, thus refraining from joining the fray. The following day, Suyun observed that the number of individuals who had purchased masks and goggles was relatively modest, and the prices at the supermarket were quite reasonable. Recognizing that the community comprised ordinary citizens, the masks and goggles were priced around 50 star coins each, with a complete set costing a mere 80 star coins. Yet, even at this modest expense, many hesitated to part with their coins. While the issue of masks could be resolved by improvising with fabric, goggles were indispensable. They donned makeshift masks fashioned from clothing, all the while contending with the sand that infiltrated their eyes. To occupy Yuya, Suyun left the Dragon Gate apparatus in the courtyard for her to practice. Chapter 78. The Whales in the Square following the broadcast notification from the previous night. Numerous women, typically occupied with childcare at home, gathered in the workers' housing area. These diligent mothers approached their tasks with meticulous attention, tending to the wounds of the injured with great care. Their involvement significantly bolstered the rescue efforts, leading to the successful extraction of many survivors trapped beneath the rubble. A week passed, and the rescue operation neared its conclusion, with the collapsed workers' housing area cleared. The bodies recovered during these days were gathered together in one location. With the completion of the rescue, these remains required systematic handling. The rescue team transported the bodies to the square, where they were laid out. Outside the cordon, those survivors who had clamored for the living to be found and the deceased to be identified fell silent upon learning the location of the bodies. They rushed to the square in despair, a throng of individuals sifting through the disfigured corpses to claim their loved ones. Some bodies bore crushed skulls from the collapse. Others had broken limbs, their mouths and noses filled with yellow sand, evidently victims of suffocation in their agony. Some corpses were intact but had succumbed to the storm. Two elderly individuals supported each other as they navigated through the sea of bodies, ultimately stopping beside a corpse with a sunken head. Despite the head being mangled, they recognized their son by the tattoos on his arm. The elderly woman could not withstand the grief and fainted on the spot, while the elderly man collapsed to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. "My son, you were so young. What shall we do now, leaving us two old souls behind?" The man recalled the moment the house collapsed, when their son had valiantly pushed them to safety. His death had secured their lives, yet in that moment, he yearned to take his son's place. A gust of wind lifted the clothing from the corpse, revealing tattoos across the chest, prompting the elderly man to pound the ground in anguish. Regret flooded his heart as he remembered how he had disapproved of his son's choices over the years, his smoking, drinking, and tattoos. Their interactions had been fraught with conflict, yet his son's filial piety was undeniable. Had he foreseen this day, he would have spoken kindly to his son. He had always thought that, having reached their age, he and his wife would eventually depart this world, never anticipating that their son would precede them. "Oh, Jia, my good child, open your eyes and look at your mother. Wife, oh dear wife. It is all my fault. I lacked the means to provide you with a better living environment. We were supposed to move. We had agreed on that. Brother, oh brother. What shall I do without you? Please, open your eyes. I promise I will be obedient from now on." The wails echoed thunderously. As Suyun sat on the steps of the courtyard, the cries from the square drifting to her ears. The fragility of human life in the face of natural disasters was starkly evident. Even she, endowed with extraordinary abilities, dared not linger in Province G but instead followed the official directive to seek refuge at Longtushan. The lamentations persisted until the early hours of the morning. Yet the bodies retrieved by the rescue team could not be taken by the grieving families. They were destined for uniform processing at the mountain summit. Specialized incinerators operated by fire elementalists awaited. The death toll was staggering, with rough estimates indicating over 1,000 lives lost. If the bodies were not handled properly, the stench of decay could spawn a plague. Some sought to reclaim the bodies for burial at the foot of the mountain, but their requests were summarily denied. While they could retrieve ashes, the corpses were strictly forbidden from being taken down. Many ordinary citizens remained unaware of the existence of mutated beings. Yet the authorities had encountered numerous attacks from such entities. Mutated animals, zombies, and plants posed significant threats. Transporting bodies down the mountain would only invite further calamity. Currently, the lower regions were ravaged by sandstorms, and the summit was intermittently affected. If mutated beings targeted them during this time, it would spell disaster for the nascent refuge. In instances of non-compliance, the authorities resorted to forceful measures, dragging individuals away for incineration. To conserve resources, bodies were burned en masse rather than individually. In a bid to ensure that their loved ones' ashes were preserved, some individuals offered supplies for separate cremations, a request that was naturally accommodated. Once the workers' housing area was cleared, the land could not remain vacant. Following the recent sandstorm, the authorities resolved to reinforce the housing structures. Even the precarious temporary accommodations were to be strengthened. While Suyun's independent dwelling and other upscale residences required only the fortification of doors and windows. To facilitate this, the authorities dispatched ample materials for window and door reinforcements, opening a dedicated storefront for their sale. Residents of independent and upscale houses vied to purchase these supplies. But Suyun had already taken the initiative to fortify her windows and doors, thus refraining from joining the competition. Chapter 79. Preparing for a brighter future that night. As Suyun lay in bed, her consciousness delved into her spatial realm. The wheatgrass she had sown a few days prior had now sprouted, its leaves lush and tender. This delectable wheatgrass was a favorite among cattle and sheep, and Suyun had nurtured it with great care. In addition to feeding her livestock, she had harvested a considerable amount of wheatgrass for the production of maltose. With the nights recently devoid of pressing matters, she opened her phone to peruse the many instructional videos she had saved. Although her supplies were not abundantly stocked, the presence of a planting space afforded her the ability to cultivate her own provisions. Should she run out of soy sauce, she could plant soybeans and gradually experiment with the recipe. Time was on her side. With her planting space, she could achieve self-sufficiency. Once frail, the cows had grown robust under her careful nurturing, their limbs had strengthened, and their bellies gradually swelled. Suyun eagerly anticipated the arrival of a calf, vowing to rear it with utmost care and to encourage further births. Meanwhile, the pigs in the pen had all been castrated, and Suyun had devised a plan. Once the next month's currency arrived, she would journey to the mountaintop to procure an uncastrated boar, bringing it home to breed, ensuring a future supply of meat. After dutifully feeding the livestock, Suyun observed them salivating, but refrained from slaughtering them for meat until the breeding issue was resolved. The braised and marinated meats she had prepared previously were nearly finished, prompting her gaze to shift to the hen diligently incubating her chicks. She generously replenished the hen's trough with fresh greens and corn kernels, encouraging her, "Eat well, for you are my great benefactor." Suyun did not hesitate to lavish the hen with corn, causing the nearby chicks to cluck enviously. The number of ducks and geese was limited, so Suyun had been collecting their eggs for hatching, intending to wait until their numbers met her expectations before considering them for meat. After tending to her livestock, she began harvesting grains and picking tender vegetables for hot pot. The seedlings in the regular fields had grown to the length of a small arm, and with a bit more time, they would be ready for harvest. The potatoes and sweet potatoes planted in the black soil were nearing maturity, and Suyun planned to collect them in the coming days. The glutinous and sweet corn grown in the fields had mostly been fed to the livestock, as she could not consume much herself. Fruits had the longest growth cycle, showing little sign of progress despite her previous rapid growth after enhancing her abilities. Nonetheless, Suyun remained patient. Having endured several years in her past life, she knew the importance of nurturing them with ample fertilizer for the promise of better days ahead. After completing her tasks, Suyun exited her space. The next morning, after breakfast, she prepared to leave, setting aside plenty of sweet potatoes and potatoes for Yuya to slice into uniform strips. The potatoes could be made into fries, while the sweet potatoes, high in sugar, could be dried for convenient transport. Yuya's head wound had healed, but scars remained, and in a couple of days, his growing hair would cover them, allowing him to venture out again. As Suyun glanced at the time, she recalled that on this day in her past life, a sandstorm had struck at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, devastating many tall buildings in the city. The shelter had also been affected, and she needed to complete her tasks before returning home. First, she visited the reservoir, where the water level had gradually risen over the past few days. Suyun released 2 tons of water daily. Qin Meng, observing Suyun's work at the reservoir, had lost her previous enthusiasm. realizing through her observations that Su Yun's water abilities lacked any offensive capability, merely allowing her to release water, much like several ineffective water elementals who could only release water without attacking. Initially intending to cultivate a rapport with Su Yun, Qinming's interest waned as she found that Su Yun's daily water output was significantly less than that of others who could release several times more. Entering the hall, Su Yun intended to greet Qinming, but upon seeing her turn away as if oblivious, she decided against making herself uncomfortable. Previously, Qinming had been quite cordial, but after understanding the situation, Su Yun brushed it off. Having released her designated water for the day, Su Yun proceeded to the plantation. By 11 o'clock, the plantation was bustling with workers. Su Yun activated the sprinkler system, which Zhou Hong had replaced with a larger device. She released 3 tons of water, and as Zhou Hong finished her tasks, she rose from the fields, wiping her brow with a towel. "Little Yun, you're here. I've negotiated with the plantation crew. Half of the currency I receive will be deposited into your account. Guess how many pounds of potatoes we've harvested in the past couple of days?" Shaking her head, Su Yun watched as Zhou Hong's smile brightened. 5,000 pounds. "If I push myself today, I might reach 6,000. Her excitement was palpable. She had previously harvested less than 3,000 pounds daily, and now she could receive extra currency, improving her family's circumstances. "However, I must thank you, little Yun. Without you, I'd still be stuck with that meager salary," Zhou Hong said, as they sat on the edge of the field while workers busied themselves. The greenhouse was stifling, and soon Su Yun was perspiring profusely. As they conversed, Su Yun sensed that Zhou Hong had something on her mind and directly inquired, "Sister Zhou, is there something you wish to discuss?" Embarrassment flickered in Zhou Hong's eyes as she wiped her face with the towel. "You've caught me. It's nothing major. The plant elementals managing the neighboring grain greenhouse have heard about your contributions here and are keen to recruit you. I want to clarify that I can't hold you back. But if you decide to collaborate with them, would you still consider helping me out here? The currency would remain the same." Su Yun, having only been there a few days, understood that her recent increase in potato yield had drawn attention, and 2 individuals had come earlier that morning to inquire about her. Familiar with Zhou Hong after a few days, Su Yun sensed her intentions were genuine. "Sister Zhou, I can only release this amount of water daily. My abilities are among the weakest of water elementals. If they come to inquire again, please kindly decline for me." Su Yun had no intention of providing water for other greenhouses, as standing out too much could attract unwanted attention. Currently, she could only release 2 tons of water at the reservoir and 3 tons at the plantation, totaling about 5 tons daily. It was impossible for her to increase that output. However, Zhou Hong misinterpreted Su Yun's reluctance, believing she must consider her a friend to turn down such opportunities. "Since you feel that way, I'll decline for you if they approach again. Today, I've set aside some larger potatoes for you. Remember to take them when you leave," Zhou Hong whispered. "Thank you for your care, Sister Zhou. By the way, I plan to bring my brother here to work in a couple of days. Could you arrange a position for him? He just needs to help out a bit." Su Yun took the opportunity to make her request. Zhou Hong was more than agreeable. If Su Yun's brother worked there, it would ensure that Su Yun would continue coming to her plantation. The neighboring plant elementals would find it challenging to compete for labor. "It's a small matter. Just bring him over in a couple of days. How about 80 currency a day?" Zhou Hong sought Su Yun's approval. This amount was a benefit she had negotiated for her plantation workers. If their monthly yield met the required targets, all workers in her plantation would receive additional rewards. "Certainly. I appreciate your assistance, Zhou Jia. However, my younger brother is still quite young and lacks identification, as our household registration book has also been lost. If I were to bring him along, it would pose certain complications regarding his identity." Su Yun had contemplated all these issues. For entry into the planting area necessitates the scanning of an identity card. "There's no need for concern, little Yun," Zhou Hong reassured her. "There are many individuals without identification these days. Several workers under my supervision lack formal ID. They routinely use temporary identity cards for access. And I can arrange one for you tomorrow," Zhou Hong confidently asserted, as accommodating 1 or 2 individuals into her planting zone was well within her privileges. As Su Yun departed, Zhou Hong handed her a portion of the potatoes she had previously selected, stating they were of little value in terms of star coins and should be taken home for her enjoyment. "Sister Zhou, I have heard some whispers, after 1 o'clock today. A sandstorm is likely to ensue. It would be prudent for you to return home early or remain within the planting area to avoid going outside. The vital resources such as the planting area and the reservoir are well protected. Having received Zhou Hong's gifts, Siyun took the opportunity to divulge a piece of news. Although the people in the shelter can detect natural disasters, they cannot ascertain precisely when they will strike. Zhou Hong trusted Suyun's words, recognizing her as a fellow ability user. Thank you for the warning, little Yun. I shall exercise caution. Suyun, burdened with her belongings, noted that many workers were also leaving early for the day. She glanced at the time, realizing she needed to return home before 1 o'clock. Unlike the previously muddy ground, the surface of the shelter was now covered with a layer of yellow sand from recent storms. Footprints quickly vanished beneath the shifting grains. Upon scanning her card to enter the house, she found Yuya diligently wiping dust from the table with a cloth. The incessant wind and sand had blown considerable dust into their home, and without regular cleaning, respiratory issues could arise. Recently, Siyun had taken to sleeping with a mask at night, while Yuya, who had no need to breathe, remained unaffected by such concerns. Sister, do these potatoes need to be washed and cut into fries as well? Yuya inquired, observing the items Suyun had brought back. She replied with a nonchalant affirmation and retrieved some food from her space to resolve their lunch predicament. Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated across the sky, heralding the brewing sandstorm down in the valley. Chapter 81. The World Buried in Yellow Sand. As the lightning flickered, everyone felt a jolt of unease and looked skyward, sensing the stirring winds as dust began to swirl around them. What is happening? Surely, it cannot be another sandstorm, a man exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the encroaching debris. Without any protective gear, each word he uttered invited more sand into his mouth. Meanwhile, the loudspeakers crackled to life. All individuals currently outdoors are urged to seek shelter immediately. A sandstorm is approaching. Please evacuate to safety and refrain from lingering outside. The announcement blared on, yet those outside were engulfed in panic, particularly the workers still laboring in the reconstruction zones. With the storm bearing down, there was no time to evacuate. A towering tornado, entwined with yellow sand, advanced towards the shelter, and the recently erected reinforced concrete structures crumbled under the storm's fury. Workers scattered in all directions, some being swept into the swirling vortex of sand, their screams drowned out by the howling winds. Figures fell to the ground, only to be swiftly buried beneath the relentless sand. With a loud crash, a glass window shattered outside, prompting Suyun to set down her bowl and chopsticks as Yuya hurried to join her at the window. A large shard of metal had struck the window, but fortunately, it had been reinforced with wooden boards just days prior. A portion of the wind-driven sand surged through the gaps, and Suyun retrieved a transparent waterproof sheet from her space. Yuya, please seal that window over there, she instructed, pulling out several more sheets. Inside the house, the sounds of clattering indicated that objects were being blown into her courtyard by the storm, and sealing the windows promptly was imperative. If they delayed any longer, it would soon be uninhabitable. Suyun glanced at the food on the table, quickly storing it away in her space to prevent it from becoming contaminated with sand. After successfully sealing the windows, they observed that all the external glass had shattered into fragments. Their swift actions had spared them further mess. The waterproof sheets flapped in the wind, producing a cacophony of noise. Suyun settled onto the sofa and retrieved the food she had previously stored. Yuya stood by the window, having long transcended humanity, thus entirely oblivious to the concept of fear. By 3 o'clock, the sandstorm continued to rage outside. Suyun and Yuya engaged in their respective exercises in the living room. Perhaps due to their relentless training over the past few days, Yuya's previously frail form was growing stronger, with visible muscle developing in his arms. Yet, he remained unaware of these changes. The storm persisted until approximately 8:30 that night before finally abating. Without any announcements from above, everyone remained huddled in safe spaces, too fearful to venture out. The loudspeakers only crackled to life at 10 o'clock, but all that emerged was a garbled static, as the speakers and wiring had sustained damage. The entire shelter was engulfed in darkness, save for a faint glimmer visible from the mountaintop. The wiring in various housing areas had been compromised during the storm. Suyun lay in bed, her mask still firmly in place. As the winds intensified, fine particles of sand began to infiltrate through the crevices. Just moments after she had bathed, she felt the familiar graininess on her neck. Even in slumber, she dared not remove her eye mask or face covering, as neglecting proper protection in her past had led to respiratory issues. The loudspeakers had commenced their static-filled announcements at 10, continuing until midnight, disturbing the residents of the shelter. Electricians from the shelter mobilized to repair the damaged lines throughout the night, while Soo-yoon struggled to find rest. Upon awakening the next day, her home was shrouded in yellow dust, the air thick with visible particles. Relying solely on her mask was proving insufficient. She layered another mask over her face, realizing that mere fabric could not filter out the airborne dust. Excessive inhalation of such particles could lead to pneumoconiosis, an ailment with no cure, inflicting great suffering, a memory that haunted her from her previous life. At this juncture, the shelter had introduced a portable respirator, priced at 500 star coins, a purchase she had previously shied away from. This time, however, she resolved to stockpile several. Yuya was also coated in yellow dust, shedding particles with every movement. The scene within the house mirrored the chaos outside, and Soo-yoon could easily envision the dire conditions beyond their walls. Many food items were deemed too risky to consume directly, as each bite risked ingesting sand. Thus, Soo-yoon carefully placed her meat buns into a transparent plastic bag to shield them from the dust. When it came time to eat, she would merely bring one close to her mouth, her mask providing some protection, yet the crunch of sand was unavoidable as she chewed. Yuya, seated on the sofa, consumed a boiled egg with little regard for the surrounding environment. Soo-yoon opened the door to survey the yard, swiftly shutting it again and retrieving a scarf from her space. The world before her was no longer as it had once been. Yellow sand obscured the sky, casting everything in a hue of ochre, with dust swirling in the air. Chapter 82. Reciprocity. The streets were filled with hurried passers-by, and unlike before, many now donned protective goggles and masks. Due to the limited availability of goggles, many individuals missed their opportunity to purchase them. And now the supermarket in the housing area has completely sold out. While makeshift masks can be fashioned from scraps of fabric, goggles are indispensable. Ordinary glasses offer no protection against the swirling dust. Under the relentless assault of such sand, one's vision could fade within a mere fortnight. As Soo-yoon passed by the supermarket, she found it surrounded by a throng of people, yet none dared to create a ruckus. For a dozen armed soldiers stood vigil outside. Are there any goggles left for sale? I wish to buy a pair. Wasn't there a sufficient supply just a short while ago? How could they be sold out so quickly? When will new stock arrive? We still need to go out to work. Without work, there will be no food. My entire family depends on me. Miss, do you have any extra goggles or masks? I can trade you food for them, one man implored, pulling 2 packets of chocolate from his pocket. Soo-yoon regarded the 2 men with cold eyes, the dense yellow sand obscuring visibility beyond 2 meters, rendering the patrol team oblivious to the situation. Brother, why are you wasting time talking to her? Just make your move before the patrol arrives. Another urged, reaching for Soo-yoon's goggles. Reacting swiftly, Soo-yoon stepped back and delivered a powerful kick. The man who had threatened her was sent flying 2 meters away. Had it not been for the resistance of the sand, he might have rolled further. Wait. Don't be hasty. My brother's just a bit impatient. We genuinely need those goggles. If you think my offering is insufficient, I can add something more. The man holding the chocolate stammered, bewildered. Soo-yoon, observing the absurdity of the situation, felt he ought to be grateful he hadn't acted foolishly. She reached for the chocolate in his hand, a gesture of reciprocity. Now be gone. The man, recognizing the implication in Soo-yoon's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Clearly, this girl had some skills. They had attempted to rob her, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a theft. He averted his gaze from the chocolate she now held and turned to assist his groaning companion. Are you even a man? Go on, do something. Did you not see me get hit? I was caught off guard. And you just stood there watching her beat me? Are you even still my brother? He cursed, clutching his side where he had been kicked, pain radiating through his body, fueling his anger. The silent man continued to support him as they faded into the yellow haze. Soo-yoon tucked the chocolate into her pocket, effectively storing it away. Upon entering the reservoir, she noted that the receptionist was a new face, not Chin-meng, but a capable-looking girl in her 20s. Upon seeing Soo-yoon swipe her card, the girl offered a friendly nod, to which Soo-yoon responded with a polite smile as she made her way to the workspace. After filling a bottle with 2 tons of water, Soo-yoon prepared to leave. As she passed the reception area, the girl called out to her. Hello. I noticed your entry and exit records. You're Soo-yoon, correct? I'm Wang Yuanan, the new receptionist. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. Wang Yuanan's eyes were bright and clear, and when their gazes met, Soo-yoon detected a hint of determination within them. What happened to Chin-meng? Soo-yoon inquired. She was reassigned. Wang Yuan observed Suyun's expression, but gleaned nothing further. My work here is done for today. I'm leaving, Suyun stated, refraining from further questions. The reassignment was hardly a mystery. It was likely that Chen Meng was the child of some leader, out to gain first-hand experience. Positions that allowed contact with those possessing abilities were coveted within the shelter, and she likely had powerful connections to facilitate her transfer. As Wang Wenan watched Suyun depart, she felt a sense of relief, tinged with envy. Suyun had been on the job for scarcely 2 hours and had already earned 200 star coins. Yet it seemed only water elementalists enjoyed such privileges. Wang Wenan took out her notebook and marked ins next to Suyun's name. Shortly thereafter, a pale-faced man emerged from the reservoir, clearly exhausted from overexerting his abilities. Noting the change in receptionists, the man, unlike Suyun, approached with an irritable demeanor. Where's Meng Meng? Who are you? He glowered at Wang Wenan. Hello, I'm the new receptionist. Chen Meng has been reassigned. I'm now responsible for this area, Wang Wenan replied, mentally cataloging the man's appearance and name. Do you know where she went? The man inquired, his tone softening slightly. She was transferred to the C-Zone reservoir. Wang Yuanan met his gaze firmly but respectfully. Prepare my documents for the C-Zone. I intend to be assigned there, the man commanded. Wang Yuanan quickly accessed the computer, retrieving the man's information, which displayed his daily water output and the enhancements to his abilities. After reviewing the data, a smirk danced in her eyes. I'm afraid, Mr. Li Bin, your daily water supply does not meet the criteria for a transfer to the C-Zone. Li Bin felt a flicker of indignation at the perceived mockery in Wang Yuanan's demeanor. What area can I be assigned to then? Let me check for you, Mr. Li. Your daily output is approximately 10 tons, which qualifies you for the E-Zone. Would you like me to submit your documents there? Li Bin nodded. And Wang Yuanan promptly processed his paperwork. After he departed, she made a note in her book, marking his name with a check. Star coins are hard to earn. And the struggle is real. After leaving the reservoir, Suyun surveyed the dust-laden landscape, attempting to discern the direction of the planting area. Upon entering the agricultural fields managed by Zhou Hong, she spotted Zhou Hong busily toiling with a basket on her back. Why are you doing this yourself? Suyun asked, filling a water sprayer with water as Zhou Hong approached. It's all due to yesterday's sandstorm. Thank you, little Yun. Had it not been for your timely warning, I might not have survived outside. Zhou Hong recounted the events following Suyun's departure, expressing her belief in Suyun's words, which had prompted her to remain in the planting area. At that time, a dozen workers had attempted to leave, but she had been unable to stop them. After they ventured out, the rescue team found only 4 bodies after a long search. The storm struck precisely at 1 o'clock, coinciding with the workers' return home for lunch. A few had survived the tempest, but given today's hazardous conditions and the lack of protective gear, many dared not venture outside. The number of workers in the planting area had drastically dwindled, forcing her to take matters into her own hands. Here's the ID card you asked me to prepare yesterday. I happen to need extra hands. Have your brother come by tomorrow. Suyun returned home clutching her identification card. As she passed by the community supermarket, she was taken aback to see a throng of people gathered outside, several of whom she had encountered that morning. She had not anticipated that they would wait here all day. There are no supplies left, you should all head back. The supermarket staff urged, attempting to disperse the crowd, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. The individuals were too apprehensive to leave, fearing that if they departed, they might miss the opportunity to purchase goggles and masks. Once at home, Siyun retrieved the items she had prepared for Yueya from her space. Yueya's injuries had healed, his hair had grown back, and his burnt skin had returned to its former state. Fortunately, everyone now took precautions when venturing outside. Yueya donned goggles that concealed his eyes and a mask that hid his pallid complexion, rendering him inconspicuous amidst the crowd. Siyun handed him the identification card, instructing, "You will accompany me tomorrow, and I shall take you to your workplace." The prospect of venturing outside made Yueya visibly anxious. In her space, Siyun mixed minced meat with fresh greens to make dumplings, cooking them directly in her space. Given the current state of the outside air, which was laden with dust, she placed a spoonful of dumplings in her mouth. With a mere thought, the dumplings appeared on the spoon. This predicament was only temporary. Soon the shelter would devise a solution. The following day, Suyun set out with Yueya, ensuring that all valuable belongings were stored in her space. As per usual, she first visited the reservoir, swiping her card to allow Yueya entry. "Wait for me here, I will return in an hour," she instructed Yueya. leaving him at the reception area. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanan had been watching Su Yun and Yueya closely, in such a place as the reservoir. Only water-based ability users were permitted entry. After observing Yueya stand like a statue for half an hour, Wang Yuanan approached him. "Hey, little brother. Why not sit over here while you wait?" Yueya's dark eyes, hidden behind the goggles, shifted, causing Wang Yuanan to feel as though he were being scrutinized by something unsettling, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. When Su Yun emerged, she was met with Wang Yuanan's aggrieved gaze. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the reservoir that Su Yun spoke. "You frightened her." "I did not," Yueya replied, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. He merely knew he had glanced at Wang Yuanan. Su Yun then took Yueya to the planting area, where Zhou Hong had initially harbored concerns about Yueya's frail physique. But those fears quickly dissipated as Yueya demonstrated his unwavering stamina. While others required breaks, he outperformed them by a wide margin. Zhou Hong designated a specific area for Yueya, allowing him to leave once he completed his tasks. Working alongside the other laborers would likely tempt them to slack off. By 2:30, Yueya had finished his work, and the two made their way home. At 4 o'clock, a loudspeaker announcement rang out, addressing the recent air pollution issues. The shelter had developed a portable respirator, priced at 500 star coins, which was now available in various community supermarkets. Chapter 84, Secondhand goggles and masks can be exchanged for a 60-star coin discount. Interested individuals may purchase them while supplies last. At that moment, Su Yun, who had been exercising, paused her routine. "Stay at home. I need to step out." She donned her coat, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and grabbed a backpack hanging by the door. As she opened the door to leave, 3 individuals walked past her. Su Yun swiftly shut the door behind her and headed towards the community supermarket. In her residential area, most individuals were not lacking in star coins. They could afford the 500-star coin respirator. However, survivors from other districts, even if they could scrape together 500-star coins, hesitated to spend so much on such an expensive item. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Su Yun found chaos since the morning. A crowd had been waiting to purchase goggles and masks. However, after waiting all day, they were met with disappointment, as the supermarket had introduced a new, exorbitantly priced respirator beyond their means. These ordinary workers earned merely 50 to 60 star coins a day, and the previous standard masks and goggles had required 2 days of labor to afford. Now, to acquire the respirator, they would have to forego food and water for half a month to save the necessary amount. "We've told you countless times, the previous stock has sold out. This respirator is a new development in response to the current situation. If you're not going to buy, please don't block the others," a staff member urged, flanked by a dozen armed soldiers maintaining order to prevent anyone from rushing into the supermarket. The crowd, now devoid of reason, had even attempted to storm the store when the respirators were brought in. "Does the heavens not allow us to live? Can't they consider us ordinary people? How much do we earn in a day? We have families to support, and this respirator costs 500 star coins. How can we possibly afford it?" a man cried, his eyes bearing the scars of long-term exposure to sand and dust, with blood clots spreading across the whites of his eyes. Many in the crowd resonated with his despair, echoing, "Can't they think about us ordinary folks?" The supermarket staff, meanwhile, were at a loss for words. The goggles and masks previously provided had been retrieved from the zombies by rescue teams risking their lives. That batch had been reasonably priced, considering many were ordinary citizens, and a complete set had cost less than 100 star coins. Yet, even that was deemed too much for many. After entering the shelter, even children had to work. In a household with just 2 workers, they should have been able to easily produce 100 star coins. With the old stock depleted, the crowd blamed the authorities for their lack of foresight. The upper management was well aware of the plight of ordinary people and had instructed that those who had previously purchased masks and goggles could exchange them for a 60-star coin discount on the new respirator. Thus, the respirator's price of 500 star coins could be reduced to 440 star coins with the exchange. The repurchased masks and goggles would be sold at a lower price to the ordinary populace. The upper management prioritized the lives of the common citizens, as the revival of Ji province depended on collective effort. "Everyone, please calm down. The authorities are aware of your concerns, and we will provide a satisfactory response. You crowding here is only hindering our ability to resolve the issue," announced the supermarket manager, a woman in her 30s with a resonant voice that silenced the remaining dissenters. "All right, everyone line up. If you wish to purchase a respirator, come this way." Suyun had already maneuvered to the front of the crowd and began to queue, positioning herself fifth in line. At that moment, the woman produced a sign she had prepared earlier, indicating that goggles and masks could be exchanged for a 60-star coin discount. The woman at the front of the line appeared delighted, initially worried about affording the respirator, but now relieved at the prospect of a discount. "Hello, comrade. I have 2 sets that can be exchanged for 120-star coins," she announced, presenting her 2 sets of goggles and masks. "All right, please swipe your card here," the supermarket manager instructed as he returned the 2 sets of goggles and face shields to their previous shelves. Considering these items were secondhand, the price was adjusted to 50-star coins. This way, both parties' issues could be resolved. However, human hearts are seldom easily satisfied. Upon discovering that the items they had purchased were pre-owned protective gear, a portion of the customers became disgruntled. "It's not that I can't afford it. I simply prefer new items. Who wants to use something that someone else has already worn? How can we be sure of the quality? What if something goes wrong after we buy it? Yes, we are not financially constrained." Chapter 85. Then please allow me to buy on credit. Initially, they hesitated to spend 70 or 80-star coins, but now they had come to a consensus and were willing to pay that price. Yet, to be offered second-hand goods was an affront to their sensibilities. They began to murmur amongst themselves, and the supermarket manager was genuinely infuriated. "Look at all of you. It seems you have yet to grasp the current situation. If you find the second-hand goggles and face shields unsatisfactory, you are free to refrain from purchasing them. If you desire new items, you may acquire the newly stocked respirators today. If you wish for the items from before, I regret to inform you that the supplies in the shelter are scarce. The previous stock was the last of what we had, and this current batch, which you are unwilling to accept, is sought after by others. Should you continue to stir up trouble, I will be forced to alert the order department to investigate your identities, and after that, you will no longer be permitted to work in the shelter." Upon hearing the mention of an identity investigation, those who had been the most vociferous fell silent. They were averse to using pre-owned items, but the reality was that the shelter was indeed low on supplies. However, asking them to part with 500-star coins for a respirator was an even greater burden. Suyun understood that these individuals were in a difficult position, and soon they would regret their choices even more. By the time they wished to purchase a respirator, it might be impossible. Resources in the shelter were already limited, and the materials required for making respirators were dwindling. Even she was eager to make a purchase. "Hello. I have 5 sets here. Please deduct them," Suyun said, retrieving the 5 sets from her backpack. The clerk noted that these items appeared unopened. "Very well. May I ask how many respirators you wish to purchase?" 6, please. However, I currently lack star coins in my account. As I arrived at the shelter just over 20 days ago, you can swipe my identity card to verify how to proceed." Suyun offered little explanation, quickly placing her identity card into the card slot. The man behind her leaned forward, curious. Was it possible to buy on credit? He had heard every word Suyun had spoken. He was eager to see how the clerk would handle the situation. If this woman could leave with 6 sets without spending star coins, he would follow suit. Suyun's identity card was scanned, revealing her personal information. Name, Suyun. Gender, female. Age, 21. Special status, water elemental ability user. Total star coins, 12,000, specific to the date of distribution. After all, she had only been at the shelter for 24 days, and these star coins were accumulated over that time, including the daily 200-star coins she received as a water user, with the remainder coming from the distribution area managed by Zhou Hong. The clerk was taken aback, but maintained a composed demeanor, as elemental users often garnered attention wherever they went, and many preferred to remain low profile. This particular individual clearly exemplified that discretion. The clerk deducted 2,700 star coins from Suyun's account. "Here are your respirators. Please take care." The clerk's attitude underwent a complete transformation, now showing utmost respect towards Suyun. "Thank you," Suyun replied, placing the items into her backpack and swiftly navigating through the crowd. The man, witnessing Suyun actually leaving with 6 respirators, decided to mimic her. He retrieved his identity card and placed it into the card slot. "I would like 5 respirators, which amounts to 2,500 star coins." However, he did not have sufficient funds. His account held only 1,001 star coins. Seeing the man's demeanor, the clerk presumed he was yet another elemental user and wiped the sweat from his brow. "All right, I will process that for you." He was astonished to serve 2 elemental users in one day. However, upon reviewing the information on the card, the clerk's expression shifted dramatically. Sir, your account holds only 1,001 star coins, which is insufficient to purchase 5 respirators. How many would you like to buy? Please confirm. The clerk regarded him with a disapproving look and even summoned 2 soldiers, as disturbances were particularly unwelcome at the moment. Those caught causing trouble were often sent to work on construction sites for a period. Why can't I buy them? If I can't buy them, then let me buy on credit. The man's words drew the attention of those who had previously been considering second-hand goggles. Yes, credit. We can buy now and pay later. The rules state that all transactions must be immediate. No credit is permitted. If you are not purchasing, please step aside, the clerk stated, pulling the man's card from the slot and handing it back to him. The man, his eyes aflame with frustration, turned to watch Su Yun's departing figure. I can't buy on credit? Why was that woman allowed to? I saw her take 6 respirators without paying. He maliciously speculated. Credit? With what evidence did you see her take anything on credit? She paid with star coins. Here is her transaction record. The clerk produced Su Yun's transaction history, noting that elemental users had privileges far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. If they wished to buy on credit, it was not out of the question. The man's face flushed crimson. Chapter 86. Spend after receiving your salary. The transaction record was irrefutable, and the clerk's voice rose, loud enough for everyone present to hear. All thoughts of buying on credit dissipated among the crowd. Relieved that the situation had finally settled, the clerk's gaze toward the man grew increasingly hostile. Are you buying or not? If not, please leave, the clerk urged, eager to dismiss the disturbance. Those waiting behind the man were also growing impatient. Yes. If you're not going to buy, kindly step aside. I have other matters to attend to. I will buy. Who says I won't? Just give me 1 set of respirators. The man murmured, entirely lacking the earlier indignation. Now, several soldiers were watching him with altered expressions, and he dared not cause any further trouble. Yet, he had truly witnessed Su Yun leave without paying. Why did that woman get to buy on credit? What was her justification? With his respirator in hand, the man slinked away, only to hear a chorus of laughter directed at him from behind. Su Yun returned home, placed her backpack on the table, and emptied its contents, 6 sets of unopened respirators. She demonstrated their use to Yuya and shared a set with her. Each set included goggles, crafted from pure glass by fire elemental users, secured with an elastic band. The materials for respirators were scarce, but the goggles would soon be mass-produced, making them accessible to everyone in the shelter. The following day, Su Yun resumed her work as usual, while Yuya made her way to the planting area. After completing her duties at the reservoir, Su Yun headed towards the planting area, where she found Yuya finishing her tasks. The two returned home together. The afternoon training session remained steadfast, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye, as the production of goggles began to ramp up. As she ventured outside, every individual she encountered was adorned in protective gear. At the beginning of the month, the distribution of star coins commenced, and Su Yun checked her balance, which amounted to approximately 11,400. The majority of this fortune was bestowed upon her from the Zhouhong cultivation area. Each day, she consistently exceeded the stipulated production quotas, thus earning her a substantial reward in star coins, which Su Yun graciously benefited from. Yuya had only worked for a few days and had yet to accumulate 1,000 star coins. However, his modest diet of eggs cost him 80 star coins daily, sufficient to sustain him. The vehicle had been parked in the residential area for quite some time, resulting in a thick layer of dust accumulating atop it. Su Yun and Yuya diligently cleared the sand from the car before setting off to the nearby housing complexes. With a healthy balance of star coins in her account, Su Yun was reminded of her paramount objective, to purchase 2 male piglets for breeding purposes. Pork, classified as a meat product, was unattainable in her current F district. A journey to the C district was imperative. The solitary path leading to the mountain summit was meticulously maintained, regardless of the fierce winds and sandstorms that plagued it, as it was regularly cleared. Su Yun drove straight through the D district, ascending to an altitude of approximately 3,500 meters. Gaining entry into the ABC districts was no simple feat. One's identity, authority, and social standing were all critical. Even encountering an ordinary individual within these districts was not to be underestimated, for their ability to navigate such a domain implied a formidable backing. The selection process for those with abilities to operate within the ABC districts was stringent, particularly for water manipulators like Su Yun. who were required to supply at least 20 tons of water daily to be permitted residence. As she gazed upon the familiar gates of the Sea District, memories of her previous life flooded back. She had once resided here due to her unique spatial abilities. Her storage capacity far surpassed that of other ability wielders, granting her the privilege of residing in this district alongside Su Jianlin, Lu Xiaomei, and Su Yu, who had followed her lead. Having spent several years living here, she was intimately acquainted with its nuances. At the entrance of the complex, the security barriers were positioned at the entry and exit points. Su Yun presented her identification card, and upon the security personnel verifying her credentials, the barriers gracefully lifted. Today marked the day for the distribution of star coins, attracting numerous ability users from the lower districts to the ABC districts for shopping. In the lower districts, there was only a single supermarket, whereas the upper districts boasted a plethora of amenities reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, complete with various entertainment venues and an abundance of restaurants. The agricultural produce cultivated by the plant manipulators within the shelter was divided into several portions. Some were stored, some sent down the mountain to assist those survivors who had not evacuated in time, and others traded with shelters in different cities, while the remainder was allocated to the restaurants for patronage. Su Yun's first destination was the very neighborhood where she had once lived. Indeed, the ABC districts offered housing of a caliber distinctly superior to that of the lower regions, featuring a variety of accommodations, from apartment complexes to villas, all meticulously maintained. She recalled the most severe sandstorms, during which these structures had held their ground. Standing at the entrance of the complex, her gaze immediately fell upon her former residence, the third building to the left after entering. Despite the constrained land usage, the complex had still incorporated some greenery. The elevated altitude here provided a markedly different atmosphere compared to the lower districts, where dust filled the air, necessitating breathing apparatuses. Here, the air was relatively clear, requiring merely a mask for protection. Her eyes were drawn to the 5th floor of the third building, where residents had hung laundry on the balcony. On the 4th floor balcony stood 2 familiar children, while on the 6th floor balcony, an elderly person sat in a wheelchair soaking up the sun, also known to her. In this life, she had altered her destiny, rendering these connections irrelevant. "Do you wish to live here, sister?" Yuya inquired, sensing Su Yun's emotional turmoil. "Let us go," Su Yun replied, leading Yuya away, while the 2 security guards at the complex's entrance relaxed only after her departure. Once outside, Su Yun headed directly to the food street in the Sea District, a lengthy avenue that featured a bustling trading square surrounded by numerous vendors. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes, and Su Yun recalled the difficulties of the past few days, where each bite was taken with caution to avoid swallowing sand. Here, such concerns were non-existent. Su Yun entered a skewer restaurant brimming with offerings, primarily meat-based grilled and fried items. She indulged in a selection and even packed some to take away, with an abundance of vegetables available, although meat portions were limited. After leaving there, she continued to a hot pot restaurant, where she ordered enough to take home. Yuya, beside her, nibbled on eggs, occasionally glancing enviously at Su Yun's feast, swallowing hard at the sight. As Su Yun and Yuya departed the food street, their hands were laden with provisions. Having spent approximately 500 star coins, equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary person in the lower districts. Together, they loaded their bounty into the car, which, in reality, was stored within her spatial compartment. Following this, Su Yun took Yuya to the breeding area, which differed fundamentally from the reservoirs and cultivation zones, as only the ABC districts were equipped with such facilities. The breeding farm in Area A was the most expansive. Upon scanning her card to enter, Su Yun noticed a few individuals hauling boxes of freshly slaughtered pork from inside. Just as she was about to step through, Yuya tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "It's dangerous inside." "Do not worry. They cannot sense you," Su Yun reassured him, placing her hand on his shoulder as a wave of energy gently enveloped him, causing his anomalous aura to vanish. She had sensed the presence of 2 second-tier ability users guarding the breeding farm upon entry, and her own abilities surpassed theirs. By masking Yuya's essence, even the keenest observers would remain oblivious. Within the breeding farm, ordinary livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep were raised, with pigs and chickens having achieved mass production. The facility had developed a form of oxytocin that accelerated the growth and reproduction of these animals. Initially, They had intended to apply this oxytocin to cattle. However, the presence of antibodies in the cattle had thwarted their efforts, and their newly developed second-generation oxytocin had nearly proven fatal to the shelter's cows. Soo-yoon remained steadfast in her purpose. "Hello, I wish to purchase 2 piglets, preferably males." She communicated to the staff at the breeding farm, affirming her identity as an ability user. She was capable of affording the necessary star coins. Due to her status as an ability user, the staff member promptly escorted her to select the pigs. However, after reviewing several pig pens, Soo-yoon found none to her satisfaction. "These are not the kind of pigs I require. I seek those raised on a normal diet without the aid of oxytocin." Observing the plump, white piglets in the pens, she recognized them as being specifically bred for milk production. "I intend to raise them, not consume them," Soo-yoon stated, clarifying her intentions. "Then follow me," the staff member replied without hesitation, leading her deeper into the breeding farm. This area was meticulously maintained, and the livestock within appeared far more vibrant than those outside. The trough is filled with fresh vegetables. 2 months ago, a litter of piglets was born, among which are several males, commanding a rather steep price of 3,000 star coins each. These will eventually serve as breeding stock, and their health is markedly superior to those found outside. Though merely 2 months old, each piglet weighs approximately 70 pounds. "I will take those too. Please process the payment." Soo-yoon feels no remorse over spending the star coins. She can always earn more, but these are vital for her future sustenance. The 2 piglets cost 6,000, and they even provided a cage to secure them. Soo-yoon's vehicle is parked outside, and she requests assistance in loading them onto her car. As the clock approaches 3 in the afternoon, Soo-yoon drives down the mountain with Yuya. Upon reaching District D, the swirling sands below are starkly visible, contrasting sharply with the clarity of the upper districts. Replacing her mask with a respirator, Soo-yoon accelerates into the tumultuous sea of sand. Chapter 88. Infusing my home with life. Rather than returning home, Soo-yoon parks her vehicle in the grand square of District D. "Wait for me in the car. I'll be back shortly." The day is rapidly darkening, with the yellow sands obscuring the sky, hastening the onset of night. Soo-yoon's silhouette vanishes into the haze, while Yuya turns to observe the 2 cages in the back, where the piglets continue to grunt feebly. Without wasting any time, Soo-yoon heads directly to the trading market in District D. In her previous life, she had heard of a private breeding farm that had opened in this area, specializing in rabbits. The proprietor had certain connections, having relocated here during the construction of the shelter, bringing along a dozen rabbits. With their remarkable breeding capacity, the population had burgeoned to hundreds within 6 months. At this time, the farm is still in its nascent phase, and the prices are not as exorbitant as they were in her previous life. Soo-yoon hurries along, noting the sparse activity on the streets due to the weather. She expertly navigates to the rabbit breeding farm, having purchased rabbits here before, albeit for consumption. The farm's scale is still modest, occupying a rented space that is not particularly spacious, with the rabbits confined in cages. Due to the environmental conditions, the rabbits appear rather lethargic. A security guard stands at the entrance, and Soo-yoon swipes her identification card to enter. The establishment looks entirely different from her last visit, resembling more of a warehouse now. Inside, 4 workers greet her. One steps forward to assist, as visitors are a rarity here, and they display a commendable level of service. "Hello, are you here to purchase rabbits?" Soo-yoon nods, inquiring about the prices. Large ones are 400 star coins, small ones 200, and medium-sized ones 300. "Which would you like to buy?" She decides on 3 male rabbits, 6 females, and 5 small ones, mindful not to purchase excessively since rabbits breed prolifically. By acquiring a few larger specimens, she can nurture them for reproduction, while the smaller ones can be raised for meat after some time. After processing her payment, the workers place the rabbits into cages, and Soo-yoon carries 1 cage while navigating through the swirling sands. The respirator filters her breaths, punctuated by the sounds of inhalation. Spotting a familiar figure amidst the yellow haze, Yuya exits the car and opens the trunk, allowing Soo-yoon to place the cage inside. The air quality below is poor, and the 2 piglets in their cage appear quite frail. Not wishing to further distress them, Soo-yoon decides against placing them in the trunk, opting instead to store them directly in her space. Driving back with Yuya to her living quarters, Soo-yoon surveys the dust-laden room. The accumulated grime cannot be easily remedied by daily cleaning. She hopes that an air purifier will soon be developed. In her previous life, it was introduced within the span of 2 months. However, she cannot recall the exact timing. as she resided in District C then and had no need for such a device. After brushing off the dust from the sofa, she reclines and sinks into her space to check on the condition of the two piglets and the rabbits. The space is filled with ample crops, and the air is fresh, rejuvenating the once listless animals. With a mere thought, she arranges a new shelter for the piglets and rabbits, providing them with fresh vegetables. Once settled, she turns her attention to harvesting corn, as the crops she had planted have matured, while the rice still requires time, although the potatoes and sweet potatoes are nearing readiness. Upon awakening, Soo-yoon glances at the clock, realizing she had dozed off after exiting her space, only to find it is now around 8 in the evening. Lacking the urgency to earn star coins that had characterized her previous life, she now finds her existence more relaxed and enjoyable. Yuya, armed with a cloth, is diligently cleaning the dust, but as soon as he finishes, new dust settles, as if in defiance of his efforts. For dinner, they consume food packed from the culinary street in District C, and Soo-yoon takes a few bites before storing the remainder in her space. She is beginning to understand the obsession that many have with air purifiers. The following morning, Soo-yoon and Yuya depart as usual. It has been over 10 days since the last sandstorm, with another anticipated in a week. Soo-yoon gazes at the sky, shrouded in yellow dust, knowing that only by reaching District C will she see the sky's true colors. After completing her work at the reservoir, she prepares to leave when Wang Yuan-nan approaches. "Hello, Soo-yoon. I'm moving tomorrow and would like to invite you over for dinner." "Sorry, I don't have time." Soo-yoon declines directly, but Wang Yuan-nan, undeterred by the rejection, continues her invitation. "I cook quite well. You should come and try my food to help bring some life to my new home." With a bright smile, Wang Yuan-nan's demeanor reveals that her circumstances are not particularly favorable, and Soo-yoon is unwilling to take advantage of her kindness. Noticing Soo-yoon's reluctance, Wang Yuan-nan insists it won't cost many star coins for this meal. "Since coming here, I've made few friends, and even my relatives are far away. Please, just do me this favor." Chapter 89. Guiding Jo-hong to apply for medicinal seed varieties. Soo-yoon and Wang Yuan-nan lock eyes, and after 3 seconds, Soo-yoon concedes, "All right, when shall we meet tomorrow?" Wang Yuan-nan turns to write down her address, stating, "Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, I'll prepare the meal. Just come over." Soo-yoon takes the paper with the address, tucking it into her pocket before departing. Upon reaching the planting area, she finds Yuya has already completed his tasks and is currently assisting Jo-hong with watering. Soo-yoon fills the watering can, and Jo-hong approaches with Yuya. "Little Yoon, your brother may appear young and quiet, but he is a remarkable worker. One person can do the work of 3. Jo-hong gazes at Yuya with maternal affection, her own family prompting her to reflect on her children unfavorably. The more she interacts with Yuya, the more dissatisfied she becomes with her own offspring, feeling compelled to urge her 2 children to join the workforce in the fields, as she cannot support them indefinitely. Yet, as a parent, she also feels the pangs of empathy, reluctant to see her children endure hardship. Soo-yoon recognizes that Jo-hong merely expresses her thoughts. Judging by the star coins she has accrued since last month, it is clear that Jo-hong is genuinely striving to provide for her family. "Sister Jo, since today's work is complete, I'll take my brother home," Soo-yoon informs her as she prepares to leave with Yuya. "Wait, little Yoon. Here are the grains harvested today. Please take some home to eat. It's not much, and don't rush off just yet. I'd like to discuss something with you." Jo-hong handed a bag to Yuya. Upon hearing that she had something to discuss, Soo-yoon hesitated to leave. "Little Yoon, I am preparing to apply for some different seeds to plant. The sales of cabbage in the shelter have been quite promising, as many people enjoy it. I intend to try planting some. What do you think?" Jo-hong inquired about Soo-yoon's opinion. However, Soo-yoon was no fool. She immediately grasped the underlying meaning of her words, especially since growing cabbage required significantly more water than potatoes. "Currently, I supply 3 tons of water here daily. If you decide to plant cabbage, the water supply will inevitably increase," Soo-yoon mused, contemplating the feasibility of the situation. If cabbage could be cultivated and produced in large quantities, Jo-hong would receive a substantial reward in star coins, and she would benefit as well. Jo-hong remained silent, awaiting Soo-yoon's response, as the endeavor of planting cabbage was not something that could be resolved merely by her words. If Soo-yoon disagreed, it would be futile. "I can only supply you with 5 tons of water daily. You may consider this," Soo-yoon eventually acquiesced. Living in the shelter necessitated purchasing many items, which required earning star coins. She had just spent some the previous day in District C, and her remaining balance was dwindling. In a few days, she wished to purchase an air purifier, and next month, a snowmobile and an inflatable raft, all of which demanded star coins. Furthermore, after the furnace in District B opened, she hoped to forge a weapon for self-defense. All right, as long as you agree. 5 tons of water is already substantial. I have decided to reduce the potato yield and plant only cabbage. This vegetable is in high demand in the upper districts. As Su-yun departed, she observed the elation on Zhou Hong's face. Soon, she would stoke the flames further, casually dropping hints during her visits. Cultivating medicinal herbs would prove more lucrative than grains. And gradually, Zhou Hong would likely broach the subject herself. These rare seeds could only be obtained by exceptionally skilled plant-based ability users, and with her assistance, Zhou Hong would swiftly meet the necessary standards. When the time came, she would undoubtedly apply for medicinal herb seeds. Upon arriving home, Su-yun and Yuya had a meal before commencing their exercise routine. After finishing, Yuya leaned against the wall and gestured towards his head. Observing the unchanged scale, he asked, "Sister, am I not going to grow taller?" The mutated beings were no longer human, their genes had ceased to develop. No matter how much Yuya exercised, he could only hope for a sturdier physique, as height would forever elude him. Receiving a confirmation from Su-yun, Yuya felt a twinge of disappointment, though it dissipated quickly as he was not one to dwell on emotions. Su-yun watched him, unfazed by his surroundings. Previously, she had attempted to mention their deceased grandfather in his presence, but Yuya's demeanor remained unchanged. Apart from the faint recollection of that individual in his memory, he felt no connection. Su-yun did not subscribe to the notion that mutated beings lacked emotions. At least in Yuya's case, her instincts suggested otherwise. Although he had lost his feelings for their grandfather, there were moments when Su-yun longed to touch the cloth pouch at his waist, only to be met with his firm rejection, as he regarded it as his treasure. "Do you remember the beautiful sister who spoke to you near the reservoir?" Su-yun asked, retrieving a note from her pocket that bore Wang Yuannan's address. "I don't remember," Yuya replied without raising his head. "Forget it. You will accompany me to her house tomorrow." Su-yun examined the note, which indicated a residence in District F, Building 37, Row 26. The ordinary housing was adjacent to the independent courtyard, albeit the area was complex. Su-yun planned to ride an electric bicycle, as navigating the numerous alleys on foot would be cumbersome. Chapter 90. Mutated zombies infiltrate the residential area. The compact electric bicycle could comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. The following morning, after finishing her tasks at the reservoir, Su-yun emerged to find Yuya waiting at the entrance, still smeared with mud from his earlier work. Su-yun mounted the bicycle, inviting Yuya to sit behind her. The electric bike required no pedaling, merely twisting the handlebars would suffice for propulsion. Following Wang Yuannan's directions, Su-yun steered the bicycle into the residential area, where the houses were densely packed. Dust and sand swirled in the air, rendering visibility poor beyond 2 or 3 meters. After walking for a while, she frequently glanced at the row numbers to avoid straying off course. As they turned near Building 43 in Row 13, Yuya tugged at Su-yun's clothing. She tightened the brakes and steadied the bicycle with one foot on the ground. "What is it?" Su-yun inquired, but soon her eyes flickered with a glint of menace before she quickly reined it in. Placing her hand on Yuya's shoulder, her ability gradually seeped out, concealing their presence. Through the haze of yellow dust, an imposing man approached, clad in goggles and a mask with a buzz cut. Unusually, he carried a large duffel bag, the size typically used for packing quilts at the supermarket. The contents of the bag appeared heavy, yet the man effortlessly hoisted it with one hand, walking as though it were nothing. As he strode past them, Su-yun sensed Yuya's body tense, ready to spring into action. Su-yun gently pressed her hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Instantly, Yuya regained his composure and averted his gaze from the man. However, the man's steps faltered. He paused, turning to scrutinize Su-yun and Yuya, ultimately fixing his gaze on Su-yun. At that moment, she discerned the man's true identity. Her heart racing, he was a mutated zombie. How had he infiltrated this area? It dawned on her that if Yuya could accompany her unnoticed, other mutated zombies could do so as well. Given that these beings were once human, coupled with the pervasive dust, they had disguised themselves so well that no one could discern their true nature. Within the surrounding houses, each contained at least a dozen residents. Su-yun dared not attack recklessly and could only conceal their presence. The man lingered his gaze on Su-yun before eventually moving on with his bag. Su-yun remained tense, pushing the bicycle with one hand while the other rested on Yuya's shoulder, maintaining their concealment. Upon passing Building 34 in row 16, Yuya halted again. Ahead, under a bright streetlight, a provocatively dressed woman leaned against the lamppost, smoking a cigarette. She wore goggles, and her exposed skin appeared unnaturally pale. With her left arm crossed over her chest, she raised her right hand to her lips, taking a drag before lowering the cigarette. "It's nothing, let's go," Soo-yoon replied, her inner calm deceiving her outward demeanor. As they approached through the yellow dust, the woman smiled, her lips painted a bloody red, reminiscent of fresh blood. Without employing her abilities, Soo-yoon could sense the woman's true nature as a mutated being. It seemed she was testing Soo-yoon, intentionally radiating her presence. Soo-yoon feigned ignorance, hastening her departure with Yuya. Yet her heart remained unsettled, tightening her grip on Yuya's shoulder. "Sister." Yuya reminded her at an opportune moment, pulling Soo-yoon back to reality, and she relaxed her grip. Entering the houses in row 21, Soo-yoon noticed Yuya's unusual demeanor. Her heart grew numb as they traversed, having encountered at least 4 mutated zombies along the way. These beings mingled among humans, treating the area as a vast hunting ground. Their audacious movement was facilitated by the fact that District F was the lowest tier of Longtu Mountain. The residents of this area are predominantly ordinary individuals, with few extraordinary beings choosing to reside here. Even Sister Jo, who tends to the cultivation zone, rents her home in District D. These mutated zombies have been mingling here for quite some time. Soo-yoon stood at the doorstep of Wang Yuanan's home, raising her hand to knock. Before anyone responded from within, she caught a whiff of an irresistible aroma that far surpassed her own culinary creations. Voices drifted from inside. "Wen-an. Someone is at the door." Before long, Wang Wen-an emerged from the kitchen clad in an apron, her face brightening with a smile upon seeing Soo-yoon and Yueta at the threshold. "You've arrived. Please come in. The place is a bit messy, but you can sit over there. That area has just been tidied up." She gestured towards a makeshift wooden sofa in the living room, adorned with a cushion of uncertain origin. Aside from Wang Wen-an, 2 other young women were present. They regarded Soo-yoon with curious glances upon her entrance. Wang Yuanan was genuinely pleased with Soo-yoon's visit. She hadn't expected her to actually come. "Where should I put this?" Soo-yoon called towards the kitchen, having arrived with offerings in hand. Chapter 91, Robbery Without Disappearance. She brought along some sweet corn she had cultivated in her space, as well as potatoes gifted by Sister Jo from the cultivation area, filling half a basket with vegetables. Although it wasn't in abundance, Wang Wen-an was overjoyed, believing that Soo-yoon was truly a considerate person. While she casually suggested that Soo-yoon should eat a little, she had gone to District D early that morning to procure fresh ingredients, having invited a few acquaintances over. The fact that only Soo-yoon brought something touched her deeply. "Just place it down, we'll be eating shortly. You just got off work and haven't had a meal yet, right? It'll be ready soon." The rented space was a single-occupancy unit, with a kitchen and bathroom connected, a narrow living room, and a bedroom that could barely accommodate a bed. The 2 young women, seated on the opposite side of the sofa, scrutinized Soo-yoon and Yuya, noting the mud smeared on Yuya's clothes, concluding that both were laborers from the cultivation area and uninterested in forming connections. They completely disregarded Soo-yoon and Yueta's presence. Coming. Wang Yuanan emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 plates of food, one of braised pork and the other of stir-fried green peppers with meat. She subsequently returned with 3 more dishes, soy-braised chicken wings, and 2 vegetarian options. In the current environment, these dishes represented a luxurious feast for a household. The 2 women across from Soo-yoon quickly filled their bowls, barely sparing a morsel for Soo-yoon and Yuya, whose bowls were nearly overflowing. Wang Yuan noticed their actions, but, considering it was a celebration of her new home, chose to remain silent. Soo-yoon was indifferent to the quantity of food, as she was merely a guest. However, she genuinely appreciated Wang Yuanan's culinary skills. Initially, Wang Yuan could tolerate the situation until the 2 women sat down to eat, completely disregarding her as the host. They ladled a significant portion of the meat into their bowls, and sensing their own embarrassment, they began to flatter Wang Wen-an. "Wen-an, you're truly remarkable. You now work in such an important place at the reservoir, earning double the star coins compared to us. And look at you, living in a splendid new house. Indeed, Yuan-an, just hearing your name, one can tell you're more capable than many men." Wang Wen-an remained composed, refusing to be swayed by their flattery, though she felt a growing aversion to their behavior. Moreover, the 2 women grew bolder. continuously watching Suyun and Wang Yuanan as they ate. Wenan, with this heat and so much food, it's a shame for you to eat it all alone. Why don't you share some with us to take home? They began to reach for the dishes. With a sharp noise, Wang Wenan slammed her chopsticks onto the table, startling them, though they still hesitated to release their plates. In reality, ordinary workers earned less than 50 star coins a day, and considering daily expenses, it was challenging for a family to indulge in meat even once a month. The two women's gluttonous behavior pushed Wang Wenan over the edge. You two should leave. Please don't contact me again. She stood up to usher them out, feeling a pang of regret over the food they had consumed. What do you think this job comes from? You think we don't know? At your age, you still have the audacity to eat like this. Shameless. After Wang Wen expelled them, they left cursing under their breath. Her face darkened as she noticed Suyun and Yueya at the door, preparing to leave. She stopped them. Oh, you didn't eat well, did you? This is my fault. Your brother barely had anything. Let me pack some food for you to take home for a late-night snack. I can't finish it all by myself. Wang went inside. Reflecting on her previous circle of friends, she would never have associated with such individuals. She retrieved a large food container, filling it with a bit of each dish, and added a bowl of rice. To avoid misunderstandings, she explained, my job at the reservoir was introduced by Chen Meng's father. My father has some connections with Uncle Chen. After Chen Meng was reassigned, I took over her position. But once they saw Uncle Chen come to find her, the gossip began at her former workplace. In these districts lacking entertainment options, gossip became their pastime. What began as mere speculation eventually morphed into accepted truths. I know you're not that kind of person, Suyun said, sensing Wang Wenan's need to clarify. She could tell Wang Wenan was a resilient individual. However, those words caused Wang Yuanan's eyes to glisten with unshed tears as she handed the food container to Suyun. It's getting dark, you should head back. I've heard that the housing area here isn't safe lately, with reports of robberies at night. Suyun's expression shifted slightly. Robbery? Have there been any disappearances? Wang Yuanan shook her head. I haven't heard of anyone going missing. I only moved here today, but neighbors mentioned that there have been nighttime robberies. They only steal supplies and no one has been killed. The absence of missing persons reports heightened Suyun's unease. On her way to Wang Wenan's home, she had encountered 4 mutated zombies. This residential area was vast, with dozens of rows of houses behind, likely still harboring more mutated zombies. These creatures, lacking any restraint, would not be like Yueya, toiling to sustain themselves. One could only imagine what they consumed. Many lives had undoubtedly been lost, yet why was there no news of it? Chapter 92, Cracks in Belief. Conflicted thoughts swirled in Suyun's mind as she accepted the food container from Wang Wenan. Yueya stood at the door, her gaze scanning the surroundings, her nose twitching in the air as if catching a whiff of something enticing. The meal had left an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Wang Yuanan hadn't anticipated that those two women would be just as malicious as the others, conspiring against her in private, even taking advantage of her hospitality before insulting her. As Wang Wenan escorted Suyun to the door, she said, I'll walk you this far, you should hurry back. The wind stirred, carrying dust and sand. Suyun placed the food container in the basket of her electric bike, swung her leg over, and called, Yueya, get on. Even once seated, Yueya turned her head back to gaze at the far end of the row of houses. Suyun had intended to leave immediately, but found herself turning back to shout. Wang Wenan, if you happen to possess an excess of star coins, it would be prudent to consider relocating. Your current abode is not safe, and it is best to depart as soon as possible. Suyun did not mince words. This was a matter of life and death. Watching Suyun's retreating figure, Wang Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Suyun was an ability user. Did her words imply she had sensed something ominous? Turning slowly back home, she entered her dwelling and closed the door. Surveying the meager furnishings that held little value, all second-hand finds she had scavenged. A glance at her wristwatch revealed that dusk was merely an hour away. Instead of hastening home, Suyun guided her companion, Yueya, towards the rear rows of houses. These terraced dwellings were densely packed, nearly touching one another. With alleyways scarcely 2 meters wide, only electric bicycles or cycles could navigate through them. In the initial rows of houses, they discovered 4 mutated zombies, prompting Suyun to explore the residential area further. Emerging from the narrow passageways, Yueya tugged at the hem of Suyun's garment, her voice frigid and expression taut. Sister, don't go any closer, they are killing. Can you sense how many there are? Suyun inquired. I can perceive 3, but certainly there are more, Yue replied, fearful of allowing Su-yun to venture ahead. Even from a distance, the pervasive stench of blood halted Yue in her tracks. Mutated creatures possessed territorial instincts, yet, in their fight for survival, they had learned to band together for warmth. Su-yun ceased her advance, turned the vehicle around, and drove home, in the face of calamity. All beings were equal. No race could evade divine retribution. Upon returning home, Su-yun did not rest. She placed her exercise equipment in the yard, vowing to train whenever she had the time. Moreover, she cleared the living room of all its contents, preparing to engage in combat training with Yue after her workouts. With Yue's agile limbs serving as a sparring partner, Su-yun's reflexes steadily improved. The following day, Su-yun brought a food container to the reservoir, intending to return it to Wang Yuanan. Wang Yuanan's eyes bore the unmistakable shadows of sleeplessness, clearly anxious after hearing Su-yun's warning the previous day. Accepting the food container, Wang Yuanan seized the opportunity to ask Su-yun, "Where do you think I should move for better safety?" "Ideally, to one of the upper districts. The area I reside in is also perilous." Su-yun recalled a memory from her past life. In her previous existence, she had lived in District C, where security was stringent, thus reducing the risks and troubles significantly. However, she had also heard of an incident where many had perished overnight in the ordinary housing of District F, with the official explanation being an outbreak of plague. "All right. Thank you. I will tidy up my furniture in the next couple of days and move there," Wang Yuanan replied, trusting Su-yun's judgment. Meanwhile, Su-yun began to connect the dots regarding the information she had learned in her past life. The individuals who had died in the ordinary housing of District F were certainly not victims of a mere plague. There were those in power who were deliberately suppressing the news, implying that the existence of mutated creatures in the ordinary housing was known at the upper echelons. Despite having surmised this, Su-yun found it hard to believe. After all, the numbers reported of those who succumbed to the plague in the ordinary housing had reached into the thousands, not just dozens or hundreds. Ordinary people, hunted by the mutated creatures, numbered in the thousands. Since her rebirth, Su-yun had remained wary of those around her, cautious of strangers. Yet, she had never considered the individuals in power as a threat. The steadfast belief she had clung to began to show signs of fracture. To validate her suspicions, Su-yun concealed her presence at night and dispatched several reports to the upper districts. These letters did not explicitly state the existence of mutated creatures in the ordinary housing, but highlighted the recent, alarming disappearances of residents, urging a thorough investigation. Understanding that eggs should not be placed in a single basket, Su-yun ensured that her reports reached the attention of the higher-ups in District A. Her abilities had reached the 3rd tier, while the strongest in the shelter remained at the 2nd tier. Having executed her plan, no one could uncover her traces. On the first day of submitting her letters, the shelter remained eerily quiet, devoid of any response. On the 2nd day, the higher-ups had divided into factions. Some sought to uncover the identity of the letter's author, while others dispatched personnel to District F for verification. However, their efficiency was lacking, and Su-yun felt disheartened. It seemed that some in power were indeed aware of the mutated creatures in the ordinary housing and were intent on concealing the truth. Yet time was of the essence. Before the next storm arrived, she needed to expose the truth, if only to save a few lives. Su-yun sent her reports to various housing districts, igniting a wave of public outcry regarding personal safety, compelling the authorities to take heed. On the day she ventured out, District F was swarming with patrols, and the mutated zombies in the ordinary housing had received word, ceasing their killings. Observing the patrols, Su-yun noted that they were hardly composed of professional soldiers or police officers, but rather a motley crew hastily assembled during this tumultuous period. Their patrolling was lax, lacking discipline, and they even solicited bribes from the survivors. Fortunately, amidst the disarray, some members of the patrol were diligent. The turning point came 4 nights later during a change of shifts. A patrol officer, relieving himself by the wall, stumbled upon a bag buried in the sand, with only the handle visible. Mistaking it for someone's hidden treasure, he dug it out. Had Su-yun and Yue been present, they would have recognized it immediately. This bag belonged to the first mutated zombie they had encountered when visiting Wang Yuanan's home, the one it had clutched during their encounter. The bag was intact, boasting a double-layered zipper. The patrol officer's excitement surged, believing he had struck gold. Fearing his teammates would discover his find, he secretly took the bag home to inspect its contents, only to be horrified into wetting his pants upon revealing its contents: human bones, and not just one set. He promptly reported the incident, and while the higher-ups had initially dismissed the matter, the appearance of these bones compelled them to reassess the report. By the 5th day, the personnel dispatched were no longer disorganized newcomers, but professional soldiers, accompanied by several ability users. During this time, Suyun had discerned that the upper echelons were divided into factions. Given the current turmoil, many likely feared for their own safety. With the involvement of ability users, the investigation progressed more efficiently, causing the mutated creatures to retreat. However, the bodies of those they had slain remained in the housing district. As the corpses were removed one by one, panic spread among the residents of the ordinary housing, prompting many to relocate hastily. Wang Yuanan was among them. Heeding Suyun's warning, she moved to District E before the patrols descended. Now, upon learning the news from the ordinary housing, she felt a chill of dread. Had Suyun not advised her, she would have likely remained there. It was reported that the family next door to her previous residence had perished. Had she stayed, she too might have met a grim fate. Suyun diligently reported to work as usual. However, the scrutiny in the area had intensified recently. She granted Yuya a leave of absence, advising him to remain at home to avoid attracting the attention of abilities users. The corpses found in the ordinary housing district, upon examination, were confirmed to be the handiwork of mutated zombies. Authorities dispatched personnel to bolster security in various residential areas, and now a team of abilities users conducted daily patrols. The third sandstorm arrived quietly, drawing from the experiences of the previous two. This time, there were no fatalities, and injuries were merely superficial. Soldiers who descended the mountain to assess the situation returned, but the news they brought back was disheartening for the survivors. The houses at the foot of the mountain had already been obliterated during the first two sandstorms, and the urban structures suffered the most severe damage. The high-rise buildings, crowded together, succumbed to the collapse of one after another, transforming the city into a wasteland. Those who had remained in the city after the first sandstorm spontaneously gathered and sought refuge in the high mountains, digging caves to dwell within. However, with food supplies dwindling, many perished from thirst and starvation during the past 2 months when soldiers ventured to the caves. The survivors, too, had abandoned their caves in search of an escape route. They contemplated heading to Longtu Mountain in pursuit of a refuge, but the world buried beneath the sand obscured the paths leading there. Numerous road signs were destroyed or concealed, leaving them unable to find their way up the mountain, relegated to scavenging for edible remnants amid the ruins of the city, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, some abilities users, possessing ample supplies, occupied the mountain peak and took in many survivors. Over these 2 months, they constructed a modest base. The soldiers returned from their reconnaissance, bringing with them numerous survivors who, having lost everything, could only be temporarily housed in Area F. Additionally, the significant death toll in the ordinary housing sector had rendered many homes vacant, which were then utilized to accommodate these newly arrived survivors. Chapter 94. You truly dare to lay hands. On her way back from work, Suyun rode her electric bicycle and, upon passing the bustling square in Area F, noticed a throng of gaunt, ragged individuals gathered there. They appeared to be survivors from the foot of the mountain. Standing in the square, they gazed enviously at the developments of the refuge, regretting that they hadn't opted to reside in the shelter when the rescue team arrived, having endured 3 sandstorms below. Their respiratory systems and eyes had suffered, with some individuals even sustaining corneal damage, resulting in blindness. The dust storm at the foot of the mountain was several times worse than that at the summit. Had they heeded the organization's advice, they would have been spared such suffering. Among the tattered figures, Suyun recognized a familiar face, Suyu. Suyun had finished work earlier than many others, and at this moment, she was the sole cyclist on this path heading home. Her silhouette attracted the attention of the crowd, including Suyu. Blood clots marred the whites of Suyu's eyes, making her vision somewhat blurry, yet she immediately recognized the cyclist as Suyun. Fury ignited within her as she pushed through the crowd blocking her way and sprinted toward Suyun, shouting, "Suyun, you wretched person, stop. Don't walk away. Suyun, I know it's you. Stand still." Suyu's voice was loud, piercing the air, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. Some eyed Suyu with envy, surprised that she could find her family upon her arrival. A few men exchanged glances, smiled at one another, and approached Suyu, flanking her on either side. You. This must be your sister you often mention, right? Are you going to follow her now? We've treated you well down the mountain. Don't forget about your brothers. The men's words instilled fear in Siyu as she recalled her time below. She wished nothing more than to eliminate Suyun before her. Yes. She is my sister. Her possessions are mine. Xiaoqiao, I appreciate your care over the past 2 months. I want to forget about my brothers. You should all come live with me at my sister's place. Of course, Yu, it's our duty to look after you. Their gazes fixated on Suyun. And merely by assessing her figure, they knew the woman before them was undoubtedly as attractive as Suyu. Having grown weary of Suyu over the past 2 months, they were inclined to switch their affections. However, the heartwarming reunion they envisioned between the sisters did not materialize. Instead, Suyun regarded them with an expression of disdain. Suyu, have the experiences of the past 2 months not cured your insanity? By the way, where's your Zhao Jiahao brother? How did you end up with these scoundrels? Suyu's face paled at Suyun's taunt, her mind flashing back to the resentful gaze of Su Jianlin before his demise. After months of torment, Siyu had long since lost her sanity. Since she had laid her hands on Su Jianlin, her mind had spiraled into madness. With a deranged chuckle, she declared, Zhao Jiahao Suyun, everything I've endured is your fault. You are unaware, aren't you? Father is dead. Siyu scrutinized Suyun's expression, but to her dismay, Suyun's countenance remained unchanged. Upon hearing of Su Jianlin's death, she even laughed aloud. What are you laughing at? Siyu challenged. I find it amusing. Let me guess. Did you personally do away with Su Jianlin? Upon hearing this, Siyu reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her anger flaring. You, what nonsense are you spouting? TSK. Siyu, Su Jianlin has always treated you well, giving you everything you wanted. You truly had the audacity to act against him. I can only imagine the spectacle of his expression as he passed away. It must have been quite the performance. I must interject. One of the men said impatiently, you sisters should cease squabbling. Being able to reunite with family while out here is already a cause for celebration. Now, lead us to your dwelling. Suyun ignored them, leaning her bike against the side to free her hands for a proper scolding. Siyu, you intend to take them to my home? Rage consumed Suyu. Why was Suyun allowed to thrive, appearing even better than before? Meanwhile, she had endured myriad trials at school, and upon returning home, her father had openly and covertly compelled her to exchange her body for sustenance. Even after being cast aside by Zhao Jiahao, she was forced to cling to several men, barely managing to reach Longtu Mountain. Yet, Suyun remained unchanged, as if nothing had ever occurred. It was utterly unfair, and none of this was what she desired. Suyun, what do you have to be proud of? With a swift motion, Suyun slapped Siyu across the face, recalling how she had done the same in the past. The current Suyun had transformed, no longer the obedient, filial daughter. She was now prepared to retaliate if provoked. I advise you to be wise, the man beside Siyu threatened ominously. Chapter 95. Don't bring trouble to your father. With another crisp slap, Suyun struck Siyu's hand, then swiftly retaliated against the man, delivering a blow that sent several of his teeth flying. They had journeyed for days to reach Longtu Mountain, starved and fatigued, and Suyun's single strike rendered the man incapacitated for a prolonged moment. The other two, witnessing this, charged at Suyun. She kicked one away and countered the other's punch with a ferocious strike, leaving both men unconscious on the ground. This scene left Siyu utterly dumbfounded. When had Suyun become so formidable? She hadn't even witnessed Suyun make a move. And yet these individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Of course, she couldn't discern how Suyun had struck during their recent training sessions with Yuya. Suyun's reflexes had improved at an astonishing pace. The movements of these men now seemed as sluggish as those of tortoises to her. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the patrol team. Due to the unresolved issues in the ordinary housing area, the patrols in Zone F had been making their rounds daily. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Suyun promptly displayed her identification badge, asserting her status as an ability user. She possessed the privilege to deal with troublemakers within the shelter. The men glanced at Suyun's identification badge and their demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect. It turned out she was a water ability user. You may proceed. We will handle these individuals for you, they stated. Suyun felt a surge of satisfaction as she observed Siyu wallowing in despair. Did she really believe that life would improve simply by coming to the shelter? After having indulged in an easy life where food was handed to her, would Siyu truly exert herself to earn star coins in the future? She knew her character all too well. What water ability user? When did I become an ability user? Suyun, you come back here and clarify this. At that moment, Siyu was consumed by jealousy, wishing she could tear Suyun apart. How could it be that Suyun had possessed abilities back when they were in Province G? No wonder she hadn't chosen to stay with them on the 12th floor. Many previously inexplicable details began to connect in her mind. A wave of horror washed over Suyu. Could it be that Suyun was responsible for their father's earlier mugging? Unable to accept this possibility, she shook her head in disbelief. Because of the chaos they had caused, they were the last to be assigned housing. As Suyun rode her bike home, she unexpectedly encountered someone in the alleyway. Upon spotting the figure standing ahead, she instinctively suppressed her presence. Her memory was quite sharp. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed was the man she had previously encountered with Yuya, a mutant. He was robustly built, clad in a faded jacket. And despite his attempts at disguise, Suyun recognized him. As Suyun's bicycle rolled past, a door beside the man swung open and a woman, wrapped snugly in layers, emerged from the courtyard. Pretending that her bicycle had a flat tire, she stopped to inspect it, all the while observing the woman stepping out. The woman donned a burgundy dress, draped a blazer over her shoulders, and wore a pair of slender heels. A hat obscured her face, and after she exited the courtyard, a boy followed closely behind. At once, Suyun sensed the aura of a mutant emanating from the boy. She hadn't expected those mutants to move from the ordinary housing area to the independent housing zone. Residents of the independent housing typically earned at least 100 star coins a day, holding significant positions within the shelter, or at the very least, serving as official personnel. The arrangement of these mutants in such a place suggested that the individual behind it held considerable influence. Suyun concentrated her senses and discerned that the woman was merely an ordinary person, yet the mutant boy appeared to rely heavily on her. The woman gently stroked the boy's hair, cautioning him to remain low-key and avoid causing trouble, as the one above was at odds with his father and was keeping a close watch. If he were to attract attention again, even his father might not be able to protect him. He should wait until the storm had passed. As the woman spoke, she turned her gaze towards Suyun's direction. Though her voice was barely audible, she remained wary of Suyun. Suyun feigned that her bike was now fixed, mounting it to leave. Once she rounded the corner of the alley, she swiftly concealed her bicycle in her spatial realm, masked her presence, and vaulted over the wall to hide in the adjacent house, eavesdropping on their conversation. "But I'm hungry," the boy's emotionless voice echoed. "Mom will bring you different food during this time. You cannot go out anymore. Tell your friends to lay low as well, do you understand?" The woman admonished. "Understood. Will you come to see me again?" the boy inquired. "You haven't visited in a long time, and I miss you." He reached for the woman's hand. The woman stroked his hair, replying, "Mom has been under close scrutiny lately and cannot visit often. I will come see you once this situation has settled down. Be good. All right?" The boy responded with a detached Chapter 96, The Evolution of Suyun's Abilities After Reaching Tier 3. After the woman issued a few more reminders, she turned to leave. The boy stood at the door, watching her retreating figure, his reliance transforming into a chilling indifference. Pressed against the wall, Suyun dared not make a sound, acutely aware that the boy's strength was on par with Yuya's grandfather. However, with her current Tier 3 abilities, she believed she stood a chance in a one-on-one confrontation. "Now that she's gone," the man leaning against the door asked, "what's the plan?" "Do not concern yourself with her words. If everyone is hungry, we will hunt as before," the boy replied coldly, yet a smile graced his lips. He removed his goggles and mask, revealing sickly pale skin and dark eyes that resembled an abyss. The ordinary housing area is filled with mundane individuals. Consuming them is unfulfilling. But here in the independent housing area, I sense a rich aura of ability users. "Notify them to come to me tonight. We shall hunt," the boy commanded. He had grown weary of the blood and flesh of ordinary people. It was time for a change in palate. It has long been overdue. But if we kill an ability user this time, we may expose ourselves to human eyes. Have you considered how to proceed? The man, also removing his goggles and mask, bore a bloodthirsty grin in his obsidian gaze. "No need for you to mention it. Those individuals have already benefited from me in numerous ways. Bring them here to assist me in hunting down a few ability users." From the conversation, Suyun discerned that the boy and the man were clearly in a collaborative relationship. Yuya had mentioned that mutants possess a territorial instinct. They only engage in temporary alliances and would never become subordinates to anyone. After pondering for a moment, Suyun ultimately decided to take action first. The ability users residing in the independent housing did not exceed 10. If they were to strike tonight, they would undoubtedly target her as well. It was fortuitous, for she desired the boy's crystal core. Absorbing it would elevate her strength to at least Tier 4. At this moment, the man had departed. And Suyun sensed that only the boy was in the neighboring independent housing, accompanied by two ordinary individuals. Suyun climbed over the wall into the courtyard, just as the boy was shutting the gate, turning to meet Suyun's gaze. At that moment, Suyun did not suppress her aura, and the boy immediately recognized her as an ability user. As Suyun activated her powers, Yuya, who had been resting on the ceiling, sensed the shift. He opened the door, leaping over the courtyard wall, rushing towards Suyun. Fortunately, the ability users in the independent housing area were currently at work, and the ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the energy fluctuations of the ability users. A blade materialized in Suyun's hand, and upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from her, the boy instantly shifted into a combat stance. Dark markings began to emerge on his pale face, serpentine lines coursing through his veins, creating a terrifying visage. Upon the fleeting moment when Suyun beheld the visage of the youth, she found herself momentarily entranced, her mind slipping into a state of bewilderment. In her previous life, she had encountered this very boy. At a celebratory banquet, he had graced the gathering as the progeny of an esteemed lineage, drawing the eager flattery of numerous supernatural beings. As fragments of recollection coalesced in her mind, she recalled that this child had been retrieved from outside by the elite after the plague incident in ordinary housing had been quelled. It was said he had endured considerable hardship in those dire times, yet she was struck by the irony that, in her former life, he had been responsible for the deaths of many in the ordinary housing sector, only to re-emerge in the public eye with an air of legitimacy. This time around, she had preemptively unveiled the atrocities perpetrated by the mutated beings in the ordinary housing area, altering the course of fate, only to find herself ensnared in a new crisis. Was this the essence of karma? The youth, having closed the distance, was now upon her, his enhanced abilities unknown to her, making his approach a lethal threat. With her own powers at the third tier, she sought to gauge his capabilities with ease. His hand morphed into a claw, lunging towards her chest. But a protective barrier enveloped her, resonating with a low hum as it deflected his advance. His hand struck the barrier, as if plunging into a tranquil lake, and was drawn inexorably into its depths. A sense of alarm surged within him as he attempted to retract his arm, only to find it ensnared, immobilized by an unseen force. Suyun sensed a profound alteration in her barrier since her powers had ascended to the third tier. Now, it not only activated in the face of danger but also absorbed and rebounded attacks. What sorcery is this? The youth exclaimed, astonished by the sight of Suyun shielded by her barrier. As her gaze met his, imbued with a chilling resolve, her right hand swiftly raised. The area where his hand was trapped rippled like the surface of water, and he felt a surge of trepidation as the barrier stilled. Extending an ethereal hand that mirrored his own, even bearing the same scars as if it were an extension of him. He yearned to withdraw. But with his right arm ensnared, escape seemed to necessitate severing his own limb, a harrowing dilemma. In an instant, the hand lunged forward, targeting his heart with alarming precision, replicating his own assault flawlessly. "You think this can harm me?" He scoffed, a mocking laughter escaping his lips, for he was a mutated being, impervious to injury unless his head were severed to extract the core. In a swift motion, the arm pierced through his heart, and a darkened organ tumbled to the ground, rolling to a stop, now coated in yellow sand. At that moment, he felt his right arm regain mobility, eyeing Suyun, still encased in her barrier, with newfound caution. Though he had slain many supernatural beings, he had never encountered an ability as peculiar as hers, which turned adversarial attacks to her advantage. This sequence of events transpired in mere seconds. The moment the heart fell, Suyun wasted no breath on idle chatter. Having discerned the nature of this mutated being before her, she recognized that he had enhanced his blood, allowing it to circulate throughout his body during combat, significantly amplifying his physical prowess. The youth withdrew his hand, refraining from further aggression, as Suyun's blade descended toward his neck. Observing the protective barrier surrounding her, he stepped back, yet he overlooked the blade in her grasp. With a sharp sound, her weapon carved a deep gash into his chest, the wound visibly severe. And the healing process slowed. It was then he realized the unusual nature of her blade, discovering it was fashioned from the shed remains of a mutated being. Suyun remained silent, intent on a swift resolution, knowing this mutated creature would be a formidable adversary. Should his companions return, her position would be precarious. With her right hand's blade poised for another strike, she feigned an attack, while her left hand produced a short dagger aimed at his head. The youth, now enraged at the audacity of her assault, retorted, "You seek death," as he leaned back to evade the dagger, parrying her right-hand strike with a swift motion. Yet this maneuver left his arms wounded, exposing the bone beneath. His obsidian eyes locked onto Su-yun, recognizing the imminent danger, prompting her to retreat 3 steps, widening the gap between them. Suddenly, the blood seeping from his wounds halted, coalescing into a thick black mass around the injuries. He drew forth a handgun, firing at Su-yun, but the bullets were absorbed by her barrier, only to ricochet back towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Su-yun pressed her advantage. Had her prior strength not been formidable, she might have hesitated against this mutated being. But with her powers at the 3rd tier, she felt confident in her ability to dominate. Once more, her blade descended, and the youth, realizing his weapon was ineffective, felt a flicker of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure. The blood coursing through him transformed into sharp spikes, protruding from his skin, turning him into a formidable black hedgehog. The blade clashed against the spikes, producing a metallic clang, while the strikes could barely pierce through. Killing him swiftly seemed an impossible feat at that moment. A noise emanated from the nearby wall, causing both Su-yun and the youth to turn their heads in unison. They beheld a child perched atop the wall, observing them intently. It was Yuya. Without pretense, he regarded the two with his dark eyes, igniting a spark of excitement in the youth, who mistakenly believed assistance had arrived. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yuya surged forward, attacking the youth with incredible speed. Su-yun, having discerned the youth's vulnerability, seized the moment. "Yuya, target his lower back," she commanded. The task that would have otherwise demanded precious time was now streamlined with Yuya drawing fire. As Su-yun's blade struck the youth's lower back, his black spikes dissolved into a cascade of black blood, staining the sandy ground. The youth, perplexed, collapsed onto the ground, casting a cold gaze at Yuya, unable to comprehend why a fellow mutated being would aid this supernatural entity in attacking him. "Why are you helping her?" he questioned, confusion clouding his dark eyes. Su-yun, undeterred, raised his head and plunged the short dagger into him. In an instant, life fled from his body, leaving behind a visage of resentment. After extracting the core, she surveyed the lifeless form on the ground, opting to conceal the body within her spatial realm. The youth had connections, and leaving him here would undoubtedly invite complications. "Help! Help us! Is there anyone who can save us?" A faint cry for aid echoed from within the house, the voice weak and strained. Had it not been for the heightened senses of supernatural beings, Su-yun might not have heard them at all. Upon entering the courtyard earlier, she had sensed the presence of individuals inside, ordinary people, no less. "You should leave." Su-yun instructed Yuya to depart first. Chapter 98. If you wish to leave, I shall not impede you. Through her supernatural perception, Su-yun discovered 2 injured men lying in the kitchen, their bodies marred with wounds. Chunks of flesh had been severed from the arms and thighs, the wounds left untreated, and the kitchen floor was stained with the remnants of the struggle between the two. One of them had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Su-yun kicked the door open, startling the man still conscious in the kitchen, who immediately silenced his cries for help. He recoiled, attempting to hide in the cramped space by opening the lower cabinet. "Devil! Devil, do not kill me, do not kill me," he muttered, his mind unraveling from the harrowing experiences of the past few days. Each time the young boy entered the kitchen, he would vivisect them, consuming the flesh before their very eyes. His brother had already fainted from the ordeal. He was next. Though he bore some cuts on his hands and legs, he was comparatively less injured than his companion. Listening to the man's murmurs, Su-yun observed the locked kitchen door and forcefully broke the doorknob. Without entering to rescue anyone, she hoarsely called out, urging him to come out if he wished to survive. After uttering those words, she turned and left. The man had managed to open the cabinet, and upon hearing the unfamiliar voice from outside, unlike the boy from before, he attempted to escape the kitchen. Spotting the pool of dark blood in the yard, he hoisted his unconscious brother and fled the secluded housing area to find the patrol team. Initially, the patrol team was skeptical of his claims until he revealed the wounds on their bodies. The flesh from their arms and thighs had been excised, with clean incisions, prompting the patrol team to investigate the boy's previous residence. The black blood buried under the yellow sand was unearthed, and the team leader, an ability user, sensed the residual energy in the yard. It was left by a space ability user. Evidently, a space ability user had slaughtered the mutated beings in that yard. This incident was reported upwards, triggering an investigation which initially focused on the ability users residing in that area, particularly those with space abilities. Soo-yoon was also scrutinized, however. Being a water ability user, coupled with her daily irrigation of the reservoir and planting area, sufficiently proved her abilities. Indeed, there was a space ability user residing in that area, but this individual had been away on a mission for some time and was not present in the housing complex. As they were unable to locate the perpetrator, attention shifted back to the deceased mutated beings. Renting a house in that secluded area required identity verification, leading them to investigate further. The individual who leased the secluded house was a minor leader from District F, but he had never actually resided there after renting it. As they prepared to interrogate this minor leader based on these leads, they discovered he had been dead at home for 2 days. At this juncture, the matter seemed to conclude. Yet, many in the higher echelons sensed something amiss. After returning, Soo-yoon absorbed a crystal core, elevating her abilities to the 4th tier. And the space planting area expanded to include another field. Her powers also intensified, granting her offensive capabilities, no longer relegated to mere defense. Consequently, her means of self-preservation increased. During this period, the higher-ups were rigorously investigating the housing area to prevent any discovery by the boy's parents. Soo-yoon began her work early in the morning and returned by noon. After exercising in the afternoon, she harvested the mature grains from her space. Since advancing to the 4th tier, the crops in her space had ripened in abundance. Over the past few days, she had been harvesting a little each day and was nearly finished. Her current stockpile was sufficient for sustenance. She planned to clear the black earth for medicinal herb cultivation. A month later, the patrols in the secluded housing area diminished, indicating that the prior incident had subsided. However, the boy's parents were undoubtedly still conducting their covert investigations. Following the boy's demise at her hands, the previously active mutated being suddenly fell silent. During this time, Soo-yoon managed to uncover the boy's identity. His father was one of the higher-ups in the refuge, while his mother worked in the refuge hospital, where deaths occurred daily. Taking advantage of her position, she had supplied him, now a mutated being, with considerable provisions. After the issues in the ordinary housing area were reported, his father swiftly used his influence to transfer him to the secluded residence. Just as the investigation was about to lead to their family, the father decisively sacrificed the minor leader as a pawn. As Soo-yoon pondered these developments, her gaze drifted to the crescent moon hanging in the corner of the ceiling. Since her last visit, it had grown markedly silent. "Crescent, come down, I have something to discuss with you." The creature descended quietly, standing beside the sofa. "Speak. Why have you been avoiding me lately?" "If you wish to leave, I will not stop you," Soo-yoon said, rising from the couch. "I have not. I merely worry that my presence may hinder you," the Crescent admitted. When accompanying his grandfather, he had brought trouble, ultimately resulting in his grandfather's demise. Now, following Soo-yoon for the past 5 months, he had often been instructed to stay hidden at home. Chapter 99, Under Surveillance. Sometimes, she would return early to conceal his presence. Understanding his concerns, Soo-yoon paused for a moment before responding. "It is good that you have this awareness. Since you feel you are a burden, earn more star coins during work, understood?" The Crescent had expected her to view him as an inconvenience, but was surprised by her encouragement to earn more. Once the patrol team relaxed, the Crescent was able to venture out again, even becoming proactive at work. Initially earning 80 star coins a day, he worked diligently, securing 160 star coins daily through Zhou Hong's efforts, with all his earnings given to Soo-yoon. At the beginning of the month, Soo-yoon took the Crescent to several upper districts for shopping, also purchasing an air purifier. The purifier came with an installation service, and Soo-yoon attentively observed the entire process, diligently committing each detail to memory. This time, she also acquired a snowmobile and an inflatable raft, having saved enough star coins over the past few months to buy 2 sets. Calculating the time, she noted that in 2 months, the sandstorms would cease, leading to torrential rains around the globe. She had no intention of remaining in the refuge any longer. During this period, others had begun to take notice of her. The boy's parents had been systematically investigating the ability users in the secluded housing area, eventually pinpointing her as a suspect. She was indeed the prime suspect, as all ability users in the area were at work on the day of the boy's incident, except for her, who had returned home. Initially, due to her water abilities, the inquiry into her involvement had been dismissed. However, news from the neighboring province revealed an ability user possessing dual powers, leading them to speculate that Su-yun might also harbor two abilities. One day, after finishing her shift at the reservoir, an ability user was perusing documents at the front desk, with Wang Yuan assisting him throughout. Upon seeing Su-yun leave, Wang Yuan offered her a wry smile. This ability user had visited the reservoir multiple times, and while Su-yun initially assumed he was merely researching, she soon realized he was monitoring her movements. Upon entering the planting area, she found that Zhou Hong, influenced by her recent persuasion, had ceased planting grains and instead focused entirely on medicinal herb seeds. Seizing the opportunity, Su-yun transferred some of the herb seeds into her space, planting each variety in the fertile black soil. The rich earth ensured that crops grown within thrived, particularly medicinal herbs. Upon entering the planting area, she noticed an additional figure, another ability user, at the entrance of Zhou Hong's greenhouse. Although the other party's gaze never turned towards her, Su-yun felt an undeniable sense of being scrutinized. Through her psychic abilities, she discerned that the individual was, in fact, a mental-type supernatural being. Yueya was still busily gathering medicinal herbs when she noticed Su-yun's arrival and greeted her with a cheerful smile. "Sister, you're here." Outside the greenhouse, the mental-type supernatural being continued to observe Su-yun. Zhou Hong approached Su-yun and subtly gestured with her chin. "Did you see that person outside when you arrived?" Su-yun nodded. "He is a supernatural being, isn't he? What brings him here?" Zhou Hong's expression turned frustrated. "Isn't it obvious? I'm cultivating medicinal herbs, and they're afraid I might pilfer some, so they've sent someone to keep an eye on me." Su-yun understood. It appeared that Zhou Hong was being monitored, but in reality, it was her that they were observing. "However, Su-yun, you have no idea how much I crave these herbs. Ever since I began cultivating them, countless individuals outside have been begging me to sell them some. Even an old Chinese medicine practitioner has specifically requested herbs from me to concoct formulas, selling for 4 to 6 star coins. If it weren't for the watchful eyes, I would have already taken action," Zhou Hong lamented, expressing her frustration at being surrounded by star coins yet unable to make use of them. While the food supply in the shelter ensured everyone had enough to eat, the availability of medicinal herbs was scarce, with many people falling ill daily. She had heard that plant-type supernatural beings similar to her had become wealthy through herb cultivation. Yet, for her, the situation seemed entirely different. Who had she offended to warrant such scrutiny? Su-yun filled the watering can and prepared to leave with Yueya. "Sister Zhou, my brother will no longer be coming to work. I've found him another job. Thank you for taking care of him during this time." Su-yun realized that her movements were being watched and that Yueya's identity could no longer be concealed. Everything needed to be prepared promptly. Zhou Hong looked at Yueya with a hint of reluctance. "Little Yun, where are you taking him to work? I can pay him an extra 20 star coins a day. Would that entice him to stay with me?" Su-yun shook her head in refusal. "Sister Zhou, my brother has endured much hardship to help alleviate my burdens. While other children his age are growing taller, he has been laboring daily, and his health is deteriorating. I wish to find him a more manageable job." Zhou Hong immediately recalled Yueya's unchanged height over the past few months and recognized the toll it had taken on the child. "If he wants to return later, I can arrange it." Su-yun escorted Yueya home, where they encountered 2 supernatural beings again on the way. Although they merely passed by, Su-yun, with her 4th-tier abilities, sensed their gaze upon her as she turned. Chapter 100. Prepare before departing. Su-yun refrained from alarming those watching her. If they realized she was aware of their surveillance, they would undoubtedly act prematurely. She intended to acquire some supplies soon. It was not yet time to leave. Even if she were to depart, thorough preparations were essential. While her spatial storage held ample food, facing natural disasters required more than just sustenance. Upon returning home with Yueya, she noted that those monitoring her suspected her of possessing dual supernatural abilities, which is why they feigned casualness while observing her from a distance. They did not dare loiter conspicuously at her doorstep. The air purifier hummed, efficiently absorbing the dust in the room, leaving the living area pristine. Yueya dampened a cloth in the kitchen to wipe down the dust-covered sofa. Su-yun retrieved food from her spatial storage and placed it on the table: poached chicken, a soup, and a cold dish. She had an abundance of food in her space and never deprived herself. In recent months, her hens had hatched a large brood of chicks, each of which she cared for meticulously, to provide them with ample space to roam. She had set aside 2 plots of land for raising these poultry. The 2 piglets she had purchased previously had grown, and 1 sow was now pregnant. She could confidently say she had achieved culinary freedom. Chicken had become her most frequently consumed dish, while the rabbits needed a couple more months to breed. After dinner, Suyun reclined against a cushion on the sofa, cradling a pillow, while Yueya sat beside her, enjoying a boiled egg. Sister, don't you need star coins? I won't be going to work anymore. Can you manage alone? Yueya was unaware that they had become targets. After all, those watching them were stronger than he was. Given Suyun's dual abilities, those sent by the boy's parents to investigate her were formidable. I already have enough star coins. From now on, wherever I go, you will accompany me. When I'm not home, those people will likely search my house. Leaving you here could lead to discovery. It's better if you stay with me. Yueya was naturally delighted at the prospect of not being left behind, allowing him to follow Suyun daily. All right, I'll do as you say. Yueya cleared the table, placing the dishes into the dishwasher. At 3 a.m, Suyun noticed someone approaching her yard. The individual lingered outside for less than 3 minutes before departing. The following morning, after a quick breakfast, Suyun headed to the reservoir, where Yueya awaited her at the reception desk. Wang Yuan had become familiar with Suyun over the past few months and was well acquainted with Yueya. Yueya, aren't you going to work in the planting area? She asked, gazing at him enviously. Upon learning that Yueya earned 160 star coins a day in the planting area, her eyes turned red with envy. She earned less than 80 star coins in her role as a receptionist. She had always wanted to work in the planting area but lacked the connections. The only person she knew well enough to approach was Suyun, and she felt too shy to ask. Sister said she would change my job soon, so for now, I'm following her, Yueya replied, his eyes behind goggles fixed on Wang Wen'an. He didn't have a strong impression of her but recognized her scent from his frequent visits. Please bring me yesterday's water storage data. A man in a black trench coat entered the reception area and directly sat at Wang Yuan's desk. All right. I prepared the data yesterday. I'll fetch it right away, she responded, but their conversation was interrupted by the man. Wang Yuan opened the cabinet beside the desk and retrieved a stack of yesterday's printed documents. It clearly indicated the amount of water output from each water-type supernatural being the previous day. Yueya sat on a stool near the entrance of the reservoir, ignoring everything around him. Wang Yuan diligently attended to the man, wary of offending him, while he perused the documents, secretly observing Yueya. When he reached the page detailing Suyun's output, he noted the figure, 5 tons. Suyun had improved steadily, now supplying 5 tons of water daily at the reservoir and another 5 tons in the planting area, totaling 10 tons for the shelter. This amount was considered minimal among the water-type supernatural beings. With dual abilities, one of her powers appeared ineffective, but the other was undeniably potent. Half an hour later, Suyun emerged from inside and, with Yueya, made her way to the planting area. Currently, Zhou had ceased cultivating crops, but each time Suyun departed, she still managed to procure some food from elsewhere to bring back to Suyun. All the workers in her greenhouse received their share, a form of welfare for the laborers in the planting area, sparing them the worry of food shortages. Here you go. I've switched to medicinal herbs now. I can't be in charge of them, but I can still provide you with some food. Zhou handed a small bag of sweet potatoes to Yueya, urging her and her brother to take them home and enjoy. Suyun, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the gesture without hesitation. On the 2nd and 3rd days, Yueya continued to accompany Suyun to work, yet the usually oblivious Suyun sensed an unusual presence around them. Chapter 101. Familiar Faces Compromised. Sister, are we being watched? Upon returning home that day, Yueya questioned, gazing at Suyun, who seemed relaxed while eating. He felt the weight of being surveilled. Though the sensation was vague, the individuals observing them evidently possessed greater strength, leaving him with a sense of unease. His instincts urged him to flee, amplifying his anxiety. You've noticed, Suyun replied, glancing at his worried expression. Indeed, there are individuals at both places where you often work, and they hold legitimate positions that allow them to monitor you openly. There are 2 more on the way home, Yueya fidgeted restlessly. No. There are 5 on the way home, Suyun remarked nonchalantly, and all 5 possess considerable power, their abilities around the 2nd tier. The 2 monitoring your workplace likely refrain from overt action, considering the environment. However, the 5 on our route home have recently narrowed their surveillance radius. It seems they intend to ensnare you. 5 2nd-tier ability users targeting you suggests they are quite confident in capturing you alive. Yet they surely did not anticipate that my abilities have now ascended to the 4th tier. What should we do? Should we escape? Yueya looked at Suyun, who appeared unperturbed, feeling a sense of relief. If Soo-yoon was calm, there must be a plan. We will leave, but not just yet. Wait a few days. And join me to procure some supplies. Soo-yoon calculated the star coins in her hand, yearning to purchase a jet ski. A torrential downpour was imminent, which would flood the surroundings. Although she possessed a few inflatable rafts, they would likely succumb to even moderate waves. The jet ski would facilitate an escape, but she needed to devise a strategy for securing several small yachts as well. The refuge housed various yachts, previously acquired by affluent youths, yet her star coins were insufficient. Pondering, Soo-yoon realized that Province G bordered the sea. While substantial urban resources had been relocated, it was certain that some yachts along the coastline remained untouched, especially with the dust storms obscuring them. If she reached there before the rain, she should be able to procure several at no cost. She needed to hurry, otherwise, once the storm commenced, the shifting sands would wash away those yachts. That night, Soo-yoon slept soundly, free from concerns of surveillance, whereas Yuya, plagued by unease, spent the entire night suspended from the ceiling. The following day, Soo-yoon resumed her work routine, but compared to before, Wang Yuanan's demeanor toward her seemed peculiar. In the past, while working at the reservoir, Wang Yuan never entered to observe, yet today, inexplicably, she kept a watchful eye on Soo-yoon. When they reached the planting area, Zhou Hong, unusually, did not come over to greet them. Upon departing, she even avoided Soo-yoon, seemingly evading her presence. On the third and fourth days, Wang Yuanan's attitude grew increasingly cold, transforming their relationship into a mere acquaintanceship. Zhou Hong, initially avoiding Soo-yoon, began exhibiting a warmth towards her, even persistently inviting Yuya to return to work. However, when Soo-yoon brought Yuya back to the reservoir, Wang Yuan looked at Yuya with a fear that was starkly different from their previous familiarity, hesitating to approach. Soo-yoon observed these changes in the two individuals she knew best in the refuge, realizing they had likely been compromised. Another month began. And upon seeing the star coins deposited, Soo-yoon, for once, did not rise early or head to work. After waking, she took Yuya to Area C. With her abilities now at the 4th tier, she could conceal Yuya's presence without any external aid. As long as he remained within a 20-meter radius of her, she could ensure he would not be detected by any ability users. Taking Yuya to the newly established furnace in Area C, which housed several fire-type ability users dedicated to weapon forging, Soo-yoon exchanged star coins and produced materials she had prepared in advance, blades harvested from mutated zombies. After being fully melted by the fire users, she intended to forge a broadsword. Since the furnace had only recently opened, the materials she brought were more enticing than the iron blocks they usually worked with. Give us 3 days. Return then, and we guarantee your satisfaction. A burly man picked up one of the blades, recognizing its superior sharpness. Due to Soo-yoon's urgency, they worked through the night to expedite the process. Soo-yoon also purchased several speedboats, fastening them atop her vehicle and, after returning home, storing them in her space. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she glanced at the time and, along with Yuya, headed to the reservoir. Wang Yuan, reviewing the water storage data from the previous day, sat at the reception, her gaze fixed on the entrance, eagerly anticipating. Why hasn't Soo-yoon come to work today? Remembering the instructions she received that day, Wang Yuan bit her finger, her expression resolute. At 2 o'clock, Soo-yoon finally appeared at the entrance and Wang Yuan, having awaited this moment, rose from the reception. Soo-yoon, you're late for work today. Your star coins will be deducted, Wang Yuan said, her gaze falling on Yuya at the door, a twinge of apprehension stirring within her. Was that child truly a mutated being? Chapter 102, The Alteration of Human Hearts. Soo-yoon regarded Wang Yuan with a detached smile. I'm sorry, but I'm here to resign today. I will no longer be working at the reservoir. Soo-yoon extended her access card for the reservoir. However, Wang Yuan did not reach out to take it. Instead, she gently admonished, Soo-yoon, as a water-type ability user, you must possess the awareness to contribute to the refuge. The benefits afforded to ability users are substantial, and I believe you have gained this understanding over time. Many would covet a position like yours. Yet you would leave so easily? Who will fill your void? You cannot simply depart. You must wait until we find someone to replace you. Wang Yuan met Soo-yoon's gaze, recalling the promises made to her. Offending Soo-yoon held little consequence. Noticing that Wang Yuan had not taken the card and continued to chatter, Soo-yoon abruptly tossed the card onto the reception desk. I told you, you cannot leave. With a sharp crack, Soo-yoon slapped Wang Yuan, leaving her stunned. Wang Yuan covered her face, incredulity etched on her features as she stared at Su Yun. She had never anticipated that Su Yun would strike her. In the months they had spent together, Wang Yuan had received Su Yun's assistance on several occasions, having believed her to be a cold exterior with a warm heart. She was astonished to discover such a fiery temper in Su Yun. You hit me?" Wang Yuan questioned, still in shock. Without hesitation, Su Yun delivered another swift blow. "Wang Yuan, have I been too lenient with you? Leading you to the misconception that you could prance around me? Remember, my resignation is a notification, not a request for your consent. Is that clear?" With that, Su Yun turned and made her way toward the planting area. In stark contrast to Wang Yuan's sudden coldness, Zhou Hong exhibited an unusual fervor. Though she did not approach with her usual warmth, she still hoped Su Yun would leave Yuya behind. Having deduced that both individuals had been compromised, Su Yun understood Zhou Hong's intentions. "I am here to resign," she stated, producing her access card. Zhou Hong, momentarily taken aback, stared at the card for 2 seconds. Su Yun had always referred to her as Sister Zhou or Sister Hong, and this was the first instance she had directly addressed her by name. Zhou Hong, now in her 40s, had never received a door card. Unlike the youthful Wang Yuan, whose emotions were written all over her face, Zhou Hong bore a more guarded demeanor. She pushed the door card back towards Su Yun, saying, "Little Yun, what jest are you attempting? We have collaborated for quite some time. You must consider carefully how many star coins you earn with me each month. We have always regarded you as family, so please do not act ungratefully." Zhou Hong felt a deep sense of regret at this moment. Initially, when the individual monitoring her confessed that he was there to keep an eye on Su Yun and requested her assistance in investigating Su Yun's situation, she had refused, considering their cooperative relationship. However, the other party wielded considerable power and offered conditions that tempted her, leading her to relent. Ideally, she hoped to retain Yuya for herself. Now, with Su Yun resigning, Zhou Hong felt a profound sense of loss. Su Yun provided her with 5 tons of water daily, doubling her harvest. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and now that Su Yun was resolutely leaving, Zhou Hong found it hard to let go. "You know better than anyone whether I have acted unscrupulously, and as for how many star coins I earn here each month, you have already acknowledged that we are partners." Su Yun returned the door card, stating that she would no longer return. "You must have found a new option, Zhou Hong. Let us henceforth remain strangers." Su Yun refrained from exposing her knowledge of Zhou Hong's betrayal, yet Zhou Hong did not allow her to depart. "Since today is your last visit, why not fill the sprayer with water before you leave?" Zhou Hong asked, her boldness evident. "Apologies, Sister Hong, but I am not in the right state today. My powers have malfunctioned, and I fear I cannot use them for some time. I must take my leave." Zhou Hong attempted to stop her, evoking their past friendship to prevent her and Yuya from leaving. Ultimately, it was Yuya who stood protectively in front of Su Yun, causing Zhou Hong to cease her entanglement. Armed with the information provided by the individual above, Zhou Hong now understood Yuya's true identity, most likely a mutant. Reflecting on Yuya's extraordinary strength and work speed, she could only watch as the two departed the planting area. She had considered warning Su Yun, but in the face of self-interest, Su Yun had become merely a familiar stranger to her. Human hearts are capricious, a lesson Su Yun had learned in her past life, which is why she had never invested much sincerity in her dealings with Wang Yuan and Zhou Hong. Upon realizing that both had been compromised, her attitude shifted accordingly. Upon returning home, Yuya observed Su Yun silently eating, sensing a rare shift in her emotions. "Sister, are you unhappy?" he asked, lacking understanding. "It's nothing. Please start packing up the items at home. I will help you store what you wish to take." Yuya had frequently accompanied her to procure supplies above ground, and he had also bought numerous small toys. In Chapter 103, Su Yu's demise, upon hearing Su Yun's words, Yuya speculated that they were likely preparing to leave and cheerfully set about organizing his belongings. Although now a mutant, he remained a child at heart. Enchanted by the second-hand toys he had seen in the upper districts, perhaps longing for them due to never having owned any before. Thankfully, these toys were practically worthless in the shelter, costing merely 10 star coins for a handful. In his room, Yuya piled half a bed's worth of items, wrapping them in sheets and dragging them outside. "Sister, I'm done packing," he announced. The room had never felt safe to him. He usually hung from the ceiling. Su Yun raised her hand to store the items in her space and leaned back on the sofa to rest. The following morning, she commenced her training. In 2 days, she would receive the broadsword crafted at the forge. In the afternoon, she practiced with Yueya. But the tranquility was soon interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Is Suyun inside? We need to ask you a few questions regarding a case. Suyun carefully sensed the presence outside. It was the patrol team, numbering about 6. Exchanging glances with Yueya, she wiped the sweat from her brow and opened the courtyard door. What case? Rather than rashly following them, Suyun first sought clarification. The boy she had killed had parents with status in the shelter, but there was more than one person in charge. It was unlikely that the boy's parents would take action against her within the confines of the shelter. After all, killing a water-based ability user would result in significant losses for the shelter, prompting a thorough investigation. Just come with us. Why all the chatter? One patrol member said impatiently. Suyun displayed her ability user identification badge. Though she had resigned from her position in the reservoir and planting area, she still held the status of an ability user, affording her certain privileges in the shelter. Upon seeing her badge, the patrol member's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of respect. So, you're an ability user. It is not a serious case. We merely wish to inquire about Suyu. Do you know her? Yes, she is my half-sister, Suyun replied, unaware of what trouble Suyu had stirred after arriving at the shelter. She had heard that Suyu had found out where she lived and would occasionally come to bother her, only to be met with a beating each time. I must inform you of some news, but please remain calm. Suyu has died, and it was a gruesome death. You need to come with us to see. One of the patrol members reassured her, though Suyun felt little in response. How did you find me here? She asked. As she had not been in contact with Suyu, someone recognized Suyu's body and reported that they saw her visit you previously, during which they observed you assaulting her, leading to suspicions of a conflict between you two. Ah, I see. Suyun followed them to the ordinary housing area. After arriving at the shelter, Suyu had been assigned to this neighborhood. Several new buildings had been constructed here, housing many residents, including workers who had moved in. To be honest, even though Suyun knew Suyu was placed here, she had never visited. Upon arriving in front of a 2-story building with the patrol members, Suyun hesitated to enter. Instead, she glanced at the adjacent building where, beneath the familiar streetlight, a woman clad in a striking spaghetti-strap dress leaned against the lamppost, a cigarette in hand. Observing the comings and goings of the patrol members, a smirk played on her lips. This woman was the mutant Suyun had encountered previously while with Yueya, who seemed to possess a certain malicious amusement. The narrow alleyway was crowded with onlookers, and as Suyun entered the house with the patrol team, she was met with a scene of bloodshed. The floor bore the marks of blood trails, and within the room lay 5 bodies, 4 men and 1 woman, among them Suyu. Following a forensic examination by the patrol team, it was revealed that these individuals had suffered severe torture prior to death, with even their tongues forcibly severed. They had been unable to scream during their torment. Furthermore, signs of having been gnawed upon were evident, and the blood appeared black, indicating that the assailant was a mutated zombie. This incident was too dangerous to disclose, as many ordinary citizens resided in Zone F. If they were informed of the threat in this housing area, they would likely seek to relocate. But there were no available accommodations in the upper districts. Miss Su, I kindly request that you refrain from disclosing any matters pertaining to this place. Several patrollers are already aware that Suyun has discerned the situation. In the realm of supernatural beings, the existence of mutated species is no longer a secret. The corpse of Suyu has not been reclaimed. Instead, it shall be consigned to them for cremation. Suyun gazes upon Suyu's lifeless form, a visage marked by the ravages of prolonged hunger and the burden of tending to the men within the household, leaving her youthful countenance looking haggard. In her final moments, she bore an expression of sheer terror, as if having witnessed something dreadful. Chapter 104. Those individuals intend to strike today. The patrollers, startled by the haunting gaze of Suyu's eyes, felt a disquieting sensation in their hearts as they moved her body. One individual approached, attempting to close Suyu's eyes, but the eerie stare was unsettling, compounded by the tragic state of the other corpses. After several futile attempts, he withdrew his hand in confusion, opting instead to drape the white cloth over Suyu's chest, concealing those fearful eyes. Miss Su, will you truly not arrange for your sister's body to be cremated separately? Once these corpses are transported back, they will be uniformly placed into the incinerator. When the ashes are retrieved, they will be indistinguishable, the patroller ventured, hoping to elucidate the implications of the collective cremation. I am aware of that. But once a person has passed, they have lost everything. I do not wish to squander resources on her. Handle it as you see fit. And kindly dispose of the ashes for me, Su-yun replied, disinterested in any affairs regarding Su-yu. In her previous life, she had suffered at the hands of her sister, and in this life, she refused to interfere with Su-yu's matters. Her current fate was a consequence of her own actions. The patroller sensed Su-yun's coldness and was about to offer further counsel when an older officer beside him tugged at his sleeve. Best remain silent and expedite the handling of these bodies, the elder officer advised, pulling him away from Su-yun. Once distanced from Su-yun, the older officer admonished him. It seems you have too much time on your hands. Why meddle in others' affairs? Have you not noticed the discord between the sisters? The patroller, undeterred by the reprimand, retorted. I overheard the brothers mention that Su-yun is a supernatural being. Siyu is her sister, yet she neglects her corpse. I suspect Siyu's restless spirit is tied to her. Cease your prattle. Do not provoke a supernatural being. It is evident to any discerning individual that Suyu's demise was the work of a mutated species. Keep your voice down. They possess acute senses. And should they take offense, you may not live to tell the tale. The elder officer, seeing the futility of further discussion, distanced himself to avoid drawing Su-yun's ire. As the surrounding companions withdrew from him due to his words, the patroller fell silent. Su-yun, having overheard their exchange, paid it no mind. As she watched Su-yu's body being loaded onto the vehicle, the resentment that had accumulated within her dissipated, leaving her feeling unexpectedly light. Free from these individuals, she believed she could lead a better life. Sister, it was that woman who instigated this, Ye remarked, her gaze piercing through the crowd towards a woman leaning against the railing, smoking. The air was thick with her scent, which Ye could still detect, albeit faintly. Su-yun glanced towards the adjacent building where the woman resided, astonished to find that Su-yu had been placed in proximity to that mutated being. It was no surprise that trouble had ensued. Pay no mind. Let us depart. Su-yun's suspicions have been alleviated, and given her identity as a supernatural being. These officers will not trouble her, she concluded. After resigning, Su-yun had spent the past 2 days at home, contemplating her future and the necessity of preparing provisions. Following her exercise regimen, she descended into her space to prepare meals for approximately half a month. On the 3rd day, those surveilling her began to appear more openly near her residence, having learned of her resignation from the reservoir and planting area. They surmised that Su-yun might have uncovered their presence, prompting them to abandon their concealment. As she gathered her belongings into her space, Su-yun, accompanied by Yuya, stepped outside, aware that today was the deadline for the delivery at the forge. The weapon she had commissioned 3 days prior was due, and the observers outside were growing impatient. Once she acquired her weapon, she intended to leave the sanctuary, providing them an opportunity to act. Upon exiting, she locked eyes with a man crouched nearby. Despite his mask and respirator, Su-yun sensed his gaze upon her. As they passed, the man rose slowly, following closely in her wake. It appeared they were prepared to strike today. Yi was tense, ready for action. As they approached a fork in the path, another supernatural being emerged from an alley, while yet another approached from the right. Surrounded, Su-yun placed her hand on Yuya's shoulder. Let us take the left path towards our vehicle, she instructed. Yuya, having readied herself for confrontation, swiftly moved left, while the 3 supernatural beings trailed closely behind. They refrained from acting, mindful of the numerous ordinary people in the vicinity. They arrived at a designated parking area, where vehicles from the surrounding residential area were congregated. Su-yun and Yuya melded into the throng of people. Although their pursuers did not strike, they maintained a close distance. Once in the vehicle, Su-yun drove towards the upper residential areas. Chapter 105, Descending from the Sanctuary. The assailants, initially intent on action, hesitated upon seeing Su-yun's destination in the upper districts. They were wary of making any bold moves, as those residing in these areas were formidable supernatural beings. Furthermore, the secrecy surrounding their orders from above compelled them to remain inconspicuous, lest they attract the attention of other leaders. The leadership overseeing the sanctuary consisted of 4 individuals, each having cultivated relationships with various supernatural beings, the dynamics of which were understood among them. Upon reaching the forge, Su-yun discovered that her weapon had been completed on the first day of production. She was the inaugural significant order since the forge's establishment, and given the unique materials, the quality of the weapon was exceptional. On the first night, the fire-based supernatural beings worked tirelessly to craft it. To enhance the forge's reputation, They prominently displayed Soo-yun's weapon in the lobby, attracting considerable business. Presenting herself at the front desk, Soo-yun identified herself and referenced her recent order. The receptionist's eyes lit up upon verification. So you're the owner of that blade. I shall fetch it for you immediately. Please wait a moment, she exclaimed. Soo-yun was ushered into a lounge while the woman hurried to retrieve the weapon. Shortly thereafter, she returned. Greetings, Miss Soo. Here is the item you requested. Please inspect it and let us know if it meets your satisfaction, the woman instructed as two attendants placed the weapon on the table. The scabbard appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, resembling an ordinary blade. However, intricate carvings adorned the hilt, and it felt cool to the touch, hinting at some special material. As Soo-yun drew the blade from its sheath, she was immediately captivated. It was evidently superior to her previous weapon. The moment the blade was unsheathed, a glint of cold light flashed forth, its blade gleaming white and sharp, with blue patterns forged into the spine from high-temperature processing. In order to facilitate portability, the blade was specially designed to be worn on a belt, positioned horizontally at the lower back, allowing for easy access and storage. Soo-yun was quite pleased and settled the remaining balance of her star coins, only to be met with a surprising discount at the front desk. Miss Soo, in fact, your blade was forged overnight on the very first day you visited. Over a dozen skilled artisans took turns crafting it, and it was displayed in our showroom for 2 days, attracting considerable business to our shop, as the craftsman mentioned. They agreed that if you came to claim the blade, you would receive a discount. Thus, you need only pay half of this final amount. Soo-yun did not anticipate such an unexpected delight. Saving some star coins was certainly advantageous, as it would allow her to purchase a few items before her departure. Reflecting on the bustling activity of the forge in the shelter during her previous life, she noted that while gun regulations remained stringent, there were no explicit prohibitions on knives as self-defense weapons. She had deliberately chosen to visit the forge shortly after its establishment, enjoying the benefits of no waiting lines and the careful craftsmanship of numerous artisans. It was indeed a bargain. Calculating the star coins remaining in her account, she found approximately 40,000. Soo-yun intended to convert all of it into diesel and gasoline, otherwise, it would be futile to carry the star coins outside. She drove to a fuel station in District D, exchanging her star coins for 13 tons of diesel and 7 tons of gasoline, thus exhausting her supply of coins. Without concealing her spatial abilities at the fuel station, Soo-yun collected her purchases in plain view of the staff. Transporting such a large quantity of fuel back piece by piece would be cumbersome, especially with an impending torrential downpour and flooding. With the target now having left District D, the man watched as Soo-yun's vehicle departed, promptly notifying his associates. The target has exited District F. She is descending, he reported, leaving the guards at the F District gate bewildered. Soo-yun, residing in District F, had gone shopping without returning home first. Could it be that she intended to flee? Sensing her potential escape, the group saw an opportunity and immediately informed their mistress. Noting that Soo-yun had now left the shelter and was descending the mountain, an opportune moment to act. The 5 psychic watchers, stealthily observing, sprang into action, their mistress being the mother of the boy they were tracking. Though sandstorms were infrequent, gusts occasionally stirred up the yellow dust, transforming the landscape below into a world buried beneath it. Even in the sweltering heat, Soo-yun retrieved a water cup fitted with a straw from her spatial pocket, ensuring the sealed lid kept out any drifting sand. As she descended to Longtu Mountain, which stood at an elevation of 1,600 meters, she noticed that the trees lining the roadside were coated in yellow dust, many of them nearly dead, stripped bare of foliage. The roads at the mountain's base were seldom traversed. Prior to the frequent sandstorms, they were routinely cleared, but now they remained unkempt for weeks at a time. As Soo-yun continued her descent, the vehicle struggled at an elevation of around 800 meters, its performance hindered by the sandy terrain. The sound of the tires was audible through the windows. Meanwhile, the pursuers from the mountain were closing in, their modified off-road vehicle gliding effortlessly over the sandy road. This vehicle, expertly customized by a high-level team for field operations, was equipped with tires that were slip-resistant, heat-resistant, and robust enough to withstand bullets. As if fate had aligned perfectly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The off-road vehicle sped towards Soo-yun's, its tires screeching in a sudden halt, leaving distinct skid marks on the ground. Soo-yun instinctively pressed the brake, her own vehicle immobilized, its rear tires buried deep in the sand. The doors of the off-road vehicle swung open, and 4 men emerged, faces familiar to Su-yoon, having crossed paths with them frequently. The man with the crescent-shaped face had removed his goggles and mask, and an overwhelming aura of menace radiated from him. After unbuckling his seatbelt, he nimbly climbed out through the window, agilely making his way atop the vehicle, his dark eyes fixed on the men in front of Su-yoon, poised to strike. The others remained wary of him, realizing that he was indeed a mutant. One of them gasped. Having closely monitored Su-yoon and surmising that the crescent-faced man might be a variant. Yet, they had never detected any distinct mutant energy from him until now. As Su-yoon stepped out of her vehicle, all 4 men's gazes converged on her. You possess dual abilities, do you not? We have discovered that merely an hour ago, you utilized your spatial powers at the fuel station to gather over a dozen tons of fuel. This time, Su-yoon did not hide her powers. A ripple of energy surged around her, and the blade she had just acquired appeared in her hand. One of the men's eyes gleamed with desire upon seeing the weapon, which he had coveted from the forge's showroom, only to be informed that it had already found a master. What a fortuitous encounter! Today, he resolved to claim it for himself by eliminating her. So it is you. Do you realize who you have offended? The leader of the group crackled with electric energy, the sound of static crackling in Su-yoon's ears. I have no desire to know. If he dares provoke me, let it be so, Su-yoon replied, exhibiting no signs of trepidation, fully aware of the impending transformation the world would undergo in the coming years. The higher-ups would not expend great effort to hunt her down for the sake of a mutant. How naive you are, not only young but also foolish. Today you will pay the price for your actions. As he prepared to strike, one of his companions intervened, reminding him, Madam instructed us to capture her alive. She is of value. The electric energy emanating from the leader suddenly diminished, and a protective shield enveloped Su-yoon, deflecting the incoming strikes. The shield rippled like water. And in the next moment, a bolt of electricity rebounded from it, striking the man who had attacked her. Fortunately, he had restrained some of his force, had he not. He would have sustained severe injuries from his own attack. As the bolt shot forth, the other 3 quickly distanced themselves from Su-yoon, their expressions a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Had they miscalculated? Was this woman a triadic psychic, wielding water, space, and now lightning? Only the man who had been hit recognized the issue, realizing, do not fear, it is a problem with her shield. Half of his body tingled from the electric shock, but he quickly regained his composure. He could clearly discern that the attack had originated from his own actions. Even as he recognized this, Su-yoon remained utterly unfazed. This was far from her ultimate trump card. Having ascended to the 4th tier of her abilities, her powers differed significantly from those of her past life. After reaching the 3rd tier, her protective shield had evolved, yet upon reaching the 4th tier, she could manipulate the space around her. It was a significant drain on her energy, however. Standing firm, her shield expanded to 3 meters around her. She raised her left hand, lifting the body of the lightning wielder from the ground. As if ensnared by an invisible hand, the lightning manipulator's complexion flushed crimson, his hands clawing at his throat in a futile attempt to dislodge the unseen grip. Despite his desperate efforts, the skin of his neck bore several gory scratches, rendering him unable to break free. Su-yoon's fingers gradually tightened, and the lightning wielder increasingly struggled to breathe, his vision beginning to fade to white, his legs growing weak beneath him. Sensing the encroachment of death, electric sparks danced from every pore of his body, enveloping him in a tempest of lightning arcs. A cacophony of thunder erupted around him, scattering the air as his powers spiraled out of control. The madman, as the electricity surged from his body, left scorched marks on the surrounding yellow sand. The 3 bystanders instinctively recoiled, yet one discerned the anomaly, an intervention by that woman. They must save him. Their gazes converged on Su-yoon within the protective barrier, where her left hand remained steadily constricting, a glint of trepidation evident in their eyes. Chapter 105. Killing from Afar. Damn it, could this truly be a spatial ability? What manner of monstrosity is this woman, capable of killing from a distance? The trio reflected on the spatial manipulators they had previously encountered, who served merely as human storage, ineffective in combat, and thus elicited only obsequious smiles in their presence. Subconsciously, they regarded spatial manipulators as worthless. The laxity they had displayed against her moments ago was now replaced by palpable tension. The arcs of electricity emanating from the man intensified, even surging towards Su-yoon, yet the crackling energy was absorbed by the barrier. Instantly rebounding, the attack struck the man. And in that split second of diminished restraint around his neck, he summoned every ounce of strength to cry out to his companions, "Save me." With a sharp crack, Suyun effortlessly snapped his neck. With a gentle flick of her wrist, his lifeless body was discarded like a rag upon the ground, his neck twisted grotesquely. As the wind stirred, a layer of yellow sand settled over the corpse, marking his irrevocable demise. In mere moments, they had lost one of their own. And a glance exchanged among the remaining three revealed their reluctance to be the first to act. The impulsive soul who had dared to probe had met a swift end. Utterly defenseless, what chance did they have now? Since they had come to eliminate her, they would face her together. Suyun, unwilling to waste time, was acutely aware that they likely had reinforcements. All the while, she stood alone. The rumble of an approaching vehicle echoed along the winding mountain path, prompting the group to turn in unison. Another modified off-road vehicle descended the slope. Suyun retracted her powers, the weapon still firmly in her grasp. The vehicle screeched to a halt before hers, and Yuya let out a low growl, leaping onto its roof. Three energies erupted from within the vehicle, and sensing danger, Yuya retreated to Suyun's side, his limbs pressed against the ground, black veins creeping over his pupils, an unmistakable sign of his profound unease. Four individuals emerged from the vehicle. A woman Suyun recognized, the mother of the boy from earlier, and three others, two women and one man, all wielders of abilities. Upon disembarking, the three empowered individuals shielded the older woman, who scrutinized Suyun. Having seen numerous photographs of her recently, she noted the youthful, sweet-faced girl who traversed alone, devoid of family or friends in the shelter. "You killed my son. Where is his body?" The woman's gaze bore into Suyun as if she were staring at a corpse. In preparation for vengeance, she had meticulously gathered 7 second-tier abilities to descend the mountain, these individuals being the strongest forces at her husband's disposal. It was worth noting that the shelter was currently short on crystal cores, with 2nd and 3rd-tier abilities being exceedingly rare. "Is this what you mean?" Suyun asked, producing the boy's corpse from her spatial storage. Yuya stood atop the body, baring his fangs. "You little beast, get off my son's corpse. I will ensure you suffer for this." The woman's eyes glinted with malice as she fixated on Suyun and Yuya. The boy's body was marred by dark blood, driving the woman further into despair. "I want you to capture her alive. I will take matters into my own hands." The woman was on the verge of losing her sanity. With her command, the group slowly encircled Suyun, those who had previously witnessed her in action immediately cautioning the newcomers. "This woman's power is peculiar. She can kill from afar, so be cautious." The three individuals who had previously contemplated retreating now regained their confidence. With 3 additional second-tier abilities joining them, they felt assured that they could subdue her. "Killing from a distance? What nonsense is this? By the way, where is Zhou Chong?" one of the women inquired disdainfully. All eyes turned to the figure buried in the yellow sand. "Zhou Chang is dead," another woman gasped in horror, as the figure exuded no signs of life. The trio nodded solemnly. The newly arrived abilities reassessed Suyun, strategizing to collectively attack and drain her powers. In an instant, the 6 unleashed their abilities with no restraint. A resounding hum echoed as Suyun's protective barrier was forcefully repelled. The assault absorbed and rebounded, and though they were prepared, they faced the brunt of their own full-force strikes. Despite neutralizing some of the damage, they still sustained injuries. In stark contrast, Suyun remained rooted in place, reciprocating their aggression without fail. With a swift motion of her left hand, the 3 most severely injured were lifted by an invisible grip, terror flashing in their eyes as they struggled against the tightening hold around their throats, each breath becoming a luxury. Their powers erupted in a frenzy, aimed at Suyun, while the other 3 refrained from using their abilities, having learned from their previous encounters that such powers would ultimately rebound upon themselves. Instead, they armed themselves with weapons and charged at Suyun, but Yuya leaped forward, interposing himself between her and the attackers. Chapter 106, Unafraid. Now is the moment. As Yuya blocked the trio's assault, Suyun seized the opportunity to snap their necks. The exertion left her pale, but the sharp cracks of breaking bones echoed as 3 lifeless forms crumpled into the yellow sand. The trio entangled with Yuya panicked. Their abilities had only just reached the 2nd tier, and they had bright futures ahead. They did not wish to perish here. Frantic, they lashed out at Yuya, quickly inflicting 2 more wounds upon him. "Die!" The woman, who had remained on the sidelines, drew a handgun, firing at Suyun. The bullets ricocheted off Suyun's barrier, but she had expended significant energy, rendering her unable to retaliate effectively. In a brief span, the 7 empowered individuals the woman had brought were reduced to just 3. Gazing upon her son's lifeless body, the woman seethed with bitterness. Once her ammunition was spent, she produced another firearm. In these chaotic times, those in positions of power often carried multiple weapons for self-defense. Dividing a portion of her energy to maintain the barrier, Suyun advanced toward Yuya. This little beast is slowing. The two of you, let us deal with him first, then we'll extract his crystal core. One of them commanded sharply. 3 extraordinary powers surged towards Yuya, but at that moment, Suyun had also arrived by her side. The protective shield instantly expanded, enveloping Yuya within its embrace. The assailants watched as their abilities were absorbed by the shield, and memories of a previous ability rebound flooded their minds, prompting them to retreat hastily. Once they had distanced themselves to a safe range, they were astonished to discover that they remained unscathed. It seemed that Suyun's powers were nearly depleted, and joy ignited in their eyes. If they could just hold on a little longer, they believed the woman would soon falter. The trio noticed the protective shield weakening, preparing to unleash a continuous assault, but Suyun would not grant them such an opportunity. Having trained alongside Yuya daily, her combat skills were equally formidable beyond her powers. As the shield shrank to a 2-meter radius, Suyun wielded her blade towards the nearest assailant, who, intent on exhausting her, refrained from evading. Hundreds of ice needles coalesced around the perimeter of Suyun's shield, and with a resonating hum, they simultaneously pierced towards her. As the ice needles struck the shield, it progressively became translucent, on the verge of collapse. Seizing the moment, Suyun advanced towards the man, aiming her weapon at his neck. You seek your own demise," the man scoffed. A glimmer of disdain crossing his face as a chilling energy erupted from his palm, coalescing into a 2-meter-thick ice wall before him. Having seen the blade in the furnace showroom, he dared not gamble on its sharpness and opted for the ice wall as a shield. Yet, in the next instant, the ice wall vanished into thin air, and a blade radiating an ethereal blue light flashed before his eyes. His head and body were severed, the scene freezing in the last second as he beheld his own headless form collapsing to the ground. Yuya had restrained one of their number, while another had already fled to a vehicle, contemplating an escape as he glanced back at the unfolding chaos. Quickly, Siyu dashed to the turned vehicle, vaulting onto it and directing her blade at the man in the driver's seat, stabbing forcefully. The blade, sharp as a razor, shattered the front window, piercing through, and the man, caught off guard, felt a dull pain in his chest. Instantly, an overwhelming chill enveloped him as blood poured from the wound, soaking his garments. The vehicle was forced to a halt, and the woman in the passenger seat was left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Yuya had dealt with her opponent and leaped onto the car window, yanking the woman from the passenger seat. "You cannot kill me. My husband is Zhang Shuai, a high-ranking leader in the shelter. If you harm me, you will face dire consequences." The woman's previous arrogance had dissipated. Her companions lay dead, their bodies buried beneath the yellow sands. Yuya dragged her from the window, and the woman collapsed to the ground, a pitiful sight. Suyun, unperturbed by her threats, resolved to leave the shelter. Her inhibitions were cast aside. "The world is vast, and I refuse to believe it cannot accommodate one such as me." She approached the woman, grasping her hair to force her to look up. With precision, she severed the woman's throat and turned to drag the corpse from the driver's seat. The desert off-road vehicle was stored within her spatial realm, and she retrieved an intact one, noting that one of the vehicles had suffered a broken window. "I can fix this later," she mused. Suyun scavenged the corpses for valuables, discovering the most useful items were star currency cards. Yet, these cards could only be utilized by their original owners, and thus, they were of little use to her. However, from the woman's body, she unearthed 3 firearms, bringing her total to 4, ample for dealing with ordinary foes. Chapter 107, Yuya's Power Enhancement. Yuya observed the corpses with keen interest. "You may absorb the cores from these bodies," Suyun whispered. "Like mutated creatures." Extraordinary individuals also produced energy cores, which were equally absorbable by zombies and mutated beings, perhaps due to their shared lineage. This resulted in a prolonged cycle of predation between humans and their undead adversaries. Upon receiving Suyun's approval, Yuya crouched to extract the cores, opting to consume them directly rather than absorbing them as Suyun did. The cores crunched audibly as she chewed them. Meanwhile, Suyun retrieved some provisions and essentials from her spatial realm, placing them in the back of the off-road vehicle, and secured an inflatable travel tent atop the roof. The sweltering heat had left her drenched in sweat, with the swirling sands mingling with her perspiration, congealing on her skin. As she wiped her brow, she could not discern whether she was brushing off salt or sand. A gust of wind stirred the air, raising clouds of dust. The bodies had been completely interred beneath the golden sands, erasing all traces of the earlier struggle. Suyun regarded the prepared off-road vehicle. Yuya had already taken her place in the passenger seat, having consumed several second-tier energy cores and now absorbing their power. Leaning back, she soon succumbed to slumber. Navigating through the swirling sands, Suyun drove steadily until the silhouette of Longtu Mountain faded from view. Indeed, the enhancements made to the vehicle had proven worthwhile. Traversing this boundless desert with an ordinary car would have been nearly impossible. Checking her watch, she noted the time to be around 3 in the afternoon, while Yuya continued to absorb the energy from the cores. After several hours, Suyun could distinctly sense Yuya's aura gradually intensifying. With no landmarks in the desert to serve as references, she recalled her previous journey to the seaside and retrieved a map of Province G from her spatial realm. Though devoid of urban landmarks, she could navigate based on the mountains. The expansive map unfolded to about 3 meters, acquired through star currency at the shelter. Suyun marked Longtu Mountain's location in red. It had once been a famous tourist attraction, surrounded by a few smaller mountains that had also been developed into points of interest. In the cardinal directions, several notable mountains stood, and her destination lay to the north, adjacent to the sea. To the north, there was a towering stone mountain, not as high as Longtu Mountain, yet it had surely escaped the ravages of sandstorms, making it easily identifiable. After confirming her approximate position, she refueled the vehicle once before dusk fell, revealing a mountain rising amidst the desert sands among the smaller hills. This one bore visible tree shadows halfway up its slope. As the sky darkened, Suyun accelerated towards the mountain, presuming it to be inhabited. The previously untraversable terrain had been carved into a path by the weight of vehicles. Following the tire tracks, she ascended the mountain gradually. Upon reaching the summit, she realized she had veered off course, arriving at the western side of Longtu Mountain instead of heading north towards the sea. With another day's drive, she would reach her destination. For now, she would rest here. Thankfully, she had not deviated south, which would have led her even further astray. The vehicle climbed slowly up the mountain, where faint lights flickered at the peak. Suyun refrained from driving all the way up, for even from the sounds, she could discern that many people resided there. From the depths of her spatial storage, Suyun retrieved a sumptuous feast: stuffed green peppers, spicy chicken wings, and a refreshing cold appetizer, all perfectly portioned to satiate her hunger. After indulging in the meal, she reclined her chair, which had been meticulously designed for this modified off-road vehicle, allowing it to lie flat. Beneath the seat, a footrest could be extended for added comfort. Feeling the sticky sensation on her skin, Suyun resigned herself to the circumstances of the night. Later in the night, Yi awakened, having absorbed the energy cores of 7 second-tier abilities users, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power, surpassing even that of his grandfather. Suyun sensed the transformation within him. If one were to categorize Yuya's abilities, he would now be at approximately the 3rd tier. The exhilaration was palpable for Yuya, who was brimming with excitement upon waking. "Don't disturb my sleep. If you wish to test your abilities, do so outside the vehicle." "I need my rest for tomorrow's journey," Suyun retorted with mild irritation, as she still had a long day of driving ahead. Perhaps she should teach Yuya to drive, for he wouldn't tire easily, and, subsequently, he could serve as her chauffeur. Yuya eagerly exited the vehicle, returning just as dawn broke. Suyun had risen early, preparing food for their departure. Hours later, the thrill had clearly dissipated from Yuya, who sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed upon Suyun. "The eggs are in the back. Help yourself," she instructed, focused on the road. Their vehicle had drawn attention the previous night at the mountain peak, given the recent events involving the demise of Zhang Shuai's wife and son, along with 7 of his trusted aides. It was inevitable that trouble would find her. The largest refuge in Ji province was located near Longtu Mountain, and having offended its leaders, she knew she must tread lightly. After a series of stops and starts, Suyun finally arrived at her ultimate destination under the cover of night, Jigu Sea in Ji province. Once a vast ocean, half of it had been filled in, leaving some yachts buried in the sand with only their exposed tops visible. Upon disembarking, Soo-yoon secured a rope around herself and instructed Yuya to stand in a safe spot as she began to salvage the yachts, aware that the sand would shift beneath her. To avoid being buried, she relied on Yuya to pull her back once she had gathered the vessels. Their teamwork proved effective as she collected over a dozen small yachts, some equipped with jet skis and inflatable rafts. These items had been overlooked by authorities due to their cumbersome nature, and they still contained diesel and electrical boxes. Soo-yoon stored her findings in the spatial realm, noting that some yachts had accumulated sand inside, which she would eventually clean out. Perhaps due to the impending storm, the winds had calmed after days of howling. While ordinary people believed the calamity had subsided, urgent notifications from above indicated that unexpected events might unfold. Weather predictions were notoriously unreliable. The current disaster had unfolded without warning, and no one anticipated that the clear skies would soon be shattered by torrential rains. The city lay in ruins, half submerged in sand. As Soo-yoon sat in the passenger seat, instructing Yuya on driving amidst the desolate landscape, with the absence of the cumbersome process of obtaining a driver's license, Soo-yoon had taught Yuya to navigate various vehicles within a mere fortnight. To hone his skills, he maneuvered through the city ruins, with the yellow sand concealing numerous abandoned houses. The only salvageable materials were the concrete blocks and rebar from collapsed structures. Calculating the time, Soo-yoon estimated they had about half a month before the deluge, during which she aimed to teach Yuya to drive thoroughly, familiarizing herself with the nearby mountains. Following the storm would bring extreme cold, and she intended to stockpile firewood in her spatial storage before heading to X province, known for its rich coal market, to acquire sufficient heating supplies. After charging the chainsaw, Soo-yoon led Yuya to a nearby hill. The trees, stripped bare by the desert winds, stood as mere remnants of their former glory. Wielding the chainsaw, she began felling trees, unable to spare time to collect them. They worked tirelessly until nightfall, with Soo-yoon's arms aching from the exertion, while Yuya remained unfazed, oblivious to the concept of muscle fatigue, wearing the headlamp Soo-yoon had provided. Taking a moment to eat, Soo-yoon noticed that Yuya, equipped with a rough bag she had sewn, had brought along a dozen eggs, and would consume a couple whenever he felt hungry. The rhythmic buzzing of the chainsaw in Yuya's direction prompted Soo-yoon to finish her meal and turn to gather the cutwood. They had felled the trees but had not sectioned them, leaving them in their entirety on the ground, as time was of the essence. The impending storm would wash away the mud from the mountains, leaving only smooth, hard stones in its wake. She stored the wood in her spatial realm, planning to cut it later, as she needed to maximize her efforts before the rain arrived. Yuya continued working late into the night, while Soo-yoon, feeling utterly drained, retrieved the off-road vehicle and set up an inflatable tent. As she secured the stakes and ropes to nearby tree stumps, she felt a sense of relief at the stillness in the air, as the winds had finally ceased. The vehicle's headlights cast long shadows as she completed the setup, and the inflatable tent gradually took shape, resembling a small home with 3 separated rooms, a living area furnished with a table and an inflatable sofa. Soo-yoon laid down the accompanying mats within the tent and brought in foldable chairs capable of supporting significant weight. Each room contained an inflatable mattress, while she designated one room as a bathroom, filling her bathing tub with water. After days of relentless activity, she longed for a cleansing wash. The first bucket of water revealed a murky layer of yellow mud at the bottom, prompting her to rinse again. In the latter part of the night, Yuya returned. Having exhausted the chainsaw's battery proficiently, he recharged it and settled quietly on the inflatable sofa, enjoying his eggs. Glancing toward the zipped room, he noticed Soo-yoon had already fallen asleep. Finding his own room, he lay down to rest, free from the cautiousness that had once plagued him since leaving the refuge. With the storm approaching, Soo-yoon removed the stakes from the tent, storing the inflatable structure in her spatial realm for future use. Driving the desert off-road vehicle, she and Yuya ventured to the neighboring hill, determined to clear all the wood from the area before the storm arrived. In the realm of her spatial domain, delectable dishes had been prepared in advance, allowing Soo-yoon to simply lay them out on the table whenever hunger struck, ensuring that even amidst her busiest moments, she never neglected her appetite. Dining was the pinnacle of her daily joy. The ability to relish a warm, fragrant meal in such an environment constituted her utmost contentment. With 10 days remaining until the impending torrential rain, the skies were devoid of yellow dust, the sun blazed in its full glory, and there was no need for respirators or goggles, as the panorama was filled with azure skies and fluffy white clouds. Were it not for the previous conditions in Ji province, Suyun might have easily mistaken her surroundings for a desert retreat. During this period, she had been extensively felling trees atop the mountains, drawing nearby survivors to her vicinity. The community was well aware of Suyun's extraordinary abilities as a spatial adept, having witnessed her collect wood into her domain, which deterred any thoughts of confrontation. Nonetheless, her true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Some survivors speculated that she must have acquired some foreknowledge, particularly as the countdown to the 7th day before the deluge began. The mountains were soon populated by numerous survivors, armed with axes and tools, joining in the timber harvesting efforts. Suyun paid little heed to their activities, continuing her work with the crescent blade, albeit noting that the increase in numbers diminished her personal yield. On the 4th day before the storm's arrival, Suyun ceased her logging and began to seek out lesser-occupied mountain peaks. The survivors from these nearby heights were individuals who had failed to evacuate in time to the city of Longtushan. Once the sandstorm commenced, rescue teams could not be dispatched to their aid, prompting them to find refuge in the nearby mountains. Over the course of a year, these mountain tops had gradually transformed into a settlement, home to a water-based adept and a plant-based adept, without whom survival would have been untenable. Having scavenged some food seeds from the urban ruins, they had managed to sustain themselves over time. Now, under Suyun's encouragement, they had amassed a substantial stockpile of firewood. Suyun began to search for a secure location. The mountain summit was the safest refuge, impervious to floodwaters. However, the surrounding peaks were already inhabited. Ultimately, she discovered an ideal site, a steep rocky mountain with no accessible paths. Stowing her vehicle within her spatial domain, Suyun commenced her ascent of the rocky cliff, climbing by hand. With a resounding clang, she plunged the blade of her weapon into the rock face, gripping the hilt tightly with her right hand while conjuring a water cup with her left. Sweat soaked her clothing as she dangled precariously over the abyss below, her entire weight supported by the hilt of her blade. The crescent moon, agile in its movements, indicated that her promised ascent was nearing completion. The sun scorched her back, and she intermittently doused herself with water to alleviate the heat. Placing a piece of ice in her mouth, she persevered in her climb, while observers at the mountain's base watched her with curiosity, unaware of her intentions. They contemplated following her ascent, but upon gazing at the mountain's height, they quickly abandoned the idea. The sheer cliffs, previously untouched, offered no climbing aids. Reaching the summit required sheer determination. With a firm grip on a rock with her left hand, Suyun withdrew her blade from the cliff, raising her arm to drive it back into the stone. She continued her ascent step by step until, after half an hour, a rope descended from above. Grasping the rope with her left hand, she gave it a vigorous tug. A swift response came from above as the crescent moon exerted its strength. Holding the rope with her left hand, she occasionally pushed off the cliff with her feet, using her right blade to secure her position with each thrust. Prepared for any eventuality to prevent the rope from fraying, Suyun was acutely aware that a fall would spell disaster. Indeed, mere minutes later, the rope snapped with a sharp crack, prompting the crescent moon to instinctively flatten against the cliff as it retreated. "I'm fine, continue sending down the rope," Suyun reassured, having anticipated the break. Her blade had already anchored into the rock to steady her descent. The mountain summit presented a flat rocky expanse, devoid of mud, littered instead with small stones. Though not spacious, it could comfortably accommodate 6 recreational vehicles. Suyun retrieved one from her domain, anticipating a prolonged stay until the waters rose sufficiently for her to depart by boat. She began to stock the vehicle with supplies, fortifying the area around her. As the storm approached, there was no forewarning. On a brilliantly sunny day, a torrential downpour ensued, the rain drumming steadily against the vehicle's roof as Suyun promptly closed the screens. Chapter 110. A serene life amidst the downpour. In preparation for the deluge, the recreational vehicle had been thoroughly equipped with anti-slip measures and various safeguards, having calculated the arrival of the storm with precision. At last, as the rain poured down, the turmoil within her heart gradually subsided. "Crescent Moon, shut the door," Suyun instructed, observing the latter rush into the vehicle, drenched from his earlier outdoor activities before the rain began. In a matter of moments, he resembled a drowned rat. Upon entering, he recalled Suyun's admonition and promptly changed his shoes at the entrance. Closing the door behind him, the raindrops cascaded against it, the intensity of the downpour seemingly intent on cleansing the earth. Water streamed from the roof's drainage gaps like a turned faucet, with several outlets gushing forth continuously. Not wanting to waste this precious resource, Siyun fetched several large buckets to catch the water flowing from the drainage openings, quickly filling one to the brim. She did not rush to store the water in her spatial domain. The torrential rain was expected to persist for nearly a year, providing ample opportunity to accumulate rainwater gradually. Perhaps due to the essence of her rebirth, Siyun felt an unusual calmness as she awaited the impending storm, devoid of the helpless panic that had once gripped her. Instead, she began to formulate plans for her future, even amidst the apocalypse. Crescent Moon perched at the window, peering through the screen at the deluge outside, having already changed out of his soaked clothing. As they were temporarily residing here, the recreational vehicle was quite spacious, akin to a large bus model. Upon entering through the door, one encountered a shoe cabinet with a soft, expansive sofa along the side, and directly across, a projector. To the right of the sofa was a generous kitchen, separated by a sliding door from the living area. The kitchen also boasted ample space, featuring a double-door refrigerator, an oven, and various kitchen tools. Behind the kitchen was a room with a private shower and toilet, leading to another, larger room. This latter space contained a plush king-sized bed, a large wardrobe, and a nightstand beside the bed. Above the bed was another projector, and the bathroom was the most spacious area of the vehicle, even equipped with a bathtub. This recreational vehicle had originally been displayed in a showroom, many dismissing it as too cumbersome and leaving it behind after sampling its fuel. Reflecting on its amenities, which rivaled those of a five-star hotel, Siyun decided to incorporate it into her spatial domain after thorough inspection. This vehicle served adequately as a temporary residence. The roof featured a section that could be raised, initially housing entertainment and bar facilities, which Siyun had since dismantled, retaining only the elevating capability. As the rain poured relentlessly, Crescent Moon sank into the sofa, clutching a cushion, as the world outside transformed into a watery expanse. Siyun tidied her room, gazing out at the torrential rain, and felt an unusual sense of tranquility wash over her. From her space, she summoned a chicken and a rabbit for slaughter. She meticulously processed the chicken, separating the skin from the meat, while the rabbit was prepared in advance for marination, then stored in the refrigerator to infuse with flavor. Next, she retrieved a roasting oven from her space, chopped a few pieces of wood, and kindled a fire to heat up the oven. As the oven warmed, Siyun began to handle the marinated chicken, extracting each part of the meat with a knife and skewering them alongside vegetables. The pigs in her space remained untouched, as the sow had recently given birth and the piglets were still too small. She decided to wait for them to grow, having long craved roasted suckling pig. For now, she would experiment with the roasted rabbit. She carefully assembled the skewers, adding a variety of vegetables and arranging ripe fruits from her space on a separate plate, ensuring a little of everything. Once the oven reached the desired temperature, she brushed the skewers with a dipping sauce and hung them at the top of the oven, while placing the rabbit below. The oven was equipped with an automatic rotating mechanism, which would slowly turn the food as she only needed to occasionally add more wood. A slow roast would mean that dinner would not be ready until nightfall, but Siyun was unhurried, having anticipated this meal for quite some time. During her time in the shelter, she had refrained from cooking dishes with strong aromas due to the proximity of neighbors. Many delectable meals were prepared in her space, yet when taken out, they still emanated delightful scents. As a result, her neighbors had often inquired about her seasonings and the nature of her meals. Now, freed from such concerns, her culinary desires extended beyond roasted chicken and rabbit. She longed for roasted goose, a beloved dish from her home province of Ji. After years of abstaining from it in her previous life, she could finally indulge, though her space contained only a limited number of geese, necessitating patience. The living area was spacious, with a row of shelves above the sofa laden with fitness equipment and a few weights tucked into the corner. Yuya, unable to discern the seasoning of Siyun's food, showed little interest in her culinary endeavors, instead focusing on his own workout. Chapter 111. A Life Full and Joyous. Siyun activated the treadmill in the corner, where a screen could play movies. However, due to a lack of internet connectivity, she could only access her previously watched films. Fortunately, her viewing history was cached, allowing her to select a series to watch. After running for a while, she added more firewood to the oven. By nearly 7 o'clock that evening, the irresistible aroma of roasting filled the entire caravan. As she inhaled the enticing scent, her homemade fruit slush had also absorbed the flavors. With the ice infused with sweet, fruity essence, the skewers had been pre-roasted, and when she added more firewood, she stored them in her space, ready to be plated alongside the roasted rabbit, creating a feast for the senses. With no rice to cook, she opted for the skewers and roasted rabbit, accompanied by a refreshing fruit slush. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, she pressed a button, and the projector slowly descended, selecting a horror film to complement her meal. Leaning back on the sofa, she savored her food. With her newfound fourth-tier abilities, her physical exertion had increased, along with her appetite, enabling her to finish all the food she had prepared for the afternoon, except for a bit of fruit slush, which she stored in the refrigerator for the next day. Yuya had already drifted off to sleep by the time Suyun finished the movie and completed her nighttime routine before heading to bed. Yuya's room was adjacent to the kitchen, while Suyun's room was situated behind his. Listening to the sound of rain, she fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, awakening refreshed the following morning. The torrential rain continued outside as Suyun retrieved a bag of rice from her space, pouring it into a rice container for her temporary stay. She resolved to prepare some food for the refrigerator, allowing for easy access without frequent trips to her space. After washing the rice and putting it on to cook, she began filling the refrigerator with fruits, fresh vegetables, and leftover chicken from the previous day. Just as the rice neared completion, Suyun prepared the dishes she intended to eat for breakfast. Yuya donned a raincoat and carried a bucket filled with water to the door, where Suyun stored the water in her space. Yuya then moved the bucket to collect more water from the drainage gap. After breakfast, Suyun contemplated making some quick meals to store in her space, ensuring she would have convenient options for future outings or days when she preferred not to cook. Additionally, given her current location, the people in the valley below would not be able to detect any aromas. Once she had this plan in mind, Suyun began assessing her previous quick meals and their remaining quantities. The buns and steamed bread were already gone, and she had finished the noodles, which she had consumed often during her time in the shelter. To avoid strong smells, she had frequently resorted to egg noodles, experimenting with various preparations. Having experienced hunger in her past life, she never grew weary of noodles even when eating them daily. Suyun retrieved flour from her space, as her previously stockpiled flour had been depleted. The flour she now had was cultivated from her own space, including even corn flour. She took out 2 dough machines, pouring in the flour and adding water, a process she had become quite adept at. As the machine whirred to life, she gradually added water, recalling the video tutorials she had watched. With precise steps, she mixed in the yeast water, carefully timing when to stop the machine and when to knead the dough. She remained patient, placing the well-risen dough in her space, where time stood still, ensuring it would not waste precious moments. Handing Yuya a pair of rubber gloves, she instructed him on kneading the dough until it reached the size of her palm, setting it aside while the steamer in her space began to operate. This steamer, a large machine typically found in restaurants, could handle multiple batches simultaneously. Using a smaller pot would have taken far too long. Both of them busied themselves in the kitchen, as Suyun placed the kneaded dough into the steamer, retrieving it once cooked to store in her paused space. Once the batch of dough was exhausted, she added more flour for her next project. Sweet buns filled with brown sugar and crushed peanuts, flower-shaped pastries, and even molten brown sugar buns, along with red bean paste buns. After successfully completing the previous batch of buns, new ideas sparked in her mind. She decided to allocate 1 batch of dough for buns and another for various types of pastries, both baked and pan-fried. Additionally, she prepared numerous rice rolls. Suyun and Yuya spent the entire day in the kitchen, and for Suyun, life felt both fulfilling and joyous. Faced with such an abundance of food, she felt empowered, believing that the days ahead would not be as arduous. Outside, the rain continued to pour, while Yuya steadfastly donned his raincoat to fetch water daily. Over this period, they had collected a substantial amount of rainwater. Chapter 112, Rising Water Levels, Survivors Relocate. A few days ago, after exhausting the supply of flour in her space, Suyun found herself surrounded by a plethora of foodstuffs. Today, she finally resolved to slaughter a pig. The little piglet had been growing day by day, and she had retained 2 as breeding stock, having castrated the others. The process of butchering a pig in her space was remarkably straightforward. With a mere thought, the pig was immobilized, and the blade pierced its neck, with Suyun collecting the blood in a large basin, perfect for her hot pot. After properly handling the blood, she processed the pig within her space, for pigs, unlike chickens, ducks, or rabbits, carried a strong odor. The scent would linger for days if she did it herself. She preferred to be enveloped in the aroma of food instead. This pig had been meticulously raised in her space, initially weighing a little over 100 pounds. Now it had grown to over 300, making it quite plump. She carefully trimmed the lard, rendering the pig fat, and extracted the meat, ensuring that the ribs retained a generous amount of flesh. The 4 trotters were also prepared, consuming a significant amount of her time. The cow had given birth to a calf, which Su-yun nurtured for a while before returning it to the previous pen, while another cow was pregnant. She moved the latter into a separate pen that had been isolated for its care, hoping it would produce 2 more calves. Presently, she had a total of 7 cows, including the one in gestation, and there was no urgency to slaughter them yet. The pig offal was treated with a variety of spices she had cultivated, transforming the initially foul-smelling entrails into a fragrant delicacy. Following the slaughter, Su-yun spent considerable time processing the pork, yet she reserved half aside for future culinary endeavors, ensuring she would have some meat to spare. Life atop the mountain was undisturbed and tranquil, in stark contrast to the turmoil below. In the initial days following Su-yun's ascent, survivors frequently roamed the base of the mountain, yearning to reach the summit. However, they were thwarted by the lack of a path, and as the incline steepened, loose stones posed additional hazards. Their attempts were futile, leaving them to gaze longingly at the heights. On the 4th day after her ascent, the swirling dust dissipated, revealing a yellow landscape under a long-lost azure sky adorned with clouds. As the people cheered, believing normalcy was returning, a torrential downpour descended. Yet it did not extinguish their spirits. It wasn't until the rains persisted for 2 weeks that they began to sense the gravity of their situation, staying atop the mountain. They grew increasingly hesitant to descend. Ji Province had transformed into a desert under the sandstorm, and after half a month of rain, the sandy terrain had morphed into a thick yellow mud. One could easily become ensnared by a single misstep. Periodically, they ventured to the base to assess the conditions. But the relentless rains showed no signs of abating. Given the rising water levels, they contemplated relocating to higher ground. Su-yun's abode had caught their attention, but they could not ascend due to the sheer cliff face, lacking both the necessary tools and skills. They opted for a nearby rocky hill, where a path allowed for ascent. After 2 months of downpour, the survivors hesitated for a few days, observing the encroaching water levels, which compelled them to pack their belongings and relocate. They assisted one another in moving from their current hill to the rocky one, traversing through mud and rising waters. Upon reaching the rocky hill, they sighed in relief as they witnessed their previous dwelling being engulfed by the floodwaters. Grateful for their timely departure, they realized that had they lingered, they would have faced dire consequences. Survivors from the neighboring hills gradually migrated to the rocky hill, converging like strands woven together. They began to devise a plan. We can no longer remain here. The rain shows no signs of ceasing. My belief is that we must not resign ourselves to inaction. What suggestions do you have? We are too far from Longtu Mountain with no means of transport. Currently, the largest refuge in Ji Province is at Longtu Mountain. Silence. In this situation, it is unlikely that aid will arrive from above. We survived the sandstorm and made it this far. Let us not forget that we have 2 ability users among us. We don't necessarily have to reach Longtu Mountain for a chance at survival. We can consult the 2 ability users for their insights. These 2 ability users had awakened later, and the surrounding survivors had relied on them to endure thus far. However, as they surveyed the relentless rains that had persisted for nearly 2 months, uncertainty clouded their minds. They soon resolved to abandon the other survivors and set off together for the Longtu Mountain Refuge. Chapter 113: Bloodshed and Chaos. Having cared for these survivors for so long, they felt they had done all they could. The 2 were now hiding away, discussing their next steps. One wielded water abilities, while the other harnessed plant powers. With a small boat, they were confident they could reach Longtu Mountain directly. The other survivors remained oblivious to the severity of the downpour, while the 2 ability users felt its weight. The water levels were likely to continue rising, making now the opportune moment to leave. Delaying further could draw the attention of the survivors, who, although faced with a sandstorm, could still scavenge for supplies in the urban ruins. They had endured this far. But with the rising waters submerging the surrounding hills and drowning the city, the thought of remaining with the other survivors became increasingly untenable. If the supplies they had dwindled, What would happen when they could no longer provide food? While their abilities could sustain a few survivors, they were not inclined to live in captivity. Their powers lacked offensive capabilities. They simply wished to quietly slip away. Outside, the other survivors were still scheming their escape, while the plant ability user hastened the growth of bamboo and entwined vines to construct a makeshift raft. Together, they pushed the raft into the water. At that moment, some survivors noticed their endeavor. "Are you planning to leave? Take me with you," a man pleaded from the water's edge. The two hesitated, their hearts softening, yet ultimately decided against allowing him aboard the raft. Frustrated, the man shouted, drawing attention from nearby survivors. "Everyone, come quickly. They intend to abandon us. One of them can even cultivate food. If we let them go, there will be no sustenance left for us." The throng of survivors sprang into action, with some clever ones seizing their supplies, attempting to board the raft amidst the chaos. They had long wished to escape. The two on the raft were taken aback by the pandemonium unfolding before them as survivors leapt into the water like dumplings, swimming towards their small bamboo vessel. Although the water ability user felt panic, he utilized his powers, causing ripples to form around the raft, propelling it forward as the water swirled around them. A number of survivors managed to reach their bamboo raft, their eyes gleaming with delight as they began to ascend. However, the two individuals aboard the raft were gripped by fear and dared not resort to violence. Utilizing their abilities, they propelled the raft forward, eventually shaking off the pursuing survivors after some time. Anxiously, the duo focused solely on making haste toward Longtu Mountain, where it was rumored that abilities would be safeguarded. With the absence of abilities, the situation among the survivors on the rocky mountain became increasingly chaotic. Their provisions were already scarce and, following the departure of the two, they too had to devise a plan to reach Longtu Mountain. They began scouring the mountainside for anything that could be of use, but the rocky terrain offered little beyond stones and rain-soaked yellow mud. The water levels continued to rise, yet hope lingered for these survivors, as numerous supplies had been swept away by the flooding waters, floating upon the surface. They frequently squatted by the water's edge, watching for anything that might drift their way, with some even fishing out plastic bottles, intent on crafting a makeshift vessel that could float. A swimming ring bobbed upon the surface, and many fought fiercely over it, resulting in bloody confrontations. Those fortunate enough could retrieve some well-sealed food items, though the majority of what they salvaged were corpses of both zombies and humans. One fateful day, a small boat drifted into view, igniting a frenzy among the crowd as they vied for its possession, marking the onset of chaos in this apocalyptic world. "Is that a boat?" one individual exclaimed, squinting at the shadow gliding across the surface, their eyesight compromised by the sandstorm. "It truly is a boat." An excited survivor plunged into the water, swimming toward the vessel. The surrounding survivors mirrored this enthusiasm, all diving into the water, eager to be the first aboard. However, the competition was fierce, with dozens of individuals scrambling for a single opportunity. The oppressive rain and dwindling food supplies amplified their desperation, and their eyes glinted with ferocity. Several hands reached for the small boat, yet its limited space could accommodate only 5 or 6 individuals. With everyone striving to be the first to board, a surge of strength erupted within them as they clawed their way up. However, others were pulling them back, refusing to let go. A man who had nearly made it up was yanked down, his eyes filled with malice as he kicked the one responsible into the water. This act incited a frenzy. Others followed suit, driven mad by the prospect of the boat. Meanwhile, newcomers were unexpectedly thrust into the water, their rage boiling over as one drew a knife, lunging at those trying to board. Tensions had been simmering for far too long. "They're killing! They're killing!" someone shouted, and the water surrounding the boat quickly became stained crimson. Chapter 114. The Struggle for Survival Resources. The scene descended into utter chaos, with the number of floating corpses multiplying and those attempting to board the boat engaging in fierce struggles. Someone discovered that the boat's engine was still operational and hastened to start it, eager to escape. Everyone clamored for the right to use this vessel, leading to brawls among those who had successfully boarded. Blood had already been shed, and the individuals aboard displayed no mercy, resorting to stabbing one another in a frenzied bout of violence. Blood sprayed as blades sliced through throats, the rain washing away the crimson stains from their bodies. Those who had failed to board were momentarily paralyzed by the horrific scene before them, the madness on the boat snapping them back to reality. They desired to escape, but their instinct for self-preservation prevailed. Witnessing the bloodlust of those aboard, they hesitated. The knife wielders were relentless, plunging their blades into their opponents time and again. Two individuals had their necks torn apart, their bodies twitching as they were mercilessly stabbed again and again. Ultimately, one survivor remained alive, a frail man who bore several wounds, his blood refusing to wash away in the downpour. He coldly surveyed the survivors floating around the boat, brandishing his knife as a warning. "Approach and I shall slay you," he threatened, having already taken 6 lives in a single breath of rage. Ignoring his injuries, he hoisted the corpses aboard and cast them into the water. The remaining survivors surrounding the boat were filled with resentment, yet none dared to approach, having witnessed the man's brutal actions. Such a figure was too fearsome to provoke. He started the small boat and slowly maneuvered it back to the shore, beckoning his family from the crowd to board. But they had all witnessed the earlier carnage, and fear eclipsed their trust. Ultimately, they gathered their belongings and boarded the vessel with him. The rain poured relentlessly, gradually washing away the blood from the surface, and the bodies drifted out of sight. Every trace of the gruesome event was cleansed by the rain, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, from that day forth, everyone had changed. Soo-yoon sat in the vehicle, glancing at the streaks of rain cascading down the window. The true chaos began after the torrential downpour. Although caught off guard during the zombie outbreak, they had swiftly gathered those capable of fighting to restore order and allow the survivors to gradually return to a semblance of normalcy. In their plans, G Province was on the verge of reconstruction, but the arrival of the deluge thwarted their efforts. This year-long downpour had left the survivors who had remained outside, unable to access the shelters, living in conditions beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Devoid of food and resources, once the thin veneer of civility was stripped away, the darker facets of human nature emerged. In their struggle for survival, they were capable of committing unspeakable acts. Initially, they may not have intended to kill. But as desperation set in, they became accustomed to vying for resources, and the rules of the world shifted silently. Moreover, the sanctity of the shelters was not guaranteed. In times of disaster, all were equal. The Longtu Mountain shelter in G Province had been destroyed during an earthquake, claiming many lives, including those of several abilities. Soo-yoon shifted her gaze. At this time in her previous life, she had been on a mission with an official team, carrying ample supplies to rescue those trapped atop the mountains. It was during that period that she witnessed the onset of chaos firsthand. As the water levels rose, those stranded on the mountaintop found themselves without food, some perishing from starvation, while others resorted to desperate measures to seize the survival resources of others. Eventually, the Longtu Mountain shelter was obliterated in the earthquake, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of the leadership, leaving no one to manage the situation. Many water and plant abilities fled, and she too departed, recognizing that without plant abilities, the shelter would soon run out of food. Furthermore, at that time, the shelter was not only home to survivors of the earthquake, but also to some mutated beings. As the food supplies dwindled, chaos erupted as individuals fought for survival resources, unaware that in the eyes of those mutated beings, they were simply another source of nourishment. Later, she left G Province for another shelter, and amid a series of disasters, she never heard of the Longtu Mountain shelter again. The rain continued to pour outside, while Yueya, after finishing her exercises, donned a raincoat and ventured out to fetch water. Soo-yoon collected water into her spatial storage and Yueya replaced the old bucket with a new one. At the summit of the mountain, the once sandy expanse has been washed clean by relentless rains. Soo-yoon donned her raincoat and approached the precipice, retrieving a telescope from her spatial storage to gaze downwards. In the vicinity of the rocky mountain she occupied, several other stone formations loomed, where numerous survivors had gathered below. Those on the ground also cast their eyes towards her lofty perch, yet, devoid of any path to ascend, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 115. The rescue team arrives. Time flew swiftly, and 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye, with torrential downpours persisting throughout. During the initial month of the deluge, sunlight still graced the skies. However, by the second month, thick clouds enveloped the heavens. As the third month rolled in, not only was there no sunlight, but the sky was shrouded in a gloomy gray. Now, in the fourth month of the downpour, water levels surged dramatically, with rainfall exceeding that of the preceding months. Accompanying the deluge was a heavy mist laden with moisture, which, over time, began to take a toll on the bodies of those who endured such conditions. The elderly, in particular, found it unbearable as their chronic ailments resurfaced, leading to nightly bouts of bone pain. A multitude of aged individuals perished in this calamity, and even those who survived were unlikely to withstand the next disaster. The deceased could not be properly tended to. Instead, their clothing and faces were arranged respectfully before being consigned to a watery grave. During this time, Suyun had amassed a considerable stockpile of provisions in her spatial storage, sufficient to sustain her for an entire year, and she remained vigilant, monitoring the activity below. She had been observing the survivors residing at the mountain's base, perplexed as to why the rescue team from Longtu Mountain had yet to arrive after 4 months of incessant rain. She recalled that in her previous life, the survivors of this rocky mountain had already been rescued by now. Yet, 4 months had elapsed, and the water surface below lay eerily still. She could only imagine the desperation that had taken hold of the survivors after such an extended period. Initially, the survivors below had prayed for a savior. But as their food supplies dwindled, they began to contemplate more drastic measures. They resorted to seizing the provisions of others, even encroaching upon their living spaces. With no sign of rescue, they resolved to take matters into their own hands, unwilling to succumb to death without a fight. As the water levels rose, the available space on the Rocky Mountains diminished, forcing everyone to congregate in a cramped area at the summit. Those nearest to the water's edge found their feet submerged even in sleep, and with so many people on the mountain, there was no shelter to be found. The relentless rain bore down upon them, and the expressions of despair and resignation began to set in, as if they awaited the inevitable arrival of death. Some had already resigned themselves to their fate, choosing not to seize from others, but rather to be victimized. After enduring prolonged hunger, their eyes glazed over, and many lacked the strength to continue. Some, devoid of hope, lay down on the ground, allowing the rising waters to engulf them, their hearts harboring a semblance of relief at the thought of liberation from their suffering. Initially, Suyun could still hear the wails of anguish from below. But by the 4th month of the deluge, silence had descended. The survivors had become too famished to utter a sound. Those who wished to survive fought desperately to claim a spot at the summit, yet the relentless rain continued, and the water levels kept rising, rendering even the summit unsafe. As all were left to float upon the water had risen to the calves of those standing at the peak. A number of astute individuals had managed to gather various bottles, which provided them with some buoyancy. When hunger struck, they resorted to drinking water to stave off their appetite. Although they had considered fishing, the waters were devoid of life, and luck would occasionally grant them a meager catch. The remaining survivors, clinging to life, began to swim towards Suyun's rocky outcrop, for it was the highest point in the vicinity. Though they could not ascend, they sought footholds along the cliff's edge. In a desperate bid for survival, they chiseled out precarious ledges with stones, the clinking sounds echoing daily from below, signaling Suyun of their approach. Fortunately, the water level had only reached halfway up the mountain, preventing these individuals from climbing higher for the moment. However, should the water rise another 20 meters, those below would be able to ascend, for even if they fell, they would not meet their demise, merely plunging into the water. After numerous attempts, they would eventually make their way up. Suyun glanced down at the scene below, pondering how much longer they could endure. Why had the rescue team not yet arrived? The rescue team from Longtu Mountain had indeed set out, but their supply of materials, carried by space-affiliated ability users, was limited. Thus, they had to periodically return to Longtu Mountain to gather additional supplies. At this moment, they were consulting their maps, making their way towards Suyun's rocky perch. Look over there. It seems there are people on the cliff face of that mountain. A massive cruise ship approached across the water, accompanied by the sound of its horn, a sound with which Suyun was all too familiar. Clad in her raincoat, she positioned herself at the cliff's edge, peering down at the approaching rescue vessel. This was a cruise ship, once a popular tourist attraction before the apocalypse, vast enough to accommodate thousands. Following the onset of the rains, the authorities had dispatched teams down the mountain to clear these vessels from the mud and debris, repurposing them as rescue crafts. Chapter 116. The survivors below are rescued initially. Those huddled against the rocky walls heard the horn and wondered if they were merely imagining it. Gradually, a colossal cruise ship materialized within their blurred vision, prompting them to raise their heads towards the sound. The crowd, once hidden in the crevices of the stone, emerged in excitement, even leaping into the water to swim towards the vessel. The sound of the horn rekindled their spirits, and some men could not contain their tears, overwhelmed by the realization that salvation was at hand. They had finally been rescued, the nation had not forsaken them, and help was on the way to bring them home. The decision to sound the horn upon encountering survivors had been made after careful deliberation. For in unseen corners, many survivors were suffering, and by announcing their presence, the perpetrators would be deterred, providing a glimmer of hope to those in distress. The survivors, disregarding their meager remaining supplies, leaped into the water, frantically swimming towards the cruise ship. Despite their prolonged hunger, they summoned every last ounce of strength to ensure the rescuers aboard could see them. After all, in the shadow of the grand ship, they felt as insignificant as ants. Upon witnessing the throng of survivors approaching, the calm demeanor of the rescue team aboard the ship dissipated, giving way to panic. Unlike vehicles that could stop at will, the cruise ship was bound by the currents, and despite their attempts to signal for it to halt, the machinery below continued to churn. If the survivors swam close, they risked being swept beneath the vessel. The ship's loudspeakers blared to life, urging urgency, hurry. Otherwise, those survivors will be swept away. A tremendous surge of electrical sound erupted, followed swiftly by the rescue team's captain, who stood at the bow of the vessel, calling out through a loudspeaker. Survivors in the water, do not approach any closer. We will send someone to retrieve you shortly. Stay away from the cruise ship. Be wary of being swept beneath it. Do you hear me? Do not come closer. Retreat immediately. The captain's voice strained and hoarse, yet the survivors in the water appeared oblivious, fervently swimming forward. Even if they heard him, none would halt at that moment. Their yearning to board the ship was overwhelming. Do not approach any closer. Haven't you heard? Do you wish to perish? Stay away. The vessel cannot stop, and danger lurks below. The loudspeaker blared, and the survivors aboard the ship rushed to the deck, peering over, uncertain of the unfolding chaos, while the captain seemed to be in a fit of rage. This time, the captain's desperate cries bore some fruit. A few of the survivors in the water paused in their movements. Yet, there remained those undeterred by the peril, pressing onward towards the nearby cruise ship and the constructed gangway. They swam eagerly toward the steps, believing they might ascend, but as the captain's shouts echoed, those at the forefront were swiftly engulfed beneath the ship's hull. In mere seconds, the water below transformed into a crimson haze, and the onlookers aboard gasped in horror. Witnessing the gruesome dismemberment of over a dozen individuals was a scene of such profound shock that they dared not glance again, even as more were pulled under. Those surrounding the vessel, desperate to escape, soon found it was too late for them as well. They too were drawn into the abyss. Silence enveloped the remaining survivors, who began to swim back, while the captain stood atop the ship, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. His voice was nearly gone. Yet those in the water continued to approach the cruise ship as if deaf, driven by a frantic fear of missing their chance to board. With at least a dozen lives lost, he sighed in resignation, issuing urgent commands to the rescue team. Prepare to assist. Launch the boats. Enter the water, quickly, quickly. The rescue personnel, having been on standby, sprang into action at the captain's command, swiftly deploying small yachts, jet skis, inflatable rafts, and even lifeguards ready in the water. The formidable rescue contingent reached the cliffside, where the survivors concealed among the rocks glimpsed the glimmer of hope. One by one, they collapsed into tears of relief, grateful for their survival, for the arrival of the rescuers, and for the trials they had endured not being in vain. Their clothes, drenched since the torrential downpour began, had not dried, and they could scarcely comprehend how they had persevered to this point. As they huddled together for warmth, they finally felt they had weathered the worst of their ordeal. The rescue team, witnessing the harrowing condition of these survivors, could not help but shed tears. They marveled at how these individuals had managed to survive. Many had not eaten in days, their bodies reduced to mere skin and bones, every rib painfully protruding. The indelible marks etched into the cliffside, evidence of their struggle, tugged at the heartstrings of the rescuers. Devoid of safe footing, these survivors had laboriously carved out makeshift hollows in the stone walls using rudimentary tools.